Chapter 482. South Sea Dragon Palace in the South Sea. Dongfang Han, dressed in men's clothing, had a slightly thin face filled with anger. Dozens of immortal-grade flying swords surrounded her, with the Lingxiao sword in hand as the focal point, continuously descending into the depths of the sea. Although she was merely a cultivator of the Heavenly Gate realm, she was not particularly strong in this vast ocean. Even before reaching the deep sea floor, many powerful sea creatures that had become immortals appeared around her. However, upon sensing the sharp sword aura emanating from the dozens of immortal-grade flying swords, those sea creatures quickly retreated, not wanting to provoke such a being, even if some of them were tempted by the flying swords. Upon seeing that Dongfang Han was only at the Heavenly Gate realm, they abandoned their thoughts. To have a Heavenly Gate realm junior wield so many immortal-grade flying swords, her backing must at least be an immortal lord. Such a presence was not something they ordinary sea creatures could provoke. Young master, it will be better to wait for the pavilion master to accompany you. Bai Ling'er had already caught up with Dongfang Han, who was steering the Zhuxian sword array toward the seafloor. However, Dongfang Han ignored her, maintaining her speed. Although her strength was insufficient, in terms of trump cards and methods, how could the mere South Sea Dragon Palace compare to the magical restrictions left by her master in her spiritual platform? At this moment, she was practically a walking bomb. Whoever dared to strike at her would face true danger. Chapter 483. Angry? Desperate? Found it. Damn it. Come and take your life. Dongfang Han saw the Fuyuan Immortal Lord and felt no fear at all. She directly pushed the Zhuxian sword array to its current limits. Dozens of flying swords moved so fast that they could only be seen as flashes of light, methodically surrounding Dongfang Han. With a pointed finger at Fuyuan Immortal Lord, more than half of the flying swords detached from her side and slashed toward him. Oh, a swordsmanship genius after all. At such a young age to achieve this in swordsmanship, if given the opportunity to grow, you might not be unable to attain the position of an immortal lord in the future. But unfortunately, from now on, this descent into the immortal realm will be a hunting ground for my sea clan. And you, this swordsmanship genius, will definitely not be the last genius that this immortal lord, consume. Fuyuan Immortal Lord stood with his hands behind his back, appearing relaxed and not taking the Zhuxian sword array seriously at all. Even though the sword array was indeed extraordinary, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Dongfang Han was merely a cultivator who hadn't even reached the immortal realm, while the other party was a powerful immortal lord, second only to the Immortal Emperor. Fuyuan Immortal Lord wasn't in a hurry to suppress her. Instead, he casually swatted away the attacking flying swords, finding it quite entertaining, like a cat playing with a mouse. Chapter 484. Chun Xian. Do you like this feeling? Immortal Lord, so strong. What a terrifying sense of oppression. What must this Heavenly Gate realm cultivator feel? Utter despair and helplessness. Daring to come to my South Sea Dragon Palace, and ending up like this, she deserves it. As they watched the terrifying pressure emanating from Fuyuan Immortal Lord, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals all looked at him with admiration. This was their sea clan's immortal lord, second only to the Dragon King. Creatures of the land should submit beneath their noble sea clan's feet and become their food. Still holding on. Fuyuan Immortal Lord was somewhat dissatisfied to see that Dongfang Han had yet to show any expression of despair. With a firm grip, he was about to choke her by the neck. Suddenly, a powerful hand landed on his wrist. Just by holding it firmly, the sea-covering Immortal Lord felt unbearable pain, his bones making cracking sounds, as they had been crushed by that hand. Who is it? Fuyuan Immortal Lord's eyes revealed fury and fear as he looked at the owner of the suddenly appeared hand. A young man stood before him, expressionless. That gaze made him involuntarily shiver, as if he were looking at a corpse. Chapter 485. Ancient Beings? With the arrival of Chen Daoxuan, the scene instantly underwent a dramatic transformation. The once relaxed Fuyuan Immortal Lord, who had been toying with Dongfang Han like a cat with a mouse, was now being held like a dead fish by Chen Daoxuan, receiving brutal slaps that left him unrecognizable. Most of his bones were shattered, and he could no longer maintain his human form. Yet he couldn't revert to his original body in Chen Daoxuan's grip. Despair? Anger? When those two phrases were repeated by Chen Daoxuan, Fuyuan Immortal Lord was completely panicked. The words he had intended to use to break Dongfang Han's psychological defenses had not only failed, but had now broken his own defenses. No, this immortal lord cannot die. The great cause of my sea clan has not yet been accomplished. The creatures of the land will eventually submit to my sea clan's feet. The Dragon King is right. The Dragon King is right. Why does this immortal lord go unnoticed by the Dragon King, left to die? Fu Yuan, immortal lord's expression approached madness. This feeling of helplessness and inability to resist made him feel as if he were in a small fishing village, casually slaughtering ordinary mortals. But this time, he was not the high and mighty immortal lord, but rather a powerless, ordinary mortal. Chapter 486. The fall of an immortal lord. The South Sea Dragon King was surrounded by 6 treasure beads, instantly calming the previously turbulent South Sea caused by the Zhu Long. Your Majesty, the Dragon King. Your Majesty finally made an appearance. We are safe now. The sea creatures that had survived the previous assault breathed a sigh of relief. In their eyes, the Dragon King was an omnipotent existence, supreme and lofty. Even the Immortal Emperor from the land could not contend with the Dragon King in the South Sea. However, the South Sea Dragon King felt quite differently. While they felt secure, the Dragon King was extremely tense. This time, the 4 sea dragon clans had decided to emerge and conquer the fallen immortal realm. But there was a prerequisite. It was that no ancient gods had appeared in this world for tens of thousands of years. Those ancient beings should have long since perished in the river of time. Yet now, this sudden young man made the South Sea Dragon King feel fear. An ancient being. This young man was undoubtedly an ancient being. Fu Yuan, immortal lord, could be handled by you. And even everything that happened before in the South Sea Dragon Palace could be disregarded regarding your responsibility. I implore you, please leave my South Sea. Chapter 487. A common slap-bold thief. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Dragon King? Dare not to shout. Can't you see the Dragon King's face has darkened? Clearly, the Dragon King was angry. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, upon hearing that the young man had killed Fun, immortal lord, and was still unwilling to relent. Some couldn't help but shout angrily, and the Dragon King's expression also darkened. Bang! Bang! 2 loud explosions left everyone dumbfounded. The ones who exploded were the 2 shouting shrimp soldiers and crab generals just moments ago. But what shocked everyone was that the one who acted was not Chen Daoxuan, nor the people beside him, but the Dragon King himself. How do you intend to settle this matter? The South Sea Dragon King personally dealt with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals who had just reprimanded the youth, showing his sincerity, and then asked again. This lord is very easy to get along with and never makes things difficult for others. Your realm seems acceptable. Why not come to my heavenly Dao immortal palace and serve as a servant for 10,000 years? I can overlook the past, Chen Daoxuan said with a light smile. Are you not looking down on my 4 Seas Dragon Clan too much? The South Sea Dragon King exclaimed angrily. If you truly are an ancient being surviving to this day, you should know that my 4 Seas Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with back in the day. Chapter 488. Fake. It must be an illusion with the second fall of the South Sea Dragon King. Another divine pearl dimmed. The 6 divine pearls that surrounded him now only had 4 still shining with divine light. As the second pearl dimmed, the South Sea Dragon King successfully revived. At this moment, the many-sea tribe, fearsome beings in the South Sea Dragon Palace, upon witnessing this scene, were already mentally collapsing. In their eyes, the omnipotent Dragon King, whom even the land Immortal Emperors did not dare to provoke, was now like an ant, easily manipulated by that youth. In just an instant, he had raised his hand to kill the Dragon King twice. At this rate, wouldn't the Dragon King be doomed? Do not push too hard. The South Sea Dragon King, just revived, shouted sternly at Chen Daoxuan, although he felt great fear within, as the South Sea Dragon King. How could he become a servant for 10,000 years to seek a way to survive for others? Moreover, their sea tribe's plan had already begun. The land beings would eventually kneel before the sea tribe. How could he retreat a single step now? Bang! The South Sea Dragon King inadvertently shattered 3 special shells in his arms. These were treasures used for communication among the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, and once the shell shattered, the 4 Seas Dragon Kings would gather at the first moment. Chapter 489. Are you waiting for them? North Sea Dragon Palace. The North Sea Dragon King was being attended to by maidservants, squinting his eyes and listening to his subordinates' reports. Suddenly, He sensed an anomaly in the shell treasure in his arms. Something happened to third brother. Not good. Wan Qing is still in the South Sea. The North Sea Dragon King was first stunned, then his heart sank. It didn't matter if third brother died. After all, he could revive, but if something happened to Wan Qing, that would be terrible. He had always felt guilty about Wan Qing's fate. At the very least, he had to ensure she was happy before that incident. Without leaving a word of explanation, the North Sea Dragon King transformed into his true form and directly charged out from the top of the Dragon Palace, disappearing without a trace. All that remained was a huge void at the top of the North Sea Dragon Palace, and the Sea Tribe guards and maidservants in the hall, who were left pale and terrified. South Sea. Where exactly is that South Sea Dragon Palace? Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have rushed so much. Qi Yun, controlling his immortal realm corpse puppet, searched the seabed endlessly like a headless fly. Moreover, with his strength, being in this deep seabed was extremely dangerous. Chapter 490. The South Sea Dragon King falls. 60 trillion source points received. The three Dragon Kings had originally arrived at the South Sea. They were not far from the South Sea Dragon Palace. But suddenly, a teleportation vortex appeared in front of them, and before they could react, they were directly sucked in. When they emerged from the teleportation vortex, they were already at the South Sea Dragon Palace. The three of them still thought it was a means used by the South Sea Dragon King. However, upon seeing the 6 divine pearls surrounding the South Sea Dragon King had all lost their luster, they were all greatly shocked. The 6 divine pearls dimming meant that the South Sea Dragon King had already fallen 6 times. If he fell again before the divine pearls regained their light, then it would truly be hopeless. But fortunately, they had arrived. However, why did Old Third's expression seem not only to lack the feeling of being saved, but instead appeared even more terrified? Old Third, who is it? Could it be that those land Immortal Emperors have lured the to our South Sea? What a good strategy. No, there's no aura of land Immortal Emperors. What on earth is going on? The East Sea Dragon King flickered and had already arrived beside Old Third. At the very least, he needed to protect him temporarily. If he died again, it would truly be over. Chapter 491. The horror of professionalism. The South Sea Dragon King fell, transforming into a giant dragon body that heavily crashed to the seabed. Boom! The massive golden dragon body shook the entire South Sea Dragon Palace, causing sand and silt to rise high into the air. The Sea Tribe, fearsome beings of the South Sea, also shivered in response. The Dragon King had fallen. The many Sea Tribe, fearsome beings, stared blankly at the Dragon King's corpse, unable to accept this reality. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, who would believe that the dignified Dragon King, who could disregard even land Immortal Emperors, would be so easily slain by that youth at his own doorstep? Even the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings gathered could not save the Dragon King's life. What kind of terrifying youth was this? Suddenly, in the boundless South Sea waters, even those sea tribes without awakened intelligence let out a mournful cry at the same time, lamenting the fall of the Dragon King. The originally clear sky over the South Sea suddenly became overcast, and blood rain began to fall. The waters of the South Sea also turned a bloody red, unsure if it was stained by blood rain or the true dragon's blood. Chapter 492. Disciples, showcase your talents. So that's how it is? After hearing the East Sea Dragon King's explanation, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why the other 3 Dragon Kings did not feel anger or sadness over the South Sea Dragon King's death. It turned out to be an alliance. Indeed, they were not very familiar with the South Sea. The West Sea Dragon King, who belonged to the same AO surnamed Dragon Clan, quickly responded, "I came here just to find my daughter." The North Sea Dragon King silently spoke. The 3 were all trying their best to distance themselves from the South Sea Dragon King. And now that the South Sea Dragon King's massive true dragon body lay dead at the seabed, still unblinking, one could only wonder how he would feel hearing his allies say such words. Forget it. Disciples, showcase your talents. Seeing that the 3 Sea Dragon Kings had no intention of avenging the South Sea Dragon King, each showing utmost respect, Chen Daoxuan naturally had no murderous intent. He simply gestured to his disciples behind him. Yes, master. The 3, already unable to wait, immediately took their respective positions and began the unique talents of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. In the presence of everyone, Lung Yanran directly knelt down and began to recite the scriptures for rebirth. Dongfang Han scattered a large number of paper effigies and gold ingots on the vast body of the Dragon King of the South Sea. Chapter 493. The conclusion of the Dragon Palace matter. Qi Yun looked in the direction pointed out by the Lord of the Pavilion. It was then that he understood what a celestial monarch was and what a celestial emperor was. That enormous five-clawed golden dragon, thousands of feet long, was precisely the terrifying existence he had seen in the sea earlier, which had filled him with despair. As for whether it was the same dragon he had encountered before, he could not tell, but just the faint aura it had exuded earlier had made him feel an overwhelming fear and powerlessness from afar. The Celestial Emperor is also an existence that is supreme in the fallen celestial realm. Yet the Lord of the Pavilion wants to refine the Celestial Emperor into a corpse puppet for himself. Qi Yun, overly excited and thrilled, felt a bit weak all over and knelt down before the Lord of the Pavilion. This could be a blessing that Qi Yun could bear. Qi Yun's voice trembled with excitement, feeling as if he were dreaming. Just after arriving in the fallen celestial realm, the Lord of the Pavilion was about to gift him a Celestial Emperor corpse puppet. Indeed, being loyal to the Lord of the Pavilion was absolutely without any fault. If not, then forget it. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand, and a faint spiritual fire appeared at his fingertips. I want. No, Lord. Chapter 494. Reversing Time, Bestowing Blessings. After Chen Daoxuan and the others left, the three Sea Dragon Kings discussed and ultimately decided that each faction would send one celestial monarch to the South Sea to sit at the sea eye to prevent any disturbances. The Dragon King of the North Sea, concerned for his daughter, was the first to take his leave after confirming she was safe. The Dragon Kings of the East Sea and West Sea, although they wanted to inquire about that senior Chun from Zhu Wanqing, did not have the chance to speak. Until all the Dragon Kings had left, the great sea monsters of the South Sea had not recovered from the earlier experience. It was too sudden. The Dragon Palace of the South Sea was just destroyed like that. It felt like a dream. What should we do? A sea monster at the Celestial King level mumbled. What else can we do? When the Celestial Monarch arrives, we just go on living as usual. This is really exciting. The shock on another sea monster's face had not dissipated as he looked at the traces left by the Dragon King's body. After the Dragon Kings of the East Sea and West Sea left the South Sea, "Bro, should we continue with the plan?" The Dragon King of the West Sea asked uneasily. Chapter 495. Lung Yinran realizes. Master, since leaving the South Sea, Lung Yinran had remained silent, but suddenly called out as she looked up. Chen Daoxuan responded softly. About the marriage mentioned earlier in the small fishing village. After exchanging glances with her master, Lung Yinran quickly looked away, her voice somewhat timid, wanting to say something but struggling with whether to speak. Bai Ling, seeing her like this, sighed and had already guessed Lung Yinran's intentions. What I promised you as your master will naturally not change. It's just that the location has changed. It's no longer in the small fishing village. Chen Daoxuan thought Yinran was worried about this and comforted her. Master, Yinran wants to wait a bit longer. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yinran shook her head, biting her red lips lightly, and after a moment of struggle, she finally expressed her thoughts. Oh, why the sudden change of mind? Chen Daoxuan asked, somewhat surprised. Disciple, my strength is still too weak. I shouldn't be so greedy yet. At the very least, I need to wait until I can stand on my own before. If something like the small fishing village happens in the future, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 496. The Master's Favoritism. Chen Daoxuan and the others did not take the encounter with the Dragon King of the East Sea to heart. At this moment, what the Lord of the Pavilion was most concerned about was still the Yi, who remained in the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Many questions could only be answered after the Yi regained his consciousness. Especially, what did the Emperor that the Yi kept calling mean? Soon, the figures of everyone landed in front of the Immortal Palace. They saw the three Celestial Emperors in front of the palace exerting their full strength to suppress a muscular man. How did these guys end up in the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace? Senior Chun, you've returned. As soon as the Golden Crow, Celestial Emperor, saw Chen Daoxuan, his eyes lit up. Although he had already been jointly suppressed by the three of them, they did not dare to let their guard down at all. Just a moment of distraction when they sensed something unusual had nearly allowed the Yi to break free. Battle stopped. Celestial Emperor looked exhausted, but upon seeing Senior Chun's return, he hurriedly put on a flattering smile, wanting to bow, but was afraid of the Yi escaping. Sorry, I just dealt with a little trouble earlier. Chen Daoxuan realized that he had hurriedly left and forgotten to control E first before leaving. Chapter 497. Breaking through the Xian Immortal Realm. Chen Daoxuan looked over, and at this moment, he was still trying to break free from the constraints of the Dao Rhyme laws. However, it seemed that he sensed Chen Daoxuan's aura, and his struggles had noticeably diminished, and instead of the originally frenzied low growls, he now showed a painful expression. After briefly examining ES condition, he understood why he had fallen into madness. These terrestrial celestial emperors did not house their primordial spirits in magical treasures like the Sea Tribe celestial emperors, but directly housed their primordial spirits in the mandate of heaven. Every time they elevated their mandate, the primordial spirit residing in the mandate of heaven increased by a fraction. Each elevation of the mandate was equivalent to receiving more support from the laws of heaven and earth, allowing them to draw upon more power from the mandate of heaven. He had now housed 90% of his primordial spirit in the mandate of heaven, and the reason he could not awaken was precisely because of this. Understanding the situation made it relatively easy to treat. However, the mandate of heaven did not seem to manifest in real time. How to attract the operation of the mandate of heaven and retrieve ES primordial spirit. It seemed that during his previous breakthrough, the mandate of heaven instinctively pulled at the primordial spirit of the Lord of the Pavilion, wanting him to also house his primordial spirit within the mandate of heaven. Chen Daoxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He already had a plan. Chapter 498. Ancient Beings Mysterious Old Man. The mandate of heaven has moved. The three celestial emperors of the Golden Crow looked up in confusion, showing their bewilderment. According to the rules of the mandate of heaven in the fallen celestial realm, once the mandate appeared, it would take at least several thousand years, at which point many celestial emperors would compete for the opportunity to house their primordial spirits within the mandate of heaven. The mandate had also shown signs of unusual movement once before, and it had almost become unstable. Surely, the last time was also because of Senior Chen, right? Battlestop Celestial Emperor suddenly froze, recalling the previous unusual movement of the mandate, the timing coinciding perfectly with Senior Chun's arrival in the fallen celestial realm. After feeling the tugging sensation on his primordial spirit, Chen Daoxuan directly gave up resisting this time. He even actively let his primordial spirit slowly drift along with the tugging sensation. The feeling of being pulled was incredibly slight, so much so that it felt like a child tugging at a mountain. If one does not actively follow, they cannot pull his primordial spirit even a little. As the primordial spirit leaves the body, the pulling sensation gradually leads into a mysterious space formed entirely by rules and various restrictions. Chen Daoxuan, through the perspective of the primordial spirit, looks at these restrictions and operating rules around him, raising an eyebrow slightly. This destiny feels a bit strange. Chapter 499. Jinyuan Daxian. Named back in the day, people called me Jinyuan Daxian. However, nowadays, there should be no one who knows this title anymore. In the Earth Immortal Realm, it is probably difficult to find anyone who recognizes me. It seems there is a younger member of the Witch Clan who did not leave the Earth Immortal Realm. The old man's gaze inevitably falls into reminiscence, recalling how powerful he once was, but now he can only sit cross-legged on the altar, ensuring the safety of the Earth Immortal Realm. Jinyuan Daxian. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but gasp. He had suspected that this fallen immortal realm seemed to have some connection to ancient myths. He also suspected that the fallen immortal realm might be the Earth Immortal Realm, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Yet today, he has the answer. Moreover, this old man turned out to be Jinyuan Daxian from that mythological existence, a top-tier power comparable to the ancient sages. It is said that in his Taoist temple, he does not worship the three pure ones, but rather heaven and earth, because the three pure ones are all his contemporaries. If we exclude the ancient sages, Jinyuan Daxian is indeed a top-tier existence. From a little friend's reaction, it seems you have heard my name? Xinyuanzi is somewhat puzzled. As with his realm, he can feel Chen Daoxuan's true age. Chapter 500. Xinyuanzi's envy. While listening to Xinyuanzi recount various matters, Chen Daoxuan directly took out a tea set from the system space. He even took out a square wooden table and 2 armchairs. However, after glancing at Jinyuan Daxian's condition, Chen, the master, quietly put away one of the armchairs, as he did not need it. Little friend likes to drink tea? Back in Wuzhuangguan, I often drank tea and discussed Tao with those old friends. And tasting ginseng fruits was such a delight. Unfortunately, the world has changed, and even the ancient sages ultimately could not remain unscathed during that immeasurable calamity. Speaking of which, I still have some excellent spiritual tea. Given the current world, it should be consumed sparingly, as it is a priceless treasure. However, since you and I are fated, I will give some to you. This little friend, what are you doing? Zenyuanzi looked at Chen Daoxuan taking out a tea set, and then changed the subject, recalling the time he drank tea and discussed Dao with friends in Wuzhuangguan. As he spoke, he thought of something and took out a jade jar from his long sleeves, intending to share some of the finest spiritual tea that cannot be found in the world today with this little friend. Chapter 501, Ginseng Fruit. Big Turtle the two chatted for a long time, although about 95% of the time, it was Zenyuanzi speaking while Chen Daoxuan listened. The Dao tea was brewed pot after pot, and halfway through, Chen Daoxuan felt the flavor had faded a bit, so he simply switched to a new one, making Zenyuanzi wince in pain. Thank you, friend, for enlightening me. Chen Daoxuan stretched and stood up. Through their conversation, they had grown much closer. Is this little friend leaving? Zenyuanzi showed a hint of reluctance, which made Chen Daoxuan feel uneasy. However, this was understandable, even though Zenyuanzi's realm had reached an endless lifespan, comparable to that of heaven. He had been in this space alone for countless years, unable to move, not even able to cultivate, only maintaining the operation of the Earth immortal realm, which must be incredibly lonely. Chen Daoxuan even admired him. To stay alone here for so long without going mad was already quite remarkable. There are still many matters to attend to. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. If the little friend has time, could you come and drink tea and discuss Dao with me more often? Zenyuanzi sighed, his tone slightly sorrowful. Chapter 502, Donfang Han, Master. Believe me, then why not draw the Xuanwu raised by your second senior sister? A familiar voice rang out. Donfang Han instinctively responded, It's okay. I'll draw it later anyway, Master. Well, Master, you listen to Juana argue. Donfang Han's words were interrupted as she suddenly froze, looking up at her master, who was a head taller than her, and saw him smiling down at her. This was a disaster. Well, please begin your argument, but I need to draw a big turtle on your face first. Donfang Han's hand holding the brush froze in midair, and it was directly taken over by her master. It was all second senior sister's fault. If there's a punishment, it should be for second senior sister first, Master. Donfang Han pouted, turning to point at her second senior sister, Li Yurong. But when she turned around, she saw a scene that nearly made her eyes pop out. She saw her second senior sister, Li Yurong, struggling to hold a fan, not knowing when a pile of spiritual fire had already emerged. One hand fanned the fire, while the other held a branch with a beast's leg. Her small face was smeared with several patches of ash, as if she had been focused on roasting the beast's leg all along, her expression extremely serious, and her movements incredibly skillful. Chapter 503, Flatterer. Da-E awakens while the three celestial emperors were astonished. On the other side, Da-E returned with the return of his primordial spirit. Buzz. Boom. A burst of red divine light erupted, and a terrifying aura of flesh and blood erupted from Deyi's body. The Jinwu Celestial Emperor and the others held their breath upon seeing this terrifying aura. It was too powerful, truly worthy of being the only being from ancient times to survive to this day. With just this flesh and blood body, he could contend against ordinary Celestial Emperors. And if he wielded an imperial weapon, Jinwu Celestial Emperor and the others believed that even if they teamed up, they would not be his match. The reason they were able to team up at that time and pay a great price to suppress him was largely because he had lost his rationality, had no judgment in battle, and they managed to separate him from the imperial weapon, which allowed them to suppress him. What a strong body! Even Chen Daoxuan, feeling that terrifying blood aura, murmured. Hearing Chen, the master, praise him, the three celestial emperors were even more astonished, as it was the first time they had heard Chen, the senior, praise someone else's strength. It must be that Chen, the senior like them, primarily cultivates the primordial spirit and does not have too great a pursuit for the physical body, which is why he cannot compare to this special Da-E in terms of physicality. Chapter 504, Emperor. Chen Xian, everyone present, without exception, was stunned. Even Chen Daoxuan, the one called Emperor by Da-E, was bewildered. The Yi's declaration was so resolute that it did not seem like mere fabrication. Could it be that the primordial spirit has not been fully retrieved, causing some mental confusion? Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, frowning as he contemplated whether to call out to his friend Jin Yuanzai for help in returning to the Destiny space, bringing back the remaining part of the Yi's primordial spirit as well. Your Majesty, although we have never met, this is my first time seeing you, but I am sure. The Yi raised his head and said solemnly. Hearing the Yi's words, everyone was even more puzzled. What does this mean? What the hell does this mean? They had never met, yet he said he was sure. State your dream, state your reason, Chen Guanju asked impatiently. He was also very curious about when he had become that so-called emperor. The key was that he was completely unaware of it. It's a long story. The Yi recalled the past, showing a sad expression. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand slightly and said, then make it brief, focus on the key points. Chapter 505. New title. Ancient Relic. The two characters Chen Xian on the back of the jade pendant confirmed for Chen Guanju that what the Yi said was true. But clearly, there was something wrong. At the very least, there should be a problem with the timing. The Witch Clan no longer existed in the world. So how could they talk about the revival of the Witch Clan's glory? Suddenly, being bestowed the title of emperor by a clan from the ancient era, long before, and being regarded as the hope of the entire clan, left Chen Guanju feeling somewhat strange. The Immortal Emperors present were slightly taken aback upon hearing Chen Guanju's words. Although they didn't understand, they still followed his instructions and casually carved the name of Elder Chen on the ground. The Yi, as if seeing hope again, quickly wrote 3 characters on the ground according to the emperor's words. Soon, the 3 characters Chen Daoxuan appeared in front of several people. The members of the Tiandao Pavilion did not move. They already knew what the outcome would be. Just as the Immortal Emperors were looking at the 3 characters Chen Daoxuan on the ground, puzzled about what Elder Chen meant by having them do this, suddenly, no, it's gone. The battle-stop Immortal Emperor exclaimed, feeling as if he had seen an illusion. How did 3 characters turn into 2? Chapter 506. Zhu Wanqing's lovesickness in the Dragon Palace of the Northern Sea. Within a magnificent palace, Zhu Wanqing was resting her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the wandering sea beasts outside the window. Child, why have you come back from a trip and are now cooped up in your room every day? Even when your father asked you to join the banquet, you still refuse to come out. A gentle, maternal voice sounded from behind her. Zhu Wanqing's mother, Bengshi, was holding a small wooden box, each layer filled with delicious dishes as she slowly walked into the room. Bengshi was originally an ordinary sea clan maid in the Crystal Palace, her true form being a clam spirit. However, after becoming pregnant with the offspring of the Dragon King of the Northern Sea, she rose to prominence and was taken into the Dragon King's harem. Strangely, the offspring born from the clam spirit seemed to have inherited her purifying bloodline, making Zhu Wanqing the purest dragon of the current era. In terms of bloodline, Zhu Wanqing was above the current Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. No, it should now be said the 3 sea Dragon Kings. The banquet her mother mentioned was due to the fall of the Dragon King of the Southern Sea, and Zhu Wanqing felt no appetite for it. After all, it was just the death of a 3rd uncle, not a father. Chapter 507. The mysterious fountain sage having not slept all night. Zhu Wanqing was thinking about what to say if she really saw Mr. Chen again. Should she say goodbye? But how could Mr. Chen remember her? An inconspicuous student among many? Adding to this, she didn't even know how to face everyone regarding the matter of the small fishing village. Well, at least she could take a look at the small fishing village. If possible, just seeing Mr. Chen from a distance would be enough to satisfy her. It wasn't until early the next morning that Zhu Wanqing pushed open her door. Since returning to the Dragon Palace, it was her first time going out. The guards and maids waiting outside were momentarily stunned before quickly bowing in respect. Soon, she arrived outside her mother's room, exchanged simple greetings, and then left the Northern Sea Dragon Palace with a group of Dragon Palace Sea Clan guards. Inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, the plump figure of the Dragon King of the Northern Sea raised his hand slightly and said, Yao Jin, Immortal King, heed my command. Hearing the Dragon King's voice, Yao Jin, Immortal King, stepped out and knelt, bowing his head at your service. Follow the 6th princess secretly. Do not let her leave the Northern Sea. The Dragon King ordered, his gaze piercing through the hall to watch Zhu Wanqing and her party as they left. I will obey your majesty's command. Chapter 508. The 4 Immortal Emperors come to farm in the Tiandao Immortal Palace, a rather strange scene was unfolding. De and also Xiao Jin and Xiao Zhan. Have you all made up your minds? Chen Daoxuan directed a questioning gaze at the two Immortal Emperors. Elder, what are you saying? It is our fortune to be able to assist you. You just need to give us orders. The Battlestop Immortal Emperor and the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor looked sincere. And from the moment Elder Chen asked them if they could help with a small task, they became excited. Being able to help Elder Chen was an opportunity they could not wish for more. The human emperor, Wu Shou, frowned slightly, thinking to himself, why are only these two allowed to help? Am I unworthy? My life can be sacrificed for the emperor at any time. He was even more excited, kneeling on one knee with his fist pressed against his heart. In that case, the three of you should prepare to start working. Clear the land of the Tiandao Immortal Palace, 1,000,000 miles of land. I need a large area of spiritual fields. And these seeds, after clearing the land, plant the seeds. Thank you for your trouble. Seeing that the three accepted with such sincerity, Chen Daoxuan took out 3 spatial rings filled with various spiritual tree seeds. Chapter 509. Chen Xian breaks through to the Golden Immortal Realm to hold onto the big leg. One must first plant trees, and then just work diligently. The Battlestop Immortal Emperor, wielding a hoe, began to frantically cultivate the wasteland, irrigating the seeds with Immortal Emperor's divine power. The Golden Crow Immortal Emperor did the same, and the two even secretly competed, fearing that they would be slower than the other or that their planting would be inferior. The human Emperor Wu Shou originally planned to use divine power to clear the land and plant directly, but seeing the other 3 wielding hoes and planting manually, he frowned slightly and also conjured a hoe. In fact, the other 2 Immortal Emperors initially thought the same as the human Emperor, that using divine power to clear the land would be much faster and far easier. As for why they picked up hoes, it was because they looked at that guy, took the lead with a hoe and started to work vigorously. The Golden Crow even asked Elder why don't you use divine power to clear the land? He disdainfully replied, if we use divine power to clear the land, why would it be our turn? Isn't it easier for the Emperor to do it better than us? The Emperor must have profound intentions. If you want to use your magic, go ahead. I won't use my magic for farming. Chapter 510. The 6th princess is missing at the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon King Zhu Quan Su feels the supreme power on the sea surface, and he is filled with fear. He hasn't even held court with the fierce sea creatures in the Dragon Palace these past 2 days, and if there's nothing going on, he simply stays in seclusion. Why is there a terrifying phenomenon happening once a day? Could it be to deliberately intimidate me? Could it be that last time we met? I used water escape to evade, causing that Lord Chen to be dissatisfied? That shouldn't be. If Lord Chen really meant to target me, he should have directly come to the East Sea Dragon Palace and refined me into a magical treasure as well. In the Crystal Palace, the East Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan Su feels the terrifying phenomenon on the sea surface and wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. No matter how he guesses, he cannot figure out why that Lord Chen is doing this. In his heart, he can only pray that the 4th Old Man of the North Sea can make a decision soon and send Zhu Wanqing to the sea as the body of that esteemed one. At that time, when that mysterious esteemed one descends, even the Celestial Palace should have to submit. The power of the mysterious esteemed one has been witnessed by the 4 Dragon Palace members. They, as Celestial Emperors, seem like children in front of that esteemed one. Chapter 511. Is this still slow? I hope my father, after hearing my message, won't make things difficult for them. Zhu Wanqing murmured with some guilt. However, her steps did not stop. She did not choose to go to the East Sea to find Mr. Chen first. Instead, she headed towards the South Sea, wanted to see the current little fishing village. She wondered if Wang Diyu and Zhao, the old patriarch, and the group of young people who listened to Mr. Chen's lectures with her in the private school had been properly buried. However, with the professional funeral techniques of Senior Chen and his disciples, the old patriarch and the others should have left in wealth. Surely, there wouldn't be a shortage of paper figures and gold ingots. At the very least, she should go pay her respects. After all, it was because of her that they ended up in such a fate. Zhu Wanqing recalled those kind and simple faces and couldn't help but sigh, quickening her pace. On the other side, within the North Sea Dragon Palace. Useless. What use are you to me? Come, fill these people into the sea. The North Sea Dragon King, upon hearing that the 6th princess was missing, was not surprised at all, but still angrily slammed the armrest and ordered that the several negligent sea creature guards be filled into the sea. Chapter 512. Zhu Wanqing returns to the little fishing village. By the South Sea, after the fall of the South Sea Dragon King, it has become quite silent recently. Those fierce creatures of the South Sea, who would occasionally surface to breathe and relieve boredom, are now all hiding at the bottom of the sea, not daring to show their faces. Even the Dragon King has been slaughtered and turned into a magical treasure, and not even the corpse could be preserved. Now, the South Sea is jointly governed by 3 celestial kings, who guard the sea together, ordering that sea creatures above the celestial king realm are not allowed to leave the deep sea. Those who violate the order will be filled into the sea. Zhu Wanqing slowly stopped her figure by the South Sea, getting closer to the little fishing village, and her feelings of guilt and sadness increased, quickening her pace. She soon arrived near the little fishing village, but very quickly, she noticed something was off. The people in the little fishing village are still alive? Zhu Wanqing looked from afar and could already see smoke rising in the little fishing village, with many villagers busy cooking. However, the buildings in the little fishing village seemed somewhat different, looking very shabby and dilapidated, as if it had returned to how it was before she arrived. Although she was somewhat surprised, Zhu Wanqing was still filled with joy and quickened her pace towards the little fishing village. Chapter 5:13. The Poor Fairy Visits. After leaving the little fishing village, Zhu Wanqing felt as if she had laid down a heavy burden in her heart. She didn't expect that Mr. Chen would have such incredible means. As she resumed her journey, she felt much lighter. After returning to the North Sea Dragon Palace, apart from missing Mr. Chen and wanting to see him again, the thing that made her most uncomfortable was the destruction of the little fishing village because of her existence. She initially wanted to go to the little fishing village to pay her respects and resolve her inner turmoil, as she didn't have much time left anyway. She didn't expect the little fishing village to miraculously revive under Mr. Chen's extraordinary means. And judging by the current situation of the little fishing village, Mr. Chen must have done something for it that she was unaware of. As for the East Sea, she wondered what Mr. Chen's reaction would be when he saw her. Would he already feel disgusted? Forget it. Seeing Mr. Chen again, even if he dislikes her, would still put her mind at ease. And she could return to the Dragon Palace. Just thinking about seeing Mr. Chen made Zhu Wanqing inexplicably a bit nervous. Normally speaking, it would not be inappropriate for her to visit Mr. Chen. After all, a student visiting a teacher is not a problem. Chapter 5:14. The Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch is stunned. The Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch first looked towards the vicinity of the Celestial Palace. She saw a few people sitting cross-legged under the tea tree practicing, but there was no sign of the human emperor. The other Lord Chen seemed to be sleeping soundly. Indeed, the disciple of Lord Chen didn't speak the truth, saying that her master was diligently cultivating. Looking towards the west of the Celestial Palace. This farmer looks a bit like the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor. Then looking south, this farmer looks quite similar to the Demon Clan Celestial Emperor. Turning her gaze northward, there's something. This burly man really resembles the great predecessor, Ji Ming, Celestial Emperor. While watching, the Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch was already muttering to herself. Li Yurong, who was beside her, was also confused upon hearing her words. What does looks like mean? Isn't that just him? Hee. You Celestial Palace really like to mess with Celestial Emperors, even finding someone who looks exactly like the human emperor to farm. No wonder you said that earlier. Until she looked towards the east of the Celestial Palace, where a figure extremely similar to the emperor was working hard to farm. The Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch smiled. Chapter 5:15. Golden Crow. Want to harm this Celestial Emperor? Although the Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch could not understand why the human emperor was obsessed with farming. Not even caring about the ancient ruins over 400 years later, she still obeyed the human emperor's orders, took full control of this matter, and left the Celestial Palace after bidding farewell to the emperor. How ridiculous! At such a critical time, the 4 Celestial Emperors are not preparing for the ancient ruins, but are instead keen on farming. I wonder what kind of drug they were given. After leaving the Celestial Palace, the Fire Spirit Celestial Monarch sighed to the sky, feeling as if her worldview had completely collapsed. Oh, Fire Spirit Taoist friend. You must be here to find the human emperor, right? I wonder if the human emperor is in this Celestial Palace. A voice suddenly entered his ears. It was the sea-covering immortal monarch of the Demon Clan. His purpose was the same as that of the Fire Spirit Immortal Monarch. After the departure of Your Majesty Jinwu, he had disappeared without a trace, and now only this heavenly Tao Immortal Palace remained to be checked. Before he could speak, he happened to see the fire spirit Immortal Monarch coming out of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace with a dazed expression. So he greeted him. "Sea covering friend, you are here to look for the Jinwu Immortal Emperor, right?" Chapter 516. Can the master teach the disciple to act pretentious? After Master Chen had Xiang deliver a pot of enlightenment tea to the Immortal Emperor, he slightly moved his body and silently recited in his heart. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, first layer of the primordial golden immortal realm, 695,000,1000 billion. Cultivation method, chaos heavenly demon art, chaos, physique, innate primordial Tao body. Talent, primordial. Origin points, 62,212,850,000,000. Disciples, Lung Yanran, fifth layer of Tribulation Crossing Realm. Li Yurong, first layer of Tribulation Crossing Realm. Dongfang Han, seventh layer of Heavenly Gate Realm. TSK, how come there are still 60 trillion origin points? Can't spend them all. Simply can't spend them all. However, Yurong has actually reached the Tribulation Crossing Realm. There is still more than 400 years until the ancient ruins mentioned by Dei are opened. So it's just the right time to improve the disciples' strength. This pace is still a bit slow. If they rely solely on their own cultivation without any guidance, it is likely that in 400 years, they will only achieve the true immortal realm at most. Master Chen looked at his personal panel, and now he had reached the strength of an invincible golden immortal powerhouse. Chapter 517. Why is it always snatched first? Li Yurong counted on her fingers. From the Heavenly Gate Realm, it took a full 7 realms to reach the realm mentioned by the Master. Little junior sister is currently only at the 7th layer of the Heavenly Gate Realm. Although she is superficially at the 8th layer of the Heavenly Gate Realm, the 2 hidden realms only amount to the 1st layer of the Tribulation Crossing Realm. Even senior sister Lung Yanran is currently only at the 5th layer of the Tribulation Crossing Realm, far from the realm of the Master mentioned. The disciples will definitely not disappoint the Master's expectations. Lung Yanran had no hesitation and immediately bowed her hands and bent her waist, as she had always trusted the Master 100, since the Master said they should reach the profound immortal realm in over 400 years. If they do not achieve it, it must be because they did not work hard enough. Senior sister will not disappoint the Master's expectations. Li Yurong was somewhat lacking in confidence, but her momentum could not be weak. She also bowed her hands and said, "Senior sister, second senior sister, will definitely not disappoint the Master's expectations." Dongfang Han glanced at the second senior sister and simply imitated her, but kept herself out of it. Can't you learn a thing or two from your senior sister to spare the Master some worry? Master Chen Daoxuan had a stern face and turned to give Aolan a glance, and Aolan immediately understood. Chapter 518. Master is still more normal standing on the edge of the cliff. Chen Daoxuan had his hands behind his back, the sea breeze blowing, and his long robe rustling in the wind. Lung Yanran, Li Yurong, and Dongfang Han stood not far behind their master, looking forward with anticipation at his back. Aolan and Bai Linger were also waiting nearby, always ready to listen to the commands of the master. Master, Lung Yanran looked at her masteress back, and her usually cold eyes softened, gazing somewhat mesmerized. To her, only the master could be considered truly beautiful. After seeing the master, everyone else became unremarkable. How strange. Why does it feel extraordinary just standing there? He didn't even reveal any aura or Tao rhythm. Why is that? Dongfang Han showed a puzzled expression in her eyes. She had always wondered why the master's every move seemed to resonate with the heavens, or perhaps the heavens seemed to be accommodating the master. When could she have a master's aura? Aspiring to become the world's #1 sword immortal, she loved this kind of expert demeanor, but she could never learn it. Watch closely, learn well. Chen Daoxuan slightly turned his head to remind Yanran behind him. Chapter 519. Can cut through the river of time. Can there be some insights? Chen Daoxuan gradually retracted his aura and stopped the operation of the chaos heavenly demon art. The disciples are dull. They only noticed a few minor deviations that need improvement. Lung Yanran felt a bit guilty. Her master demonstrated actively, yet she did not comprehend much. That proves your cultivation has not gone too wrong. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, one day, you can also wield your divine powers to the extent just demonstrated by the master. Although the master also did not use too much strength just now, he probably only used a little bit. But to reach this level, At least killing a small cultivator of the Immortal Emperor level is as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing Yinran's words, Master Chen not only did not blame her, but instead affectionately gave her a head pat, gently explaining to her. The deity did not use much strength. Killing a small Immortal Emperor is as easy as crushing an ant. In the distance, the Jinwu and other Immortal Emperors who had been paying attention to Master Chen's condition felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing his words. Thank you, Master. The disciple understands. Chapter 520. Master Chen is here to settle the score with this king. It seems there is some wonderful misunderstanding. But Master Chen did not take it too seriously. Casually waving his hand towards the water swords formed by the vast eastern sea, he dispersed the phenomenon, and the water swords fell into the eastern sea. Those water swords slowly merged together, turning into a small stream. With a splash, it fell into the eastern sea. However, the sword chi originally contained in those water swords did not completely dissipate. Although only a trivial amount of sword chi remained, when gathered together, it was still quite terrifying. In an instant, the sword chi swept across the eastern sea, stirring up towering waves. The vast eastern sea was actually split apart by that sword chi. Even the sword chi penetrated deep into the seabed, creating a bottomless chasm before finally dissipating. Inside the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan Su was watching the Sea Clan beauties dance in the Crystal Palace. Although he felt a bit flustered, he was somewhat relieved, thinking that Master Chen was not targeting the Eastern Sea. Just as he was about to eat the immortal fruit handed to him by Sea Clan beauty, his eyes suddenly widened. What the hell? Chapter 521. Zhu Quan Su's human relations and affairs looking at the huge corpses of hundreds of Sea Clan beings, some even severed in two by the sword chi. Eastern Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan Su's eyelids twitched slightly, and his heart raced. Threat. This is definitely a blatant threat. If he cannot give Master Chen a satisfactory answer today, this will be his fate. Understand? How could he, a Dragon King who has lived for countless epochs, not understand these human relations and affairs? Master Chen, please calm down. Calm down, please don't be agitated. The compensation from Little Dragon is coming soon. Someone has already been sent to prepare it. Zhu Quantz can only wear a pleasing smile, not daring to take a seat, and even proactively picks up a celestial fruit from the wooden tray beside him, letting Master Chen taste the spiritual fruit slowly while waiting quietly. But he must not get too excited. If he gets excited, he'll all be doomed. Little Dong, do you have any misunderstandings about this, Master? Master Chen casually took a celestial fruit and asked the Dragon King of the East Sea with some confusion. No, absolutely not. Little Dragon definitely does not misunderstand your meaning. My admiration for you, Master Chen, is like the endless waters of the East Sea. Chapter 522. Mysterious Woman from Beyond the Sky TSK. I was thinking of explaining a few things to Little Dong or offering some compensation. I didn't expect Little Dong to be so easy to get along with. Even sending these heavenly materials to this master. What a good neighbor. On the way back, Master Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Dragon King Zhu Quantz of the East Sea is indeed a good person, in stark contrast to the Dragon King of the South Sea. If the South Sea Dragon King had even a fraction of Little Dong's ability to deal with people, he wouldn't have ended up killing the other party. However, with 60 trillion source points and a corpse puppet at the Immortal Emperor level, it must be said that the South Sea Dragon King's contribution to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace is unmatched, making him the top brother of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace today. It's just a pity he won't have the chance to enjoy the treatment of being the top brother anymore. He can only enjoy the favor of Qiyan. Songzi, convert these resources into source points. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Beep, exchange completed, total 18 million source points. Over 6 million source points. TSK. This wave is called unexpected wealth. If these 6 million source points were available when he first arrived in the fallen immortal realm, they could have allowed him to break through nearly 3 major realms in succession. However, now that Master Chen is wealthy and generous, he naturally won't take it too seriously. Chapter 523. Master opens the feast since Little Cha-Cha entered a state of transformation. The Enlightenment Tea Tree has been silent, only occasionally emitting a green Taoist radiance. After watching the demonstration from Master, Lung Yinran and the others returned to the Enlightenment Tea Tree to digest their previous insights. However, only Dongfang Han remained calm and composed. Li Yurong would occasionally wake from her cultivation to glance towards the kitchen hall. As for Lung Yanran, for some unknown reason, she seemed distracted, as if she had something on her mind, and would occasionally look towards Master in the small pavilion. Master noticed, but only smiled and nodded at her without speaking. Senior sister, are you also eager to eat? Li Yurong woke again from her cultivation, looking towards the kitchen hall, but also noticed that senior sister did not seem to be focused on her cultivation either. Senior sister is not eager to eat. She is clearly eager to eat Master-S food. Dongfang Han, hearing the second senior sister-S voice, happened to finish circulating a major technique and slowly opened his eyes. Teasingly said, "No more, no more." Feeling the gaze of senior sister, Dongfang Han shivered, quickly laughed awkwardly, and returned to cultivation. Before long, the sky began to darken. Chapter 524. Meeting the Master again in the East Sea, a flawless figure gazed towards the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace from afar. Zhu Wanqing had arrived in the East Sea after several days of travel and casually caught a few sea creatures that had awakened intelligence, quickly learning the location of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Although those sea creatures did not know much about the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, they were aware that a mysterious immortal palace had suddenly appeared in the East Sea in recent years, and the sea creatures within 100 miles had almost been devoured. Now, those with intelligence would actively avoid that island, clearly becoming a forbidden area. Zhu Wanqing was a bit puzzled. On her way, she had worried about whether her uncle Zhu Quantz would directly stop her upon her arrival in the East Sea and send her back to the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, upon reaching the East Sea, her uncle Zhu Quantz's figure did not appear. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, he must have sensed her arrival. Inside the East Sea Dragon Palace, Zhu Quantz indeed felt her arrival, but, after hesitating for a moment, decided to pretend not to see her. Since Zhu Wanqing could come here from the North Sea, she clearly had the tacit approval of the third brother. Moreover, this little girl had little time left, so it was better to let her go. Of course, the main reason was that after Master Chen personally descended to the East Sea Dragon Palace last time, Zhu Quantz became increasingly cautious. Chapter 525. The Meaning of Existence in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace by Ling and the others, upon hearing Zhu Wanqing's greeting, naturally smiled lightly and responded with a cupped fist. This porcelain doll-like beautiful girl was truly lovable at first glance and so polite. However, it was different for Zhangji, who immediately stood up and waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. The Jinwu Immortal Emperor, who was beside him, had instinctively nodded in response. As an Immortal Emperor for countless years, this kind of small cultivator from the Heavenly Gate realm was not worthy of appearing before him. Being able to nod at the other party was already quite a show of respect. For those young talents, the only chance to interact with an Immortal Emperor was at the Immortal Martial Conference, where they could admire the Immortal Emperor from afar. Damn, Zhangji is really shameless, Jinwu thought to himself, feeling a twitch in his eye at Zhangji's words. You, an Immortal Emperor, are actually being so polite to a little junior from the Heavenly Gate realm? If Zhangji could do it, why couldn't he? Thus, the Jinwu Immortal Emperor quickly stood up, cupped his fist, and said, "Miss, you're too polite. I'm just a small Immortal Emperor, so I cannot accept such a title from a senior." Dai did not have as many thoughts as the two of them. He simply showed respect for someone beside the Emperor and cupped his fist towards Zhu Wanqing, as she was at least a student of the Emperor. Chapter 526. The Sage's Pen to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the teachings of the past sages, to open peace for all future generations. Chen Daoxuan's calm and elegant voice spread through the ears of everyone, resonating within the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Lung Yanran's gaze towards Master changed. She stared at him, opening her mouth in a daze, not knowing what to say. So this is Master-S vision? Li Yurong, lost in thought, reflected on Master-S words. Li Shenru was stunned. In her eyes, the Master was initially just a playful expert. But later she realized her view was incorrect and changed her mind. However, upon hearing Master-S words today, she was once again shocked. Her previous judgment of Master was completely wrong. To be able to say such words is rare in the world. So this is Master-S realm. Is it what he usually thinks in his heart? The words echoed constantly in the mind of the Emperor, making her feel as if struck by lightning. She had come this far to open a cultivation pure land for the human race. Wasn't it precisely the scene described by Chen Daoxuan? Even the three immortal emperors who were vigorously wielding hoes in the distance paused. Jinwu put down the hoe and looked in the direction of Master Chen. His eyes filled with astonishment. So this is what Master Chen wants to achieve? Chapter 527. All beings worship all the powerful beings in the fallen immortal realm. Upon seeing the four characters' heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, all had their eyes narrowed. Not long ago, at the Immortal Martial Conference, everyone remembers the splendid Tiandao Immortal Palace. Even this time, the top 3 places were all taken by disciples of the palace's Master Chen. This time, he personally wrote down his name, and the 3 characters Chen Daoxuan did not disappear. But that character Dao made everyone collectively gasp in awe once again. If one looked closely at the character he wrote down, it seemed as if they were deeply immersed in the realm of laws and the vastness of the Dao space. It was as though they were in an ocean of the Dao, where no matter what path each cultivator was practicing, they could see their own Dao reflected within that character of Dao in Chen Daoxuan. Just a single character encompassed everything, containing the essence of 3,000 great paths. At first, some were astonished and thought that Master Chen of the Tiandao Immortal Palace must be practicing the same great path as themselves. It was only when they realized that everyone had the same reaction that it all became clear. Even so, it was too shocking. Even when the truth was right in front of them, no one dared to believe it immediately. Chapter 528. A Wish in the East Sea on an Inconspicuous Island. The mysterious woman from beyond the heavens looked at the sacred scroll of the literary saint fall into the Tiandao Immortal Palace. Yet, there was no surprise in her heart, nor was there the shock of a powerful being descending from the immortal realm. When she gazed at the Tiandao Immortal Palace, she seemed lost in thought. The sea tribes revered one should be arriving soon. That would be the opportunity. The island where the mysterious woman was located had no barriers or isolation formations set up. But after she retracted her aura, she seemed to be non-existent in this world, and no one could perceive her. Even some wild beasts on the island passed by her without any awareness, as if they could not see her. Due to the mention of Zhu Wanqing, she unexpectedly gained nearly trillions of source points and 2 pieces of literary treasures. Master Chen looked at the 2 treasures in his hands, feeling quite surprised. He casually tossed the 2 treasures, which contained the literary fortune of a world, onto the table and turned to look at the still shocked Zhu Wanqing. Is your confusion resolved? Chen Daoxuan asked with a light smile. Chapter 529. The Dragon King visits the Emperor of Humanity was stunned for a long time, especially when looking at the already sleeping Master Chen. She couldn't help but have a bold idea. With her personality, she would definitely want to accomplish what she set her mind to. Since she had already decided to return the matter of the neck grabbing, she must do so. But Master Chen's strength was too outrageous, making the Emperor feel that this matter seemed impossible to accomplish. Now, looking at the sleeping Master Chen, the Emperor's heart stirred. Forget it. This guy is too cautious. If I startled him, it could end badly for me. Even if I could be reborn, it would still be quite embarrassing. In the end, the Emperor temporarily dismissed her thoughts, took a deep look at Master Chen, and continued to strive with the other Immortal Emperors to work hard for the Tiandao Immortal Palace. Days passed, and half a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhu Wanqing seemed to have returned to the little fishing village, feeling very at ease and relaxed. However, she often saw immortal emperors of the same realm as her father bowing and flattering her teacher, which gave her a completely new perspective of her teacher in her heart. Chapter 530. Chun Xian breaks through the Hongmeng Immortal King realm. Xiao Dong. You came at the wrong time. If you had come a bit earlier, you could have joined us for seafood feast. Oh, I almost forgot. This seafood feast was also procured from you in the EC. Chen Daoxuan put away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures brought by the East Sea Dragon King and politely spoke to him. Cough. As long as Master Chen enjoys it, it's an honor for me, little dragon, to be able to serve the Tiandao Immortal Palace. It's a blessing for those of the Sea Tribe. Zhu Quan's hurriedly flattered. Xiao Wanqing, how come we've only been apart for a few days, and you've already become estranged from your uncle? Seeing Master Chen looking uninterested and yawning, it was clear he had no intention of continuing pleasantries. Zhu Quan then shifted the topic to Zhu Wanqing. Wanqing, have you seen your uncle? Is he here to take you back to the Dragon Palace? Zhu Wanqing slightly bowed, nervously asked. She only knew that the revered one from the sea could no longer wait, but she did not know the exact timing. Her uncle was very likely here to take her back to the Dragon Palace. She initially thought she could stay in the Tiandao Immortal Palace for another year or so, but it turned out to be so short. How could that be? Chapter 531. He speaks my words, the East Sea Dragon King, Zhu Quan's, stared at the sky, full of strange phenomena, dumbfounded. Master Chen's mere act of cultivation could cause such a huge commotion. What realm did he have to reach to achieve this? Moreover, looking at his lazy posture as if he were sleeping, it seemed he wasn't even seriously cultivating. Could it be that he just casually operated his cultivation method and caused this heavenly phenomenon? Suddenly, the East Sea Dragon King understood why there had been frequent terrifying phenomena in the sky over the East Sea before. He thought Master Chen was deliberately trying to intimidate him, but now it seemed otherwise. With Master Chen's current realm, why would he need to bother intimidating him? If he felt that the East Sea's Dragon Palace was inconvenient for him, with a casual wave, the entire East Sea would probably evaporate. Such a monster. Why does he exist in the fallen immortal realm? In an instant, the East Sea Dragon King extinguished the thought of unifying the Sea Tribe in the fallen immortal realm in his heart. Forget unification. When the day comes that Master Chen is in a good mood, he might as well find an opportunity to pledge allegiance to the Tiandao Immortal Palace. As long as the Tiandao Immortal Palace exists, the fallen immortal realm can only be suppressed by the Tiandao Immortal Palace. Chapter 532. The Million-Mile Spiritual Field takes shape, Master. You truly are. Although he was preempted by the war-stopping Immortal Emperor, Qi Yin quickly thought up a new statement. Senior Chen truly possesses unparalleled talent. We can only hold infinite admiration for you, the pinnacle of eternal cultivation. The voice of the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor was sincerely the first to worship. Now, the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor knelt there, extremely sincere, as he had even seen the phantom of the first ancestor of the Golden Crow clan among those shadows. Even the phantom of the first ancestor needed to bow in reverence to Senior Chen. What was wrong with him kneeling once? It was very reasonable. Not kneeling would be an act of great disrespect. Qi Yun's words suddenly got stuck in his throat as he stared blankly at the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor. Good heavens, these two Immortal Emperors really have no shame? Well, you say. Qi Yun was just about to speak again when he noticed the East Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan's had already raised his arms in greeting. So he spread his hands and let him go first. Master Chen merely slightly cultivates, yet causes such phenomena. Even the minutiae of his daily life can connect to the Tao. How fortunate I am to witness this. Chapter 533. Farewell to the Immortal Emperor after experiencing the essence of the flora and fauna within the Tiandao Immortal Palace. Chen Daoxuan slightly nodded. It should be about time to try it out. With a flick of his hand, Chen Daoxuan took out 3 ginseng fruits that Daoist Yuan had gifted him from that mysterious space within the system. Upon seeing the ginseng fruits that looked as lively as infants, radiating the aura of a top-grade innate spiritual root, the eyes of the celestial emperors widened in shock. Top-grade innate spiritual roots, those were only said to exist in legends. If they claimed to have seen one, it was only the Enlightenment Tea Tree from the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. Unexpectedly, the head of the Chen family actually had another type of top-grade innate spiritual root besides the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The ginseng fruits could not touch the ground. It seemed some means were needed. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the 3 ginseng fruits floating above his palm. This spiritual root was extremely special and could not be placed directly on the ground, where it would disappear into the soil and turn into nutrients. With a thought, a faint green Tao rhythm emerged from his palm, wrapping around the ginseng fruits. To be safe, Chen did not plant all 3 ginseng fruits at once. Instead, he slowly lowered one to the other side of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, separating it from the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Chapter 534. Dai meets a mysterious woman. Dai wandered above the East Sea for a moment and chose a small island not far from the island where the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace is located. The island was lush with vegetation and had no beings above the immortal realm, making it a suitable place to stay and always heed the commands of the Emperor Lord. Furthermore, if there were any ill-fated souls attempting to breach the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, he would be able to detect them immediately and suppress those unruly individuals to avoid offending the Emperor Lord. Although he was the 9 lives Immortal Emperor and the strongest person in this fallen immortal realm, Dai understood his position very well. In front of the Emperor Lord, He was just a handyman, and being able to watch the door for the Emperor Lord was already a stroke of fortune for him. Days slowly descended. At this moment, he did not reveal his towering shamanic form, but appeared as an ordinary person, inconspicuous. This small island, compared to the island where the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace is, was less than a 10,000th of its size, but Dai did not mind. Once he landed on the island, he planned to clear a piece of flat land and establish a simple dwelling. Previously, while clearing wasteland for the Emperor Lord at the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, he needed some time to digest his insights into the laws and Tao rhythms. Chapter 535. The ginseng fruit was stolen in the East Sea Dragon Palace. As suspected by the Mingxin Immortal Emperor, the East Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan could indeed not sit still. However, unlike his speculation, Zhu Quan's restlessness was not due to a desire for revenge against the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, but because, after witnessing the strength of Saint Chen, he could no longer muster any thoughts of resistance. He needed to go to the North Sea. Zhu Quan returned to the Dragon Palace for a brief rest before making his decision. It seemed that Zhu Wanqing's relationship with Saint Chen was quite good. What did the Four Seas Dragon Clan seek by wanting a venerable being to descend? They just wanted to find a powerful ally to restore the Dragon Clan to its former glory. But now that the ally had appeared, relying on Zhu Wanqing, the Four Seas Dragon Clan might not be unable to grasp onto the powerful leg of Saint Chen from the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. Why bother resurrecting a venerable being? Moreover, doing so would require sacrificing Zhu Wanqing and offending Saint Chen of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace to resurrect that venerable being. After Zhu Quan's assessment, even if the venerable being were to descend, they would not be a match for Saint Chen, which would be akin to lifting one's foot and smashing a stone. In just a moment, Zhu Quan had made his judgment and instantly vanished from the East Sea Dragon Palace, heading straight for the North Sea. Chapter 536. The senior sister will certainly reward you. The ginseng fruit was stolen and eaten by the second senior sister. The anxious and slightly excited voice of Dongfang Han echoed, waking everyone in the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace who were in the midst of cultivation. Li Yurong looked completely bewildered and shocked. What? Am I deaf? Did I mishear? Hearing her junior sister shout that she had stolen the ginseng fruit, Li Yurong fell into deep thought. She had clearly been diligently cultivating here after greeting the eldest senior sister. Although she was indeed thinking about when she could take a bite of the ginseng fruit to savor the taste of that top-grade, innate spiritual root, she really did not dare to act. The punishment from the master, the 81 strokes of the Hongmeng ruler, made her not dare to take the risk. Could it be that the temptation of the ginseng fruit was too great, and she sleepwalked to eat it while cultivating? Li Yurong licked her lips, but found no lingering fragrance of the ginseng fruit. Confused, she felt utterly perplexed. Not only was the culprit Li Yurong bewildered, Cold Yanran, who had just pretended to be calm, was equally perplexed. How could something she had done after careful consideration be blamed on the second junior sister? Chapter 537. A lifetime of reputation is gone well. Since the truth is clear and the ginseng fruit was not damaged, this matter shall not be pursued. Chen Daoxuan saw that it was almost time and waved his hand at everyone. Yurong's greedy nature should be corrected. Otherwise, if she keeps being tempted, it will affect her cultivation. This was also an opportunity to give her a little reminder. Upon hearing this, Li Yurong puffed her cheeks in grievance. Cold Yanran looked even more disappointed. This incident was completely disrupted by her junior sister. Before she could take out the ginseng fruit herself, she saw the master lightly hook his finger, and a fragrant pouch at his waist flew into his palm, still slightly warm. Cold Yanran's heart seemed to skip a beat, and she instantly exploded with anger. Chen Daoxuan did not think much of it. It was just that planting the ginseng fruit required some special means, and he had to do it himself. Master, wait a moment. Cold Yanran reached out to take back the storage pouch to personally retrieve the ginseng fruit. However, she saw the master had already activated the fragrant pouch with spiritual power. Once a spatial treasure was activated with spiritual power, one's consciousness could view all the items within, and with a thought, any item could be summoned. It was too late. Cold Yanran's outstretched hand froze in midair. Chapter 538. The extreme tug-of-war between two dragon kings. Zhu Quan's figure flickered and appeared outside the magnificent North Sea Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace guards, upon seeing the East Sea Dragon King, immediately knelt and paid their respects. Without any need for announcement, Zhu Quan swaggered into the North Sea Dragon Palace, while the maids on either side hurriedly followed behind him, not daring to show any signs of negligence. The Four Seas Dragon Clan, if one were to speak of it, actually divided into two factions. The East Sea and North Sea, now surnamed Zhu, formed one lineage. The South Sea and West Sea, now surnamed Ao, formed another lineage. Naturally, the relationship between the East Sea Dragon King and the North Sea Dragon King was closer, and they interacted the most. In a moment, Zhu Quan arrived in the Great Hall of the Dragon Palace, where the North Sea Dragon King immediately waved his hand to dismiss the Sea Clan maids serving him and opened his arms with a smiling face to welcome him. "What brings you here today, my brother?" The North Sea Dragon King greeted with a smile. "With nothing to do, I decided to take a stroll." Zhu Quan chuckled lightly, responding in a nonchalant manner. However, both of them were seasoned individuals, and upon hearing Zhu Quan say he was just taking a walk, the Dragon King of the North Sea immediately understood his meaning. Chapter 539. The Master is quite capable inside the Great Hall. The Dragon King of the North Sea, Zhu Haowang, frowned and pondered for a long time. He couldn't help but curse quietly. Old fox. This guy had indeed taken sides with Master Chen, but was afraid of unforeseen changes, so he still maintained a semi-neutral stance. Everything depended on whether that Master Chen was willing to intervene in the affairs of the Dragon Clan. However, judging from the performance of the Dragon King of the East Sea, it wasn't difficult to deduce that Master Chen's strength was likely far beyond what he had seen. Otherwise, with Zhu Quan's temperament, it would be impossible for him to change sides halfway, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of the respected ones. He would still want to discuss this matter with him. In the East Sea, it seems that recently, Master Chen from the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall has revealed some kind of power. The previous phenomenon of heaven and earth was indeed terrifying. If one were to say his strength was above that of the respected ones, this king found no problem with that. But it was hard to say how great the gap between the two was. Just as he had guessed, the East Sea Dragon King shared the same view as him back then. But after visiting the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall once, he realized just what kind of terrifying existence Master Chen was. The so-called respected ones were hardly stronger than ants in front of the sage Chen. It was merely a matter of dying quickly or slowly. Chapter 540. Dividing the ginseng fruit upon hearing the astonishing remarks from his junior disciple. Chen Daoxuan silently turned his head to indicate that he understood nothing. Li Yurong looked at her junior sister, and although she had already confirmed in her heart that her junior sister had gotten a hold of it early on, hearing this now was indeed the final confirmation. After all, the most cunning was still the junior sister. Ao Lan turned her head and chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent and keep her accomplishments hidden. As a seasoned vixen, Bai Ling'er shifted her gaze between Dongfang Han and the master, finally looking back at Lung Yanran. TSK, the young master seemed to have no idea at all. Just as she thought, after hearing the junior sister's words, Lung Yanran had never considered it in that direction. She only felt that the junior sister was saying this out of admiration for the master. Therefore, she didn't dwell on it too much, and naturally, everyone wouldn't investigate the matter further. Since this ginseng fruit couldn't be cultivated, then let's just divide it. Chen Daoxuan looked at the ginseng fruit in his hand, which had failed to grow successfully, and didn't feel that this innate supreme spiritual root was very precious. Wow, long live the master! PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The master is not dead yet. Anyway, the master, you know what I mean? Chapter 541. Disciple breaks through to the immortal realm after consuming the ginseng fruit. Everyone sat cross-legged on the spot to begin refining it. Li Yurong, having eaten less, woke up early, but each time she awoke, she would immediately eat another piece and resume her cross-legged meditation. Seeing the miraculous effects brought about by the ginseng fruit, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "I also want to cultivate, but the conditions won't allow it. They won't allow it." In the end, he could only helplessly sit down on the enlightenment vine chair and fall asleep. Even Bai Ling'er, this immortal sovereign, took a full 5 days to refine the ginseng fruit before waking up. Feeling her realm had directly reached the 5th level of the immortal sovereign realm, Bai Ling'er was somewhat dumbfounded. Is this the terrifying effect of the innate supreme spiritual root? And this was after she had refined most of her essence, with only a small part needing time to absorb naturally. If she had eaten a complete ginseng fruit, it might have been enough to let her step directly into the immortal monarch realm. Seeing that the master was taking a nap, Beilinger simply cupped her hands in salute and did not disturb him, returning to her room. The next to wake up was Ao Lan, who suddenly stood up and rushed out of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall's vicinity, heading to the East Sea. Chapter 542. This sensation feels off the scene of the three direct disciples of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall breaking through during their tribulation was being observed by Dei from a nearby path. As expected of the Emperor's disciples, how long has it been? And they have already broken through to the immortal realm. All three faced the perilous 9-9 heavenly tribulation. But aside from the second young master, the other two young masters did not even use their treasures and easily passed through. It has only been a few days since he last delivered sea fish to the Immortal Hall, the last time they met, aside from the eldest young master. The other two were still in the Heavenly Gate realm, but now they had directly crossed two major realms and broke through to the immortal realm in one go. Clearly, this was the Emperor's doing. As for why Li Yurong used the Chaos Bell for defense during her tribulation, it goes without saying, of course, it was to avoid pain. Although it was the ultimate defense among the three, Li Yurong felt that using a treasure to block most of the pain was better than suffering herself. Expressing her lack of understanding of the reckless actions of her senior sister and junior sister. According to the master's words, one should always be cautious. What if there was some special crisis after the 9-9 heavenly tribulation? It would be better to reserve strength, right? Of course, ultimately, the main reason was still fear of pain. Chapter 543. Little Seafood. Don't worry upon hearing that Little Seafood wanted to say goodbye. Chen Daoxuan was not surprised. Remember to take that Jade Talisman with you. If you ever have a wish to fulfill in the future, you can activate the Jade Talisman at any time. Master Chen swept away the embarrassment he felt earlier and casually reminded her. The student noted this down. Thank you, sir. Zhu Wanqing raised her hand to grasp the small jade talisman she had hung around her neck, nodding earnestly. She didn't intend to use this jade talisman. It was merely a gift from the master to her. She couldn't expect the master to solve all the problems the Sea Clan was currently facing. Could she? It might even lead to a feud with that respected one who made her father and those immortal emperors fearful. Although the master was powerful, the strength of the respected one was unknown. She didn't want to put the master at risk, so she would rather choose to sacrifice herself at the CEI. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Huaner and the others? Chen Daoxuan gently asked when he saw she was ready to leave and didn't say much. During this time, Little Seafood had already become quite familiar with everyone, often playing with Huaner and indulging in great feasts with the second young master, Li Yurong. Aside from the eldest disciple, Lung Yanran, who was focused on cultivation, leaving her little opportunity for interaction, everyone else had become quite close. Chapter 544. Little Seafood returns to the North Sea after days of travel. Little Seafood did not stop her steps along the way. Knowing her fate this time, she became more open-minded. Since this day would come sooner or later, there was no escaping it. However, she was still a bit puzzled about when she had appeared on the small island. Clearly, when she left the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall, she was still cultivating under the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Forget it, if she couldn't understand it, then she wouldn't think about it. Along the way, Little Seafood occasionally pulled out the small jade talisman that the master had given her and examined it with affection, as if the gentleman were right beside her, making her less afraid of the fate she was about to face. After 2 days, Zhu Wanqing's figure had already arrived in the North Sea. As soon as she stepped into the North Sea territory, soldiers of the Sea Tribe, accompanied by Sea Tribe guards, came to welcome her. Your Highness, the sixth princess. The one who came to greet her was a soldier of the Sea Tribe at the Immortal Emperor level. Seeing this, Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sending an Immortal Emperor to welcome her clearly meant that her father was afraid she would run away again. Indeed, the Dragon King of the North Sea, Zhu Haowang, had this intention to prevent Wanqing from suddenly changing her mind and escaping after returning to the North Sea. However, he did not send the Immortal Emperor to bring Wanqing back for the purpose of sacrificing her to the CI, but rather to confront her and carefully plan how to deal with the situation. Chapter 545. The truth revealed hearing her father's suddenly serious tone and words. Zhu Wanqing's expression immediately changed. It seemed that the esteemed one in the sea, I could no longer sit still, and her father was going to confront her today. Originally, she had speculated whether her father was deceiving her to the CI or if he would clarify things for her, allowing her to understand the truth. It seemed that her father did not intend to hide it from her anymore, which was good. At least she wouldn't have to pretend not to know anything, which was quite tiring. Actually, my child, You have always carried the fate of my dragon clan across the seas. What I am about to say may seem unbelievable to you, and you may think I'm being too cruel, but I must tell you personally. The Dragon King of the North Sea observed his daughter's expression as he spoke, but to his surprise, she did not show any extraordinary shock or surprise upon hearing his words. Nevertheless, he continued, "Do you know that our Four Seas Dragon Palace guards their respective sea eyes? What are we suppressing? No, it's not about suppression. It just guarantees that it won't leak out." Chapter 546. Zhu Wanqing was stunned seeing that his daughter had clearly misunderstood. The Dragon King of the North Sea quickly began to explain. Misunderstanding. Zhu Wanqing, upon hearing her father's words, was clearly caught off guard and looked up at him slightly. "I can assure you, I will never use your life as a bargaining chip. Even your uncle has already discussed this matter with me. You need not intervene. We will handle everything." Seeing his daughter's puzzled expression, the Dragon King spoke earnestly. Zhu Wanqing fell into a brief silence. Although she had a kind heart, she was not foolish and quickly understood that all of this was likely related to the gentleman. After all, before she left the North Sea Dragon Palace, her father had not changed his mind, but since she had spent some time in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, everything was different now. Could it be that the gentleman's strength surpassed that esteemed one? Before she could voice her doubts, the Dragon King of the North Sea paused slightly and smiled. "Your uncle and second uncle have already arrived. Today, in front of you, I will explain the situation to you and your two uncles, so that you can be at ease." Chapter 547. The temptation of a wish. Listen to your uncle first. I can't guarantee too much, but as the sixth fate Immortal Emperor, I certainly understand more than you do. That esteemed one is indeed above the Immortal Emperor, but I can sense his limits. Although he is not something we Immortal Emperors can compare to, he is enough to instill despair. But the Holy One Chen is different. I, your uncle, currently know nothing about that Holy One Chen's true abilities. I can even assure you that if the Holy One Chen confronts the esteemed one in the sea, there is only one outcome. Within 3 moves, our sea tribe can gather the beings of the 4 seas to hold a grand banquet for the esteemed one. Zhu Quan's fell silent for a moment and understood Zhu Wanqing's concerns, so he began to explain to her. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the North Sea and the Dragon King of the West Sea couldn't help but narrow their eyes. They felt that the Holy One Chen was extraordinary and at least capable of contending with the esteemed one. Unexpectedly, such a high evaluation came from the eldest brother. It is known that among the 4 seas Dragon Kings, Zhu Quan is recognized as the most cautious. Since he could make this judgment, it must be correct. Chapter 548. Turmoil in the 4 seas. The Dragon King of the West Sea suddenly lost his rationality and kidnapped Zhu Wanqing, attacking Zhu Quan and Zhu Haoguang, catching them off guard. Without wasting a moment, Zhu Quan quickly took the already furious Dragon King of the North Sea and headed towards the Sea. However, they had already severed their connection with the Dinghai God Pearl, and it could even be said that they had entered a state of incomplete primordial spirit, causing their realm to regress back to the 9th layer of the Immortal Monarch. With the speed of an Immortal Monarch, they naturally couldn't catch up to that guy, the Dragon King of the West Sea. At this moment, the 4 seas were no longer calm. Towering waves rose without wind, and massive water tornadoes hundreds of feet high were appearing all over the surface of the sea. Several Immortal Emperors suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and were momentarily stunned. What kind of mischief were the Sea Tribe's Immortal Emperors planning? The Emperor of Humanity and other Immortal Emperors frowned slightly, feeling an instinctive unease rising in their hearts. It seemed that a great crisis was about to descend upon the 4 seas. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, it seems there is a major movement in the North Sea. Please give orders on how to respond. Should we send someone to investigate? Outside the Jinwu Hall, the sea-covering Immortal Monarch of the Demon Tribe hurriedly transformed into a streak of light and approached His Majesty the Emperor, cupping his hands and asking, "Do what you need to do." Chapter 549. The descent is today in the North Sea, at the Sea. When Zhu Quan and the others arrived, the guards had already suffered heavy casualties due to the West Sea Dragon King's casual wave. None could stand. At this time, if the Holy One Chen were to rashly enter the Sea without knowing the news, it would seem quite dangerous. As Zhu Quan reached the Sea, he paused and frowned slightly. If the Holy One Chen couldn't arrive in time, would he be at the mercy of that esteemed one just by entering the Sea's range? Even the Dragon King of the West Sea, who had already lost control of his mind, could easily crush the two of them. But the Dragon King of the North Sea, Zhu Haoguang, didn't care about that. He had finally seen hope that his daughter wouldn't be used as a sacrifice. And now, at this critical moment, such a change occurred. Without a shred of hesitation, he charged directly into the sea eyes barrier formation. Damn it. This time, I'm taking a gamble. Whether it's life or death, whether it's opportunity or crisis, I'll leave it to fate. Someone still alive, quickly notify the North Sea's immortal sovereign to go to the East Sea to invite the Holy One Chen. The East Sea Dragon King watched Zhu Haoguang rush into the formation, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. At this moment, given his character, he actually didn't want to enter the formation. The best course of action would have been to notify the Holy One Chen first. That way, he could at least clear himself of any involvement. Even if Zhu Wanqing were to be used as a sacrifice to summon the Esteemed One, the Holy One Chen's wrath wouldn't fall upon him. Chapter 550. The appearance of the Mind of Death as the altar took shape. The West Sea Dragon King placed the defenseless Zhu Wanqing on a stone platform resembling a black jade coffin. Seeing this, the elder laughed even louder. He had been stifled in this boundless sea of karma for too long. Today, he could finally escape the sea of karma and descend into the world, at which point the entire fallen immortal realm would become his pasture, and he could indulge in blood and flesh to his heart's content. Wanqing had already caught the eye of Saint Chen. You cannot move her. Otherwise, even if you descend to this world, you will inevitably bear the wrath of Saint Chen. Seeing that softness was ineffective, the North Sea Dragon King could only try to pressure the other party by invoking the name of Saint Chen from the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Meanwhile, the East Sea Dragon King was also extremely anxious. It had been a while. Why hadn't Saint Chen arrived yet? What were those guards doing? Were they dead? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Ha ha ha. In today's world, who dares to claim to be a saint? It is merely you worthless beings shouting recklessly out of fear. You can believe it or not. Even if that ant you speak of appears before me now, its fate can only be to obediently submit. Chapter 551. Chen Xian descends to the sea. I thank you for the compliment, elder. From now on, the Mind of Death will wholeheartedly serve the elder and will never be like these brainless fools who are hypocritical. Hearing the elder's words, the Mind of Death breathed a sigh of relief. With the elder's protection, he no longer had to be subordinate to others, no longer had to be inferior to other immortal emperors, and he need not worry that the Lord Chen would cause trouble for him in the future. Cough, cough. The North Sea Dragon King, Zhu Haoguang, raised his trembling hand to cover his heart. The previous strike from the Mind of Death had severed his heart vein. Now, he no longer possessed the regeneration characteristic of the Immortal Emperor realm, and coupled with the aftermath of the magical power backlash from preparing to self-destruct, his vitality was rapidly fading. In a moment, he could only weakly collapse to the ground. Damn, why hasn't he come yet? What is going on? The East Sea Dragon King was both anxious and fearful as he watched. If the next one to fall was him, he would have to succumb to the Elder of Karma and become his subordinate, with no chance of turning things around. Father, hold on, don't. Zhu Wanqing looked at the scene before her, and her already tense nerves snapped. Chapter 552. Killing the Immortal Emperor Mind of Death. No. Upon hearing Zhu Wanqing actually exchange that wish for the life of the fourth brother, the East Sea Dragon King couldn't help but raise his hand to stop her. But when he saw Zhu Wanqing turn to look at him, Zhu Chuanxiang hesitated, slowly retracting his hand and falling silent. Indeed, that wish was given to Zhu Wanqing by Saint Chen. How could he interfere with how she chose to use it? However, even if the fourth brother came back to life, knowing that Wanqing wasted that wish would still be regrettable. Sir, I beg you. Zhu Wanqing glanced at her uncle and then respectfully knelt before the sir, her face full of pleading. At this moment, she did not desire a vast future, only wanted her father to be safe. As she knelt, Zhu Wanqing had already taken the jade talisman from her neck, holding it above her head with both hands and offering it to the sir. As you wish. Chen Daoxuan reached out to take the jade talisman from her palms, then gently squeezed it. The jade talisman shattered into countless mysterious glimmers. Those glimmers directly gathered toward the North Sea Dragon King, who was lying in a pool of blood. Soon, the gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest was completely filled, and some residual starlight slowly repaired the North Sea Dragon King's injuries, allowing him to reduce some of the suffering from healing. Chapter 553. That thing can still hurt? after killing the Mind of Death from the Ming clan. Lord Chen was pleased to hear a delightful reminder. Ding! The host has slain an immortal emperor, earning a reward, 10 trillion origin points. In an instant, another 10 trillion origin points were credited. TSK. It seems that when I return, I will need to have the administrator change the counting units. This 0 is too much. It dazzles the eyes. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but complain in his heart, but did not forget to glance at the Mind of Death, who had been thrown aside and was now sleeping soundly. Thanks, buddy. The East Sea Dragon King was dumbfounded. Who kills their opponent and then says thank you? Are you being polite or rude? But Saint Chen was just conversing with an ancient deity, right? That was an ancient deity recorded in ancient texts. Even in ancient times, it was a formidable figure, rarely rivaled. Even their dragon clan's ancestor, the ancestor dragon, might not be enough in front of that being. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, the North Sea Dragon King also awakened, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing his daughter's anxious face, he was somewhat bewildered. He had reversed his magical power, and coupled with having his heart veins severed and losing the resurrection characteristic of the Immortal Emperor, how was he still alive? Chapter 554. Relax, not departed as Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, dispersing the karma like dust. A massive, nearly boundless figure appeared before him. The Elder of Karma was entirely black, with strands of karma even seeping out from beneath its dragon scales. Its body was tens of thousands of zhang long, surrounded by a terrifying aura of karma, and coupled with its blood-red eyes, even an immortal emperor could not muster any thoughts of resistance just from a glance. But at that moment, the Elder of Karma and Chen Daoxuan locked eyes. Despite the vast difference in size, Chen Daoxuan's human form appeared so minuscule before it that it would not be an exaggeration to say it was as small as an ant. In fact, even an ant would seem large. Yet, unexpectedly, the Elder of Karma felt an inexplicable fear upon seeing that figure. This guy clearly only emitted the aura of an immortal king. But what immortal king could remain unscathed in the sea of karma and casually sweep away the karma like dust? Moreover, when it looked into Chen Daoxuan's eyes, it felt as if it was facing the Tao itself, shaking its very heart. Just now, you were the one causing trouble outside, right? Living or dead? Is that thing a statue? Chapter 555. Actively absorbing the sea of karma within the sea of karma, Chen Daoxuan casually unleashed waves of power of the loss. The booming sounds echoed continuously, and the colorful light illuminated the sea of karma, seemingly bringing it to life. However, although the karma was scattered, it did not disappear. You do not need to waste your effort. This being is not the incomplete method of the Immortal Emperor. As long as the karma does not perish, this being can exist forever. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan truly had no intention of leaving, the Elder of Karma's somewhat helpless voice slowly echoed in the sea of karma, making it impossible to discern its location. Although he would not truly fall, and was not like the incomplete methods of the Immortal Emperor, Chen Daoxuan's existence greatly troubled the Elder of Karma. As long as there was such a terrifying being in the fallen immortal realm, he could never escape this sea of karma, and for endless years to come, he would be forced to spend his time in the sea. Moreover, now that the Four Seas Dragon Clan had betrayed him, he would not even have blood food to replenish himself in the future. For him, that would be a torment worse than death. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan paused his actions and stroked his chin, pondering slightly. Seeing that he no longer made a move, the boundless karma gradually gathered, transforming once again into the form of the Karma Dragon Venerable. But when he looked at Chen Daoxuan this time, there was evidently more fear in his eyes. Chapter 556. A month later, reporting to the Immortal Palace, the Sea of Karma is extremely vast, even larger than the Four Seas. It resembles the outer wall of the fallen immortal realm, with these karmas forced outside, forming a barrier. This is not only to prevent the fallen immortal realm from being affected by the karma, but also somewhat like wrapping the fallen immortal realm with karma to guard against external enemies. Even though he already had this suspicion in his heart, Chen Daoxuan did not change his approach, continuing until he absorbed all the karma into his endless chi sea before stopping. Even though he absorbed the entire sea of karma into his chi sea, the proportion of karma within was very small, negligible, like a grain of sand falling into the ocean, almost impossible to detect. In fact, he could have directly slain the Karma Dragon Venerable, but he chose to absorb the karma for another reason. The chi sea of this sect master seems to have great use. I'll find an opportunity to gather more merits and try again. After feeling the obedient karma within his chi sea, Chen Daoxuan left the Sea of Karma while holding a small box transformed from spatial law. To be precise, there was no longer any karma here, only an extremely vast void space. Chapter 557. The mysterious woman appears 1 hour ago in the EC. Lung Yinran was playing with her 2 junior sisters in the EC until she heard her master's voice. I'm going to the North Sea. She slightly turned her head towards the direction of the Immortal Palace. Her master had probably already left. Looking back at her 2 junior sisters who were having fun, it was clear that her master only transmitted the message to her and did not inform the others. She chose not to disturb her junior sister's play and headed directly towards that nameless small island. When she approached the small island, coincidentally, a voice came. Young master, I happened to run into you, so I'll leave these sea fish with you to avoid disturbing the Emperor's cultivation in the Immortal Palace. Dai, taking advantage of the rising waves, had caught many fresh sea fish to send to the Emperor and the young masters and happened to see Lung Yinran's figure. Lung Yinran stiffened. She hoped Yi wouldn't notice her, just as she was conflicted about whether to hastily send Yi away. She saw Yi suddenly lose focus, his eyes becoming hollow. A figure appeared beside her, softly saying to Yi, put down the sea fish and go back. Forget everything you saw today. Her voice reached Yi's ears, and this 9-life immortal emperor silently placed down the sea fish and turned to leave, not making any unnecessary movements. Chapter 558. Such things should be watched less in the future inside the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Lung Yinran held the intimate fragrant pouch at her waist. The pearl given to her by Dongfang Han was temporarily stored inside the fragrant pouch. Just now, she didn't have the time to examine it closely, but she could feel that this pearl seemed to resonate completely with her powers. It was far stronger by unknown layers. She could even sense her own aura within this pearl. If it weren't for the fact that this pearl was not crafted by her own hands, she would have difficulty distinguishing it. Future self? Lung Yinran murmured, then let out a bitter smile. She never expected that, even after countless years, she still hadn't succeeded, and helplessly had to rely on her future self's junior sister to send her this treasure by relying on their master's sword to cut through the river of time. After the reminder, she also understood that using it against her master in the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace would be ineffective. Moreover, the opportunity was only once. So, she needed to wait patiently for the right moment. If this opportunity was wasted, she feared she would never get a second chance. Just as she was immersed in thought, a voice rang out behind her. Did you encounter any trouble or strange occurrences while I was away? Chapter 559. The Venerable Falls. The source point arrives at him. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Zhen Yuanzi, whose face had turned somewhat dark and was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that a powerful figure from ancient times could understand the meaning of these words. He had underestimated the other party. You came to ask about the Sea of Karma, right? Without waiting for Chen Daoxuan to ask, Zhen Yuanzi spoke directly. Indeed, the Sea of Karma should have considerable significance. However, the Sea of Karma has now been absorbed by this sect master, along with this guy, the special being born from the Sea of Karma. Chen Daoxuan indicated the small box in his hand to Zhen Yuanzi. Sigh, Chen Daoyu, you cannot kill this thing. Its existence is necessary. As long as it is stationed in the Sea of Karma and seals the sea, this realm can remain safe. Without the protection of Karma, relying on the strength of the Earth Immortal Realm, it would inevitably be treated as a piece of fat meat, fought over by those true powers. Zhen Yuanzi sighed deeply, looking at the Karma Dragon venerable, seemingly unsurprised. The ancient sages forced the destructive Karma out of the Earth Immortal Realm, wrapping the entire Earth Immortal Realm, forming a layer of absolute defense against the outside world. Chapter 560. Good to look at, bad to look at. Upon hearing that Xun Gazhong was very anxious, Zhen Yuanzi was first taken aback, then realized it should be to prepare in advance, to avoid being caught off guard by the powerful figures outside the fallen immortal realm. So he comforted, Chen Dao, you need not worry. Although the barrier of the Sea of Karma is gone, for the time being, no one will forcibly descend into this realm. My treasure, the Earth Book, is not just for show. Those people should directly descend into this realm through the ancient ruins hundreds of years later. Hearing this, Chen Daoxian's lips curled slightly. Afraid? Indeed, quite afraid. But mainly afraid that not enough will come. Understood. Thank you for clarifying, friend. These spirit wines and enlightenment teas can help you pass the time. It's just a pity that this sect master has other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you for too long. Chen Daoxuan slightly cupped his hands and then placed the items he had brought when he left the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace in front of Zhen Yuanzi. Friend, please activate the teleportation array. As Chen Daoxuan spoke halfway, he noticed that Zhen Yuanzi's expression was somewhat off, so he decided not to tease the elder. In the end, after a round of pleading from Zhen Yuanzi, Chen Gezhang still accompanied him to drink a jar of fine wine before leaving, returning outside the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Chapter 561. The Sea Dragon King. Greetings, Venerable Sir, North Sea Dragon Palace. Since Chen Daoxuan left, the North Sea Dragon King Zhu Haowang ordered a half-month celebration in the entire North Sea Dragon Palace, keeping only the rotating guards, allowing everyone to enjoy fine wine and delicacies. Not for any other reason, just for fun. Big brother, I always feel like I forgot something. What do you think? The banquet had been going on for 2 days, and Zhu Haowang's face was flushed with drink as he pulled the East Sea Dragon King's shoulder and asked, Hee, if you forgot, then just forget it. We can think about it again in 2 days. There's no rush. It's entirely deserved that Zhu Quanz wouldn't really forget the West Sea Dragon King. However, this time, although that guy didn't subjectively intend to kidnap Wan Qing, he ultimately caused such a great danger. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the sage Chun, Wan Qing would have been lost, and their Four Seas Dragon clan would have faced a very difficult situation. Since it's reasonable, let's wait another 2 days before thinking further. Zhu Haowang laughed heartily and continued to drink. He had walked through the gates of hell, and if it weren't for being saved by Master Chun, this banquet would have been his farewell feast, and in a few days, they could even hold a 7-day memorial. In these 2 days, Zhu Wanqing had not made an appearance. Chapter 562. Master of the Sea Clan is Zhu Wanqing, the West Sea Dragon King, sat beside Zhu Quanz, with a sheepish smile on his face. He had learned the entire story from the two of them, and was surprised that the terrifying Yellow Venerable, who frightened their Four Seas Dragon clan, was captured by Sage Chun as easily as a small loach, without even causing a stir. As for the life of the fourth one, it was naturally also saved by Sage Chun. Of course, before learning about these events, the West Sea Dragon King had already endured a mixed double beating, and now his face was bruised and swollen. But he didn't dare to use his magical powers to heal his wounds. Mainly, he wanted to let the fourth one vent his frustration. Although he wasn't the main cause of the previous events, he was somewhat used as a scapegoat, and now that the Venerable was captured, he had to serve as the punching bag. Plus, his earlier remark about the Venerable was a bit deserving of a beating. At the banquet in the North Sea Dragon Palace, Zhu Wanqing looked around the hall, and the powerful beings from the Four Seas Dragon Palaces had all arrived. There were as many as 7 celestial lords, and even 2 to 3 dozen celestial venerables, with those below celestial emperors not qualified to enter the hall. Chapter 563. Qi Yun ascends, 4th Ant 3 days later. Only 2 days remained until the 1-month deadline. The East Sea Dragon King and West Sea Dragon King had already taken their leave to return to their respective places to prepare and then head directly to the East Sea to meet. As for the South Sea, it was still led by those 3 celestial lords. Let's get moving. The North Sea Dragon King Zhu Quanz looked at the hundreds of boxes filled with heavenly materials and treasures, nodding in satisfaction, calling everyone to prepare to depart. As for why not use spatial rings to pack them? If he used spatial rings, who would know that the North Sea Dragon King was sending out hundreds of boxes of heavenly materials and treasures? This was nearly exhausting all the resources of the North Sea Dragon Palace. After all, it was for Zhu Wanqing's apprenticeship. The North Sea Dragon Palace had to invest heavily, not for anything else, but to ensure that Sage Chun would look after them in the future. Once everything was ready, Zhu Wanqing and his mother boarded a palace that was pulled by 9 Dragon Clan members at the Celestial Emperor level, each towering thousands of feet, making it look quite impressive. It was no less than the 9 Phoenix Palace of the Human Emperor, Celestial Emperor. After receiving Zhu Wanqing's consent, the North Sea Dragon King's deep voice resounded through the team. Let's go. Transforming, the North Sea Dragon King turned into his golden dragon form, leading the way, followed closely by the palace drawn by the 9 Celestial Emperor-level true dragons, surrounded by dozens of true dragons for protection. Chapter 564. The mortal emperor's heart is so dirty on this day, the entire falling immortal realm became lively. Nearly 99% of the powerful beings above the Celestial Emperor level had gathered in the East Sea. This time, even those at the Celestial King level were not qualified to go to the small island where the Celestial Hall of Heavenly Tao was located, and could only watch from afar on the shores of the East Sea. The shores of the East Sea were crowded with people. Many powerful beings gathered. And the name of Sage Chun from the Celestial Hall of Heavenly Tao had long spread throughout the falling immortal realm, shaking the world. First, there was the previous Celestial Martial Conference, where Sage Chun sat above the Celestial Emperor and his 3 disciples directly took the top 3 spots. Then, there were rumors that Sage Chun personally descended to the South Sea and killed the Celestial Emperor, but the truth of this news was known only to a few. While most had only heard bits and pieces, what truly made the name Sage Chun resonate throughout the heavens and earth was the recent event of the Heavenly Scroll. To establish heart for the world, to establish life for the people, to inherit the studies of past sages, to open peace for all generations. Each word and sentence was engraved in the hearts of beings in the falling immortal realm, making countless powerful beings convinced. And many felt a surge in their realms upon seeing these 4 lines. Each voluntarily regarded Sage Chun as their teacher, even though they had never met. Chapter 565. Breaking through the primordial Celestial Emperor realm after a series of commotions. Although the Jinwu Celestial Emperor couldn't quickly establish a relationship with Zhu Quan's, he keenly discovered another suitable noble to befriend. Steward. Haha, do you still remember me? Ah, yes, it's me, little Jean. The Jinwu Celestial Emperor engaged in small talk with the recently ascended Qi Yun. While many powerful beings watching the Celestial Emperor flattering a mere human celestial realm old corpse felt like they were dreaming. The Celestial Emperor was such a high existence. Even reaching the Celestial Emperor level meant they could exist as long as the heavens and earth, immortal and indestructible. Why would the Celestial Emperor flatter an old corpse at the human celestial realm? Everyone present was above the Celestial Emperor level, and even those at the Celestial King level were not qualified to be here. Yet, they would never get a glance from the Celestial Emperor, especially when they heard the Jinwu Celestial Emperor refer to himself as Little Jean. That flattering smile left many experts of the Demon Clan dumbfounded. The Jinwu Celestial Emperor had never treated them with such warmth before. Inside the Celestial Hall of Heavenly Tao. Chapter 566. No one above me, as teacher, as Chen Daoxuan's realm completely broke through to the primordial Celestial Emperor realm, his aura surged countless times in an instant. The anomalies in the outer void shattered, transforming into streams of laws that flowed into his body. And then Master Chen retracted his aura, causing the terrifying phenomena to disappear. Standing there quietly, he appeared just like an ordinary person. But no one in the falling immortal realm would dare to utter the blasphemous statement that Sage Chun was an ordinary person. Sigh. This master really doesn't like to show off. This low-key feeling is so much better. After Chen Daoxuan contained his aura, he looked at everyone still prostrating on the ground and couldn't help but let out a long sigh at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Master, you really have no shame saying that. Clearly, he just showed off like no one could match him in front of all the powerful beings in the falling immortal realm. And now he says he likes to be low-key. Dongfang Han couldn't help but twitch her mouth, unable to refrain from mocking. Oh, senior sister, what are you doing? Before Master could say anything, the senior sister heard Huaner speak recklessly about Master and casually tapped her on the head, causing Huaner to cry out in pain. All right, stop messing around. Chapter 567. Is it time to cross the tribulation? At the banquet, many powerful beings were enjoying themselves, drinking and chatting, and gradually, the Sea Clan and land powerful beings began to toast and drink together, discussing each other's interesting stories. The Sea Clan was curious about the land, and the land powerful beings were equally curious about the depths of the 4 seas. In addition, now that Master Chen has just taken a young apprentice from the Sea Clan, it is inevitable that the Sea Clan will rise uncontrollably in the future. So there is no need to continue making things difficult for them. In a Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, there is only one large table. And apart from the people of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, only the Immortal Emperors can take a seat. However, the Immortal Emperor can only sit in the least favorable corner, with a status far inferior to that of the deacons in the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. Even Qi Yun sits in a more favorable position than the Immortal Emperor. Regardless of strength, at least this identity is enough. After taking his seat, Master Chen checked the system prompt for accepting disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting the fourth disciple. Reward by Haishang Xianju, Hongmeng level. Xiantian 5 directions flag, imitated, holy beast egg, Qinglong, longing grass, Shisue Dan, ancestor dragon essence blood. It seems that due to the realm, the rewards for accepting the disciple Zhu Wanqing were much richer than those for previous disciples. These are the gifts I have prepared for you as a teacher. Chapter 568. When did the treasures become so easy to refine? What was thought to be a major disaster turned out to be easily resolved by Master Chen, leaving many powerful beings stunned, their treasures hovering above their heads, compared to their tense preparations to withstand the heavenly tribulation. The people in the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace appeared calm, as if they had known all along that the heavenly tribulation was nothing to Master Chen. Here, take it. Chen Daoxuan casually handed the condensed thunder pills to the eagerly waiting Yu Yue. Yu Yue obediently accepted it and said, "Thank you, Master." Then, as usual, she buried the thunder pills in the soil beside the enlightenment tea tree. The enlightenment tea tree has been improving lately, continuously absorbing the essence of plants and also slightly absorbing some heavenly thunder essence, which seems to have caused some wonderful changes. It appears that some lightning-like patterns have emerged on the tea leaves, occasionally illuminated by purple flowing light along the patterns. After checking these, Chen Daoxuan found that they posed no harm to little Cha-Cha and decided not to pay too much attention, waiting to see what special effects would emerge after little Cha-Cha's improvement this time. Chapter 569. Art is explosive. Several immortal emperors expressed their inability to understand. Master Chen's strength is astonishing, and they could understand any means he employs. But how could the newly initiated Zhu Wanqing, with her human immortal cultivation level, refine a set of supreme treasures in less than a stick of incense? Even if they, the immortal emperors, were to refine them, they couldn't do it this fast and smoothly. And all of this seemed to stem from Master Chen's slight dissatisfaction with envious, yet unable to comprehend. After refining the treasures, Zhu Wanqing intended to continue using the other things given by her master, and she was also very interested in the holy beast egg, feeling a pure and untainted true dragon aura within. However, Chen Daoxuan intervened, saying, "That's enough, there's no rush in cultivation. After all, this is your initiation banquet. You should eat and drink, and you can cultivate after the banquet ends." He was quite satisfied with his little disciple's dedication to cultivation, but a little delay wouldn't matter. Upon hearing her master's words, the little sea creature naturally did not say more, simply responding obediently. The banquet lasted for a full half-month, during which many powerful beings drank to the point of their faces turning red. And even their cultivation levels showed significant growth after drinking the fruit wine from the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. However, despite the potential breakthroughs, none of the many powerful beings would do so at that moment. Chapter 570. The initiation banquet comes to an end during the subsequent banquet. Zhu Wanqing felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Her father and mother's reminders, her master's occasional caring glances, and her 3 senior sisters occasionally serving her dishes. Although her life in the Dragon Palace as the 6th princess was also quite good, with no worries about food and clothing and having maids to attend to her, she always felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on her heart. The matter of the sea, elder needing her as a sacrificial offering had already sentenced her to death back then, and every day was spent waiting to become a sacrifice. Others could strive to cultivate, compete for destiny, pursue the Tao, and seek all kinds of opportunities. But she had never been interested in these, as her fate had already been sealed. But since the appearance of her master, everything changed. Her destiny was now in her own hands, and the elder had been dealt with by her master. Zhu Wanqing lowered her head, eagerly shoveling the dishes her 2nd senior sister served in her mouth along with the spiritual rice. "Today's meal is a bit salty," Zhu Wanqing mumbled with a smile. Wali Yorong, who usually acted a bit daft and disliked too much attention, noticed her little junior sister's unusual behavior, but did not point it out. Chapter 571. The method of proving Tao is wrong. Lung Yanran, following her master's instructions, prepared several spiritual fruits for each of the powerful beings attending this banquet. The containers for the spiritual fruits happened to be the spatial rings they had each brought as gifts. These things were too numerous to keep, and the original gifts had already been sorted out by the steward by Langer. These spatial rings were supposed to gather dust in the treasury. But now they could come in handy. After long, Yanran came back from the treasury. She casually distributed the spiritual fruits to the many powerful beings present based on the aura of the spatial rings. For those at the Immortal Emperor level, each received 5 lower-grade spiritual fruits. For those at the Immortal Sovereign level, each received 10 lower-grade spiritual fruits. As for those at the Immortal Monarch level, they received an additional middle-grade spiritual fruit on top of the 10 lower-grade ones. Although a batch of spiritual fruits was taken out from the treasury, it was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the mountain of accumulated treasures. As for why not giving too much, it was naturally unnecessary and unreasonable. The Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace was not a charity, and being able to give them spiritual fruits was already generous of the Master. As the powerful beings received the spatial rings and saw the spiritual fruits inside, they all smiled with eyes nearly closing in delight. Chapter 572. Harvesting the Sea-Settling Pearl. Immortal Emperors following. Had the statement come from anyone other than Master Chen, the several Immortal Emperors would not have reacted so strongly. They might even scoff at it. Even if Dai had said such a thing, they might not have believed it and would suspect Dai of having some ulterior motive against them. But only Master Chen. When he said this, no one doubted him, only feeling a shock filling their hearts. After all, in Master Chen's eyes, wanting to crush an Immortal Emperor was hardly more difficult than crushing an ant, so why would he need to deceive them? Among the Immortal Emperors, only Dai did not appear surprised, as if he had long known the true situation of the heavenly mandate. Although he had lost most of his ancient memories, he still sensed a familiar aura within the heavenly mandate, an aura belonging to a supreme treasure from the ancient era. The method of proving Tao is wrong? Zhu Haoguang murmured, somewhat confused. Chen Daoxuan continued to nod, saying, "Speaking of which, even your Sea Clan's method of proving Tao is not the most perfect. There are many drawbacks, such as when that Sea Clan elder severed the connection with the treasure, you lost the characteristics of an Immortal Emperor." Chapter 573. 240 trillion source points received in the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. As she listened to everyone taking their oaths, the human Emperor Wu Shou frowned slightly. In the end, she could only imitate them, her cold and dignified voice echoing throughout the fallen immortal realm. Wu Shou swore on behalf of the human race. Now she could no longer be proud. She had thought that after Chen Daoxuan ascended, she could manipulate things at will, gripping him tightly by the neck. Who knew this guy would be so terrifying? The strength he displayed back in the Tianxian realm was barely 1/10,000th, or even 1/1,000,000th of his true power. The road may be difficult, but if one walks, they will arrive. The human Emperor Wu Shou made up her mind. She didn't believe that if she couldn't overpower him in strength, she couldn't rely on other aspects either. Just thinking about the ideas that Fire Spirit Immortal Monarch and many powerful beings of the human race had given her made her face flush. She glanced weakly at Master Chen, already having made her decision in her heart. At this time, Master Chen was half sitting in the Enlightenment Vine chair, listening to the continuous notification sounds in his mind. Initially, he planned to refuse everyone, but as the system sounds rang out, he remained silent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the Demon Emperor forces of the fallen immortal realm. Reward: 60 trillion source points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the Demon Emperor forces of the fallen immortal realm. Reward: 50 trillion source points. Chapter 574. The Truth of the Infinite Tribulation. Zhen Yuanzi frowned slightly, pondering what Chen Daoxuan meant by this. He had voluntarily maintained the Earth immortal realm here for countless years. What opportunities were left for him? Even the Enlightenment Tea, which was indeed a great opportunity in ancient times, was of little use to him now. The only opportunity that could be called a great chance by Chen Daoyu was to escape from the state where he could do nothing. Is Daoyu not intentionally seeking to amuse the poor Taoist? Zhen Yuanzi's eyes were somewhat excited, yet cautiously doubtful. Mainly because of the impression that Chen Daoyu had left on him before, he was indeed a bit unreliable, always speaking hastily, making it hard to believe whether his words were true or false. Look at what Daoyu is saying. Is this Master Chen the kind of person who jokes around casually? Chen Daoxuan helplessly shrugged, pretending to be sad. Well, yes. Zhen Yuanzi nodded seriously without any hesitation. Then forget it, Daoyu. Please open your mouth again to open the transmission channel. This master is going back to sleep and won't get involved. Master Chen expressed that he was very hurt. Clearly, he was an incredibly kind and honest person. How did he become this impression in Jin Yuanzi's eyes? Chapter 575. Stability accompanied this master for a lifetime. Chen Daoxuan decisively stated that he could go and slay the heavenly Tao will of the middle thousand world right now. Not for any other reason, but simply to see how many source points a middle thousand world heavenly Tao will is worth. Nowadays, every time he advances a realm, he needs a massive amount of source points. Even after converting source points at a rate of 1 to 100 million, he still needs at least 100,000 source points for a breakthrough, while breaking from a mortal sovereign to a mortal monarch requires a whopping 10 million. How could a middle thousand world heavenly Tao will be worth only a few million? Chen Daoyu, although the poor Taoist does not know what means you have. But absorbing karma must have its limits, right? Jin Yuanzi asked with a bitter smile. Originally planning to shake his head directly, Chen Daoxuan thought about it and realized this was indeed reasonable. Although the karma he collected from the sea of karma was as small as a drop of rain falling into the ocean within his chi sea, it could not be said to be infinitely contained. There is a limit. It probably surpasses the great thousand world by just a little bit. The sea of karma at that time was merely the remnants of karma after the backlash of the heavenly Tao, and it was that terrifying. If Daoyu were to slay the heavenly Tao will directly, based on Daoyu's strength, the poor Taoist believes it would not be a problem. But what if faced with karmic backlash that is thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than the sea of karma? Chapter 576. Divine Position Explodes Local Specialties. Hearing St. Chen's words, everyone present was stunned. Such a divine position capable of shaping immortal emperors had turned into local specialties in St. Chen's hands. Even they, the land immortal emperors, when they used it for proving the Tao, could only take advantage of a few gaps in the heavenly mandate to infuse their primordial spirits into it, attaching themselves to the divine position. From now on, you can directly refine the divine position without needing to infuse your primordial spirits into it. This way, it can be considered a form of completeness. Chen Daoxuan gave the divine positions to various land immortal emperors and allowed the 3 dragon kings of the Sea clan to each choose one, all of which were divine positions of mountains, seas, and lakes. Thank you, Saint Chen, for your great grace. The war-stopping immortal emperor quickly bowed and respectfully said, Thank you, Saint Chen, for your great grace. The Jinwu immortal emperor was not to be outdone and bowed almost simultaneously. Even the human emperor, after receiving the divine position, respectfully expressed her gratitude. For her, this was also a tremendous opportunity. From now on, she would no longer have to compete with other immortal emperors for the heavenly mandate. She just needed to continuously refine the divine position. At this moment, Wu Shou was very glad she hadn't chosen to act independently, but instead announced to the world that the human race would follow the heavenly Tao immortal palace. Chapter 577. Deliberately careless, the divine position shattered and exploded, transforming into a wave of Tao rhythm that soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. An old voice filled with resentment rang in everyone's ears. Chen Daoyu, did I not remind you not to let those with close ties to you attempt to seal the divine position? You are too special. Even I cannot see through it. Everything related to you, my earth book cannot assist in sealing the divine position. Is this intentional or just careless? Upon hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback. Master Chen revealed a hint of an awkward smile. I was deliberately careless. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Daoyu, you usually can't move around, and you'll fix that divine position in a few years. After Chen Daoxuan's voice fell, a sigh of resignation sounded after a brief silence. Jin Yuanzi seemed to have already given up on this guy. Now you understand, right? It's not that this Master 1T let you use it. It's that those deeply related to the heavenly Tao immortal palace simply cannot use it. Furthermore, the cultivation methods I pass down do not require such a proving of the Tao. Chen Daoxuan shrugged and casually said to Bai Ling. Now everyone nodded repeatedly, indicating they understood. As for Xiang and the other maidservants, the impact was not too great. At least they could still rely on the divine position to enhance their cultivation speed, but when it came time to prove the Tao in the future, they also wouldn't need to use the divine position. Chapter 578. A year later, hearing the human emperor's words, Chen Daoxuan casually waved his hand, clearly intending to refuse. However, a voice from the side, cold yet gentle, came, Master, the little junior sister has just entered the sect. Why not take this opportunity to go out for a trip, so she can get familiar with things. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly taken aback, and even the human Emperor Wu Shou looked at Lung Yinjin with surprise. When she was in the lower realm, she had the feeling that this senior disciple of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace seemed to be somewhat wary of her. Little did she know, the original Lung Yinjin was merely worried that her masculine form might have some improper thoughts toward Master. However, since Lung Yinran has said so, it is natural for Dongfang Han beside her to speak in support. Yes, Master. Huaner hasn't seen the Human Emperor's Palace and the Immortal Emperor's residence in the Immortal Realm yet. It would be great to see what our human race's Human Emperor Palace in the Fallen Immortal Realm looks like, and we can also visit the Immortal Emperor's residence, which seems quite interesting. Since both disciples have expressed their desire to go out and have some fun, Master Chen naturally would not refuse. All right, after some time, I will visit the Human Emperor's Palace. Hearing Master Chen Daoxuan agree, the Human Emperor was immediately delighted, although Master Chen would definitely not come alone at that time. So what? As long as I arrange for Fire Spirit Immortal Lord to take everyone to play elsewhere, getting rid of everyone except for Master Chen, the opportunity will arise. Right? Chapter 579, Unexpected Windfall of 2 million Immortal Source Points in the blink of an eye. 3 years have passed. Outside the Golden Crow Palace, sea covering Immortal Lord frowned. According to the command of the Immortal Emperor, he brought various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to supplement Yang, as well as many auxiliary medicines. Your Majesty, you have not rested for 2.5 years. Should you take a break? Outside the palace, sea covering Immortal Lord asked with some concern. Don't talk nonsense, retreat. This time, this Immortal Emperor absolutely cannot fall behind that old ghost Zhangji. The Immortal Emperor snorted coldly, extracting the items brought by sea covering Immortal Lord from the air, showing no intention of responding to him. Don't say 2.5 years. Even 10 times 2.5 years. He must strive to give birth to an heir before Zhangji. Demon Clan, Immortal Emperor's residence. Zhangji, like the Golden Crow, had not gone out for a long time since returning and selecting his consort. At this moment, it seemed that the two were engaged in a silent war. However, the nature seemed to have changed a bit. Both of them realized that even if they gave birth to heirs, they might not necessarily be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. And even staying in the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace would be difficult. But neither wanted to fall behind the other, so they could only continue to work hard. Chapter 580, setting off to the Human Emperor's Palace. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first level of the Hongmeng Immortal Sovereign Realm. Total consumption of Immortal Source Points, 1 million. With the final prompt from the system ringing out, Master Chen's aura surged instantly by hundreds of times, darkening the sky of the fallen Immortal Realm. Only a shadow of Master Chen remained in the void, hands behind his back, overlooking the entire fallen Immortal Realm. That figure was so large that all living beings in the fallen Immortal Realm felt fear and disbelief. The figure in the void slowly extended its hand, as if it was holding the entire fallen Immortal Realm in its palm. The thousands of divine and demonic shadows, and various terrifying celestial phenomena, even the rivers of time and sword energy, as well as the wheel of fate and destiny, appeared insignificant next to that figure, as if merely decoration. At that moment, all the countless beings in the fallen Immortal Realm felt a sense of reverence, worshipping the figure in the void with sincerity, calling out the name of Saint Chen. Seeking protection, until that figure slowly dissipated, many beings rose after a long time. Inside the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, Master Chen slightly felt the improvement in his strength and couldn't help but sigh. It feels like this time, although the enhancement was quite significant, with an overall increase of several thousand times, it doesn't seem to have much effect on me. Chapter 581, You Are Willing. I am not just after exiting the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, by Ling planned to transform directly in her nine-tailed fox form, letting everyone lie on her back and head straight to the Human Emperor's Palace. However, the sea surface of the East Sea suddenly surged, and a respectful figure blocked the way in front of everyone. Is Saint Chen going out? I wonder where Saint Chen plans to go. If you don't mind, why not take the little dragon for the journey? The newcomer was none other than the East Sea Dragon King, Zhu Quan-Sil. Since leaving the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, he had been refining the divine position granted by Saint Chen every day. Now, his realm had returned to the Immortal Emperor realm, and due to his previous foundation, he reached the level of a two-life Immortal Emperor in just a few short years. However, while refining the divine position. Zhu Quansu was almost always paying attention to the island of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. As soon as there was any movement, he would immediately stop refining. If he could gain some favor with Saint Chen, it would be much better than cultivating. Just leaking out some unnecessary things from Saint Chen's hands would be considered a heavenly opportunity for them, these immortal emperors. All right, then I will trouble the Dragon King. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not refuse. Upon hearing this, Zhu Quansu was immediately delighted, as if he had received some great honor, and transformed into his true dragon form. Chapter 582, arriving at the Human Emperor's palace, seeing the Human Emperor so determined, everyone dared not say anything more. They could only each share their skills, and the Human Emperor's cheeks were slightly flushed. So it turns out that men usually like these things? Your Majesty, you just need to do this and then that. And then Fire Spirit Immortal Lord, without any embarrassment, even took the initiative to propose some suggestions while listening. As an Immortal Lord who is also a maiden, how could she understand so much? The Human Emperor raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask. Fire Spirit Immortal Lord shrugged and replied, in response to your Majesty, although this Immortal Lord has not fought in actual combat, I do have some treasured books and paintings. If your Majesty needs, I can bring them for you to study later. Upon hearing this, the Human Emperor couldn't help but facepalmed. I didn't expect her to be this kind of Fire Spirit Immortal Lord. Forget it. There's no time. Saint Chen is almost at our Human Emperor's palace. You all retreat and arrange a banquet. Be sure to entertain the guests from the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace well, especially when I am alone with Saint Chen. Fire Spirit Immortal Lord must keep a close watch and not let anyone disturb us. The Human Emperor waved his hand and then systematically issued orders to the Immortal Lords. Chapter 583, what status do you want to sit alongside the Master? The figure of the true dragon slowly shrank and landed outside the Human Emperor's palace. After everyone dismounted, Zhu Quansu transformed back into human form, standing respectfully like a retainer behind everyone. The many powerful beings of the human race present were in awe of Saint Chen. Before the reputation of Saint Chen spread, the strongest beings in the entire fallen immortal realm were these immortal emperors. But now, the Sea Race Dragon King, who made the human emperor and the land immortal emperors wary, had become the steed of Saint Chen, akin to a mere retainer following behind. As for the other immortal emperors like the Golden Crow and Zhangji, they held immense admiration and reverence for Saint Chen, with rumors already circulating that Golden Crow Immortal Emperor had expressed his willingness to become Saint Chen's steed at any time, but had never received a response from the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. However, after witnessing this, the Immortal Lords felt a tightening in their hearts. Other Immortal Emperors showed such awe towards Saint Chen, yet this time, Fire Spirit Immortal Lord arranged the seating in the main hall in a way that left many puzzled. The throne of the Human Emperor, usually high and mighty, was said to be arranged for someone to be seated higher than the throne today, as Saint Chen came to the Human Emperor's palace. Chapter 584. The master of this pavilion is not proficient in cultivation. The Human Emperor strode out from the luxurious Dao Rhyme, his long legs glistening like pearls. However, he was not wearing his usual imperial robe, but rather a garment similar to it, which appeared less imposing than usual. It could be considered casual attire. Upon seeing this, many powerful figures of the human race quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the Human Emperor." Wu Shou, however, paid no attention to the others and walked directly to the front of Master Chen, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I was delayed by some matters." "No worries." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Please take a seat, Sage Chen." The Human Emperor, knowing that Chen Daoxuan was not one to be overly concerned with formalities, smiled and gestured for him to sit. The many powerful figures in the hall quickly bowed again, saying, "We humbly invite Sage Chen to take a seat." Amidst the bows, Chen Daoxuan casually took a few steps and naturally sat down on his Dao seat. Leaning back lazily, he supported his chin with one hand and casually addressed the crowd. "No need for excessive formalities, just take your seats." Upon hearing this, everyone finally dared to rise. Chapter 585. Temporarily staying in the Human Emperor's palace in an instant. All the powerful figures in the Grand Hall focused intently on sensing that Dao character. One by one, they fell into a state of enlightenment. The hall was filled with various Dao rhymes, and seeing this, the Human Emperor gritted his teeth, unable to resist the temptation, and began to operate his cultivation method to comprehend the Dao character. Immediately, apart from Chen Daoxuan and his companions, everyone else in the hall began to cultivate. Well, now, there's no one to greet anymore. Chen Daoxuan thought, that's fine, I'm a bit tired. He looked around and said, are you all going to cultivate here for a while, or do you want to find a place to rest with me? Seeing everyone immersed in enlightenment, he shrugged helplessly and straightened up. Let's wait until we return to the mountain to cultivate. Disciple will follow master to rest. Lung Yinran glanced at the human emperor, who had already fallen into a state of enlightenment, and felt a bit more relaxed. She had always felt that the human emperor's invitation to bring her master here was not without ulterior motives. However, now that she was in the midst of cultivation, there was no risk. Just then, her master seemed a bit tired, so this opportunity had presented itself. Young, can you pack some things? I haven't eaten enough. Chapter 586. Yinran and the human emperor each have their own thoughts while Master Chen was leisurely taking a bath in a side hall. Lung Yinran was sitting opposite Bai Linger. The young master should have prepared some special methods this time, right? Later, I can help the young master distract the other young masters and the powerful figures of the human race to give him a quiet environment. As for how to invite the adults over, I can also assist with that. Bai Linger moved gracefully, her watery eyes fixated on Lung Yinran, making her feel somewhat uneasy, as if she were facing a man. Thank you, Sister Linger. Lung Yinran nodded in response. Then I will take my leave for now. However, I'm a bit curious about what method the young master thinks will succeed. Can you let me take a look? That way, I can help the young master keep watch. After discussing with the young master, Bai Linger slowly stood up, paused halfway, turned back with a smile, and asked. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran did not hide anything. She directly took out a bead from her waist pouch, which bore the mark of charm bones. The aura it emanated was identical to her own. What? Chapter 587. It's over, I'm going to get involved. The human emperor had reappeared, now standing in front of her palace. Having made her choice, she would not hesitate any longer, without a firm conviction. She would not have reached the current realm of the Immortal Emperor. She pushed the door open directly and casually set up a barrier. Upon entering the palace, she glanced around and saw that her dragon bed had a set of clothes casually thrown on it, which belonged to Master Chen. A slight sound came from the bathing area, and the human emperor walked over while using her magic to remove her outer garments. The simplified imperial robe slid down her exquisite body and fell to the floor, trailing behind her. Wu Shou soon arrived at the screen in front of the bath. As he rounded the screen and looked at her, Master Chen also turned to look back. What's this? Not focusing on your comprehension and sneaking a peek at me bathing? The human emperor seemed to have quite the sense of humor. Master Chen had already known she would arrive before reaching her palace. He simply stepped out of the bathtub, wrapping a silk cloth around his waist for modesty. While his upper body was exposed to the air, his perfectly proportioned figure resembling that of a deity. Flawless and beyond reproach. He casually picked up another piece of silk from the side of the tub, preparing to dry himself off. Chapter 588. I am very angry right now. It seems today I cannot escape. Feeling the warmth behind him, Master Chen immediately understood that there was no way out. The human emperor, a stunningly beautiful woman, actively sought his embrace. Who could withstand that? Anyone who isn't a eunuch would find it impossible to escape at this moment. What exactly do you want? Master Chen paused in reaching for his clothes, perplexedly asking, Are you after opportunities? But the human emperor is already one of the strongest immortal emperors in the fallen immortal realm. Her ambitions are not great. Just wanting to protect the human race in the fallen immortal realm is enough, and her current strength is sufficient. Are you after status? That's even less likely. The human emperor's status is equally supreme. Then it could only be, gasp, she must be after my beauty. What I want to do, I will definitely do. The human emperor lightly bit her red lips, pressing herself tightly against Master Chen's back, whispering in his ear. Her warm, fair arm had already wrapped around Master Chen's front, one hand moving downward, the other upward. Chapter 589. Lung Yinran takes action in the side hall where Yinran was located. She held the bead tightly. Dressed in a very thin black veil, her alluring figure was vaguely visible, with her skin tantalizingly exposed, making it even more enticing. Her long, voluptuous legs were clad in thin black stockings, the edges faintly indenting her flesh. Her figure was not small, but perfectly balanced, with flesh where it should be and none where it shouldn't. Through the sheer black veil, one could see the hint of her abdominal muscles and the purple charm demon patterns she usually concealed. Leaning against the bed, she was truly a rare beauty in the world. Especially now, she no longer concealed her charm demon traits. With two horns atop her head and a little heart-shaped tail swaying behind her, making her even more enticing, almost irresistible to pluck. Feeling that her master had left the human emperor's palace, she thought to herself that this opportunity must not be missed. Cold Yinran's expression tightened, and she directly pinched that bead and placed it into her red lips, instinctively licking her fingertips as she withdrew her hand. It seemed that without suppressing the charm demon's special nature, her actions would instinctively become quite alluring. Chapter 590. Whose corner has this sword immortal not heard of? Sure enough, the master's mouth was sweet. Cold Yinran felt as if she had tasted the delicious fruit she had longed for, her heart racing a few beats faster. Her innate charm and demon body also began to take effect. A unique Tao rhythm floated in the hall, as if covered by a layer of pink gauze. Master Chen naturally no longer suppressed the fire in his heart. The flames, which were already considerable, were now further stoked. With both hands supporting that soft, elastic place, he directly picked her up and walked toward the bed. Yinran let out a soft moan, her ears slightly reddening, burying her head in the master's neck. Her long hair brushing against Chen Daoxuan made him feel ticklish, as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. The steady master Chen casually set up a barrier formation in the room. I can't see anything. Damn, just at the crucial moment. Sigh. Now I can't fulfill my dream. A certain sword immortal climbing the wall suddenly lost the ability to perceive the scene inside the room, making her anxious and stamp her feet. Although, with her current sword path achievements, forcibly breaking the barrier formation left by her master wasn't a big problem. It would completely expose her. Chapter 591. The human emperor guards an empty room. Taking leave, the human emperor, driven away by Dongfang Han, reappeared outside the palace door with confusion and shock in her heart. Sensing the human emperor coming out of the palace, Bai Ling, who was on guard, instantly became alert. Now was a critical time for the young master, and this human emperor must not be allowed to disturb them. Fortunately, the human emperor only glanced in her direction before directly pushing the door back into the palace. Bai Ling let out a sigh of relief, but was slightly taken aback. Why did the human emperor suddenly appear and then go back? It couldn't be. Never mind, since there was no movement from the young master inside. He probably didn't see the human emperor. Inside the human emperor's palace, why did the third disciple of the heavenly Tao immortal palace suddenly become so powerful? Even I felt fear just now. Judging from her realm, she still seemed to be in the human immortal realm. What exactly was different? Was it her comprehension of the Tao? Moreover, she could appear behind me without me noticing and hold a long sword to my neck if she wanted to kill me. It would be as easy as pie. The human emperor recalled the encounter in the side hall just now and couldn't help but frown slightly, puzzled as to why the third disciple of the heavenly Tao immortal palace had suddenly become so strong. The disciples of the heavenly Tao immortal palace indeed possessed extraordinary strength. But in the human emperor's previous understanding, they could only cross major realms and even several major realms to suppress their enemies. But from the human immortal realm to her immortal emperor realm, isn't that too much of a leap? In between, they would have crossed a full 10 major realms. Such existence cannot exist in this world. Moreover, what did that person mean by what should be mine cannot escape? Does she know my intentions? It seems she even teased me. Strange, too strange. The human emperor pondered left and right, unable to understand, and could only helplessly sigh as she lay on the dragon couch. It seemed she was pressing down on something beneath her. Reaching out to take a look, TSK. Master Chen left in a hurry. How could he have only worn the outer robe, holding the clothing in her hand? The human emperor couldn't help but glance at the bathing tub. That guy just used her bathing water and even wiped his body with her undergarment. Bah, usually so pretentious. Sigh, I wonder if what that guy said earlier still counts, asking me to wait in the palace. The human emperor lay alone on the dragon couch, still clutching Master Chen's intimate clothing, letting out a long sigh. But fortunately, her dreams were also fulfilled, and it was even double the fulfillment. Thinking of this, the human emperor's mood involuntarily improved a lot. Having choked him, was she still worried about not having future opportunities? On the other side, Dongfang Han, holding the Lingxiao sword, leaned against the wall. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Has it succeeded? Changes had already occurred in her memory. The senior sister and master had succeeded. Next, only the last step remained. Erase the senior sister's memory of my future self, and upon returning, erase all relevant memories of those who know about this. I've recovered from the fever, but only managed to write this much today, so I'm taking a day off. Tomorrow I'll see if I feel better. Mainly, this plot has a significant connection to the later parts, and I don't dare to write recklessly while having a high fever, so I can only take a leave. The parts one didn't write will be owed, and will be made up when I fully recover. Everyone, please pay attention to your protection. Chapter 592. Has the master already discovered it? This day lasted a long time, or maybe several days. Even Dongfang Han outside the door became bored from waiting too long and yawned repeatedly. This is really a tough job. When I return, I must make the senior sister compensate this sword immortal well. Unfortunately, even this sword immortal will also need to erase memories after returning. Only the master is an exception, as he is no longer in the river of time and is unaffected. So boring, it seems that in a few years, the master will resolve the original heavenly Tao will of the fallen celestial world. It's a pity that the heavenly Tao will hasn't awakened yet. Otherwise, this sword immortal could go and take care of that thing with a sword, which would at least be some fun. Dongfang Han sat cross-legged outside the door, concealing her figure, her small hand propping up her face, cheeks puffed out. Would the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace still get along without her? Even the senior sister's chicken dinner had to be worried about by herself. Months later, the two lay quietly on the bed, and Chen Daoxuan entered the sage realm once again. Chapter 593. Only thinking about getting undressed? Chen Daoxuan walked straight out of the side hall door. My lord. Upon seeing the figure of the lord appear, Bai Ling quickly knelt on one knee and clasped her hands. Is this what you meant by cultivation mishap? Master Chen's voice was flat, making it hard to discern his emotions. This was all my subordinates' unilateral decision. Please punish me, my lord. Bai Ling couldn't tell if the lord was upset because of this, so she quickly lowered her head. Although she had helped the young master, she only hoped not to implicate herself. Punishment is a must. Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. Hearing this, Bai Ling shivered. The lord wouldn't really be angry, would he? If she were expelled from the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, she would truly be at a loss. But she didn't dare to argue, only burying her head even lower, almost stepping into her own waves. Upon returning to the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, you will be punished to take care of a 1,000,000-mile spiritual field. Do you have any objections? Chen Daoxuan slightly lowered his head to look at the other party, but nearly fainted. Fortunately, he had just entered the saint realm, and merely glanced before directly raising his head to shift his gaze. Chapter 594. The gap between the heavenly talents of the fallen immortal realm and the disciples of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. This wave from Master Chen can truly be said to have just emerged from the dragon's den and entered the tiger's lair. The hard work and exhaustion of half a year had yet to be alleviated before a new round of busyness began. In the blink of an eye, another full 6 months had passed. During this time, the great powers above the Immortal Emperor realm of the human race were all comprehending the Tao inscriptions left by Master Chen in that grand hall. As for those in the Immortal King realm, aside from performing their daily duties, whenever they had free time, they would also head to the grand hall, sit cross-legged at the entrance, and feel the flowing Tao rhythm to cultivate and improve. During this time, an interesting event occurred. The human race's talent, Su Hongye, who had appeared at the Immortal Martial Conference, after the conference was invited to cultivate in the Human Emperor Palace. Recently, upon learning of the arrival of the people from the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, she intended to seek out the top 3 from back then for some sparring. The first to be found was Dongfang Han. Dongfang Little Sword Immortal. I am now at the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal Realm. May I spar a few moves? Su Hongye stood outside the side hall where Dongfang Han was, carrying a long spear, a 4th-grade immortal artifact bestowed by the Human Emperor Palace, exuding an impressive aura. Excluding the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, Su Hongye was among the top talents of the younger generation, her aptitude and strength enough to be called extraordinary. Chapter 595. Yanran. I am the first to win over the master. After Su Hongye left, the god-slaying spear was retracted. A few days later, seeing that the master had no intention of coming out, several disciples of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace gathered in the side hall of senior sister Lung Yanran. Sister, I'm so bored. When are we going back to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace? Why not just not wait for the master? Dongfang Han said, resting her hands behind her head, looking disinterested. The suggestion was evidently not taken seriously by everyone. How could they not wait for the master? Sister, Don't you mind that the master has been in the human emperor's palace for so long? Li Yurong timidly raised her hand to ask. With a master's status and position, she would naturally attract many admirers, even from the same sex. Moreover, senior sister had already been the first to win over the master. Lung Yinran was quite open-minded, knowing that someone like the master could not belong to just her alone. Plus, the previous incident in the small fishing village where she almost got married had long since made their feelings no secret. So, she simply laid it all out without hiding it from everyone. Hearing her words, the expressions of those present varied. Bai Ling'er silently glanced at the third young master, thinking, the first young master really doesn't seem to notice. Chapter 596. The four sisters bathed together. Many great powers of the human race were still focused on comprehending the Tao inscriptions left by Master Chen. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan did not make too much noise and directly took his disciples away from the human emperor palace. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, he was naturally left in the Grand Hall, still immersed in his comprehension. Before long, their figures returned to the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. As soon as they returned, Li Yurong rushed towards Aunt Lan, who had appeared upon sensing their return. Aunt Lan, Yurong missed you so much. I really want to eat the braised sea fish, 5-spice turtle, and spicy squid you make. Aunt Lan, do you know how Yurong has been for more than a year? Do you know? The food outside is really not as good as home. I can't fill my stomach at all. Li Yurong complained pitifully as she threw herself into Aunt Lan's arms. This wave, senior sister gained quite a bit. The human emperor was satisfied, and even the third junior sister sneaked in to take a look, while the little junior sister was seriously refining the treasures given by the master. Only she felt wronged. All right, whatever you want to eat later, Aunt Lan will make for you. Chapter 597. Golden Crow. Do you disrespect the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace? Inside the Golden Crow Palace, the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor lay exhausted on his imperial throne. This is truly hard to live on. Over the years, he had not dared to rest for a single day, using up all kinds of supplements. If this continued, his realm could easily decline. However, fortunately, that old ghost, Zhangji, had not managed to produce any offspring over the years. It was normal to say that the higher the realm, the more difficult it was to give birth. Otherwise, with the lavish lifestyle of the Four Seas Dragon King, how could there be fewer than 10 dragon sons? What? Master Chen left 3,000 Tao runes in the human emperor palace for comprehension? The Golden Crow suddenly saw the last message sent by the sea-covering immortal lord below him and immediately sat up with a start, pushing away the Yao Jiviju beside him. Why didn't you personally inform this immortal emperor of such important news? Forget it. Giving birth to a daughter can't be accomplished in a short time. It's better to go comprehend the opportunities left by Master Chen first. The Golden Crow Immortal Emperor didn't think much and quickly tidied up his clothes before transforming into a golden stream of light and disappearing from the Golden Crow Palace. Chapter 598. Little Cha-Cha's Promotion. Until they saw the human emperor leave, Zhangji and the Golden Crow finally let out a long sigh of relief. Now there was another person who needed to be treated with utmost respect. Zhangji couldn't help but heave a long sigh. If only I were a daughter. The two of them could only feel envy towards the human emperor, not daring to have any other excessive thoughts. After exchanging glances, they each snorted coldly, thinking the other was a sycophant, and then directly entered the Grand Hall to begin comprehending the Tao inscriptions left by Master Chen. Indeed, any opportunity related to Master Chen was immeasurable. This immortal emperor felt as if he was submerged in the sea of the Tao. The two immortal emperors were momentarily stunned upon seeing the inscriptions, not daring to waste any time before starting their comprehension. However, when the Golden Crow looked at the Dragon King of the East Sea, he was filled with envy. This guy had been a temporary mount for Master Chen on the way here. He was so envious, he was almost grinding his back teeth. After all, he was a descendant of the three-legged Golden Crow. Even in ancient times, he was not inferior to the Dragon Clan. And even in the era after the ancestral dragon's fall, his ancestors far surpassed the Dragon Clan. Yet, Master Chen just disliked him for being a three-legged bird and did not value him. Chapter 599. Disciple at Celestial Immortal Realm, helping to enhance artifacts. Sitting in a small pavilion, Master Chen savored the new Tao tea. Beside him, little Cha-Cha looked expectantly at her master, wanted to hear how her master would praise her. TSK, the effect still hasn't changed, but the taste has indeed improved a bit, with a slightly numb feeling. Well, I can only say there's something, but not much. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Master Chen gave his honest judgment. Master, even if little Cha-Cha reaches maturity, it definitely won't have any effect on you. Little Cha-Cha usually relies on comprehending the Master's aura to gain insights and improve. Upon hearing the Master's evaluation, little Cha-Cha immediately spoke in a wrong voice. Even the 3,000 great paths seemed to be currying favor with the Master. Where else can the Master gain insights? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Master is the origin of the Tao. What else is there to comprehend? He himself is already the pinnacle of the Tao. Okay. It's not bad. At least the taste has improved a bit. Maybe it's because I've grown tired of the original flavor after drinking it for too long. This new flavor is much better. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan casually found a direction he thought was somewhat complimentary and said a couple of words. Chapter 600. The head of this pavilion has a small matter to attend to. Under the focused gaze of a crowd of disciples, after a moment, Pavilion Master Chen had already integrated that mass of the source of a magical treasure into several people's supreme treasures. When the light subsided, the imperial weapon beside Pavilion Master Chen shattered with a sound, turning into fragments. Of course, the broken imperial weapons were only those of Ming Xin and Zhanji. As for the immortal slaying gourd and the set of calming sea pearls gifted by the Dragon Clan, they belonged to congenital magical treasures. Although he had extracted the source of the magical treasures, they were not destroyed. They just lost their luster and would take a long time to recover. Pavilion Master Chen naturally didn't care about this. He even planned to use this congenital magical treasure as a power bank, extracting the recovering source of the magical treasures every few years to enhance the disciple's supreme treasures. Fortunately, the current calming sea pearls did not have a matured weapon spirit. Otherwise, they would probably rot in the ground and be unwilling to recover. Here, take it. This imperial weapon really doesn't withstand much. It shattered with just a little extraction of the source, casually handing those supreme treasures back to the disciples. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but glance at the two groups of fragments on the ground and muttered. As for what he said about extracting a little source, it was completely empty. Chapter 601. The Will of Heaven Awakens. Hey, Taoist Chen, this matter is of great importance and cannot be taken lightly. I believe it is better to make thorough preparations in advance. Upon hearing Taoist Chen say he wanted to go back to sleep and wait for the will of heaven to fully awaken before coming, Xinyuanzi suddenly became a bit anxious. This is a matter of life and death for this world. How can it be so hasty? At the very least, even if you feel very secure, you should put on a show to reassure this old man. What kind of joke is this? The will of heaven hasn't even awakened. And you want this pavilion master to wake up first? Don't say he is the will of heaven. Even if the great Tao came, he wouldn't be able to. All right, I've said enough. This pavilion master is going back now. I was excited, thinking that today he could resolve the will of heaven. Upon hearing Xinyuanzi's words, Chen Daoxuan directly expressed his displeasure, saying that the will of heaven hasn't awoken. Why should this pavilion master wake up first? Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi was instantly dumbfounded. After a moment of speechlessness, he could only silently express his disdain and activate the teleportation vortex. Pavilion Master Chen did not linger at all and directly led his disciples away, leaving Xinyuanzi in a daze. This guy came today and left in a hurry. Could it be that he specifically came to trick him out of 4 pieces of congenital mid-grade magical treasures? Chapter 602. Slaying the Will of Heaven. Taoist, what exactly do you mean? Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly, looking at the trembling and constantly pointing Xinyuanzi, and impatiently asked. He didn't care about anything else. He only cared about whether the will of heaven in the Middle Thousand World could allow him to directly advance to the imperial realm. Otherwise, when the ancient ruins open, many powerful beings from outside will treat the fallen immortal realm as a piece of fat meat. Without the strength of the imperial realm, one cannot help but feel a bit insecure. The poor Taoist Xinyuanzi was just about to suppress the shock in his heart and explain a few words when he saw the gray-robed old man suddenly burst forth with immense momentum. The entire fallen immortal realm felt as if the heavens and earth were upside down. The waters of the 4 seas were flowing backward, and countless stars were falling from the sky. It was as if the end of the world was about to begin. Many beings felt the world spinning, losing their connection with the heavens and earth, and even their cultivation could not exert even 1/10 of their usual power. You filthy, weak, despicable guy actually dares to. Ah! The gray-robed old man suddenly felt that he was back in action, thinking that he had just awakened and hadn't had time to regain control over the heavens and earth, but was restrained by this young man with special means. Chapter 603, 100 million immortal source points credited, resolving karmic obstacles. Soon, even the 3 dragon kings of the sea arrived at the scene. But upon seeing Chen the sage, the East Sea Dragon King Zhu Quan unexpectedly felt calm in his heart. The other 2 dragon kings saw that their elder brother was much more settled, so they naturally didn't say much. Especially the North Sea Dragon King, after respectfully bowing, did not mention the karmic obstacles at all. After all, his daughter is a disciple of Chen the Sage. If Chen the Sage couldn't resolve this karmic disaster, at least he would take his daughter along when fleeing, so what was there to fear? Zhen Yuanzi had a look of despair, regretting listening to Daoist Chen's suggestion to completely eradicate the will of heaven. Had he known it would turn out like this, he might as well have continued to hold down this world himself, using the Earth Book to maintain the operation of this world. Only the 4 disciples brought by Chen Daoxuan quietly watched their master. Others may not understand their master's character, but they knew it well. If there were really any danger, even if it were as minimal as being bumped by an ant, their master would probably respond seriously. After all, their master was very stable. Based on their master's current performance, there was no issue at all. As for why their master suddenly laughed for no reason, they didn't know. Chapter 604. Indeed, an ancient mighty being. The beings of the fallen immortal realm, and many mighty beings today, truly experienced what it means to have great ups and downs. Just a moment ago, it seemed like the end of the world, the waters of the 4 seas flowing backward, the heavens collapsing, and karmic obstacles shrouding everything. But soon, everything returned to normal. Even the overwhelming karmic obstacles vanished without a trace. There were even powerful beings, such as some immortal sovereigns and celestial lords, who could already probe the void beyond the heavens. They looked in horror at the vast karmic obstacles and even saw a familiar figure. This calamity of the end of the world was resolved by Chen the Sage. Chen the Sage is indeed of boundless merit. How infuriating! Why didn't he, the will of heaven, bestow any merits for resolving so many karmic obstacles? This is simply too unreasonable. Many mighty beings in the fallen immortal realm who witnessed the scene beyond the heavens were filled with immense gratitude towards Chen the Sage. Chen the Sage is always like this, casually helping beings resolve such significant issues. Yet he has no intention of promoting it, even leaving silently. Is this the realm of Chen the Sage? But why didn't he, the will of heaven, bestow any merit rewards after Chen the Sage resolved this calamity? They felt it was simply inappropriate for Chen the Sage. Chapter 605. Zhen Yuanzi is stunned. Until Zhen Yuanzi left, a group of immortal emperors bid farewell to the human emperor and expressed their intention to return and prepare a generous gift. After some time, they hoped to visit the human emperor hall to comprehend the inscription left by Chen the Sage. In response, the emperor naturally agreed. She herself did not need to comprehend that inscription. Her elder jade talisman was equivalent to having access to the 3,000 great ways at any moment for her to ponder. After the group of celestial emperors gave their orders to leave, the world returned to tranquility. Zhangji had not walked far when he suddenly caught a flash of golden light out of the corner of his eye, rushing towards him. He slightly sidestepped to avoid it, and, with a smile, asked, "Why are you, Emperor E, chasing after this celestial emperor instead of returning to the Golden Crow Palace? You old rascal, how unchivalrous, sneakingly recording evidence against this celestial emperor with a capturing pearl." The Golden Crow celestial emperor's face darkened, and, as he spoke, he pretended to rush forward to destroy the capturing pearl. "Hey, if you take another step forward, I will reveal this capturing pearl to all beings in the fallen celestial realm." Zhangji, seeing this, was completely unflustered and boldly raised the capturing pearl to threaten him. "You are quite ruthless." Chapter 606. Cultivation emphasizes yin-yang balance. Everything else might at most make Zhen Yuanzi feel envious and shocked. After all, he did not have these things back then, and if he had them, he might have contended for the position of sage. But upon seeing the seedling of the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi completely lost his composure. He moved like a rabbit, directly bouncing to the front of the 2 seedlings. wanting to take a closer look while controlling his distance, afraid of affecting the growth of the seedlings. This is impossible. It shouldn't be possible. The ginseng fruit tree could not be cultivated at all. The poor Taoist had spent countless years without success. Chen Daoxuan, how on earth did you do it? Zhen Yuanzi looked at the two seedlings carefully, his face full of disbelief. He himself was the innate supreme spiritual root ginseng fruit tree transformed. But even he, after endless years and trying countless methods, had not been able to cultivate a second ginseng fruit tree. He even went so far as to lower his pride and seek the ancient sages, but the answers he received were invariably that it was simply impossible. Eventually, he completely gave up on the idea of cultivating ginseng fruit trees. But today, he actually saw ginseng fruit seedlings in Chen Daoxuan's Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, looking like they had only been planted for a few decades. By estimating the time, it was easy to guess that they were indeed the 3 ginseng fruits he had given to Chen Daoxuan back then. Chapter 607. Chen Xian returns to the Tianxian realm after Zhen Yuanzi helped the 2 ginseng fruit seedlings utilize their origin to grow several dozen zhang. His primordial spirit directly returned to his main body. In less than 100 years, I can eat ginseng fruit? That's quite good. I can make it before the ancient relics open. Speaking of which, he didn't even taste what ginseng fruit was like before. Forget it. Let's first deal with Elder Zhang's promotion to the Middle Thousand World Heavenly Dao. Chen Daoxuan observed the 2 ginseng fruit trees for a while, before Zhen Yuanzi mentioned it. He had not considered that these things actually had male and female distinctions. But this is good. The male ginseng fruit tree can be given to Zhen Yuanzi as a disciple to inherit his mantle, while the female can stay to accompany Xiao Cha-Cha. Since Zhang Xian was about to complete his promotion to the Middle Thousand World Heavenly Dao, it would not be a bad idea to directly merge the Tianxian realm into the fallen celestial realm and guide all beings together. After all, the Tianxian realm was also the birthplace of this Pavilion Master. After pondering for a moment while stroking his chin, Chen Pavilion Master felt that directly merging the Tianxian realm into the fallen celestial realm was not a troublesome matter and could be handled conveniently this time. If the Tianxian realm were also guided into the fallen celestial realm, becoming a part of its territory, it would be convenient for disciples to reunite with their loved ones. Chapter 608. The Return of the Saint Master? The Tianxian realm in an uproar since the group from the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace ascended. Su Wang Mountain has become the one and only holy site in the Tianxian realm. Countless powerful beings, when encountering bottlenecks in their cultivation, would come to the vicinity of Su Wang Mountain to pay homage from afar to the Heavenly Dao Palace in hopes of a breakthrough. But no one dared to step into the Heavenly Dao Palace, as it was the residence of the Saint Master, not to be defiled. On this day, as usual, many powerful beings were still earnestly paying homage around Su Wang Mountain, observing the Heavenly Dao Palace from a distance. Although they were not within it, they could still see the various laws and principles within the range of the Heavenly Dao Palace, which was already a great opportunity for them. If they could comprehend even a fraction of it, a breakthrough would come naturally. But soon, all the powerful beings were taken aback. Who is that person? How bold? How dare they appear above the Heavenly Dao Palace? It is simply disrespectful to the Saint Master. Which young master is this? Bringing along several beautiful women. Is there really no one at home to educate him? A crowd of powerful beings who were earnestly observing the principles within the Heavenly Dao Palace were suddenly startled awake when they saw a young man accompanied by 4 stunning women appear. Chapter 609. The little demon king is back. The Heavenly Dao manifestation of the Tianxian realm is also the elder serving in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, Zhang Xuani. From a moment the Pavilion Master descended into the Tianxian realm, he had already sensed it. However, due to his nature, Zhang Xuani would not reveal himself unless summoned by the Pavilion Master or if there was a matter calling for him in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. The Pavilion Master summoned him. It seems that the promotion to the Middle Thousand World Heavenly Dao is happening today. Zhang Xuani, upon receiving the Pavilion Master's summons, immediately opened his eyes. Even though he had been the Heavenly Dao will of the Tianxian realm for an unknown number of years, he could not help but show an excited expression this time. When the Pavilion Master had invited him to join the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, he had promised that if there was a chance in the future, he would help him promote to the Middle Thousand World Heavenly Dao. A few years ago, the Pavilion Master had even sent Qi Yun to convey a message, saying that it wouldn't be long before this matter would be realized. Now that the pavilion master had personally returned, it was certain. Thinking of this, Zhang Xuani did not hesitate at all and directly descended upon Su Wang Mountain, but stopped outside the Heavenly Dao Palace, not entering directly, waiting for the pavilion master summons. Zhang Xuani's appearance also confirmed the identity of the Saint Master for the powerful beings near Su Wang Mountain. Chapter 610. Feeling the Great Thousand World. Entering the Qi Si, hearing the pavilion master's words, Zhang Xuani quickly bowed and clasped his hands. Understood. He then stepped aside, not daring to make a sound. As for Chen Daoxuan, at this moment, he was immersed in his inner world. Now, his Qi Si resembled the chaos at the beginning of creation, with the 3,000 great laws visible everywhere, countless stars forming individual star systems, looking extraordinarily magnificent. In an inconspicuous corner, there was also a mass of karmic hindrance, which was the karmic hindrance he had collected in the fallen celestial realm, along with the world-destroying karmic hindrance. It was enough to easily destroy a middle thousand world. But in his Qi Si, these karmic hindrances appeared rather insignificant, as small as a wisp of mist. Next, he would absorb the entire Tianqian realm into his Qi Si. After confirming that everything in the Qi Si was operating stably and normally without any accidents, he directly released his divine sense, allowing it to envelop this world. He usually maintains a state of restrained consciousness, not wanting to perceive too many things to avoid affecting his sleep quality. Today is the first time he has completely let go of his consciousness. Suddenly, the entire heavenly mysterious realm seems to have lost its color. Everything has stopped functioning, enveloped by an invisible force. Chapter 611. The Migrating World. The Saint Master's grace is boundless. Dongfang Han vaguely remembers that when she was cultivating in the tower, the three sisters all had manifestations in their Qi Sis. The eldest sister had myriad heavenly demons. The second sister had various dragon tribes, and she had countless sword shadows. At that time, the master even said she envied them for their Qi Si manifestations, while her own Qi Si had nothing. But now, what the hell is this? A Qi Si so large it could directly encompass a world? And these stars, this 3-day hovering in the air? Isn't this called a manifestation? This is too ridiculous. It seems to be said like this. Lung Yinran also stared blankly at the terrifying scene outside the sky. And when she thought that this was the Master S Qi Si, she was instantly stunned. The Qi Si is probably larger than the middle thousand worlds. No wonder the Master usually only sleeps and doesn't cultivate. If she were to cultivate, wouldn't she directly drain the fallen immortal realm? Compared to the Master's steadiness, I am still too inexperienced. Is this the Master's way of leaving a backup plan for everything? I've learned it. Li Yurong also quietly sighed. She thought her backup plan was already quite good, but she didn't expect the Master to be even more outrageous, with a Qi Si that could rival the Great Thousand Worlds. Yet she said her Qi Si had no manifestations. This is too deceptive, even keeping it from her disciples. Chapter 612. The Holy Ancestors' Land. The huge tremor in the heavenly mysterious realm attracted the attention of the entire fallen immortal realm. In an instant, countless powerful beings quickly extended their consciousness to see what was happening. Hiss, wasn't this once a plain? When did this piece of land appear? Is that Saint Shun? No wonder. Countless powerful beings were shocked when they sensed that unfamiliar land they had never seen before, all with blank expressions. But when they saw the figure of Saint Shun, all confusion vanished instantly. After all, whatever Saint Chen does is enough to cause a sensation. A piece of land appearing out of thin air is simply not worth mentioning compared to what Saint Chen has done. In an instant, all the powerful beings in the fallen immortal realm hurriedly transformed into escape lights and rushed towards that central area. One must know that every time Saint Chen appears, it is almost always accompanied by opportunities. If they arrive late and miss the chance bestowed by Saint Chen, they would really feel like dying. Even several Immortal Emperors had the same thought. Originally, after returning to their residences, they had prepared a batch of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, intending to take them to the Human Emperor Hall to comprehend the Tao characters left by Saint Shun. Chapter 613. Breaking through to the Immortal Monarch Realm. The Saint Master must have suffered a lot. Immortal Emperors Zhang Ji and Jin Wu even specifically selected some beings from the heavenly mysterious realm to incorporate into their forces, intending to cultivate them carefully. As for the human emperor, Immortal Emperor, upon seeing Chen Daoxuan master leave, she had no intention of staying any longer. She said to Dongfang Chen, "If General Dongfang has no suitable place to settle, you might as well join my human emperor hall." Without waiting for Dongfang Chen to respond, she transformed into Dao Rhyme and left. Wow, I'd already guessed that the human emperor was extraordinary, but I didn't expect she was actually an immortal emperor of the upper realm. And she is a woman? The contrast is too great, I can't accept it. Su Dazhong slapped his forehead, looking as if he was dreaming. Even Dongfang Chen and the others were the same. The human emperor transformed into an immortal emperor of the upper realm, and she is a woman. This is something anyone would take time to process. However, after his general's mansion ascended to the upper realm, he had no immediate plans to find a place to settle, at least not until he revived Huaner's mother. Quick, let me see if I've gotten thinner again. Dongfang Chen shook his head, brushing away the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind, smiling like a loving father, and opened his arms to walk towards his daughter. Chapter 614. It's terrifying, this middle thousand world is a trap. Soon, as breakthroughs continued, the prompt sounds kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Hongmeng Immortal Monarch realm. As the last prompt sounded, Chen Daoxuan's aura instantly surged 1,000 times or more, and the anomalies outside the sky underwent terrifying changes. The figure outside slowly opened its eyes, and with one step, it stepped into the river of time. The originally slow-moving river of time was instantly brought to a halt by his step. The 3,000 divine and demonic shadows prostrated on the ground, seemingly sensing something. Trembling in extreme fear, the shadow's left hand gently clenched, grasping the wheel of fate and causality as if casually playing with it. The figure of that shadow had already grown to a terrifying extent. With a casual reach of its right hand, it enveloped the entire fallen immortal realm in its palm. This scene not only caught the eyes of all beings in the fallen immortal realm, but also stunned the dozens of mysterious powerful beings who had originally sensed the existence of the fallen immortal realm and were planning to come to seize opportunities after seeing that shadow from afar. This is clearly not an opportunity. This is a trap. Let us get out of here. This middle thousand world is not to be trifled with. Chapter 615. Preparing to revive Gongsun Mingwei. During these 10 years, one matter finally found a resolution. Huaner, stop cultivating for now. Come with me. The matter I promised you back then should be completed today. One day, Chen Daoxuan felt something, and after waking up, he directly called for his disciple. Hearing the master's words, Dongfang Han was taken aback. Master, are you talking about? Before she could finish, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, indicating that it was just as she thought. Seeing this, Dongfang Han had no more hesitation, hurriedly completed a full cycle of cultivation and rushed to her master excitedly. Lung Yanran and the other three also woke up from their cultivation. They naturally knew what the master was referring to. For many years, Dongfang Han had been thinking about the rebirth of her mother. As fellow disciples, they naturally wanted to witness this moment. So they also completed a cycle of cultivation and stood beside their master. Chen Daoxuan casually took a step with his disciples and arrived directly at the Holy Ancestors' land. At this moment, in the Holy Ancestors' land, Dongfang Chen was nervously holding a circular disc engraved with the yin-yang symbol. Master Immortal, there should be any accidents this time, right? Chapter 616. This miss will take you to the bridal chamber. In the end, Master Chen directly spent a full 1,000 immortal source points to exchange for a top-grade innate sword body embryo. With a thought, he took the innate sword body embryo out from the system space. The embryo was not large and could directly float in his palm. The current embryo looked like a curled-up baby, somewhat similar to a ginseng fruit, and it hadn't yet differentiated into male or female. A finger gently tapped on the compass that housed Gongsun Mingwei, and with a lift of the hand, a strand of true spirit was drawn out. Following the fingertip of Master Chen, the true spirit was thrown into the embryo of the innate sword body, and everything went smoothly. The complete fusion would take about a day to awaken. During this time, it would be left in the care of Huaner. The embryo, in its initial state, would not have a single thread on it after slowly taking shape according to the true spirit, and Master Chen naturally handed the embryo over to his disciple. Wait in the hall. Nothing unexpected will happen. If anything comes up, let me know at any time. Seeing that his disciple was still a bit nervous, Chen Daoxuan smiled gently to comfort him. Dongfang Han nodded heavily, then carefully cupped the sword-body embryo with both hands, entering the hall and returning to the room where he originally stayed. Chapter 6:17. Three exclamations. Zhang Xian takes the position of the heavenly Dao days past. And since the complete ascension of the Tianxian realm, over 80 years had gone by. Various forces had also returned to their previous calm. The general's mansion ultimately chose to join the human emperor's hall of the human race. However, this realm wasn't competitive anymore, and there wouldn't be major disputes, merely competing for opportunities. Ever since Gongsun Mingyue was reborn, Dongfang Chun had also regained his fighting spirit, dedicating himself to hard cultivation every day. With his daughter being the third direct disciple of the heavenly Dao Immortal Hall, the entire general's mansion was quite prestigious. And Gongsun Mingyue and Dongfang Chun were never short of cultivation resources. As for the dragon clan to which Ao Lan belonged, they benefited greatly. Among the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, after the fall of the South Sea Dragon King, the South Sea had been in a state of vacancy, jointly ruled by the other 3 Seas Immortal Lords. However, now that the Ao Lan clan had ascended, the East Sea Dragon King proposed to relinquish the South Sea to the Ao Lan clan to be overseen by Ao Lan's parents, a decision that was unanimously approved. The reasoning was quite sound. The East Sea and North Sea originally belonged to the Zhu surname, while the West Sea and South Sea belonged to the Ao surname, making it entirely reasonable for Ao Lan's father to govern. Chapter 6:18. Xinyuanzi breaks free. Each discussing their own matters, all living beings stop their actions at the same moment, coming to an uncovered place and looking up at the sky. The voice of the heavenly Daos will echoed, seemingly quiet and very plain. It was heard clearly by all beings in the fallen immortal realm. I, Zhang Xian, elder of the heavenly Dao Immortal Hall, today occupy the position of the heavenly Dao in this realm. The heavenly Dao is complete and the rules are fulfilled. As his voice rang out, the beings in the fallen immortal realm suddenly felt that the world had undergone some subtle and wondrous changes. Previously, although the fallen immortal realm was operating normally, it was ultimately only maintained by the treasures and vitality of Xinyuanzi and could not be considered complete. Now that Zhang Xian had taken over, he had completely become the will of the heavenly Dao for this fallen immortal realm, and some originally incomplete rules and loopholes were slowly being repaired. This was good news for all beings. However, they quickly discovered the issue. The heavenly Daos actually had a name, and it was even an elder of the heavenly Dao Immortal Hall. When Chen Daoxuan ascended with the ancestral land, no one had seen Zhang Xianyi's figure. He was directly taken by Chen Daoxuan to the mysterious space where Xinyuanzi was located to transfer the operation of the heavenly Dao. Chapter 6:19. You covet the fine wine of this pavilion. Master Zhang Xian, who had accompanied Xinyuanzi, silently watched this scene until Xinyuanzi took a seat, then stepped forward and bowed. Your subordinate, Zhang Xian, thanks the master for the cultivation grace. The master's kindness cannot be repaid. I can only serve like a dog or horse. As the will of the heavenly Dao, Zhang Xianyi's nature was solitary and cold, yet unexpectedly, he was able to flatter for quite a while today. Until Master Chen slightly raised his hand to signal him to stop, he quickly ceased. All right, this is merely what we agreed upon earlier. Now that you have become the heavenly Dao of this fallen immortal realm, manage this realm well in the future, and be worthy of the common people. After casually advising a few words, Chen Daoxian understood that Zhang Xian did not like to interact with others. And since he had just taken over the operation of this realm's rules, there should still be many areas he needed to familiarize himself with and busy himself with. So, he simply waved his hand, indicating that if there was nothing else, he could withdraw. Your subordinate takes leave. If the master has anything that can use me, feel free to summon me at any time. Zhang Xian, he was also happy to be at ease. Bowing deeply to the master once more before leaving the heavenly Dao Immortal Hall, his figure disappearing without a trace. Chapter 6:20. Enlightened? What exactly did you enlighten? The two of them had been drinking together for several days, and next to the small pavilion, the wine jars had piled up into small mountains, making it impossible to count how much had been consumed. Xinyuanzi had also not used any magical power to expel the effects of the alcohol, and he was already 9/10 drunk. A drunken Xinyuanzi was completely out of character. He was cursing wildly, with coarse language coming out one after another, even making Chen Daoxian, who was sitting opposite him, feel stunned. He thought that ancient powerful beings were all dignified and refined, but but unexpectedly, they could curse so foully. Damn it. A bunch of dog-day bastards. Leaving this poor Taoist to roam freely in the chaos sea alone. Damn it. This poor Taoist has truly been through so much these years. Xuanyuanzi was cursing with great vigor, and every word was filled with foul and colorful language. He even cursed his ancient rivals, his own friends, and even ancient saints among them. Chen Daoxuan merely silently listened. After all, Xuanyuanzi had persevered alone for countless years for this fallen immortal realm, without a single person to talk to before he appeared. Chapter 621. Sister, are you feeling spring fever? During Xuanyuanzi's enlightenment, another matter related to Master Chen was also happening. In the sacred land of saints, which was the first heavenly Dao Hall, Li Yurong and Li Shenruo, the two sisters, had been there for several days, reminiscing with several elders from the sacred mountain. Of course, Li Shenruo was there for reminiscing, while Li Yurong was purely tempted, wanting the second elder to prepare various braised feasts for her. Taking advantage of Li Yurong humming a tune back to her chamber, the grand elder looked around and, seeing no one around, quietly asked Li Shenruo, "Shenruo, how is your progress now? I have reached the heavenly immortal realm, but I am still far behind Yurong." Li Shenruo replied with an even expression. She no longer felt the envy of the past. After all, to become the disciple of the pavilion master, it required not only talent, but more so opportunities, and even more exaggeratedly, it was merely whether the pavilion master found her pleasing to the eye. However, she was already satisfied with being a steward of the heavenly Dao Immortal Hall. "No, I wasn't asking about your cultivation progress. We old folks can see your feelings for the Holy Master." Chapter 622. Do I really have to say I'm lazy? Now that Xuanyuanzi had drunk to his heart's content, the frustrations that had accumulated over the years were finally released through his curses. In order to reiterate the three requests mentioned by the benefactor earlier, Chen Daoxuan did not continue to hold back this time and directly stated his intentions. With a light smile, he pointed a finger at Xuanyuanzi and said, "First, I would like to establish a school to teach the younger generation the path of cultivation. Benefactor, your heart is for the world, and I admire that. If you wish to open a school, I am willing to lend my full support. Moreover, now that I have regained my freedom, I truly haven't thought of what to do for a while." Upon hearing this, Xuanyuanzi immediately clasped his hands and replied without thinking, "But does the benefactor intend to teach only the talented, or will there be any entry requirements?" Xuanyuanzi then asked his doubts. "Anyone with a pure heart and a desire to cultivate can join the school. There is no cost to enter, but if one violates the school's rules, that is another matter. As for the resources needed for cultivation, everything can be obtained by completing various tasks assigned by the school. I do not lack cultivation resources and can provide them." Chapter 623. Preparing to set up the stage, the two discussed the school in detail for a long time and already had a rough outline in their hearts. "Benefactor, I feel incredibly fortunate to be part of this first matter. What about the remaining two?" After a long while, Xuanyuanzi finally suppressed his excitement and anticipation, set down his teacup, and continued to ask, "As for the second matter, as you know, the opening of the ancient ruins will completely expose the fallen immortal realm to the attention of powerful beings from beyond the void. At that time, countless powerful beings will come to compete for opportunities, even to refine this world." Chen Daoxuan temporarily set aside the matter of the school and spoke about the second issue. "Do you mean to have me help fend off the enemies?" Xuanyuanzi asked. "That is indeed my responsibility, but with your strength, benefactor, you should be able to easily crush those powerful beings from beyond the void, right? Even I, in this outer void, could be considered a top powerful being, let alone you." Xuanyuanzi felt puzzled. The benefactor had just entrusted him with the position of acting dean of the school, and now he was also planning to rely on him to fend off external enemies. What did this mean? Chapter 624. Honor is not clean. Within the ancestral land of the saints, the second elder of the holy mountain had prepared a table full of various delicacies. After everyone arrived, Aolon personally made several signature dishes. Dinner is served. Li Yurong rubbed her chopsticks together in anticipation, but still had to wait for her master to start eating first. As was the rule, everyone looked at Chen Daoxuan, ready to listen attentively. Family dinners do not have many rules, nor is there much to say. "Dig in." Chen Daoxuan smiled amiably and casually picked up 2 pieces of the closest dishes, and only then did everyone happily begin a feast. The table was filled with spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea, in continuous supply. The various ingredients were also quite rare varieties in this fallen immortal realm. Not merely the good friends from the beast enclosure. After all, they were among the first batch of spirit beasts, and now that they were in the fallen immortal realm, with more and better ingredients available, Li Yurong, this little ancestor, did not plan to frequently take action against those good friends in the beast enclosure. During the meal, everyone ate very comfortably, but Li Shenruo's gaze occasionally drifted towards Chen Daoxuan. The several elders of the Holy Mountain noticed Li Shenruo's gaze, and each revealed a pleased smile, secretly thinking that the girl had finally woken up. Chapter 625, The Way of Controlling Others After Eating and Drinking to Their Fill. Chen Daoxuan and the others returned to the celestial Dao Palace. Before long, Xinyuan Zai also awoke from his epiphany. Congratulations, my friend, for experiencing 2 consecutive insights. Just as Xinyuan Zai had regained consciousness, he heard the benefactor's voice. He quickly stood up with an apologetic expression and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, benefactor. It was only through your pointers that I had this opportunity. Please do not blame me for suddenly cultivating." "Of course not. My friend will be the acting dean of the first Celestial Dao Academy in the future. The higher your realm, the more at ease I will be. Please take a seat," Chen Daoxuan said with a light smile, waving his hand. "Thank you, benefactor," Xinyuan Zai replied. "I have already learned about 2 of the 3 matters you mentioned, the Celestial Dao Academy and the plan to cooperate with you during the opening of the ancient ruins. What about the 3rd matter?" After taking a seat, Xinyuan Zai asked the question that was currently on his mind. In his view, the Celestial Dao Academy was entirely a blessing from the benefactor to all beings, with no benefit to the benefactor himself. After all, establishing a school not only requires manpower and energy, but most importantly, it requires countless resources. The benefactor managed to arrange all this without asking for any return, a level of selflessness even ancient saints cannot achieve. Chapter 626. The benefactor's work must contain profound meaning. Time passes without notice. 30 years have swiftly gone by. During these 30 years, not far from the Celestial Dao Palace, 3 people were living quite happily on an island. Xinyuan Zai, Qiyun, and Dei sat together around a small wooden square table. Each one wore a serious expression, slightly furrowing their brows, occasionally glancing warily at the other 2. Finally, it was Xinyuan Zai who exhaled first, raised his hand to slap the table, tossing out the item in his hand, and called out, "3 of a kind plus 1. Dei grinned widely for hooks explode. Unexpectedly, Qian glanced at the 2 and slightly cupped his hands. The junior has embarrassed himself. For aces, 2 kings. He happily reached out to ask the 2 for spirit stones. Ah, the things the benefactor studies are indeed quite interesting. They are unrelated to cultivation and even align with the way of fate, requiring careful strategizing to win. Xinyuan Zai and Dei, having lost, handed over their spirit stones, expressing their sentiments. Naturally, what the great master passes down can be simple. Dei chuckled. By the way, I've heard that the great master has recently taught a few new ways to the young ladies called something like chess. Chapter 627. The heavens do not allow. What does it have to do with me? Just as there was a commotion in the Celestial Dao Palace, with Chen Daoxuan smilingly squinting to watch, Xinyuan Zai came to seek the benefactor. A familiar voice came from beyond the obscuring spiritual mist. Hearing that a guest had arrived, Li Yurong and Dongfang Han both reacted swiftly. Without waiting for their master to remind them, they had already sheathed their swords. Dongfang Han, dressed somewhat lightly, skillfully took out a loose cream-colored robe from her space and put it on. They only dressed more casually when there were no outsiders in front of others. They remained quite conservative. Once the disciples had settled down, Chen Daoxuan thought of something, and the obscuring spiritual mist parted to create a path. Xinyuan Zai first politely clasped his hands in thanks before following the path into the palace. Before he could settle in front of the enlightenment vine chair, Li Yurong's figure had already blocked his way. "Senior Xinyuan Zai, did you bring any delicious food this time?" She blinked her big eyes, asking with some anticipation. "Hee. Of course there are. Here, these are the fresh ingredients that I, along with Dei and Qiyun, have recently gathered. Hey, don't rush off with the things. I haven't finished taking everything yet." Chapter 628. The ginseng fruit tree transforms into spirit, wind, and moon under everyone's gaze. The trunks of the 2 ginseng fruit trees continuously shimmered with the essence of the Tao. As the light intensified, two glowing orbs appeared in the center of the trunks. And faintly, two small figures could be seen curled up within the orbs. The orbs resembled transparent eggs, and the two small figures were slowly absorbing the essence of the Tao until they completely absorbed the orbs. Just as Zhen Yuanzi said, the ginseng fruit trees were one male and one female, and the two small figures successfully transformed into spirits, one being a little lowly and the other a little Shoda, both draped in a Bibai Sura Changsan at the moment of their birth. The two little ones looked very spirited, with lips red as blood and noses high and pointed, as if sculpted by immortals. As their eyelashes fluttered slightly, they curiously opened their eyes. Sensing a crowd of gazes upon them, the two little ones were not timid. Instead, they scanned the crowd, seemingly searching for something. Their eyes swept over Lung Yinran and the others, lingering slightly, but they were not the ones they were looking for. When they passed over Zhen Yuanzi, the gaze lingered a bit longer, but still not the ones they were seeking, until their eyes landed on Master Chen. The two little ones called out in unison, "Mama." Chapter 629, naming, "This master is best at it now that Zhen Yuanzi had left." The group of women became unrestrained and rushed forward, startling the little ones who quickly shrank back. "Master, this little one doesn't have a name yet. What do you think is suitable?" Zhu Wanqing looked at the little one with great fondness, unable to resist wanting to reach out and touch them, but afraid of scaring them. As for Dongfang Han, with a mischievous smile, she directly reached out her hand to pinch the little one's cheek. Indeed, they needed a name. To be honest, I consider myself somewhat skilled in this area. Hearing the little seafood's words, Master Chen nodded slightly, showing a confident expression. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei beside him slightly opened her mouth, but did not dare to refute her masteress' authority. After all, so many years had passed. Perhaps her master had improved in this area. The little one, hearing that they were going to be given a name, looked at their master with anticipation. Just now, their little companion had received a nice name, Fengwei. Now that their master was personally naming them, it would surely be even more beautiful, right? Little Bai, Little Hey. Chapter 630. Establishing the Tao Academy as time passed day by day, it had been over 70 years in the blink of an eye. Now, only about 100 years remained until the opening of the ancient ruins. Outside the fallen immortal realm, many powerful beings had already gathered, eager to move. On this day, Master Chen rarely left the Tao Immortal Hall. Benefactor, sensing the benefactor's aura, Zhen Yuanzi, along with Qiyin and Dai, quickly appeared to pay their respects. "Your Majesty." Qiyin and Dai were also very excited to see Master Chen and hurriedly bowed. Indeed, it seems they have not been slacking off these years. Glancing at Qiyin, who had actually broken through to the 9th layer of true immortal realm, it seems he had worked hard, receiving praise from the master. Qiyin was overjoyed and insisted on performing a new type of fireworks show for the master. However, he was stopped by the master, as there were important matters to attend to today, so the fireworks show would have to wait. Master Chen twitched at the corner of his eye. It seemed this guy wasn't very serious about his cultivation, spending his days thinking about how to self-destruct in style. Hearing this, Qiyin didn't dare to say anything more and could only awkwardly step aside. The group did not linger in the East Sea for long. Master Chen waved his hand, and a rainbow bridge appeared, with the end of the bridge leading directly into the void. Through the hazy image, the appearance of the ancestral land could be seen. Chapter 631. All the Immortal Emperors expressed their stance. Academy established. Listening to the Holy Master's words, the entire ancestral land fell silent. After a brief moment of silence, the whole ancestral land was ignited and boiled. The Holy Master's meaning was that as long as one is devoted to cultivation, they could participate in the assessment and join the Tao Immortal Hall. If that were the case, didn't it mean everyone had a chance? Just then, the Tao rhythms of the Immortal Emperors began to coalesce, and slowly, figures of Immortal Emperors walked out from the Tao rhythms. They had already started paying attention when they sensed that the Holy Sage was out, but they didn't know whether he was dealing with personal matters or official business, and didn't dare to easily interrupt. Now that they heard the Holy Sage's words, the Immortal Emperors could no longer sit still. Zhang Ji is willing to represent the Demon Clan, offering 80% of our resources to help the Academy through its initial stage. If there is anything needed, the Demon Clan will not decline, only asking for the Holy Sage to allow us to participate in the assessment. After Zhang Ji, the Immortal Emperor appeared. He quickly bowed deeply to the Holy Sage expressing loyalty and seeking a share for the demon clan. After all, the holy sage Chen specified whether the academy was only open to the beings of the ancestral land. The holy sage's vision is unparalleled. I greatly admire it. Chapter 632. Unexpected surprise. Academy rewards. Although the holy master had already instructed them to disperse, none of the beings present left. Instead, they all stood still, gazing towards the academy, filled with immense curiosity about this Dao Academy. Without a doubt, this Dao Academy would become the second greatest opportunity in the fallen immortal realm. As for the first, that would be joining the Holy Master-S sect or gaining the Holy Master-S favor to be kept close for work. But such opportunities are rare and depend on fate. In comparison, joining the Dao Academy is much more reliable. As Master Chen Daoxuan entered the realm of the Dao Academy, the buildings seemed to come alive. Even the various sculptures of rare beasts outside the Dao Academy appeared to have gained vitality, instilling awe, as if they could swallow enemies at any moment to guard the academy. The walls were adorned with various extraordinary murals that began to move slowly. The 3,000 Dao rhythms instantly increased countless times, being fully activated, filling every corner of the academy, visible as soon as one looked up. Chapter 633. Great beings beyond the void can't sit still in the ancestral land of the holy ones of the fallen immortal realm. The entire region was enveloped by auspicious clouds of merit. This not only caused a sensation and reverence throughout the entire fallen immortal realm, but even those powerful beings outside the void, who had long coveted the fallen immortal realm, could no longer sit still. One by one, powerful beings at the level of the venerable opened their eyes, gazing at the boundless merit formed by the fallen immortal realm. If they could obtain this merit, even as venerables, it would be no problem for them to advance to a higher realm. The realm of the venerable, in this vast void of the universe, cannot be considered true top-tier powerhouses. It can even be said that they are merely the strongest among countless middle thousand worlds. When it comes to the greater void beyond, they must also act with caution. This merit not only excites the venerable realm, but also draws the attention of those true gods from the outer realms, who appear at a distance of 100,000 miles from the falling immortal realm. It is unexpected that this middle thousand world could gather such a vast amount of merit. It seems that the opportunities in this middle thousand world are even greater than imagined. It almost resembles a fragment of a shattered great thousand world from back then. The true God Ling Tian crosses arms, his Dharma body towering 10,000 zhang high, gazing towards the falling immortal realm with fervent eyes. Chapter 634. You can tell he's not a good person. Chen Daoxuan did not rush to take action, but instead communicated with Zhang Xian. No rush. Let us first observe their intentions. If there is no malice, then let it be. Following the master's instructions, the heavenly Dao, Zhang Xian, chose to ignore the blood-withered true God. Meanwhile, the blood-withered true God, after using a secret method to enter the falling immortal realm, did not act recklessly at once. Instead, he lingered at the edge of the barrier, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Indeed, in this mere middle thousand world, even if a powerhouse were born, it would at most be a small venerable, not worth mentioning. Let me see which direction that merit came from. After waiting for a moment, the blood-withered true God noticed that no one had paid attention to his arrival and immediately relaxed. He had reached the true God realm thanks to his cautious mindset and bold character. Additionally, the secret method he practiced not only concealed his aura and form, but also allowed him to transcend world barriers. This was one of his strongest means of refining the small and middle thousand worlds over the years. And he had already begun to refine the heavens and earth before the heavenly Daos will discover him, catching the world's heavenly path off guard. Chapter 635. Half-Saint? Go ahead and ask. The crowd's strange reactions made the blood-withered true God feel that something was off. However, his peripheral vision was drawn to the Academy's direction, where the overwhelming spiritual energy and rich 3,000 Dao rhythms made him tremble, almost shouting in excitement. This holy land is truly a holy land. I, the true God, want this opportunity. In an instant, he dismissed the strange reactions of the crowd, caring little whether they knelt or not, as long as they did not jump out to seek death. What mattered was the opportunity, especially since he noticed that within the Academy there was a merit golden statue. unexpectedly formed from the heavenly merit that descended just now, rather than being bestowed upon a person. This was an enormous opportunity for him. The more evil the cultivator, the more they valued merit and fortune. If he could obtain it, it would offset his own karmic burdens and make his cultivation smoother. Without any hesitation, the numerous powerful beings present were merely ants in his eyes, and he instantly teleported to the golden statue in the Heavenly Tao Academy. As for the few people standing in front of the golden statue, he glanced over them and did not take them to heart. Chapter 636. The realm above the Immortal Emperor. Zhen Yuanzi is quite valuable hearing the blood-withered true god's aggrieved words. Zhen Yuanzi turned to look at his benefactor. Seeing the benefactor give him a slightly speechless look, he felt a tightness in his heart. This dog thing, am I going to embarrass myself in front of my benefactor? Thinking of this, he slapped again, nearly killing the blood-withered true god. Why didn't you just speak up if I didn't ask you? This scene left all the great powers of the falling immortal realm watching in silence. They used to think that Zhen Yuan the Great was a very easygoing ancient powerhouse. Now it seems this ancestor of the earth immortal only restrained himself because he was beside the holy master. Once he started to act against outsiders, he showed no mercy at all. But what should I say? Please, stop hitting me, senior. I'll tell you everything. When I was 3 years old, I peeked at the neighbor taking a bath. At 9, I tricked someone into rolling dog poop into pills and sold them as immortal elixirs. At 17, the blood-withered true god was in tears, completely on the verge of breaking down. At least give me a quick end. Don't interrogate me like this. If you want to know something, just ask. I will definitely tell you everything. How can I say it if you don't ask? Chapter 637. Is this an indication that you want me to serve you? Lord Chun returned to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace and casually tossed out the true god's corpse. Sensing the unfamiliar aura, the women woke from their meditation, gathered around to pay their respects to their master, and curiously began to observe. Is this guy dead or alive? Feeling his aura, it seemed even stronger than an immortal emperor. Dongfang Han stepped forward, looking at the true god's corpse thrown on the ground, and couldn't help but curiously poke it with her sword. She found that her Lingxiao sword couldn't even pierce the skin if she didn't use force. However, this thing seemed to be still breathing, but it had no consciousness. Dead. I'll bring it back to nourish Zayakacha and Mushi, Lord Chen said casually. Meanwhile, Zayakacha, who had been eagerly pulling on Zayamaxi, heard her master say he would provide nourishment for the two of them and immediately cheerfully thanked him. Thank you, master. Just like that, a true god who had roamed for tens of thousands of years, without ever unleashing his power, became nourishment for two innate top-grade spiritual roots. However, this was his honor. Innate top-grade spiritual roots are extremely rare even in the chaotic void. Chapter 638. Wasteful, but when Bai Linger arrived at the Spirit Pool Palace door, she sniffed lightly and frowned. This smell is somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the fragrance of the elder Ao Lan. Oh no, it seems I was overly sentimental. Now, the master is probably already deeply involved with elder Ao Lan. I'll find another opportunity. Bai Linger stood outside the Spirit Pool Palace, sighed softly, and then quietly left, as if she had never been there. She initially thought it was a hint from the master, but unexpectedly, elder Ao Lan had already taken the lead. After walking a distance, just as Bai Linger was about to exit the Immortal Palace, she showed a conflicted expression. Is there a possibility that the master really hinted at me, but was unexpectedly intercepted by elder Ao Lan? Or perhaps the master wants to test the elder's dedication. Bai Linger stood there, feeling torn. She wanted to try going to the Spirit Pool Palace, but was afraid of misjudging the situation and disturbing the master's enjoyment, causing his displeasure. Forget it. Better to miss the chance than to make a mistake. Chapter 639. I just thought of something happy soon. It was time for the Heavenly Tao Academy to start recruiting disciples after half a year. At this moment, the Saint Ancestors' land had gathered nearly 90% of the powerful beings from the falling immortal realm. Some brought their younger generations to see if they could be accepted into the academy, while others came to show their support. After all, this was the Heavenly Tao Academy, founded by Saint Chun. If one couldn't come to witness it, it would truly be the greatest regret of their life. The Heavenly Tao Academy is established on the original illusory mountain, which has now been turned into a trial path. Only those who can reach the Heavenly Tao Academy from the foot of the mountain are qualified to continue participating. The assessments along the way are multifaceted and even include talent and luck. Every young person coming to participate must first test their luck before ascending the mountain. If their luck is outstanding, some standards will be relaxed. If their luck is exceptional, further relaxation of the assessment standards will occur. Although the Heavenly Tao Academy accepts students from all backgrounds and races, as long as they fall within the age limits, it does not mean that everyone is admitted indiscriminately. Over the past 6 months, Xinyuanzi has made plans and various regulations for the entire academy. Chapter 640. Preparations complete. Time passes without notice. And as the Heavenly Tao Academy begins recruiting disciples, 80 years have hurriedly gone by. The Heavenly Tao Academy has now fully entered its routine. Xinyuanzi, a semi-saint expert, serves as the acting dean, and during this period, the Celestial Emperors have also contributed 80% of their resources, while also requesting to remain in the academy to serve. Naturally, the Pavilion Master Chen readily agreed to this request. All the younger generation who have fallen into the immortal descending realm are now divided into 2 categories: those who have joined the Heavenly Tao Academy, and those who have not. Once they enter the academy and become disciples, it is equivalent to having the strongest backing, and even their families will no longer face difficulties from others. The academy's foundation is also terrifying. Every month, a powerful figure gives lectures with a minimum level of at least Immortal Sovereign, and even several Celestial Emperors take turns lecturing each month. Xinyuanzi, the semi-saint expert, also imparts teachings once every 3 years. It can be said that it is a flourishing scene, even though only 80 years have passed. The overall strength of the younger generation in the immortal descending realm has greatly increased. Even the Beast Pen has been assigned to academy disciples to take special care of it. Chapter 641. Test Full Strength. Heavenly Tao Academy. Core Heavenly Tao Building. Pavilion Master Chen and his disciples appeared directly in the main hall. Feeling their aura, Xinyuanzi immediately dropped his busy tasks, bringing his disciple Fengyue to pay a visit. Benefactor. After Xinyuanzi appeared, he performed a respectful greeting. Pavilion Master. The younger Fengyue behind him also mimicked the gesture, bowing respectfully. Over the years, under Master Xinyuanzi's guidance, Fengyue has learned how to address Pavilion Master Chen. Senior. Fengyue, you've grown taller. Dongfang Han and the others also saluted Xinyuanzi, calling him senior, and did not forget to greet Fengyue. No need for such formalities, fellow Taoist. Chen Daoxuan responded with a smile, secretly relieved that Fengyue finally didn't call him mother upon meeting. After some mutual courtesies, once Pavilion Master Chen took his seat, Xinyuanzi also sat on the opposite side of the table. He first reported on the academy's current development. I've been quite busy these days. Just dealing with the young people from the immortal descending realm who want to participate in the ancient ruins has kept me on my toes. Xinyuanzi chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He initially thought being the acting dean would be a leisurely job, but unexpectedly, he had to handle everything personally. Chapter 642. Is this called a saint? Benefactor, this is not acceptable. Although I cannot accurately determine the exact level of your strength, I am very clear about my own. If I were to withstand your full strength attack, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I wouldn't even cry out in pain. As for why, you should understand, right? Xinyuanzi's eyes twitched as he candidly and pointedly expressed his views. Speaking of which, over the years, whenever I have made a move, my opponent has never cried out in pain. Alas, I'm still too weak. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Chen took the wine bowl and drank it all in one go, feeling a mix of helplessness and emotion. For a moment, Xinyuanzi couldn't tell whether Chen was referring to his opponents as too weak or himself as too weak. If he were to say he was weak, then there would probably be no strong ones left in this world. Even he, the ancestor of Earth Immortals, could only claim to be insignificant. As for saying his opponents were weak, that is indeed true compared to the benefactor. If I cannot test my full strength, I still have a way. Chapter 643. The opening is near days past, and the entire Heavenly Tao Academy was very busy. After enjoying 3 years of carefree drinking with the benefactor, Xinyuanzi finally swept away the shadow of facing death and began to prepare for the opening of the ancient space. Soon, the outstanding talents participating in the ruins from the immortal descending realm were selected. Apart from the top 10 of the original Immortal Martial Conference, all were chosen from the disciples of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Speaking of which, there were also some candidates from ancestral lands, including Wang Yin, who had joined under the Golden Crow Immortal Emperor. Even the head of the Lung family, Lung Zhan, had joined under the Demon Clan's War Stop Immortal Emperor, and after many years of careful cultivation under the Immortal Emperor, successfully broke through to the Immortal Realm and obtained a spot to participate. The Emperor of the Moro Kingdom, Wu Feiyang, had also joined under an Immortal Monarch and had now broken through to the Immortal Realm, securing a participation spot. These individuals from ancestral lands are now highly sought after by the great powers in the Immortal Descending Realm, especially in the northern region, which was once the most barren land in the Tianxian realm, has now become an excellent place for all immortal experts to select their disciples. Wherever Saint Chen appears is evidently a place of great fortune, and since these individuals have had contact with Saint Chen without being eliminated, they are naturally considered to have good luck and are prioritized by many powerful figures for selection. Chapter 644. The ancient space opens time past, and it has been 2.5 years. On this day, the square of the Heavenly Tao Academy was crowded with people. In addition to the outstanding talents selected to participate in the ancient ruins, there were also great powers coming to give advice to their descendants and provide various trump cards. On the high platform, Xinyuanzi sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. According to his sensing, the ancient space would open within these 2 days. In the square, Leng Yanran, Li Yurong, Dongfang Han, and Zhu Wanqing were particularly special. While others gathered together, the 4 of them occupied a large space. Although there were always people greeting them from a distance, no one dared to approach them, even though any one of these 4 fairies could be deemed stunningly beautiful. Each with their own style and temperament, no one dared to get close. The outstanding talents present, even the foolish ones, knew that these 4 were the direct disciples of Saint Chen and were simply not in the same world as the so-called outstanding talents. All the outstanding talents participating only hoped to have a stroke of luck in the ancient ruins. If they were fortunate, they might gain some opportunities. The true great opportunity must be seized by these 4 little ancestors, not to mention their strength, just in terms of luck. They also admit that they cannot compare to these 4. After all, with bad luck, they wouldn't have been able to enter the door of the Sage Chen, which is enough to prove that all 4 are people of great fortune. Chapter 645. Who is the prey? At this moment, looking towards the falling immortal realm from the void beyond the sky, it was a different scene. The entire falling immortal realm suddenly erupted with divine light, and the space began to become illusory. Originally only the size of the middle 1,000 worlds, the falling immortal realm suddenly seemed to expand tenfold. Vaguely, one could see unstable illusory plates starting to appear from the original edge of the falling immortal realm, as if it were the primordial continent before it was damaged. Previously, there was still a sea of karmic obstacles in the falling immortal realm, and every time the ancient space opened, it would only spread to the edge of the sea of karmic obstacles and then stop advancing. But now that the sea of karmic obstacles has been collected by Master Chen, its expansion has continued until it has exceeded the original position of the sea of karmic obstacles. Ultimately, that illusory world was 10 times larger than the falling immortal realm, resembling the reappearance of the ancient continent. All the great beings in the void beyond the sky suddenly opened their eyes at this moment, shocked at the changes in the falling immortal realm. This middle 1,000 world seems a bit abnormal. Some respected ones and true gods who were unaware of the inside story were stunned when they saw this. Previously, they were just puzzled as to why this middle 1,000 world could attract even divine lords to descend. Chapter 646. Paper People live on. Master Chen leisurely hid on an inconspicuous star in the void beyond the sky, even casually setting up a small pavilion, sitting inside and brewing Dao tea. He was not worried at all about the safety of his 4 disciples. If they really encountered a life-and-death crisis, the system would naturally provide a prompt. Moreover, he was currently checking on the situation in that world at any time, and if anything went wrong, he could still pull his disciples out. Others might not be able to rescue people from that world, but he felt there was no significant difficulty. On the other side, after a moment of dizziness, Leng Yanran and the others looked at the scene before them, which was already very different. Towering ancient trees were everywhere, reaching thousands of feet high. The roars of unknown fierce beasts could occasionally be heard in their ears. Birds hundreds of feet in size flew overhead, creating winds that could shake the giant trees. Is this a scene from the ancient era? Leng Yanran calmly scanned her surroundings, extending her consciousness to check the situation within a radius of 10,000 miles. Perhaps the space here was too vast. Aside from her, there was only the little seafood left. Chapter 647. Dirty, too dirty. Moments later, With Dongfang Han reciting the rebirth mantra, Li Yurong controlled a pile of paper figures to play the music for rebirth. Once the rebirth mantra was finished, a spirit fire fell, landing on the pile of paper figures on Zhang Ruoxu. Boom! Instantly igniting a great fire. Moments later, Zhang Ruoxu was left with only a small amount of ashes. A hazy phantom, expressionless, respectfully bowed to the two before vanishing into the world, returning to its origin. Today is another day full of merit. Just arrived here and encountered the first client. Indeed, this secret realm is a good place. By the way, sister, haven't you learned this technique of transcending yet? This is a sign of lacking skill. Even the little seafood has learned how to transcend now. Dongfang Han casually waved at the pile of ashes, and a gentle breeze swept across, carrying the ashes to float in the world, landing on trees or in the soil, transforming into the last bit of nourishment for the earth. According to the Master S words, this accumulates merit for the client, which is a great good deed. I can't learn it. Li Yurong shrugged nonchalantly. Dongfang Han was somewhat puzzled, although the second sister usually seemed a bit naive after so many years of getting along. She still couldn't know how capable the second sister was. Chapter 648. The Yellow Sparrow? This master wants them all. In the ancient secret realm, many participating geniuses were each experiencing their own situations. Lightning 5 strike. Ma Baohua unleashed the supernatural power he had studied for many years against a fierce beast. Quickly moving like lightning, kicking the fierce beast into the air, then rapidly transforming into a flash of lightning, connecting 3 kicks, and finally delivering a powerful strike from above, smashing the fierce beast down. With the fall of the fierce beast, it immediately transformed into a pure source of energy. My little brother's strength is improving, but I didn't get a chance to take action. Ma Junxian had not intervened earlier, always standing with his arms crossed, but now that the fierce beast was dead, he approached and spoke in a calm tone. Thanks to my elder brother holding the position, otherwise my little brother wouldn't have been able to perform. Ma Baohua politely clasped his hands. All right, since that's the case, I want to be modest about this source of energy. Unexpectedly, Ma Junxian directly hooked his hand and absorbed that source of energy into his palm, merging it into himself with a satisfied expression. He didn't leave even a trace for Ma Baohua. Seeing this, Ma Baohua didn't dare to say much and could only grit his teeth and endure. Of course, no problem. Consider it a tribute to my elder brother. From now on, my little brother's gains will be shared 3 parts with my elder brother. Chapter 649. Night falls within the entire secret realm. The forces were split into several paths. Like Emperor Jiao and Wang Tong, these true sons of heaven had strength at the celestial sovereign level, even the celestial lord level. Their choice was almost always to head toward the most conspicuous mountain peak. As for those below the celestial sovereign level and above the celestial king level, most chose to scour the secret realm for opportunities, killing fierce beasts to obtain pure sources to enhance themselves. As for those with even lower realms, they were the geniuses from the falling immortal realm. Upon descending into this ancient secret realm, they found that even the fierce beasts were quite dangerous and immediately began to gather towards the edges. Even the things at the edges were great opportunities for them. Of course, there were also some who were not afraid of death, seeking wealth and danger, boldly charging into the central area, gambling on luck. If they didn't encounter fierce beasts, picking up opportunities would be the best. If they didn't encounter fierce beasts, they would just lie down and accept their fate. After Lung Yanran casually eliminated a fierce beast, she looked at the source of energy that had grown larger than before. The closer they got to Buzhou Mountain, the stronger the fierce beast became. Chapter 650. Battle with the Witch Clan. As night fell, the sleeping Witch Clan awakened. Although the souls and bodies of the Witch Clan were integrated and could not cultivate the soul, each body was very powerful. Even a witch soldier could unleash combat power equivalent to a golden immortal or even a celestial king. A witch clan leader could even reach the strength of a celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, or celestial lord. The greater witches were even more terrifying. Like he was one of the ancient great witches. The closer one got to Buzhou Mountain, the stronger the encountered witch clan would be. The witch clan does not act like fierce beasts. They move in groups, led by witch clan generals who sweep through the surrounding million miles of Mount Buzhou, exterminating fierce beasts. Strangely, after killing the fierce beasts, the witch clan does not immediately absorb the pure source, but instead collects it in a bottle engraved with special inscriptions. As long as enough world source is gathered, the adults can surely descend again. Roar! Outsiders? Kill them all and throw their flesh and blood into Mount Buzhou as a sacrifice to the adults. Chapter 651. Disciple of the Emperor? At this moment, on the other side of Mount Buzhou, Dongfang Han and Li Yurong were surrounded by hundreds of members of the witch clan. If anyone else saw this, they would be scared and run away. Hundreds of witches, among which there were more than a dozen witch clan generals, joined forces. Even one of the top talents, Wang Tung, would likely avoid their sharpness at first sight. If the battle could not be resolved immediately, it would attract endless witches to join the fight, exhausting them to death. However, at this moment, Dongfang Han and Li Yurong were completely unflustered. The two even leisurely built a fire, cooking the unknown demon beasts captured by the witches. One which was even fanning the fire, looking very servile. Is what you said true? Our witch clan's emperor has really descended? The leader of Dei is still alive? A dozen witch clan generals sat down on the ground, legs crossed, cautiously asking the two young ladies, "Is there any doubt? Here, take a look. Is this not the weapon of your Dei leader?" Li Yurong raised an eyebrow, quite dissatisfied with their doubts, and directly threw her bow at the witch clan generals. Chapter 652. Something feels off. Dongfang Han saw her second senior sister holding the chaos bell, looking as if she would fight her if she couldn't say something, and did not dare to delay. "Should we go find senior sister and little seafood?" Dongfang Han hurriedly suggested. "All right, although with senior sister's strength, she should be safe. But you know, right?" Li Yurong then realized that they could almost move freely in Mount Buzhou now and should go look for senior sister. "Especially I understand." "How could I not understand?" Dongfang Han and her second senior sister exchanged smiles, both their eyes shining. Such a good opportunity to show off. How could they not use it? This time, they would definitely show off a lot. Senior sister would never expect that they had completely won over the witch clan and could run rampant in Mount Buzhou without restraint. "You guys," Dongfang Han chuckled, directly soaring into the air, pulling out the Lingxiao sword and pointing it at the sky. Huzzah! Seeing this, hundreds of witches also cooperated, kneeling on one knee, fists against their hearts, and shouted in unison, shaking the surrounding trees almost to the point of breaking. Chapter 653. Good news, double happiness just after Chen Daoxuan left. A lazy, handsome young man happened to arrive at this place, specifically choosing this remote star for some peace. Originally, upon seeing this small pavilion, he thought it was just right for a good place to sleep. But when he saw the teacup on the small square table exuding a Tao rhythm, he was shocked and immediately changed from lazy to excited, approaching to examine the teacup closely. There's absolutely no mistake. This is enlightenment tea, the top of the innate top-grade spirit roots. Enlightenment tea has appeared again. Hiss, this news is too significant. I must report it to the teacher first. No, wait until it's confirmed to avoid misunderstandings and make the teacher happy for no reason. That would be awkward. The young man carefully picked up the teacup, examining it and sniffing it, after confirming that the tea inside was indeed enlightenment tea. However, it was still unknown whether this was the enlightenment tea left over from ancient times, or if a new enlightenment tea tree had appeared, which required further confirmation. The tea still had residual warmth. The cultivator with enlightenment tea had just left here. Chapter 654. Xuandu, starting strong when Chen Daoxuan returned to that inconspicuous star. Looking at the small pavilion, he was dumbfounded. A young man who looked quite good, about 3/10 as handsome as him, was currently holding the teacup he had just used, finishing the tea inside, and even tilting his head to lick the bottom of the cup. Where did this pervert come from? "Hey, who are you?" Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party's actions and suddenly felt a chill, unable to help but stop the other from taking further actions. The young man, hearing the voice, was obviously startled, staring at Chen Daoxuan, the two of them wide-eyed, as if frozen. After a moment, the young man finally reacted, realizing it must be the owner of the tea returning. He hurriedly put down the teacup, coughed awkwardly, and adjusted his attire. "I am Xuandu, the first disciple of the human teaching. Greetings, fellow Taoist." That cough was just a small misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart. After adjusting his attire, Xuandu casually performed a Tao salute and explained a few words, his expression returning to normal. "Xuandu? Human teaching?" Chen Daoxuan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling it was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall for a moment. Chapter 655. Gratitude turned to resentment? "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" Xuandu looked at the pile of mid-grade spirit roots carelessly stacked on the ground. feeling his scalp tingle. It seemed that the other party was not trying to demand more compensation, but truly looked down on it. For a moment, Xuandu developed a strong curiosity about his identity and couldn't help but clasp his hands in inquiry. Tian Dao, Immortal Palace, Chen Daoxuan. Chen Gezju casually replied, meanwhile taking out a water flask and glancing at the cup on the small square table. Remembering that this cup had already been used by Xuandu, he frowned slightly and casually dumped the tea leaves from the cup onto the ground as a way to nourish this star. He then grabbed some new tea leaves, placed them inside, casually brewed them with spiritual water, and handed it to Xuandu, who was looking at the fallen enlightenment tea leaves with a pained expression on his heart. This fellow Taoist, you are being too extravagant. Can I take these tea leaves with me? Looking at the enlightenment tea in front of him, Xuandu was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly accepted it with both hands. But it also confirmed his suspicion that the other party must possess a lot of enlightenment tea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be so wasteful. Chapter 656. 4 billion immortal source points. The old ancestor of the Zhang family lay outside the small pavilion, breathing faintly, clearly nearing death. Sorry, senior. I thought this guy was coming at you aggressively. What should we do now? Yes, by the way, the teacher also gave me an 8-turn golden dan, which should be able to save his life. When Xuandu saw that the situation was not as he had imagined, and that this senior was anxiously trying to rescue the Zhang family ancestor, he was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, he was quick to react and hurriedly took out a delicate pill bottle from his spatial ring. Just the bottle itself was at least a celestial-grade treasure, which clearly indicated the preciousness of the pill inside. As Xuandu poured out the pill and intended to feed the 8-turn golden dan to the Zhang family ancestor, the ancestor, with a face full of urgency, opened his mouth wide, looking at the two young men in front of him, and sighed that there were still many good people in this world. He didn't know who the bastard was who attacked him. He was just walking through the void and had not provoked anyone. Yet suddenly an attack almost took his life. If it weren't for these two benefactors saving him, he would have been doomed today. Good people, there's still many good people. But that sudden attacker was really too much. Chapter 657. Xing Tian. When Master Chen sat down again, he saw Xuandu standing there, showing no intention of sitting down. Sit down. What are you afraid of? I am very friendly. Master Chen gestured for him to take a seat. Upon hearing this, Xuandu did not decline and cupped his hands before sitting down. But this time he was clearly much more restrained, barely sitting on the edge. Just now, didn't the senior ask what the Zhang family ancestor's wish was? If he had any reasonable requests, would the senior really fulfill them? Xuandu suddenly remembered a question. Before killing the Zhang family ancestor, the senior had asked about his wish. But his wish was simply to live, which was contrary to the senior's intentions and clearly impossible. What nonsense is that? Why should this master fulfill his wish just because he opened his mouth? I only asked him to say his wish out of curiosity. Master Chen took a sip of enlightenment tea and looked at Xuandu with a puzzled expression. Who would fulfill the wishes of their enemies? My heavenly Tao Immortal Hall is not a charity. The senior makes sense. I have learned. Xuandu twitched the corner of his eye, feeling even more perplexed about the senior's character. Chapter 658. Imposter. When the next day arrived, the witch clan retreated, and the many prodigies in the secret realm finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the individual strength of the fierce beasts was also very formidable, in comparison, the witch clan that appeared at night made them more apprehensive. At least fierce beasts were strong individually and rarely acted in groups. However, the witch clan worked in cooperation and had formed a tacit understanding over countless years during battles, excelling in both offense and defense. In just one night, several prodigies had the misfortune to encounter a witch clan team and were killed and taken back to Mount Buzhou as spoils. There are also exceptions. Their blood seemed to have a miraculous effect on Emperor Certain. Emperor Jiao sensed his surroundings and, finding no presence of the witch clan, sheathed his sword, expressionless, looking at the pile of enormous corpses lying on the ground. After he killed them, the witch clan emitted a dense, bloodthirsty aura, just right for him to enhance his killing intent and refine the death energy in his treasures. Unfortunately, it was still not strong enough. To break through to the Emperor realm, he still needed greater pressure. Emperor Jiao muttered to himself, and then floated up, continuing deeper toward Mount Buzhou. He was only at the periphery now, yet he had already encountered witch clan members comparable to celestial sovereigns and even celestial kings. If he got a bit closer, there should be existences above the Emperor realm. Chapter 659. How many heads does he have? After Li Yurong and Dongfang Han broke through and stabilized their auras after a few cycles of cultivation, they slowly finished their training. When they opened their eyes, they found a group of Witch Clan members surrounding them. Tough day, huh? Once we return to our Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall, this sword fairy will reward you well. Dongfang Han, not sensing any problem, thought these Witch Clan members were earnestly protecting her and her senior sister. However, Li Yurong frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. If they were really protecting them, they should be positioned inside out, distributed in various locations, not surrounding them like this. If they protected them this way and encountered an attack, wouldn't it directly affect their breakthrough? To be honest, the way this group of Witch Clan members was positioned looked more like they were surrounding the two of them. Li Yurong subtly tugged at her junior sister's arm and winked at her, signaling to prepare to escape. What's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable, senior sister? Cool me. Let this sword fairy spit on you to moisten your eyes, Dongfang Han teased, not taking it seriously. Chapter 660, Emperor Jiu's shocked senior sister. Even if we reach Mount Buzhou, how could they possibly keep us here? As they hurried along, Dongfang Han couldn't help but complain. Running away in such a disgraceful manner is a loss of face. How will this sword fairy mix in if it gets out? Li Yurong, imitating her master's tone, lectured her junior sister. The master often says, steady first. If there's no full assurance, it's better to be cautious. Even if we go to Mount Buzhou, though we have a 90 chance of escaping, that 10 danger is already quite terrifying. Seeing her junior sister wanting to retort, she continued, even with the master's invincible strength, he still prioritizes caution. How can we afford to ignore the risks? Hearing this, Dongfang Han was instantly left speechless. Indeed, the master is already that terrifying, yet he remains as steady as a mountain. Then I'll listen to senior sister. Just as Dongfang Han planned to continue moving with her senior sister, she was suddenly pulled back. At the same time, she sensed a pair of sharp and dangerous eyes. Turning around, she saw a cold-faced young man holding a sword, staring at them. This person is very dangerous. Dongfang Han almost couldn't help but summon the Excalibur array. Chapter 661. What's wrong with being a little overbearing? As a group of Witch Clan members were also searching for the two, it wasn't long before they encountered the Yu Gu and the Witch Clan. Why are you all so slow? Without waiting for the other party to question them, Li Yurong took the initiative to turn the tables. Originally planning to shout and capture them to take them to Mount Buzhou, the Yu Gu found himself unable to speak. Especially seeing that the two women seemed to really be waiting for them here made him even more perplexed. Why did you two escape for no reason? Yu Gu and a group of Witch Clan members gradually surrounded them, unable to help but ask. Escape? What kind of talk is that? My junior sister and I were just testing your loyalty. Dongfang Han took over the conversation, slightly raising her eyebrows and disdainfully curling her lips. Let's go. Set off for Mount Buzhou. Yu Gu scratched his head. But the most important thing now was to quickly take the two back to Mount Buzhou and let Chief Xingtian confirm their identities. He simply chose not to argue with the two anymore, waving his hand to let the two Witch Clans notify the others that there was no need to search anymore. You two, let's go. Yu Gu was worried that something unexpected might happen to the two, so he signaled with his eyes. The Witch Clans split into two teams, surrounding the two in the middle, leaving only the path towards Buzhou Mountain open. Chapter 662. The Taching Courtyard in the vast emptiness of the universe. A small courtyard appeared abruptly, floating alone in the void, surrounded by stars. The courtyard looked very simple and unadorned, constructed from very ordinary wood. However, the more ordinary it appeared, the more extraordinary it seemed. If it had been made from special materials, it would have been more understandable. The void was filled with external gales, yet these ordinary wooden structures remained unaffected. As soon as the gales approached the courtyard, they would soften, as if a gentle spring breeze was caressing it. Inside the courtyard, there was a hint of Tao rhythm, bringing peace to one's mind. Xiandu's figure soon returned to the front of the courtyard, directly descending from above into the courtyard. Inside, there was an old Taoist, looking kind and benevolent, with a calm and rosy complexion, lazily resting his eyelids, seated on a mat. It was Xiandu's teacher, the leader of the human religion, the head of the three pure ones, Ta Ching Laozi. Xiandu approached his teacher, bowing respectfully. Teacher. Seeing that his teacher closed his eyes and ignored him, he awkwardly smiled and quickly flew out of the courtyard, returning outside, and even the little wooden door creaked slightly as he pushed it open. Chapter 663. A Saint? Laughable secret realm world. Two striking figures were swiftly darting through the Tsangtian forest, their faces filled with indignation. They were Bai Yu and Bai Yuner, the prodigies of the nine-tailed fox clan who had come to participate in this secret realm from the fallen immortal world. With the unique abilities of the nine-tailed fox clan, they did not choose to move towards the edges, but instead aimed to seize the opportunity to see if they could find a chance to leap to greatness. Bai Yu and Bai Yuner could influence fierce beasts through their enchanting techniques, especially since these beasts seem to have low intelligence and poor resistance to enchantment. After enchanting the beasts, their cousin Bai Fei would kill them, just by absorbing the pure essence left behind after the beasts died. The three of them rapidly increased their strength in a short time, boosting their confidence. Originally, having avoided the night's dangers posed by the Witch Clan, they planned to continue hunting beasts to gain more essence and enhance their strength, but then they encountered an unexpected setback. Damn it, shall we fight back? Even if we die, we'll make them pay with blood. Bai Yuner gritted her silver teeth. They had just hunted a fierce beast when two figures appeared, directly killing their cousin Bai Fei and offering to spare their lives if they were willing to serve loyally, even promising them riches and glory. Chapter 664. Ma Baogua's Extreme Revenge Method. Little Pavilion. Master Chen silently put down his teacup, picked up the Wensheng pen, and slowly wrote down the second name in a small booklet. Ma family, Ma Junxian. Good job. When the time comes, I'll kill this master first to liven things up. He has quite a talent. It's just that he encountered someone like me who doesn't hold grudges. After saying that, Master Chen slowly turned his gaze towards the god who had brought two people from the Ma family. Meanwhile, in a certain place within the vast emptiness of the universe, after Ma Junxian's soul tablet shattered, the strongest Ma family immediately had the Taishang Elder take action to summon his soul back. This time, without going through the process of transcendence, Ma Junxian's soul was successfully recalled by the Ma family. Who did this? The elder of the Ma family infused a life force into the extremely weak soul. Once Ma Junxian regained consciousness, he coldly asked, "The native Ma Baogua has betrayed us." Ma Junxian left only these two sentences before falling into a deep sleep again. Even though his soul was recalled, reconstructing his physical body would not be an easy task. Even if the body were rebuilt, the soul would reject the new body, and combined with the damage sustained during his fall, he would no longer have the opportunity to shine, living a mediocre life from then on. Chapter 665. The Wensheng Pen Cuts Off Karma. Holding 50 billion immortal source points, senior sister. What's wrong? Zhu Wanqing asked as she noticed her senior sister's expression suddenly darkening. The two women from the Bai family are dead. The Ma family, I have noted it down. Cold Yinran still had the threat from Ma Baogua lingering in her ears. The entire Ma family will pay for their revenge? Then let's destroy the entire Ma family. What's so difficult about that? Let us go. The opportunity seems to be just ahead. Cold Yinran was not overly concerned about this matter, no matter what family it was. She dared to kill anyone who dared to come at her. It had always been their heavenly Dao immortal palace suppressing others. How could it be that others come to kill them? Let us see who arrives at the Ma family first, her or the Ma family. Little Pavilion, TSK. Master Chen watched this scene, slightly clicking his tongue. In the secret realm, he did not want to intervene. Since they chose to participate in the secret realm, they had to be prepared for potential falls. Thus, he did not save the two young ones from the Bai family. The fate had long been determined, and he only wanted to take care of the people around him. However, Ma Baogua's method of inciting hatred and seeking revenge against the Ma family truly surprised him. Chapter 666. Yinran's Opportunity. Let him meet the Sword Immortal, Secret Realm World. Cold Yinran and the little seafood continued on their way, encountering fierce beasts and killing them to absorb their essence. As for the Witch Clan, because of their tall stature, unless they deliberately concealed themselves, their movements would be earth-shaking, making it easy to avoid detection. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Zhu Wanqing looked up, slightly opening her mouth, lost in thought. From a distance, she could still see the peak of Buzhou Mountain, which had a jagged edge. But now that they had reached the foot of the mountain and looked up, they could not see the end. Even the clouds only reached less than halfway up the mountain. It felt as if they could break through the sky and reach the chaotic void directly. Moreover, this mountain was very peculiar. Its stones were incredibly hard. Even Cold Yinran had to use nearly all her strength to cut a shallow mark with her god-slaying spear. But it was precisely because this divine mountain was so hard that it could withstand the constant movement of the Witch Clan over the years without being damaged. If it were an ordinary mountain, the Witch Clan running up and down every day would have long since collapsed. Cold Yinran closed her eyes, sensing the location of the opportunity in the unseen. The little seafood was not in a hurry, staying alert beside her senior sister. Since they arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, they had concealed their presence. The roars of the Witch Clan could frequently be heard around, but they had not yet been discovered. Chapter 667. Proving Identity? Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of vibrations and the ear-piercing noise of a giant axe grinding against the ground, Xing Tian's figure slowly emerged from the cave. When Xing Tian saw the palace surrounded by hundreds of Witch Clansmen, he felt a bit displeased. If this truly was a disciple of the prophesied emperor, it would be understandable for the Witch Clan to show them respect. But if they were fake, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Witch Clan? Especially since the other party was using Dai as proof, which made Xing Tian, who had personally buried Dai, even more suspicious of their authenticity, feeling about 80% distrust toward their identities. Once it was proven that they were fake, he would directly throw them into the blood pool as offerings. However, for now, before proof was established, he still had to maintain appearances. I am Xing Tian. I have met the two young masters. I kindly request the two young masters to reveal themselves. Xing Tian's voice boomed, and although he spoke respectfully, he did not bow or kneel, keeping his back straight. The two inside the palace were not in a hurry to reveal themselves and continued to eat spiritual fruits at their leisure. I still request the two young masters to show yourselves. After waiting for a moment, Xing Tian continued. Chapter 668. Self-mutilation of limbs. Regarding Xing Tian's suggestion to pay respects to the 12 lords, the two exchanged glances. The sword Immortal dares to pay respects, but they might not be able to handle it. Dongfang Han couldn't help but curl her lips. Their master had once advised them not to bow to anyone, not out of pride, but because others might not be able to handle it. If you are disciples of the emperor, paying respects to the 12 lords shouldn't be a problem. After saying this, Xing Tian took the lead and walked into the vast internal space, confident that the two would not turn back and run away. Although according to the prophecy, the emperor's status was one that even the 12 lords needed to respect, Xing Tian felt it was probably second only to the father god Pangu. But even if the emperor's disciples had an extraordinary status, they surely couldn't be above the 12 lords, right? What harm would there be in paying respects? Dongfang Han gave her senior sister a questioning look, but her senior sister shrugged and indifferently followed along. After a while of walking, they came upon an enormous blood pool, which made even Xing Tian's figure seem quite small in comparison, almost like a lake. Chapter 669. Prepare a fruit plate for the young masters. Naturally, Dongfang Han and her companion did not intend to take Xing Tian's life. With a casual wave, a gust of spiritual wind swept Xing Tian into the blood pool. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the Witch Clan's robust vitality or the terrifying effects of the blood pool. But just after a short incense stick burned, Xing Tian leaped out of the blood pool. Boom! He landed heavily in front of the two, kneeling on one knee. Dongfang Han and Li Yurong looked at Xing Tian, who was completely unharmed, with some surprise. No wonder the Witch Clan could dominate in ancient times. Just this ability was already terrifying. As long as they didn't die, being thrown into the blood pool could grant them rebirth. Just as Dongfang Han was about to say something, she saw Xing Tian suddenly get up, take 2 big steps, and stomp out of the cave, causing the ground to rumble. What is this guy going crazy for now? Dongfang Han asked her senior sister weakly. Xing Tian doesn't seem to have a brain. Even his mind is unusual. Li Yurong shrugged, indicating she had no idea. Moments later, Xing Tian had rushed out of the cave. The waiting Witch Clan members hurriedly bowed and greeted upon seeing their leader's appearance. Have those two already been? Chapter 670. Chun Xian breaks through. All in the Great Thousand Void are confused Great Thousand Void. Lord Chun ventured deeper, passing through countless mid-thousand worlds, even seeing 2 in the Great Thousand Worlds. However, he did not feel any interest in these worlds. He merely noted their locations in his mind, planning to absorb all the talents from the Great Thousand Void into his Heavenly Dao Academy once the ancient secret realm concluded. Moreover, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace would also make an appearance in the Great Thousand Void. Only by standing higher and looking toward broader horizons could one harvest more immortal source points. This should be about enough, right? If I go further, I might end up in the Chaos Sea. Who knows if there are more terrifying beings there? If something more terrifying shows up while I break through, that would be too dangerous. Lord Chen paused, having no idea how far he was from the fallen immortal realm, but he was certain that those great beings outside the fallen immortal realm would notice his breakthrough. Master, is there a discount for breaking through 3 major realms? Maybe a 10 off? Lord Chen silently pondered. Clearly, this question would not receive a response from the master, but Lord Chen didn't care. It was just a casual inquiry. If the master was willing, it would be a gain. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. Chapter 671. Breakthrough to the Primordial True God Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Primordial Venerable Realm, Second Heaven. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Primordial Venerable Realm, Third Heaven. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Primordial Venerable Realm, Fourth Heaven. Ding. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Primordial True God Realm, First Heaven. As the final 10 prompts sounded, Lord Chen's aura surged to an extreme limit. Even the surrounding void began to collapse into chaos. The 3,000 divine demons bowing down shattered at this moment, transforming into scattered points of law power, converging around Chen Daoxuan. The timeless river of time suddenly stopped flowing, and droplets of water splashed from the river froze in midair. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless scenes within the droplets, either depicting future events or past images. A sudden thought occurred to Chen Daoxuan. He seemed to have reached a level where he could freely view the past and future. The river of time was no longer a constraint, but a tool he could use at will. Manipulating the past and future was no longer a difficult task. Chapter 672. Taching spends resources throughout the Great Thousand Void. Nearly all powerful beings above the God Lord realm were searching for the source of the sudden anomaly. Could it be that some Tao Lord level figure had broken through to the vastness? But in the end, they found nothing. As for Lord Chen, he had already returned to the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, leisurely checking his personal panel after the breakthrough. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, Primordial True God Realm, First Heaven. Cultivation Method, Chaos Sky Demon Technique, Chaos. Physique, Innate Primordial Tao Body. Talent, Primordial. Immortal Source Points, 4168-809-9000. Disciples, Lung Yanran, Ninth Heaven of Immortal King Realm. Li Yorong, Fourth Heaven of Immortal King Realm. Donfang Han, Third Heaven of Immortal King Realm. Zhu Wanqing, Third Heaven of Immortal King Realm. Tisk, I just broke through, and my disciples have also broken through several realms. I really envy being a master. Why can everyone else work hard to cultivate and improve their realm, while I, the head of the sect, can only be carefree and idle every day? Chapter 673. Are there intruders? Donfang Han and Li Yorong were casually sitting on thrones made of special stones from Mount Buzhou. It seemed influenced by their master. Even though there were tens of thousands of the Witch Clan, each with a massive physique that looked quite frightening, the two appeared relaxed and comfortable. These 2 thrones were made by Xing Tian overnight and still looked new. Besides Xing Tian standing a short distance in front of them, there were dozens of tribes, large and small, below. The 3 most powerful tribe leaders among them were the leader of the Falling Immortals, the leader of the Sorcerers, and the leader of Tianyi. Their status in the Witch Clan was second only to Xing Tian, and they stood slightly further forward. Because of Xing Tian's guarantee, no one in the Witch Clan questioned the identities of the 2, and they all respectfully waited for the young master's orders. Is there any progress on the Sword Immortal's command? Donfang Han asked Xing Tian, replying to the 3rd young master. The Witch Clan has been searching for the whereabouts of the other 2 young masters with all their might these past 2 days. However, no discoveries have been made. Xing Tian replied respectfully. Seeing that there was no news of the senior sister, Donfang Han couldn't help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, with senior sister's speed, she should have already arrived at Mount Buzhou by now. Chapter 674. Is the gap really this big? After Lung Yanran completed a full cycle of her cultivation technique, she slowly retracted her aura, but then changed her expression. The Witch Clan was coming. Although the stones of Mount Buzhou were very special and could suppress divine senses, making it impossible to see far, just from the continuously shaking ground and the countless roars. It was not hard to guess that the commotion from her recent breakthrough had already revealed her location. Senior sister, should we make a run for it? Little Seafood asked nervously. With over 10,000 witches, it was indeed troublesome. There was no need to fight to the death. Although Lung Yanran was very confident in her current strength and could safely retreat even when facing over 10,000 witches, there was still a junior sister by her side. If they were besieged by over 10,000 witches, she wouldn't have the time to care for her junior sister's safety. Just as Lung Yanran was about to take her junior sister and leave, her expression suddenly changed. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Little Seafood noticed the sudden coldness in her senior sister's expression and the flash of killing intent in her eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Yorong and Honor have been captured." Lung Yanran's voice was very cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 675. Di's Grave, Mount Buzhou. After some explanation from the two, Lung Yanran and Little Seafood understood the current situation. "Sister, that's roughly how it is," Dongfang Han said vaguely while eating the fruit platter provided by the witch clan. However, upon seeing that her junior sister's realm had already caught up to hers, Dongfang Han immediately felt a lot of pressure. It seemed that she needed to work harder in this secret realm. Otherwise, when they exited, her realm might be surpassed by her junior sister, which would be awkward. Little Seafood scratched her head and looked at her senior sister, finally unable to resist asking, "Senior sister, why are our situations a bit different?" "Because I can beat you," Lung Yanran said with solid reasoning. Immediately, everyone present fell silent, as it seemed to make sense. With senior sister's strength, she really didn't need to think about so many problems. As long as she could win, that was enough. "Young master, these are the clansmen who attacked you before." At that moment, the sorcerer suddenly brought a few members of the witch clan and directly knelt on the ground. The few members of the witch clan, upon realizing the young master's identity, immediately approached the leader of the sorcerers to confess that they had previously clashed with the young master at the foot of Mount Buzhou. But at that time, the young master did not engage in battle and left directly to avoid attracting more witches. Chapter 676. It won't look the same if we do it again. Speaking of which, in the recent days since the young master arrived, they had found the eldest young master and the little young master, so the subordinates ordered the clansmen not to attack outsiders for the time being. Many outsiders had gathered at the foot of Mount Buzhou, and they asked the young master how to deal with them. Xing Tian suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, we encountered an extraordinary talent from outside before, with very strong abilities. I feel only senior sister can suppress him. I wonder what level he is among the extraordinary talents this time, and how many others are as strong as him." "Really? Then let the witch clan not intervene. Once we come out of the treasury, it will be just right to test their strength against the Immortal Emperor realm." Lung Yanran said with interest upon hearing Yorong mention that there was an extraordinary talent whose strength was close to her own. Her nature was never to allow others to surpass her, especially among the younger generation, as she wanted to earn enough face for her master. The opening of this ancient secret realm was not a big deal for her master, but it could not be said to be without effect. If they could show enough strength, the Heavenly Tao Academy established by their master would find it easier to develop in the vast void and could also make a name for themselves in advance, letting the various forces in the vast void know of the existence of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Chapter 677. The Divine Palace opens. Talents gather. Mount Buzhou, Lung Yanran and her group had arrived at the cutoff of Mount Buzhou, and at this moment, what lay before them was an extremely vast plain. As for the shadow of the Divine Palace, it was nowhere in sight. Only 2 stone pillars stood, engraved with various traces of law inscriptions. Xing Tian stood in front of the stone pillars, stopped, and respectfully turned to say, "We have arrived." Lung Yanran and the others surveyed their surroundings, just about to ask where the Divine Palace was, when Xing Tian had already seen their confusion and quickly explained. "Normally, only 12 ancestral witches can open the Divine Palace by emitting their bloodline aura to draw it out. However, now that the ancestral witches are all gone, only we great witches remain. If we want to open the Divine Palace, it will still cost a considerable price. Unless facing the danger of extermination, it generally won't be opened. However, now that the Emperor has appeared, the Divine Palace should naturally be opened." After speaking, Xing Tian gave a glance to the sorcerer beside him, who understood his meaning and stood in front of another stone pillar. Xing Tian raised his axe and cut across his wrist, while the sorcerer directly bit down on his wrist. Chapter 678. Time Reincarnation. Wang Yin was cautiously approaching the mountain peak. He had never actively provoked the witch clan, only taking action under safe circumstances. He was merely hoping to take advantage of the chaos while heading towards the peak. So thrilling. This time, his gains were considerable, and his realm had also broken through to the heavenly immortal stage. When he returned, his master would definitely be shocked. Wang Yin has indeed encountered continuous opportunities this time. If his experiences were viewed by others, he would almost be considered a child of destiny. First, in the Tianqian realm, he survived from the hands of Saint Shun without being killed. After successfully ascending with the entire Tianqian realm, he became the only direct disciple of the Immortal Emperor of the Demon Clan, the three-legged Golden Crow. Over the years, he has diligently practiced and has broken through to the Immortal realm, successfully joining the Tiandao Academy as a student. Now, participating in this ancient secret realm, he has faced no life-and-death crises along the way, but instead has gained some opportunities that allowed him to break through two major stages. A true child of destiny. Wang Yin has also thought about this matter, attributing all the reasons to that familiar urn of ashes. The feelings that urn brought him made him understand far too much and taught him that steady action and diligent practice are the only paths forward. Chapter 679. Eye of breaking illusions. The time laws filling the side hall reset Dongfang Han every time she stepped inside, sending her back to the starting point and causing her to lose a segment of her memory. However, after 3 short repetitions, she noticed something unusual. Now, how to seize the opportunity? Dongfang Han frowned slightly, stopping at the end of the corridor, not taking another step to avoid losing this memory and being reset again. Zhu Xian Sword Formation, activate. She raised her hand to summon the Zhu Xian Sword Formation, fully activating it to slash forward. Instantly, sword light burst forth. But as soon as the sword light came into contact with those time laws, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This was quite troublesome. Seeing that the Zhu Xian Sword Formation had no effect, Dongfang Han regretted her choice, thinking that if she had known, she wouldn't have picked this side hall. She felt at a loss. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She recalled when her master cut through with that sword in the East Sea, seemingly ordinary, yet it directly severed the river of time, causing everything in the world to become static. Although she couldn't reach the level of her master's sword that severed the river of time, it didn't mean she couldn't cut through the time laws in this space. Chapter 680. Authority of the laws. The young man sensed that he was locked onto by 2 terrifying auras, but remained calm, stopping his steps nonetheless. Young master, please slow down. If we encounter any danger, how am I supposed to explain it to the family? Moments later, a figure anxiously called out while climbing to the top of Buzhou Mountain. Upon seeing the young master, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon discovered 2 terrifying shaman clan members, whose auras alone could rival that of an immortal king. Wang Rinchuan instinctively positioned himself in front of the young master, watching the two warily, summoning his defensive treasure, ready to buy the young master some time if anything went wrong. No need to be nervous. They seem to have no intention of attacking us. Wang Tung patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back, speaking calmly. Now that a great opportunity was right in front of him, he was remarkably composed. Although the family had given him a life-saving trump card that would allow him to quickly deal with the 2 shaman clan members, once that trump card was gone, he would have no competitive edge. By then, before he could seize the opportunity, that guy from the D family would surely compete with him. Moreover, this was clearly the most important place for the shaman clan. If a battle broke out, it would definitely attract the entire shaman clan from Buzhou Mountain. Without his trump card, escaping this mountain would be quite dangerous. Chapter 681. Bai Linger initially achieves her goal. Bai Linger's eyes sparkled as she noticed that the adult seemed to be contemplating something. Seizing the opportunity, she picked up a spiritual fruit, dove into the adult's arms, and fed it to him. Chen Daoxuan, while studying the newly acquired powers of the laws, instinctively opened his mouth to accept the fruit. Seeing that the adult did not push her away, Bai Linger felt a surge of joy. After feeding him 2 more small spiritual fruits, she sensed the timing was right and boldly placed one in her own red lips, gently holding it, and then offered it to the adult's mouth. Once the adult swallowed the fruit, she leaned in to press her lips against his. Master Chun came back to his senses from his thoughts, raising an eyebrow at the enchanting little fox before him. Bai Linger only gave a light touch, immediately separating, and as she left, she blew a warm breath towards the adult. Seeing that the adult was focused on her, Bai Linger instantly put on a delicate expression, her fox-like eyes appearing misty, making it hard for anyone to scold her. She then used both hands to hold the adult's small arm, placing his hand in front of her face and extending her fragrant tongue to lick his fingers. Chapter 682. The young prodigy's trump card looking at Wang Tong, who seemed to be flaunting himself as he approached. Digio maintained a blank expression. Had this been before, he would have fought Wang Tong to complete his final step towards the Emperor realm. But now, with a great opportunity right in front of him, he suppressed his impulse for the time being. The shaman clan was powerful. A direct confrontation was certainly not feasible, although he was confident in killing a shaman general. Facing the shaman clan leaders was still a bit daunting, especially with a few leaders making him feel that even using his trump cards would only delay, not kill. If he couldn't defeat them, then he would have to seek other methods. After all, what he sought was the opportunity not to eliminate all the shaman clan. Wang Tong's thoughts were quite similar to his. What trump card did your Wang family bring this time? Digio asked calmly as he walked towards Wang Tong. Upon seeing the madman from the D family approach, Wang Renchuan quickly stood in front of the young master, but was directly pulled back by the young master. He certainly wouldn't fight with the young master now. Wang Tong was equally confident. The D family was strong, but his Wang family was not weak either. Digio was impressive, yet Wang Tong was not necessarily inferior. But now, everyone's goal was the same. If they could enter this divine temple and seize the opportunity, it would not only be a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, but they might even break through 3 major realms. Chapter 683. Everyone emerges from closed door training several hours later. Li Yurong had absorbed the power of the laws from the third side hall, having emptied the treasures within, and returned to the main hall. Seeing her senior sister still in a meditative state, she chose not to disturb her and quietly waited for the other 2 junior sisters. This breakthrough to the 4th layer of the Immortal Monarch realm was quite good. However, such a significant improvement seemed mainly due to all the divine objects given by her master over the years. Through the power of the laws, she was able to activate and digest the accumulated foundation from all these years, resulting in such remarkable effects. Li Yurong felt her realm had now reached the 4th layer of the Immortal Monarch realm, but she was not overly surprised. Over the years, the various divine objects given by her master were countless, and while the power of the laws was extraordinary, its primary role was as a catalyst, helping them digest their past accumulations. Otherwise, if it were just about absorbing the power of the laws, she would probably only have reached the Immortal Sovereign realm, not the Immortal Monarch realm. Although all 4 of them absorbed the power of the laws from the 3 side halls, their breakthroughs were different. The realm achieved by Master Sister Lung Yinyin was a level higher than theirs, which was enough to prove Li Yurong's speculation. Chapter 684. The prodigies attacked the temple outside the temple. At this moment, Digio and Wang Tong had already discussed things to a great extent. Everyone, although it may seem somewhat inappropriate to say this, if you intend to compete for opportunities, you all must charge to the front later. Of course, you don't need to worry. This young master is not sending you to your deaths. I will use the jade puppet to lead the way, and you all just need to resist the miscellaneous Wu clan members with all your might. If anyone disagrees with this plan, you may leave now. Otherwise, if someone causes trouble later, this young master will eliminate them immediately. Does anyone have any objections? Wang Tong turned around, confidently assigning tasks and formations to the group of prodigies, treating them as if they were mere subordinates. The prodigies exchanged glances, looking around, but no one stepped forward to voice any objections. At this point, they wanted to enter the Immortal Temple to obtain opportunities, and they could only rely on Wang Tong and Digio. Moreover, these 2 not only had the strongest abilities, but also came from the most powerful backgrounds, with the Wang and D families both having saint ancestors. Although according to Wang Tong's arrangement, nearly 1/3 of their prodigy group might fall, opportunities always coexist with crises. Chapter 685. Preparing to swallow alone after activating, the jade puppet could freely enlarge or shrink its size, but even when it grew to a height of 1,000 zhang, it still appeared like a child in front of the ancient great witch Xing Tian. In terms of both size and combat power, it was far inferior to the ancient great witch Xing Tian. In just a moment, the situation had clearly turned against them, and the prodigy's formation began to slowly retreat, losing the ability to advance any further. Seeing this, Wang Tong could only turn his gaze towards Digio. Although his jade puppet self-destructing could severely injure or even kill Xing Tian, he would then be unable to compete with Digio. The many prodigies also turned their eyes towards Digio. If he didn't take action soon, they wouldn't be able to hold on. After being stimulated by the blood of the Great Witch, the Wu clan's combat power was rapidly soaring, recklessly attacking them. In just a short moment, several prodigies had already been torn to pieces. It's not time yet. Dizhou's expression was calm, indifferent to everyone's thoughts, simply glancing at the jade puppet and speaking casually. His meaning was clear. If they wanted him to use his one-time Saint Jade talisman, they first had to ensure that the jade puppet lost its effectiveness. Otherwise, it would be very unfavorable for him. Chapter 686. Wang Tung is moved. Dizhou gathers the prodigies a moment ago, inside the temple. The four sisters had already arrived at the last treasure vault, ready to enter together. However, outside the temple, there was a fierce sound of battle and the angry roar of Xing Tian. Forget it. Let's go see if there's any trouble. Lung Yinyin retracted her hand, which was resting on the vault, and directly led her three junior sisters outside. You two are. When Dizhou saw their figures, he recognized two of the four women as ones he had encountered before. At that time, he had not been confident enough to kill them, and had found a place to adjust his mindset. He was just wondering why those two women, with their strength, hadn't arrived at the top of Buzhou Mountain yet, only to realize they had entered the temple early. Strangely, why didn't the Wu clan show any anger upon seeing four outsiders appear in the temple? Something's off. Master sister. It's him. Very strong. Almost killed me and Huaner on the spot. If we hadn't run fast, we wouldn't have been able to see you at all. Chapter 687. Comparing hidden cards? Chaos God Demon looking at the situation. More than half of the prodigies had gathered near Dizhou, clearly deciding to go for a hard approach. As for the remaining few, although they chose not to participate, no one heeded Lung Yinyin's advice to leave their treasures behind and depart, instead stopping to watch, intending to fish in troubled waters. Clink, clink, with a few light sounds, everyone turned their gaze to see a man and a woman lingering at the back of the prodigy group, who directly threw their space rings down at their feet, showing a demeanor that this had nothing to do with them. Everyone looked at the two with ridicule, truly wondering how such timid and brainless individuals managed to reach the peak of Buzhou Mountain. Brother, you're being too timid. It's just an empty threat, and besides, that woman is in danger herself. What is there to fear? A prodigy at the Heavenly King level, who had previously fought alongside Wang Yin against the Wu clan, couldn't help but remind him, hey, fellow Taoist, take my advice. The waters here are very deep. You're still young and have a bright future ahead. There's no need. Really no need. Just put down all the treasures you're carrying, and you'll thank yourself for today's decision. Chapter 688. I understand this best. As the Chaos God Demon swept its palm, it struck towards the saint's eye in the sky. Crack, crack, before the palm even made contact. The golden saint's eye already showed dense cracks, the pupil spinning rapidly, trying to resist, but it was futile. When the palm reached the crack, it directly reached in and grasped the saint's eye. Boom! With a slight squeeze, the oppressive saint's eye exploded, transforming into waves of Saint Tao rhythm, dissipating in the heavens and earth. Roar! After doing all this, the phantom of the Chaos God Demon let out a low roar, readjusted its posture, and returned to stand behind Lung Yinyin like a background wall, causing the entire Buzhou Mountain to tremble under its roar. At this moment, Dizhou was completely stunned, looking at the terrifying figure of the God Demon, his hand holding the sword trembling. The prodigies couldn't withstand the oppressive power of the God Demon, either collapsing to the ground or unconsciously kneeling. Using hidden cards? You made me lose all face. Don't worry, next, I want to use any additional hidden cards. If you can win, you may live. Chapter 689. Is there really an effect? I. Wang Yin looked bewildered, not knowing how to explain his actions at that moment. Behind him, Su Hongye silently released her hand from behind, allowing a cloud of dust to be silently carried away by the wind. Fortunately, her movement was slow. Otherwise, she would have fallen into Wang Yan's trap and ended up tasting dust. Earlier, she had heard Saint Chen mention the ashes, something about supplements or coverings. I just couldn't help but want to try if the ashes of such prodigies would have a better effect. Well, I'm here to help the young master clean up the battlefield. Please don't blame me, young master. After a moment of silence, Wang Yin forced himself to find an excuse to say. He also dared not say that he misunderstood the young master's meaning and could only take the responsibility upon himself. Well, if you think it's good, feel free to take some back. After all, these ashes will be scattered later to nourish the plants in the world and accumulate the last bit of merit. If it can help you, it can be considered as putting it to good use. Chapter 690, Opening the Treasury. The Tianzhao family is furious Lung Yinran, and the others returned to the temple and stood before the last treasury. Without saying much, they directly reached out and activated the giant door with a slight use of their spiritual power. With a loud sound, the special stone door, etched with various inscriptions and laws, began to open wide. Originally, the four had speculated that this last treasury contained items that the 12 ancestors of sorcery did not value, like a storage room, and would not hold as great an opportunity as the side halls. However, as the stone door opened a crack, the four realized they were mistaken. As soon as a gap was opened, an extremely rich spiritual energy gushed out, as if it had found a breakthrough. This spiritual energy was somewhat different. Compared to the spiritual energy in the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, it was not pure enough, but it was far stronger than that of the fallen immortal realm. And it seemed to contain a power of law. It even contained a trace of luck and merit. Without much time to think, Lung Yinran reacted the fastest. To prevent too much spiritual energy from leaking out, she directly raised her hand and pulled her 3 junior sisters through the giant stone door into the treasury. Then she casually slapped the stone door to close it. Chapter 691. There are half-saints in this world. After Zhen Yuanzi emerged from his retreat, he slightly squinted to sense the changes in the fallen immortal realm. Just as he had originally speculated, the ancient world was solidifying. The secret realm, which was originally expected to open for 9 years, seemed to be on the verge of completely merging with the fallen immortal realm and existing in the world forever. But this was also good. By then, there would be more cultivation resources, and the world would be promoted to the level of a great 1,000 worlds. As for the ancient heavenly Tao, well, that he and Daoxuan were originally worried about, it was no longer a crisis after receiving a reassuring reply from their benefactor. He did not know how much retaliation the benefactor's disciples would attract from the great 1,000 void families. However, it didn't matter. He only needed to suppress all beings below the saint level and summon the saints. Zhen Yuanzi looked towards the great 1,000 void, called for Xiao Fengwei, and after giving a few instructions, he directly vanished from his spot, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the fallen immortal realm, waiting for the arrival of those outsiders. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan's divine powers were indeed well-deserved. Master Chen lazily leaned back in his grand chair. The prolonged battle had finally come to an end. Chapter 692. Everything is useless in front of the benefactor. Everything happening in the great 1,000 void was under Master Chen's gaze. As he watched the Wuhui divine lord being killed by Zhen Yuanzi, the system's prompt rang in his ears. Acting Dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Killed an enemy at the 8th level of the Divine Lord realm. Reward: 80 billion immortal source points. In an instant, 80 billion immortal source points were credited. But this was just an appetizer. Checking the personal panel. Host: Chen Daoxuan. Realm: 1st level of the primordial true God realm. Technique: Chaos Heavenly Demon Art, Chaos. Physique: Innate Primordial Tao Body. Talent: Primordial. Immortal source points: 1,220,888,809 million. Disciples: Lung Yinran, 8th level of the Immortal Lord realm. Li Yurong, 4th level of the Immortal Lord realm. Dongfang Han, 1st level of the Immortal Lord realm. Zhu Wanqing, 9th level of the Immortal Venerable realm. Unknowingly, the immortal source points had accumulated to a terrifying number, over 100 billion. He could break through to a major realm at any time and directly reach the primordial God King realm. But clearly, now was not the time. As he was about to reap the rewards, he couldn't afford to take the time to break through into the depths of the void, lest he delay the arrival of the real, big clients. 1 half-saint was worth 100 billion, and 1 saint was worth 1 trillion. Chapter 693. The 3 pure ones remain. Seeking an audience with the pavilion master watching Xuandu leave, Zhen Yuanzi sat back down, resembling a monk in meditation, completely unconcerned about the numerous powerful beings approaching. However, the revival of the ancient secret realm seemed to be happening even faster than he had imagined. The secret realm had begun to become faintly visible, constantly attempting to merge and connect with the fallen immortal realm. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao will of the fallen immortal realm, Daoxuan was also unable to spare any time, fully maintaining the rules of the fallen immortal realm from being assimilated by the secret realm. Lung Yinran and the others were still in the temple treasury. Unaware of the external situation, focusing on their cultivation. Deep in the great thousand void, a magnificent temple stood in the void. The laws and rhythms of the Tao filled the heavens and earth, and the operation of all stars could not approach the temple's vicinity. At this moment, within the temple, on a high throne, sat a woman who was perfect to the point of being impeccable, dressed in a luxurious platinum gown, wearing a crown and holding a scepter. Listening to a half-saint reporting information from below was one of the 3 Tao Master Realm powerhouses, the Conway Divine Lord. Dead? Useless. Chapter 694. Saints arrive one after another. When the half-saints appeared, the true gods and divine king powers present had already sensed something was wrong. They simply wanted to wait for the secret realm to end, take their younger generations, and quickly leave this place of chaos. Now, even the rarely seen Ta Ching saint had appeared here. This made many powerful beings even more fearful. They seemed to have unknowingly entered a place they should not have. The Ta Ching saint, although not having done much in the Great Thousand Void, had done one thing that was enough to place him above all other saints. It is said that above the saints is not the Tao Master, but Ta Ching. And above Ta Ching is the Tao Master, because he was the only saint who had survived under the hands of a Tao Master level existence. Although no one knew the specific details, this was enough to prove the Ta Ching saint's strength. Interesting. It seems that the fish caught this time is even bigger than I expected. Master Chun did not anticipate that the Ta Ching saint would come knocking. However, this also made him feel a bit excited. Chapter 695. The secret realm solidifies. Saints appear. The last 2 arriving saints were each dressed in the armor of the divine court, looking distinctly different from others. The armor clearly proved their identity as members of the divine court. What? Even people from the divine court have come? Wait, could it be because of Chen Wuyuan? Is it true what the rumors say? Chen Wuyuan is indeed the offspring of that divine lord. A group of true gods, divine kings, and even void powers at the divine venerable realm felt their scalps tingling. They had thought this secret realm was an opportunity and trial. But now that saints were continuously descending, it had completely exceeded their imagination. Speaking ill of my master deserves to be punished. The voices discussing the deity were naturally captured by the 2 saints of the divine court, their eyes turning cold as they casually glanced over. The few people discussing the deity immediately ignited, turning to dust and dissipating into the void. Suddenly, everyone tightly closed their mouths, not daring to speak recklessly anymore. Such gossip about the deity was fine for casual drinking in the cave, but discussing it in front of the saints of the divine court was simply seeking death. Chapter 696. Master, disciple seeks battle with the sound of voices rising, for different Tao harmonies transformed into 4 figures above the divine temple of Mount Buzhou. The ancestor of the imperial family radiated a terrifying aura, sharp and imposing. The ancestor of the Wang family contained his aura, but the saintly Tao harmonies surrounding him made him appear extraordinary. The other 2 saints of the divine court wore sacred armor, seemingly emanating a mysterious aura and sheen. Although they sensed that there were more than just these 4 talents at the peak of Mount Buzhou, the others were too weak to accomplish the feat of slaying Dijio, Wang Tong, and Chen Wuyuan. It was clear that it was these 4 maidens who were capable. The Wang family only needs one. The ancestor of the Wang family no longer retreated, directly stating his position. It was just right that he could take one of the 4 girls. It was not excessive. This seat only needs the mastermind. The ancestor of the imperial family was also unyielding, having fewer thoughts than the Wang family, only wanting to slay the mastermind. For a moment, the 4 saints seemed to be at odds with each other. Who could slay Wang Tong, Dijio, and Chen Wuyuan? But it was the 4 of you who were responsible? One of the saints of the divine court pondered for a moment before speaking up. Chapter 697. Battle of the 2 saints. The 2 saints who had seemed to hold the lives of all beings suddenly felt their realms inexplicably diminished by nearly 10 major realms. This terrifying scene left everyone dumbfounded, especially the Wang family, the imperial family, and the core figures of the celestial kings and celestial lords who had come with their ancestors. They had originally come to assist their ancestor in cleanup. Yet now, the ancestor, who had just been invincible as a saint, suddenly appeared weaker than they were. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Who exactly was the master mentioned by the girl? Just this casual method was enough to prove that the opponent was definitely above the saint level, a powerful being of the Tao realm without a doubt. As for what lay beyond, no one could guess. They were unaware if there were realms above the Tao realm, as that terrifying existence at the level of the three Tao lords had never revealed anything. This method was too terrifying. The two saints of the divine court felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes, already having the intention to retreat. But they were, after all, representatives of the divine court's face. They had already made a plan in their hearts to each take a step back later, believing that this mysterious Tao Lord would not want to offend the divine court, which also had a deity-level presence. Chapter 698. The fall of the imperial family ancestor. The terrifying heavenly monument crashed down toward the ancestor of the imperial family, but he did not panic. As his figure flickered, he casually formed a hand seal to unleash a divine ability that prevented the heavenly monument from falling. Immediately following that, he formed his hands into a sword gesture, and a sword chi condensed with murderous intent shot directly at Long Yanran. The ancestor of the Wang family was no ordinary person. Upon sensing danger above his head, he instinctively raised his hand to strike Long Yanran back. But halfway through the move, he suddenly withdrew, his figure flashing back several thousand meters. Letting go, Long Yanran furrowed her brows, quite displeased with his behavior of holding back. Facing the sword chi, she did not move at all, causing the two saint ancestors to be stunned, thinking they would succeed. But when the sword chi made contact with her, it passed right through, causing no harm. The spatial laws, merely at the celestial lord level. She had already mastered the spatial laws, which was indeed terrifying. If given enough time, becoming a saint would be without any surprises. The ancestor of the imperial family's pupils constricted. He could sense that his sword chi had not touched any object. The opponent had used spatial power to become ethereal, just as the sword chi was about to touch her. As the sword chi passed by, she solidified again, appearing as if she had always stood still without any movement, yet able to dodge any attack. Chapter 699. Does the Wang family ancestor want to yield? Everything happened too suddenly. No one expected that Long Yanran's spatial Tao could even be applied to her god-slaying spear, allowing her to use it for instant repositioning. She even leaped directly out of the heavenly chessboard in the endless sea of murderous intent. These two divine abilities could both seal off the heavens and earth, and theoretically, one could not easily escape using body movement divine abilities. This also led to the ancestor of the imperial family never expecting the opponent to suddenly appear right in front of him. Without time to defend, he was directly cut off from life. Even a saint, if not from painstakingly cultivated flesh, would only have physical strength comparable to a fully powered defensive venerable. Saints are powerful in that they can communicate with heaven and earth, using the rules for their own benefit, with spiritual energy that is boundless and can be borrowed from the heavens and earth at any time. Thus, beneath the saints, all are like ants. A single saint can annihilate countless half-saints as long as he does not find it tiring. Yet now, such a saint was pierced through the head by Long Yanran, who had just broken through to the celestial emperor realm. The blood of the saint sprayed into the void, transforming into a vast sea of blood, with a murderous aura emitted by the god-slaying spear continually corroding. Chapter 700. The pavilion lord appears, only seeking peace of mind, dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. They initially thought that the ancestor of the Wang family suddenly took out his sacred weapon intending to fully suppress the just broken through Long Yanran. Unexpectedly, a dignified saint could kneel and beg for mercy in front of so many powerful beings. For a moment, many powerful figures in the void did not know how to evaluate the ancestor of the Wang family. Should they say he was greedy for life and feared death, or that he was enduring humiliation and knowing when to advance and retreat? The powerful beings of the imperial family who had followed the ancestor were still reeling from the shock of his fall. Their ancestor's fall meant the end for their imperial family. Even if the mysterious Tao, lord-level terrifying presence did not strike at their imperial family today, after today, the imperial family would still have no place to stand. Over the years, how many forces had the imperial family had grudges with? Now that they had lost their ancestor, those families and forces would surely be the first to attack the imperial family and plunder extensively. Ancestor. This, sigh. The many powerful beings of the Wang family who had followed their ancestor looked at the scene of him suddenly kneeling, all speechless, opening their mouths, but unable to say anything. Chapter 701. Punishment according to merit and karmic obstacles. Already prepared. After the reminder from the master, Li Yurong immediately reacted. taking out the paper figure she had prepared in advance and began to throw it onto the fiery, humanoid burning figure. Dongfang Han quickly raised her hand, controlling 8 paper figures, each playing musical instruments to celebrate joyfully. Zhu Wanqing took out various paper-made ingots and magical artifacts, looking extremely professional, only seeking tranquility. Long Yinran silently reminisced about her masteress' words, her gaze gradually becoming clearer. Seeing her master smiling gently at her, she also responded with a faint smile, and then began to recite the sutras for the dead. This scene dispelled the doubts in the hearts of many powerful beings in the void. No wonder they were unable to summon the souls of their fallen juniors. It turns out those souls were taken by the people of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace in exchange for merit. They exchanged the souls of their kin for merit, and they even killed them first before performing the rites. What kind of filthy merit is this? Such terrifying methods, coupled with the terrifying strength of the Dao Master as a backdrop, it seems that in the vast void, there is now another force that cannot be offended. Chapter 702. The immortal source points are countless. Once everything calmed down, Master Chen looked at the many powerful beings who had come to trouble his disciples. Do you have any objections? If you have objections, feel free to speak up. This master is not someone who bullies the weak. Upon hearing this, the many members of the Void families exchanged glances. Naturally, no one dared to voice any dissatisfaction. The other party could effortlessly slay even saints, and even outright refused when a saint sought to acknowledge them as their master. How could they provoke such a being? Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. We acknowledge our mistakes and hold no grievances. The many members of the great Void families hurriedly bowed to express that there were no issues. They honestly did not expect this outcome. Ever since they discovered that the 4 women were backed by a Dao Master-level figure, they had already felt a chill in their hearts. Offending a Dao Master and being able to keep their lives was already an unbelievable matter. As for those who died in their families, that was their own fault. Anyway, they were still alive, and the dead could no longer voice their opinions. Seeing that the matter seemed to be over, the 2 saints from the divine court subtly planned to leave. However, they suddenly felt a gaze fixated on them, causing their figures to stiffen as they slowly turned their heads with awkward smiles. Chapter 703. The 12 Ancestral Witches' Shadows, Mount Buzhou Shrine. The matters in the void had temporarily come to a pause, and Master Chen, followed by his disciples, arrived at the open space in front of the Mount Buzhou Shrine. Tens of thousands of witches had their eyes glued to this emperor. As the emperor landed in front of the shrine, they erupted into excited low roars. Title: Witch Clan Emperor. Effect: Body strength can be enhanced up to 6,000 times. Master Chen glanced at his title, noting that the effect had changed. A 6,000-fold enhancement of body strength. He couldn't imagine how terrifying that would be. We welcome the emperor. Xing Tian, Shu Chun, Tian Yi, and the other witch leaders knelt on one knee, forming a neat line, intentionally shrinking their figures to normal human size. They dared not let the emperor look up at them. From today onwards, the entire witch clan would become a sharp blade in the emperor's hands. They would not question any orders from the emperor. Please accept the witch clan, emperor. Looking at these witches, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. No need for excessive courtesy. This master does have some understanding of the witch clan, having interacted with the E for quite some time. Chapter 704. Collecting the Treasury. Awaiting the revival of the ancient heavenly Dao, looking at the 12 sources before him, Master Chen stroked his chin, assessing the 12 ancestral witches. Behind him, Long Yinran and the other 4 disciples were also quietly observing those ancestral witches, who were powerful beings from ancient times and nearly became the sole rulers of heaven and earth back then. But now, their lives were in their master's hands. It all depended on his will. Well, it's just right. This master will need some manpower next. Later, this master will send the sources to the blood pool. Whether you can reappear in the world depends on your own fortunes. Master Chen casually waved his hand, temporarily collecting the 12 sources. Previously, when the disciples absorbed the power of the laws, he had already obtained the authority over these 12 laws, completely becoming their owner. And thus he had indeed lost interest in them. Thank you, Emperor. The 12 ancestral witches, seeing this, also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not care whether this emperor, whom they met for the first time, would help them, as long as the witch clan could continue and not let the bloodline of their father god be severed, that was enough. But if they had the opportunity to reappear in the world, who would refuse? Chapter 705. new measurement units about 3 days later. Lung Yanran and the others gradually finished absorbing the power of the laws and completed their training. Checking their personal panels, Master Chen's thoughts moved, and the system panel appeared before him. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, Primordial True God. First layer. Cultivation method, Chaos Heavenly Demon Art, Chaos, Physique, Innate Primordial Tao Body. Talent, Primordial. Immortal Source Points, 14, 320, 100, 000. Disciples. Lung Yanran, second layer of Immortal Emperor. Li Yorong, sixth layer of Immortal Lord. Donfang Han, third layer of Immortal Lord. Zhu Wanqing, first layer of Immortal Lord. This secret realm journey allowed the disciples to perfectly absorb various divine objects they had gathered over the years, resulting in significant improvements in their realms. Even the eldest disciple, Lung Yanran, had successfully broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm, while the last to enter, Zhu Wanqing, also broke through to the Immortal Lord realm in this secret realm, slightly catching up to some of her senior sisters. System. This number of Immortal Source Points is too long. Let us add a new unit called Divine Source Points at a ratio of 1 to 10, 000, and retain the exchange between Immortal Source Points and Divine Source Points. Ding! A new calculation unit, Divine Source Points, has been added for the host, with a ratio of 1 to 100, 000. Chapter 706. The Trepidation of the Three Tao Master Forces as Taiqing followed Jin Yuanzi in the shrine. Mount Buzhou temporarily quieted down. They were just waiting for the revival of the ancient heavenly Tao to resolve the situation. At this moment, however, the various void forces were not calm. Supreme Buddhist Kingdom. Composed of magnificent palaces, the Buddhist Kingdom housed numerous powerful beings of the Buddhist sect, including several of the Saint Realm. However, the true reason that the Buddhist Kingdom became one of the top 3 powers in the vast void and could gather so many Buddhist greats was only one: that Supreme Buddha. At this moment, in the tallest Buddhist hall of the Buddhist Kingdom, a monk dressed in luxurious robes sat high in the main seat of the hall. Listening to the news relayed back by the saints of the Buddhist sect below, the various Buddhist greats in different meditation postures opened their eyes in unison. Tao, a master realm? That once was the great world of the vast void. Upon receiving the confirmed answer from the Buddhist saint, the many Buddhist greats became unsettled. After so many years, a fourth Tao master had actually appeared in the vast void, and it had happened without a sound. No one could find any clues about his origins or background. The newly appointed Tao master is acting a bit too arrogantly. Chapter 707. The Request of Taiqing. The news of a new Tao master emerging in the fallen immortal realm has caused a stir among the major powers of the entire vast void. How many years has it been since a Tao master has appeared? The 3 Tao masters in the vast void today have stood at the pinnacle for countless years. The entire vast void is divided and controlled by these 3 Tao masters. But now that a 4th Tao master has emerged, the whole vast void is likely to face bloodshed. Moreover, judging by the new Tao master's blatant disregard for the divine court, it is clear that he is not a person who is weak and patient, but rather extremely tough. This raises the possibility that the other 3 Tao masters may join forces to pressure him. This has left many major powers, who originally planned to join the new Tao master while his foundation is unstable, feeling hesitant. Imperial family at this moment. The Imperial family's hall is filled with powerful figures from the Wang family. The 2 families, which originally had little enmity or connection, now find themselves together in one hall, and their expressions are filled with worry and bitterness. Now that our 2 family saint ancestors are no longer present, we fear that other families will watch us closely and may attack at any moment. At this juncture, only an alliance can help us live peacefully. Chapter 708. Subduing Taiqing. The corner of Saint Taiqing's eye twitched slightly as he heard the other party casually mention killing the 2 Tao masters, as if it were a trivial task. This further solidified his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Saint Taiqing raised his hand to set up a barrier, even doubting whether they could hide from the Tao masters probing within the temple. However, his action was directly interrupted by Master Chen raising his hand. Tao friend, why be so troublesome? Just speak openly. It's just 2 Tao masters. If you're not afraid of death and want to eavesdrop on me, then you can consider yourself lucky. I'm quite willing to take care of some spying mice. His words were calm, but filled with immense arrogance, or rather, confidence. The corner of Saint Taiqing's eye twitched again, as he was somewhat convinced by Master Chen's incredible confidence. The 2 Tao masters, to him, truly seemed like ants. What kind of power does one need to have such confidence? Dao Master? I'm afraid this Master Chen is far from being just a Dao Master. Chapter 709. Killing the Ancient Heavenly Path. Days passed in the blink of an eye. In just 7 days, Master Chen, Xinyuanzi, and Saint Taiching had been in the temple, discussing Ti and Dao. Others were also fulfilling their duties, as there were many matters to handle with the impending fusion of the two worlds. On the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace side, Qiyun, Yi, and several Immortal Emperors had been prepared for a long time, preventing the fusion of the two worlds. As there were ancient beasts threatening the normal survival of beings in the fallen immortal realm. Suddenly, both the fallen immortal realm and the ancient plate shook violently. A hazy, chaotic light enveloped the two worlds, aiding in their complete fusion. Merging the two worlds is not a simple task, but the ancient plate was originally one entity, so there were no obstacles to the fusion. When the light dissipated, the fallen immortal realm had expanded nearly tenfold compared to before. Although the ancient plate had been shattered in ancient times, the remaining part was enough to elevate the fallen immortal realm to a grand thousand world. The beings of the fallen immortal realm were somewhat dazed. It seemed that there were many new rules and powers in the world that were previously absent, creating an indescribable feeling that this world seemed more complete. Chapter 710. The Right Choice. A few days ago, the ratio of divine source points was written incorrectly. It has been corrected from 1 to 10, 000 to 1 to 1, 000, but the breakthrough is still sufficient for 3 major realms. The exchange ratio was wrong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the will of the heavenly Tao of the Grand Thousand World. Reward, 900 million divine source points. Current divine source points, 33,201 billion. Upon hearing the prompt, Master Chen felt satisfied, finally glad that the wait was not in vain. As the ancient heavenly Tao dissipated, the heavens and earth began to collapse more rapidly, and suddenly the entire fallen immortal realm was engulfed by boundless karma. It was 1,000 times more than the sea of karma from before. Even a saint would likely be directly obliterated by such karma. The Tao ancestor would not be able to withstand this terrifying karma either, and would inevitably fall to a lower realm, with karma binding them, leaving no chance for breakthrough. Zhang Xuani. Master Chen did not dwell on the karma. Master. Zhang Xuani hurriedly appeared before the master upon hearing his call, kneeling on one knee and cupping his hands. Quickly absorb it. Without delay, Master Chen directly took the rule-concentrated pearl from the body of the ancient heavenly Tao and transformed it into a stream of light, merging it into Zhang Xuani's body. Chapter 711. Even dogs don't care for meritorious deeds. Under the devout gaze of the beings in the fallen immortal realm, and in the astonished and somewhat incomprehensible eyes of Saint Taiching, as well as the many great families of the vast void who secretly lamented, a newly risen Tao master impulsively killed the will of the heavenly Tao, attracting karma upon himself. Yet, Master Chen remained calm, continuously absorbing the karma into his qi. Originally, there was a small amount of karma in his qi, but as he absorbed the seemingly endless karma that could engulf the entire fallen immortal realm, the amount of karma in his qi grew larger. This continued for a full half an hour, until the last wisp of karma was also absorbed into his qi. Karma isn't that terrifying. In fact, having more karma around feels quite refreshing. Master Chen exhaled, savoring the coolness of being surrounded by karma earlier, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Looking again at the large mass of karma in his qi, he wondered what effect it would have if he directly fed this thing to someone else. Unfortunately, there wasn't a suitable candidate to experiment with at the moment. Chapter 712. By Linga, the opportunity has come. In the hall, after hearing Master Chen's idea of establishing the Heavenly Tao Academy, Saint Taiching had a look of disbelief on his face. Do you mean as long as one has the intention to cultivate Tao, and is not an extremely wicked person with overwhelming karma, they can join the academy? Not only will they receive protection from the academy, but joining the academy also requires no cost, and as long as they complete the academy's goals, they can receive various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as a continuous supply of cultivation resources. This seems a bit too. Saint Taiching's latter words remained unspoken, as it seemed like a thankless task. When he realized the purpose of the Heavenly Tao Academy, he truly understood the difference in realms between himself and Master Chen, which was not just about strength. Going to cultivate beings without any return, providing resources, techniques, and divine powers, even recruiting suitable candidates from the vast void to act as lecturers. Someone must open a path for beings to cultivate. Master Chen took a sip of enlightenment tea and chuckled lightly. Only he knew how terrifying the returns from the Heavenly Tao Academy would be. According to the standards of the Heavenly Tao Academy, all the talents in the vast void that meet the criteria will inevitably join the Academy in the future. Given enough time, these talents can become the next generation of powerful families in the void. Chapter 713. Linger takes action in the Spirit Pool Palace. Spirit Pool Palace. Master Chen casually placed his clothes on a nearby wooden rack and entered the Spirit Pool. Lazily resting his hands on the edge of the pool, closing his eyes and letting out a slow breath. This time the secret realm was quite fruitful. The divine source points had earned about 2 billion, allowing the master to break through to the Hongmeng divine monarch realm at any time. Even Yanran and the others had made significant progress in their realms. Over the years, the medicinal power had nearly been consumed. It was time to return to the Immortal Palace and enter seclusion again to enhance their foundation. The Witch Clan would then send help to Taoist Taiching to develop the Heavenly Tao Academy in the Void. Just as Master Chen was silently calculating the gains from this trip, the doors of the Spirit Pool Palace were quietly opened, which naturally did not escape his notice. But he did not care. After a while, Bai Ling closed the doors of the Spirit Pool Palace again and activated the barrier to prevent outsiders from entering. Twisting her waist, she approached the Spirit Pool and gently waved her hand, causing several wooden trays filled with spirit fruits and enlightenment tea to float into the Spirit Pool. You have worked hard, my lord. Let me help you relax. Seeing that the master did not chase her away, Bai Ling understood the timing was right. Her heart racing a little, and her beautiful face inevitably flushed. Chapter 714. Dai, are you raising corpses? When the Heavenly Tao Academy found Dai, he was still carrying various massive stones, taking advantage of the Academy's talents, and others being out hunting ferocious beasts, doing his best to contribute to the Academy. As time passed, the Heavenly Tao Academy's enrollment was increasing, and there was almost not enough accommodation for the students. Senior Dai, we have delivered the message. We will return to the Immortal Palace now. By the way, I still have your sun-shooting bow to return. Lung Yanran and Li Yurong cupped their hands. And Yurong returned the sun-shooting bow she intended to use for roasting birds, then directly took her leave to head back to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. It's time to go back. Dai, carrying a stone, paused for a moment until the figures of the two young masters disappeared from his sight before realizing he had forgotten to see them off. I knew it. The Witch Clan cannot have only me left. Lord Emperor really helped the Witch Clan re-emerge in the world, so according to your prophecies. The Witch Clan will also regain its status as a dominant force in the world. Dai couldn't help but murmur excitedly, but soon calmed down, casually tossing the stone aside. No, to be precise, it's not the Witch Clan regaining its dominant status, but the only master in the world is Lord Emperor. Chapter 715. Can you call him Senior Chen? Xing Tian and Dai chatted all the way to the entrance of the Blood Pool Cave. You don't know. I almost misunderstood the 4 young masters back then and sent someone to take them back to this cave. Xing Tian kept talking about how he had misunderstood the 4 young masters in the secret realm. Suddenly, Dai stopped. Then why are you still alive? A question mark slowly appeared over Xing Tian's head. Just as he was about to explain a few words, Dai spoke again. According to the laws of my Witch Clan, you should die to atone. His tone was extremely serious, with no hint of a joke. I'm already dead. I've already died. It was the 4 young masters who threw me into the blood pool and then brought me back to life. Do you think I, Xing Tian, fear death? Xing Tian quickly explained, knowing he had been misunderstood. He struggled to articulate as he was not very bright. That's more like it. Dai breathed a sigh of relief, his expression softening again. If the current Witch Clan was no longer like before, then they were no longer worthy of following Lord Emperor. You really are a good brother of mine, Xing Tian. Chapter 716. Let this sword immortal test the feel for the master. Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, after notifying Dai. Lung Yanran and Li Yurong returned directly. Young master, second young master. The maidservants, including Xiang, immediately noticed the 2 young masters and hurriedly paid their respects. Has the master not returned yet? Lung Yanran looked at the empty enlightenment chair and asked with some confusion. The Lord has returned. But he has gone to the Spirit Pool Palace and hasn't come out for several days, Xiang said with a somewhat strange tone, feeling a lack of confidence in her words. I'll go see if the master needs anything. Upon hearing this, Lung Yinran didn't think anything was wrong. Instead, she wondered if the master had run out of clean clothes since he hadn't returned to the Immortal Palace for a while and hadn't he had his old clothes cleaned up. Perhaps the young master should wait a little longer. Xiang said somewhat awkwardly. Why? Did the master instruct us not to disturb him? Lung Yinran sensed something was off and stopped to ask curiously. A few days ago, Steward Bai went to deliver a fruit platter to the Lord and hasn't come out since. Chapter 717, 3-Year Deadline. Chen Xian sets off 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Master Chen also exited seclusion from the Immortal Palace after 2.5 years. A certain steward surnamed Bai had fallen into a deep sleep in his room. Even an immortal monarch could not withstand such intense battles. Master, Lung Yinran, and the others, sensing that the master had exited seclusion, all stopped their cultivation after completing a full cycle of their energy and went to pay their respects at the small pavilion. As the little junior sister, Zhu Wanqing, was also very obedient, she brewed a pot of enlightenment tea for the master. I have been watching your performance in this ancient secret realm and am very satisfied. However, the foundation you have built up over the years has nearly been exhausted. Just in time, you can each take these heavenly materials and earthly treasures to absorb and refine. While drinking the enlightenment tea, Master Chen casually waved his hand, placing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the stone table. These treasures were rewards from the system when the 4 disciples broke through their realms. Pills, various extraordinary blood essences, spiritual roots, and even quite a few magical treasures. Each of these items would cause a frenzy among the major families in the vast void and even attract saints to compete for them. However, the current Lung Yinran and the others had long been accustomed to their master's extravagant ways. Chapter 718. When the sharp edge emerges, the Tao Master only needs to bow after a grand fireworks celebration. The entire EC saw it clearly and was amazed, never expecting such fireworks to exist in the world. However, Qi Yun is now a powerful immortal king, and the effect of self-detonation is indeed extraordinary. All right. If you self-detonate again, I won't help you be reborn. It's troublesome. Headmaster Chen covered his forehead, unable to bear to look directly at him. What on earth is this guy thinking? Why does he think I enjoy watching self-detonation fireworks? He has never mentioned having this hobby. The key is that every time he self-detonates, I have to help this old guy be reborn, which is a lot of work. Hey, my lord. Isn't this one even more beautiful? Qi Yun asked eagerly with a flattering smile, bowing and clasping his hands. Headmaster Chen has other matters to attend to, so you should play with your corpse puppets and do whatever you need to do. Headmaster Chen twitched his lips, too lazy to say more, and was about to leave. My lord, where are you going? How can you go without anyone by your side? This won't do. Qi Yun hurriedly called out upon hearing this. Headmaster Chen replied, I'm going to collect debts. Why do I need someone to follow? Chapter 719. The Heavenly Tao Academy of the Void with a slight raise of his hand. The laws within the vast void of the world emerged, transforming into chains of rules, which directly fell upon the embryonic form of the academy established by the Taiji Saint. Instantly, the laws resonated throughout the void, illuminating the myriad realms. As the laws took the form of the academy's body, various runes appeared upon it, each representing a different law. If a gifted person observes them every day, they might even comprehend the true meaning of the laws. Just the body of the academy already possesses incredibly magical effects. Meanwhile, 3,000 divine and demonic figures emerged, all growling lowly and submitting to the academy and Headmaster Chen's direction. In the vast void, large expanses of auspicious clouds appeared, from which countless auspicious beasts leaped out, circling the void before landing in the academy, transforming into carved decorations attached to the walls and stone pillars. On the stone pillars, auspicious dragons coiled, while various extraordinary auspicious beasts came to life on the walls. In an instant, the luck of the entire Heavenly Tao Academy soared several times. And as long as one stays within this academy, they can subtly enhance their own fortune, and during cultivation, they may even have the opportunity to enter a state of enlightenment, occasionally sensing opportunities related to themselves descending to the world. Chapter 720. Panic among various forces. The Divine Lord emerges meanwhile, the terrifying phenomenon caused by Headmaster Chen establishing the Heavenly Tao Academy was naturally noticed by many powerful families in the void. This newly appointed Tao Lord is far more terrifying than imagined. The annihilation of worldly karma has not affected his strength at all. Ancestor, what should our Su family do? Nonsense. Quickly bring thick gifts to that academy. Take the younger generation under 500 years old and see if they can join the academy. What about the other 3 Tao Lords? Who cares about that? If the Buddhist Kingdom, Tao Mountain, and that Divine Court could offer benefits like the Heavenly Tao Academy, they would have done so long ago. Hurry and go. Other powerful families in the void reacted similarly to the Su family. Clan leader. Does this mean we have chosen a side with one Tao Lord? And will we be targeted by the other 3 Tao Lord forces in the future? What do you know? With the strength and toughness displayed by this newly appointed Tao Lord, I'm afraid that before the other 3 families can target him, he will target them first. He is too strong. Just this phenomenon is beyond human capability. I'm afraid the other 3 Tao Lords are more afraid than you and me right now. Don't delay. Quickly gather rare materials and treasures, and send the younger generation of the family to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Chapter 721. Qiyun. Oh no, the plan has changed seeing the Divine Lord's anger. The Saint Envoy of Mu Ling immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. Reporting to my lord, while you were in seclusion, that Tao Lord who fell into the immortal realm killed a heavenly Tao will of a great 1,000 worlds. This triggered the entanglement of annihilating worldly karma. At that moment, seeing this scene, I thought the other party would fall in realm and no longer have the means to contend with our divine court. I brought back the compensation from last time and returned it to the treasury. I assure you, I did not pocket even a bit of those rare materials and treasures. They were all returned. The Saint Envoy of Mu Ling buried his head very low. Even though he had been a saint for tens of thousands of years, in front of the Tao Lord, he still felt like an ant, easily crushed. At this moment, he could only pray that the Divine Lord would spare his life. You fool, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused for our divine court? The Empty Moon Divine Lord felt a chill when she heard that he had not delivered those rare materials and treasures to the immortal realm on time. Finally, she understood why that Headmaster Chen was coming toward her divine hall. She had only been in seclusion for 3 years, and these guys had brought such an unwarranted disaster upon her. Chapter 722. Is this stick fun? The other party was not at all polite, and the Divine Lord knew that the Divine Court would likely have to bleed heavily today. With a slight wave of her hand, the saint who brought double compensation from the treasury presented 2 spatial rings. Here is the compensation you requested, double. The Empty Moon Divine Lord slightly gestured forward with her finger, and the 2 spatial rings were sent directly to Headmaster Chen. Qiyun, very understanding, took the 2 spatial rings, naturally not letting the headmaster do it himself. Double? It seems the Divine Court is also showing some sincerity. Since that is the case, this guy's life can be considered as bought by the Divine Court. Headmaster Chen nodded slightly and did not check the rare materials and treasures inside the spatial rings, as it was unlikely that the other party would falsify this. Hearing this, the Saint Envoy of Mu Ling let out a long sigh of relief. His life was saved. However, the other party seemed a bit strange this time, unusually easygoing. It seemed different from their initial meeting. Perhaps it was because they were wary of the Divine Lord's strength and did not want to completely sever ties with the Divine Court. Then, the Empty Moon thanks you. Friend, since that is the case, why don't you enter the hall for a discussion? If there is anything you need from our Divine Court in the future, the Divine Court will do its utmost to assist. Chapter 723. The Divine Court submits after the Empty Moon Divine Lord used the Supreme Scepter to activate 3,000 laws. She had initially breathed a sigh of relief. She planned to let the other party retreat in the face of difficulty, as she did not dare to strike against this incredibly mysterious Headmaster Chen and completely turn hostile. Although the Supreme Scepter can freeze time and space within a radius of 10,000 miles, if she attacked the other party, it would also awaken him from the freeze. In that case, she believed she would have no chance of winning. However, when she heard Headmaster Chen's voice, all her thoughts were shattered. The 3,000 laws of the Supreme Scepter could not suppress the other party at all. You, the Empty Moon Divine Lord's face, which had always been expressionless, revealed a hint of fear as she attempted to retract the Supreme Scepter from his hand. I was asking you something. Is this stick fun? Chen Daoxuan looked at the God Lord in front of him, who finally showed some emotional fluctuations Yet his expression remained unchanged as he continued to smile faintly and asked. At the same time, his palm began to exert a slight force, and the supreme scepter that had been nurtured by the divine court for countless years suddenly started to twist wildly. The part he held in his hand turned directly into an unknown special metal. Chapter 724, Breaking Through Three Realms. Hongmeng Divine Lord, hearing Chen Daoxuan use the most ordinary tone to say the most resolute words, everyone present fell silent. The small Dao Lord couldn't even see his strength? What realm could possibly make such grandiose statements at the end of all worlds? The Kongyue God, Lord, opened her mouth, looking at the young man in front of her, and for a moment she was stunned. The end of the Dao. This statement was extremely arrogant. Yet it seemed as if he was speaking about something as ordinary as common knowledge. Wasn't her earlier attempt to test him due to ignorance? From beginning to end, he had not revealed the slightest bit of strength. Merely his physical presence made her feel despair. Qi Yin was crawling on the ground behind the Great Lord, shaking uncontrollably as if he had entered a vibration mode. Write it down. I must remember it word for word. Qi Yin, lying on the ground, made sounds as his head bumped against the ground due to the shaking. His eyes were shining with excitement, and disregarding everyone else. He took out a notebook from his pocket. The cover read Great Lord's quotes. After flipping through half the book, he reached a blank page and excitedly and earnestly wrote down the Great Lord's words one by one. Chapter 725, The Master of Heaven and Earth. The merit of the Great Tao when Chen Daoxuan's realm broke through to the Hongmeng Divine Lord level. His aura soared countless times. The terrifying phenomena in the vast emptiness of the universe shattered in an instant, turning into scattered origins and gathering in the same direction. Eventually, above Chen Daoxuan, a divine statue formed. The grandeur of the divine statue was such that even the stars merely adorned it. The star river in the vast emptiness was but a belt around its waist. In the entire vast emptiness, any powerful being above the Immortal Emperor realm could see the existence of this divine statue from anywhere. In an instant, all beings felt a connection and bowed down to worship the divine statue. Even those beings without awakened intelligence instinctively knelt toward it. Ding! The host receives the sincere worship of more than 50% of the beings in the vast emptiness. Reward title: Master of Heaven and Earth. Master of Heaven and Earth. Completely invincible within the scope of the vast emptiness. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to feel his own strength, he heard an unexpected reward ringing in his ears. Master of Heaven and Earth. Completely invincible within the vast emptiness. This was equivalent to the invincible range of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, spreading across the entire vast emptiness. Chapter 726. The Divine Court is done. Am I actively interested? Supreme Buddhist Kingdom. In the resplendent hall, more than half of the powerful beings in the Buddhist kingdom instinctively bowed sincerely toward the divine statue, reciting Buddhist chants. Only those powerful beings above half-saint could barely suppress their instincts. Master of Heaven and Earth, Chen Daoxuan. The Supreme Buddha murmured softly. He thought the other party was strong, but he never imagined they could be outrageously strong. Just today's performance of Chen Daoxuan had already made him understand how great the gap was between them. The other party probably had never regarded him properly. In front of him, the Tao Lord was still an ant. Go fetch half of the resources of my Buddhist kingdom. I want to personally visit the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Supreme Buddha looked at the Buddhist powerhouses below who were all watching him and quickly made a decision. Tao Mountain. At this time, the Tao Lord looked at the divine statue dissipating in the vast emptiness and also made the same decision. He immediately instructed the Tao Child to prepare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, taking out half of Tao Mountain's resources accumulated over the years, planning to personally visit the academy. Since that Chen Daoxuan had already gone to the Divine Court, the Divine Court must have surrendered, and if the two of them did not express their stance, the next outcome would likely not be good. Chapter 727. This Lord really doesn't let a day go by without rest after leaving the Divine Court. Chen Daoxuan did not go anywhere else, but directly returned to the falling immortal realm. Looking at the edge of the falling immortal realm, it had now been promoted to the Great Thousand World, with its area about 10 times larger than before. Even at this moment, the falling immortal realm had already enveloped over 1,000 middle thousand worlds. The Great Lord, the Tianxian realm, was considered a small thousand world. The falling immortal realm had previously been a middle thousand world, and now it had been promoted to a great thousand world. So, should this vast emptiness be called the Void Realm? What is above that? Qian looked at the falling immortal realm at this moment, and couldn't help but feel a sense of enlightenment, unconsciously seeking knowledge from the great lord beside him. The Void Realm? It's just a matter of naming. It's not important. As for what lies beyond the Void Realm, it's the Chaos Sea, but I haven't been there yet. Just right, now that this matter is settled, once the Heavenly Tao Academy stabilizes and everything settles down, I should also take a look at the Chaos Sea. Hearing Qi Yun's words, Chen Gezju stroked his chin and casually explained his doubts. The Chaos Sea? There must be beings stronger than Tao, lords within that Chaos Sea. Great Lord, your strength could probably suppress all races even in the Chaos Sea. Chapter 728, Come, let us have a match on this day. In the first Heavenly Tao Academy of the falling immortal realm, golden light suddenly burst forth, and the Tao rhythm filled the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth felt it, and auspicious clouds and divine beasts immediately gathered above the Heavenly Tao Academy. Fairies scattered flowers, celestial sounds echoed, and auspicious clouds descended with golden fortune and merit, while the figure Zhen Yunzi also appeared right below the auspicious clouds. I am the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi. Today I feel something in my heart, and seek to prove the Tao as a saint. I ask for the benefactor's consent. Zhen Yuanzi, who had been stuck at the peak of half-saint for many years, also felt his realm loosen at this moment, ready to step into the saint realm at any time. His voice resonated throughout the falling immortal realm, and all beings looked toward the figure that was about to attain the Saint Tao. Saints should know that the strongest beings in the falling immortal realm before were merely immortal emperors. With the promotion to the Great Thousand World, several immortal emperors now show signs of breaking through to the venerable realm, especially the human emperor Wu Shou, who has already taken the lead and broken through to the venerable realm ahead of other immortal emperors. A familiar voice echoed throughout the falling immortal realm, and all beings bowed in worship, congratulating Chen Daoxuan on attaining the Saint Tao, becoming the first saint in this falling immortal realm, and also bowing to the Holy Master Chen Daoxuan. Even though the Holy Master casually uttered a word, it already excited all beings in the falling immortal realm. Chapter 729, One Qi transforming into three pure ones. Breakthrough opportunity for Tao lords before the great clans of the void outside the Heavenly Tao Academy could speak. And even before the Buddha could finish speaking, the Taiji saint directly waved his hand. The Taiji diagram behind him instantly appeared above the Buddha, quickly rotating into a black and white mixed black hole, directly enveloping the Buddha's figure, only leaving behind one sentence: "Come, let us have a match." The two of them disappeared from the sight of many void clans. What is going on? Why did the Ta Ching saints suddenly take action against the Buddha? The young talents looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why such a situation had suddenly arisen. However, there were also ancient beings who had lived for millions of years, such as the gods of various void families and even half-saints. They had some knowledge of the events from back then. It seems that the legends from that year were true. After the three pure ones returned from their journey in the Chaos Sea, they were targeted by the Buddha. After one battle, only the Ta Ching remained of the three pure ones. It was only when the final Tao Master intervened that the life of the Ta Ching saint was preserved. For so many years, the Ta Ching saint had likely been enduring in silence, and now, with the support of the Chen Dao ancestor, he finally took action. However, if the Chen Dao ancestor had not intervened, the Ta Ching saint would not have been able to kill the Buddha. Chapter 730, Ta Ching enters the Tao Master Realm, Heavenly Tao Immortal Hall, at this moment, in the small pavilion. Hetchen also used a small trick to display the scene of the Ta Ching battle. Lung Yanran and the others were focused on watching. Such a battle at the saint level would be quite helpful for them, at least to witness the means of the saint realm. However, the key point was that this was not just a simple battle of saints, but a fight where the saint realm was battling against the Tao Master Realm. Initially, the four were just focused on watching, until they saw Ta Ching use the technique one Qi transforms into three pure ones. And the Tong Tian sect master summoned the extermination sword array. All four were stunned. "Master, isn't that the extermination 4 swords you bestowed upon me?" Donfang Han was somewhat confused, and she also summoned her own extermination 4 swords to compare with the scene. Identical. Not only were these 4 extermination swords the same, But even the extermination sword array looked completely identical. However, in the hands of the Tong Tian sect master, the extermination sword array had reached an unparalleled level, far surpassing her own. It was indeed the extermination four swords. Head Chen nodded slightly, not expecting that the real extermination four swords still remained in the world. He had thought that the extermination sword array awarded by the system was a treasure that should have long since vanished. Chapter 731. A word decides life and death. The treasured Buddha country in the hands of the Buddha had been cleaved away, and it would definitely take some time to recall and defend. The Buddha could only push his Tao master realm to the limit, and the golden Buddha statue enveloped him once again. However, the golden Buddha statue appeared minuscule, like an ant, in front of the Pangu phantom holding the broken open sky axe that the three pure ones had condensed. With just a touch, it began to crumble into golden specks. The Buddha showed a look of compassion and uttered a Buddha's name. The golden statue shattered in response, and his gaze turned to the Tao master. "Friend, please take action." Before he could finish speaking, the Tao master suddenly cast a spell that shot directly toward his forehead. As the open sky axe fell, along with the Tao master's spell, the compassionate Buddha was instantly deprived of life. In an instant, the heavens and earth mourned. A Tao master-level ancient powerhouse had fallen just like that above the plaza of the Heavenly Tao Academy. The Void clans present looked at the Buddha, who was sitting cross-legged with his hands clasped, now devoid of life, and fell into silence. Silence. This master of the vast Buddha country, who had dominated the Void for countless years, had actually fallen before them. It was simply too shocking. Chapter 732. Full Harvest. The raid of relics, many of the Void clans present silently watched, not daring to make a sound. This Chen Dao ancestor appeared to have a restrained aura, even only revealing the aura of a god. But everyone knew that it was just an illusion. No one doubted the truth of Chen Dao ancestor's words. As long as Ta Ching said he would make the Lord of Dao Mountain die, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Back then, you stir the waters, causing two of my three pure ones to fall. This crime deserves to be punished, Ta Ching said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Head Chen raised his hand, and streams of Dao rhythm shot toward the Dao master's forehead. But wait, cough, cough. Just as Ta Ching was about to continue speaking, he saw Head Chen act, and his tone became urgent as he hurriedly tried to stop him. Upon hearing this, Head Chen twitched the corner of his eye, dispersing the Dao rhythm. Why was this guy speaking so slowly? He was in a hurry to return to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall for a nap. The Lord of Dao Mountain was nearly exhausted. He felt as if he had lost all connection with this world, as if he were the only one left in the universe. If Ta Ching had spoken just a moment later, he would have already departed with the Buddha. Why didn't you dodge? Is it because you aren't afraid? At this moment, Xiandu, who had been silently waiting on the Academy Plaza to collect the Dao Master's corpse, suddenly couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Chapter 733. A special young girl, descendant of the chaos deity, watching the Buddha's Dao body turn to Dao ashes before his eyes, and amidst them flickering a few relics. Qi Yun sat down on the ground, feeling as if all his energy had been drained. What happened? What did you just shout? Head Chen finally turned to ask. Old man, I just said, Great Lord, you're burning. Burning well. Qi Yun gazed blankly at the pile of Dao ashes, smiling in a way that looked worse than crying. Not wanting to stay any longer, after bidding farewell to the Great Lord and the ants, he left in a daze. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to witness the Buddha's Dao body turning to ashes before his eyes. It was more cruel than killing him. After Qi Yun left, the Dao ashes naturally became nourishment for the enlightenment tea tree and the ginseng fruit tree. As for the Buddha's relics, Little Seafood thought they looked quite nice and directly strung them together, hanging them in the southwest corner of the small pavilion. When the wind blew, they would make a gentle, crisp sound as they collided. Just after hanging the relics, Little Seafood saw that the three senior sisters had already resumed their meditation under the enlightenment tea tree. After hesitating for a moment, they couldn't help but ask Master, I have a question that's been bothering me for a long time. Chapter 734. The Trial of the Academy. Full marks young girl after a full 81 days. The first batch of students from the Academy was finally selected. At this moment, Xiandu was completely exhausted, clearly sitting there with his eyes open, but showing no signs of life. Why does our principal's disciple look like he's asleep with his eyes open? Many students on the plaza couldn't help but whisper. He might have been gone for a while. The The special young girl, hearing the discussion among the young talents, pouted and couldn't help but mutter. Ta Qing glanced at the disciples beside him and did not wake him up. Instead, he slowly stood up and looked at the plaza. Everyone has now passed the screening. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Ta Qing's not-so-loud voice was clear in every young talent's ear. In an instant, the plaza fell silent. They had come to join the main academy, and naturally, no one wished to withdraw. Since there is none, congratulations to all of you. From today, you are the first batch of students of the Heavenly Dao Academy's Void Main Academy. I, Ta Qing, am the acting principal of this academy. However, from here on, you will need to go through layers of tests to determine your treatment within the academy. Tai Qing nodded slightly, a kind smile sweeping over the talented individuals in the square. Chapter 735. The final round of tests. Chen Gu took the initiative to arrange those selected inner disciples to the academy. Tai Qing surveyed the few remaining talents in the square. After 2 rounds of assessments, out of more than 90,000 originally, only a little over 200 remained, indicating the difficulty of the tests. I congratulate everyone. Having passed the second round of assessments, you already hold the status and treatment of core students. I can assure you that as long as you do not make foolish decisions, you will surely step beyond the realm of divine lords in the future. Half-saints and saints are your future goals. Even the Dao Master realm might appear among you. Tai Qing looked at the remaining talents, his eyes revealing satisfaction and fondness. It can be said that among these more than 200 individuals, any one of them is more gifted than his own direct disciple, Xuandu, and they are among the most elite in the vast void of the universe. Tai Qing even felt that a few of the most astonishing talents among them had qualifications not inferior to his own, and if given enough time, they could very well attain the status of a saint or even a Dao Master. After all, they have the academy as protection and support, significantly reducing the dangers on their path of cultivation. Half-saints and saints. Chapter 736. Those with the ability to challenge Chen Daoxuan's disciples when Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared above the academy, whether it was Dao Masters or saints. They all hurriedly bowed in respect. Welcome, Chen Daoxuan. He merely nodded slightly to the crowd and casually glanced to find that Tai Qing had long prepared the main seat for him. He simply sat down, leaning back and looking towards the void arena. Lung Yinran and the other 3 stood behind their master, also observing the true talents carefully selected from the vast void. Those who managed to reach the 3rd round were already competitors comparable to the prodigies from the ancient secret realms, such as the imperial and royal families. However, prodigies like Wang Teng and Di Jiu were still beyond the sight of the 4. As they watched, all 4's gazes suddenly fixed on the same arena. A little girl with long white hair, dressed in a delicate little dress and white silk over-the-knee socks, looked very cute. She seemed to win effortlessly throughout the match, even declaring that anyone who could last 10 moves against her without being defeated would count as her loss. Not simple. Li Yurong blinked and gave her evaluation. Being at the Immortal Sovereign realm, she could even approach the strength of the little seafood. Chapter 737. Continuous setbacks no matter what the conditions are. Can you agree? The white-haired little girl looked seriously at the young man, known as Chen Daoxuan, and asked, as long as it doesn't make this pavilion master feel difficult. As for whether you want to kill someone or save someone, that's all fine. Chen Gu smiled lightly, casually saying, in his view, this little girl who came from the Chaos Sea to the academy likely offended someone and was hiding from her enemies. If I win, can you come back with me to get married? By the way, my name is Yuchan. What's your name? The girl directly introduced herself and made a request that caused an uproar in the audience. I must have misheard. This person can't be crazy, right? What a bold request. It seemed they had underestimated her ambition before. The group of talents gasped in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Even the 4 disciples beside Chen Daoxuan were also taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. What kind of person is this, so wild? Tai Qing, with drooping eyelids, couldn't help but twitch a few times, remaining silent. Chapter 738. All 4 are monsters. Thoroughly defeated Yuchan was completely stunned. As her defensive artifact shattered, a clump of her white hair slowly fell. This sword strike left her with no way to evade and was sharp enough to easily cut through her defensive artifact. Although this artifact wasn't considered high grade for her, she couldn't use anything else she brought out. If she did, the Yu clan would come crashing down. An immortal sovereign had mastered the laws of time. Yuchan recalled that sword strike, and her head began to ache. Logically speaking, to master the laws, one must at least break through to the Immortal Emperor realm and mastering a law would be sufficient to achieve the Immortal Emperor and continue to break through. Yet this guy had mastered the laws at the Immortal Sovereign Realm, and it was one of the rarest types, the laws of time. The consecutive blows left Chen doubting whether she had come to the wrong place. Is this the vast void? Why are these people so much more terrifying than the talents from the Chaos Sea? Hey, are we still fighting? What are you dazed for? Dongfang Han saw her in a daze and reminded her. Can we switch opponents? Chapter 739. Good looks, Dao Master doesn't allow gifts. Hearing the other party's question about her intentions, Chen opened her mouth but didn't want to speak. Seeing this, Chungu understood she had her concerns and raised his hand to set up a barrier, leaving only himself and her. He then softly said, now you can speak freely. Chen saw there were no others around, puffed up her cheeks, and considered for a moment. She decided to lay it all out. I am the contemporary goddess of the Yu clan. According to tradition, I need to marry the divine son of the Ri clan. However, I don't like him, so I can only secretly run away to this vast void for a while. If he is smart, he should know that I don't like him and should retreat. Shingo was taken aback upon hearing this. He initially thought she was hiding from enemies, but it turned out this little girl was running away from a marriage. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed the Yu clan was not simple in the vast void, with a noble status. Although I lost the competition, I still want to ask, will you really not return to the Chaos Sea to marry me? My Yu clan is the true ruler of the Chaos Sea. No matter what you want, my Yu clan can provide it. Once I inherit the family's power, we can walk through the entire Chaos Sea together, and anyone who displeases us will be crushed. Chapter 740. Staying in the academy to observe, returning to calm, eventually, the over 90,000 talents in the academy, trembling in fear, were assigned their merits and luck according to their rankings. Even until Chen Daoxuan departed. They didn't forget the overwhelming sense of karmic burden, as if they could see their ancestors beckoning to them amidst endless karma. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. After Chen Gu bestowed merits upon the first batch of students, he didn't linger and directly took his disciples back to the celestial Dao Immortal Palace. The academy also began to bustle with activity. Xuandu started to distribute rewards of heavenly materials and earthly treasures according to the students' rankings. The top 4 to the 10th champions of the arena have also respectfully entered the appropriate sage's sex, becoming disciples of the sages. You two can each choose an elder guest to take as your master. Taiching looked at the top 3 of the arena competition and spoke to the 2, excluding Yuechan. There happened to be 1 male and 1 female among them. The deity was already mostly disdainful of males, so he accepted the female disciple, leaving the other for the Lord of Daoxuan. As for the champion this time, since he was unwilling to take the Dao Lord as his master, I will give you an extra reward. Taiching looked at Yuechan and waved his hand, sending countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures up. Chapter 741. Uninvited Guest. Yang Sun time in cultivation knows no age. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. View the panel. As Master Chen silently recited in his heart, information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Host Chen Daoxuan. Realm. First layer of Hongmeng, Divine Monarch. Cultivation method. Chaos Heaven Demon Technique. Chaos. Physique. Innate Hongmeng Dao Body. Talent. Hongmeng. Divine Source Points. 17. 54,399 billion. Disciples. Lung Yanran. 7th layer of Immortal Emperor. Li Yurong. 3rd layer of Immortal Emperor. Dongfang Han. 1st layer of Immortal Emperor. Zhu Wanqing. 8th layer of Immortal Lord. During this time, the realms of Lung Yanran and the other 3 have also seen significant breakthroughs. Except for the 4th disciple, Zhu Wanqing, who has not yet reached the Immortal Emperor realm. The other 3 have already attained it. They had mastered the laws in the Witch clan's divine temple, making their path to the Immortal Emperor realm a natural progression without much difficulty. Others in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Hall have also made considerable progress. Aolan has already reached the Immortal Lord realm, and by Linger reached the Immortal Emperor realm early on. After Li Shinru broke through to the Immortal Lord realm, he went to the first academy of the Fallen Immortal realm to manage the affairs of the academy there. Even Qi Yun, with the support of resources from the Master, successfully broke through to the Immortal Lord realm, but he still needed to reach the Immortal Emperor realm to freely control the Saint's corpse puppet. Chapter 742. Yang Sun is slain. So much deception you misunderstand. This young lady has already found someone she loves. Therefore, no matter what, It is impossible for me to return to the Chaos Sea and marry into your Yang clan. Not wanting to say much to this guy, Yuechan directly laid her cards on the table. When she mentioned her beloved, her eyes brightened a little, and a smile tugged at her lips, showing no signs of pretense. Upon hearing this, Yang Sun's expression darkened. He could tolerate her willfully hiding in the vast void because, after all, she would eventually be his. But he did not expect that in just 100 years, she would develop feelings for someone in this vast void. In this vast void, who could compare to a single hair of this divine sun? If you continue to act recklessly, this divine sun will have no choice but to use the Yang clan to erase the entire vast void from the Chaos Sea. Return with this divine sun to the Chaos Sea, even if it's for the beings of this vast void. Yang Sun squinted and said, his tone not at all joking. He knew that although Yuechan was proud, she had a kind heart and would not allow him to destroy the entire vast void. But regardless, once he returned to the Yang clan, he would take action against this vast void. After all, he could not allow his woman to think about some waste in the vast void every day after their marriage. Chapter 743. Chen Xian. So terrifying, so frightening. As the crack disappeared, the Heavenly Tao Academy returned to calm. Many academy students looked up in confusion at the principal and others floating in the air above the academy, still unclear about what had happened. It seemed someone had come to the academy to cause trouble without regard for their lives. However, after the Hongmeng ruler left behind 2 golden rays, everything came to an end. 3 life-saving measures were left with just 1 remaining. Taiching's drooping eyelids twitched slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. How long had it been since he took over the academy? And such a situation arose. However, he truly had no way to deal with it this time, especially in the face of the existence beyond the crack. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. His strength was probably similar to that terrifying figure he encountered in the Chaos Sea. Even after withstanding one of the Hongmeng ruler's attacks, he merely let out a muffled grunt and did not fall directly. The master should be able to understand. Little Yuechan, who was that guy just now? Dongfang Han asked calmly, showing no signs of panic even in the face of that attack. After all, once it involved a deadly danger, the supernatural powers left by the master on the spiritual platform would be activated. As the saying goes, everyone relies on their own abilities before danger arises. But once danger occurs, the opponent is surely doomed. Chapter 744. Yang Clan Divine Domain in an instant. Master Chen began to rapidly calculate his overall strength and hidden cards in his heart. If a normal attack were to be launched, its power could increase 10,000 times based on the Hongmeng ruler. If added with the title of the Witch Clan's Emperor, it could multiply the physical strength by several thousand times. If he then used the 3,000 Great Daos in conjunction with supernatural powers, it could further amplify the power by about 1,000 times. Under these enhancements, he could even break through a major realm, roughly increasing his overall strength 10,000 times. Master, is the opponent very strong? Dongfang Han cautiously asked, but he only withstood 1 attack left by your Hongmeng ruler, right? Meanwhile, Lung Yanran and the others had also stopped their cultivation as soon as Dongfang Han returned, calling out excitedly. Upon arriving at the small pavilion, they found that the master had a serious and wary expression, pacing back and forth. What big trouble had they encountered? They did not dare to ask, fearing they would disturb the master's thoughts. Very strong. The main point is, if he withstood the attack of the Master S. Hongmeng ruler in the Chaos Sea, he might not even be the strongest being in the Chaos Sea. There could be even more terrifying individuals above him. Chapter 745. The Sun God begins to break through secret realm space of the Sun God domain. The patriarch of the Yang clan and the still unawakened divine son Yang Sun had now entered the secret realm space. The entire secret realm space radiated unbearable waves of scorching heat. Looking up, a golden sun hung high, and within the sun, there seemed to be an indistinct black dot. Upon closer inspection, it could be discerned that it was a bare-chested young man. The current patriarch Yang Cheng pays respects to the ancestor. Feeling the terrifying aura of the ancestor, Patriarch Yang Cheng prostrated on the ground, speaking with utmost respect. His voice echoed within the secret realm space. Moments later, the bare-chested young man on the golden sun slowly opened his divine eyes, which were of the same color as the blazing sun behind him, as if there was solar fire burning within. As he slowly descended, there was an indistinct solar fire clinging to his body. Additionally, there were 8 layers of divine wheels behind him, each embedded with a miniature sun, resembling the most precious jewels in the world. The patriarch Yang Cheng, crawling on the ground, felt the approach of the ancestor, and the terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, sweat pouring down like rain. Fortunately, the ancestor quickly retracted his aura, and a pair of bare feet landed in front of him. Chapter 746, Stabilized, inquiring about the situation in the Chaos Sea. On this day, the entire vast void was illuminated by terrifying phenomena. However, after a brief shock, the beings of the vast void quickly calmed down. It seems that the Tao ancestor Chen has sensed something during his recent cultivation. It's a habit. Every once in a while, it has to happen. However, cough cough. Every time this phenomenon descends, this poor monk's legs go weak, and I can only kneel and wait for the phenomenon to dissipate. Facing those phenomena, many powerful beings in the vast void silently bowed in reverence. They sincerely worshipped towards the image of the saint or the direction from which the phenomenon originated. No one felt that this behavior was inappropriate. After all, those celestial beings and demons were also bowing to the Tao ancestor Chen. They were not losing anything and instead elevated their own status. If gods and demons bow, and so do they are equivalent to gods and demons. Absolutely no problem. Heavenly Tao Immortal Hall. The four of Lung Yenran had not yet had the chance to enter cultivation when they sensed the phenomena in the sky. Without thinking, they knew their master was once again increasing his strength. They had gotten used to it. It seemed that their master's enhancement was a bit different from theirs, as he could enhance his strength at any time. Chapter 747, Qi Yun Mi, Destroy the Yang Clan? Looking at the persistent Yu Chan, Master Chen shrugged. Can't I, the master of this pavilion, run rampant in the Chaos Sea? But having one more Moon Clan goddess would make things more convenient, right? At that time, the Moon Clan would be my dowry. I wouldn't have anything else to offer. Yu Chan puffed out her cheeks. During this time, she had already understood the terror of the heavenly Tao Immortal Hall and the strength of this Tao ancestor Chen. But aside from Moon Clan, she had nothing else to show. If you think the Moon Clan is not enough for a dowry, how about treating it as a disciple's gift? Yu Chan recalled what the Dean of Taiching had said before, that becoming a direct disciple would allow her to stay by the side of Tao ancestor Chen every day, and feelings could be cultivated. She decided to settle for second best, and said seriously, let us not mention this for now. Today I want to ask you, do you know who from the Yang clan made a move in that rift? Master Chen had no intention of accepting disciples at this time. The current danger had not been fully resolved. It should be the current patriarch of the Yang clan, apparently named Yang Cheng. That divine son Yang Sun is his grandson. Chapter 748. From this moment on, every spirit stone in the Chaos Sea shall be surnamed Chen. Watching Qi Yin transform into a shooting star and leave, Master Chen returned directly to the heavenly Tao Immortal Hall. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared showing Qi Yun's perspective. Before sending Qi Yun away, he had already left several methods on her. Not to mention, the corpse puppet used to store divine powers was quite convenient. If Qi Yun were to self-destruct right now, the divine powers left within her would likely cause a massive explosion that could kill a number of ancient realm deities. Moreover, in addition to offensive methods, Master Chen had left several defensive techniques, including pressure resistance and divine power, to prevent Qi Yun from being overwhelmed when facing deities. Besides these methods, Master Chen was always prepared to descend into the Chaos Sea, projecting his main body through the system, capable of unleashing all his power, and if he perished, he would automatically be reborn in the heavenly Tao Immortal Hall. It can be said that, after layering upon layering of methods, he achieved true invincibility. In this life, I only pursue two words: stability. Master Chen sipped the Tao tea brewed by his disciples and decided to watch the scene with them. Master, where are you sending Elder Qi Yun? Why hasn't Tishi landed after flying for so long? Chapter 749. Kill me? Directly self-destruct, Chen Xian descends. Sun God Temple. Once Qi Yun stepped out from that rift, she had directly arrived at the front of the temple. In front of the temple, on both sides, stood Yang clan deities, glaring at this extremely arrogant, uninvited guest. Oh, this sun is not bad. Whoever, please help this elder pack it up later. I want to take it back to hang in the toilet for illumination. As soon as she appeared, Qi Yun felt a bit dazzled. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, and through her fingers, she saw a blazing sun hanging above the temple. Although a bit surprised, she remembered that she was representing the master today, so she showed no mercy to the Yang clan. Bold! Umph. When you see the patriarch later, I will tear you apart and refine you into ashes with the true fire of the sun. The ancient deity guards in front of the temple could not help but scold when they heard such humiliation towards their ancestor, the sun god. Unexpectedly, hearing this, Qi Yun charged forward, leaping up and slapped that ancient deity across the face. Slap! The crisp sound stunned everyone present. This immortal must have lost her mind. She dares to strike an ancient deity? Chapter 750, 35 billion received, killing the sun god clone. The Minyang clan deities present all looked at the young man, but found they could not see through his cultivation level. He only displayed the half-saint realm, but this was clearly impossible. How could a half-saint appear in the temple without anyone noticing? Moreover, he casually revived the extremely arrogant guy who had just self-destructed. At this moment, Master Chen wore a light smile, one that came from the heart, not deliberate. After all, at this time, a beautiful voice was ringing in his mind. Ding! Host has killed 5 rounds of ancient deities. Reward: 50 billion divine source points. Ding! Host has killed 2 rounds of ancient deities. Reward: 20 billion divine source points. Ding! Host has killed 8 rounds of ancient deities. Reward: 80 billion divine source points. Ding! Host has killed. Total: 35 billion divine source points. 7 prompt sounds rang out in succession, instantly crediting a total of 35 billion divine source points. Host remaining divine source points: 355, 588, 888. Originally, only a little over 5 billion divine source points remained after the breakthrough, but now it had surged to a whopping 35 billion. Chapter 751. The sun god emerges from seclusion. The Yang clan is boiling. Although the sun god was now close to breaking through the final step, the 9 rounds of chaotic deities, he could no longer remain in seclusion since the Yang clan's divine domain was at stake. Otherwise, if the Yang clan's divine domain was completely destroyed, he would lose the fortune of the Yang clan's divine domain, and his breakthrough would also end in failure. Without much hesitation, the sun god slowly began to stop the operation of his technique. The last blazing sun that had been suspended in that secret realm was also slowly condensing, finally transforming into a blazing sun that landed behind him, forming the 9th divine wheel. The 9th divine wheel is incomplete, with the sun's radiance embedded in it being faint. After so many years, I never expected someone would want to compete with me now. The sun god's eyes showed no emotion, and he appeared like a young man in his 20s, with a bare upper body and well-defined muscles, as if sculpted by heaven itself. However, he was indeed a deity born of heaven and earth. Not knowing the true strength of his opponent, the sun god did not rush, but instead began to adjust his own aura. Chapter 752. The chaotic divine body. Forcefully bestowing cultivation within 10 moves, you will surely fall. Though the sun god's tone was extremely calm and his expression unchanged, the confidence in his words made all the beings of the Sun clan feel the might of their ancestor. This was their Sun clan's god, a true chaotic deity, the supreme being in the chaotic sea, a 9-wheel chaotic deity. Lord Chen was stunned. He thought he was confident enough. But today he realized that there were others even more confident than himself. Within 10 moves, Lord Chen came to the Sun clan's divine domain to seek an explanation. He frowned slightly. He had long lost interest in killing enemies for divine source points. If the Sun clan were sensible, they would just need to resolve past grievances and deal with the necessary individuals. The Sun clan could very well become the initial support for his heavenly Tao Academy in the chaotic sea. However, his words sounded different in the ears of the sun god. Had he shown weakness? The sun god had a bit of worry. After all, the opponent's hidden aura technique was truly remarkable. Even he could only see the opponent's semi-holy realm and could not discern their true level. But he was still certain that the opponent was definitely not a 9-wheel chaotic deity. Chapter 753. The desperate and crazy sun god, Lord Chen merely made a slight move, and 3,000 great ways transformed into laws, sealing heaven and earth. At that moment, all the deities in the chaotic sea felt their scalps tingle. The sun god, who was just a step away from becoming a 9-wheel chaotic deity, was a true terror that had ranked among the top 10 since the birth of the chaotic sea. Yet before that seemingly ordinary young man, he appeared like a little chick. With no power to resist, he allowed the opponent to easily suppress him. What was he doing? Why was he suddenly helping the sun god to cultivate? Hiss! The 9 divine wheels had completely solidified, and the sun god had been forcefully bestowed with a breakthrough to become a 9-wheel chaotic deity. He was helping the sun god. No. He had no intention of stopping. The deities in the chaotic sea who had extended their divine senses to check the situation were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. The opponent's terrifying strength filled all deities with fear and helplessness. If that young man wished, with the strength he had shown, he could even push through the entire chaotic sea. It would be futile even if everyone united to resist. Meanwhile, the beings in the Sun Clan's divine domain had their excitement frozen on their faces. Chapter 754. 900 billion divine source points received seeing the opponent's actions. Lord Chen immediately frowned in displeasure. He had allowed him to see the ultimate pursuit of the sun before his death. Yet how could he repay kindness with enmity? This Sun Clan divine domain, even if it had to be destroyed, should not be by his hand. Moreover, Lord Chen truly had no intention of annihilating the entire divine domain. After all, too many innocent beings were involved. Not to mention, Qi Yin was still in the Sun God Temple. Inside the temple, the Sun Clan deities all had pale faces, not expecting the Sun God ancestor to take such action. In contrast, Qi Yin appeared calm, still enjoying the fruit platter. With a great lord present, it was too difficult to die. As long as the great lord did not allow it, he truly could not die. Don't take matters into your own hands, you guy. Lord Chen sighed in resignation. But the sun god before him could no longer hear, having been directly refined into ash by that fire lotus. Without much hesitation, Lord Chen waved his hand, and the fire lotus did not dissipate, but instead directly moved to hover above the Sun Clan divine domain, sweeping across, absorbing all the true sun fire. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex of flames formed from the true sun fire appeared above the sun divine domain. Chapter 755. The Chaotic Sea Matter. Hongmeng points speaking of sacrificing oneself to apologize. Qi Yin even wished to make a sound for the Great Lord right now, who was the one who attacked the Heavenly Tao Academy before. However, Lord Chen had already turned his gaze to the other Sun Clan deities in the Sun God Temple, asking in a flat tone. For a moment, the many Sun Clan deities in the temple held their breath and remained silent. The Sun Clan leader, Yang Cheng, gritted his teeth, knowing he could not escape, and directly knelt on the ground. I am Yang Cheng. I acted in a moment of desperation before. Please spare me, Senior. Resistance was naturally impossible. The strength of this young man had overturned the entire understanding of the chaotic sea. The only thing he could do was bow his head and admit his mistake, hoping for a glimmer of life. Well, originally, your attack on the Heavenly Tao Academy deserved punishment. However, considering your difficult cultivation and that you have chosen to submit to the Heavenly Tao Immortal Hall, I can give you a chance to atone for your sins. Assist Qi Yin in reorganizing the Sun Clan Divine Domain and prepare to welcome the arrival of the Heavenly Tao Academy within 100 years. Do you have any objections? Seeing the other party kneeling so decisively, and since they were already transcendent realm deities, killing them would indeed be a pity. Since they had chosen to submit, they could bring him more divine source points in the future. Chapter 756. Heading to the academy, Yu Chan earns merit feeling the return of their master. Lung Yanhui and the others immediately approached to pay their respects. Master, the 4 first performed a bow in front of the small pavilion. Did you just go to resolve the troubles of the chaotic sea? Dongfang Han asked with a tilt of his head. Not really a trouble, just made a big deal. The chaotic sea is indeed a good place. Lord Chen shook his head at those words. How could this be called trouble? Just spending 2,000 divine source points to descend, he reaped a whopping 900 billion divine source points. There is no such good business in the world. While speaking, he casually waved his hand and took out the sun god's divine ash from the income system space, dividing it into 2 portions, each placed in the soil of the ginseng fruit and the enlightenment tea tree. Originally, Little Cha-Cha and Little Mu-Shi, who had been lying on their master's lap after his return, suddenly felt a wave of comfort. Ugh! Little Cha-Cha squinted in enjoyment and directly reverted to her original form, showing signs of advancement. Little Mu, she had the same reaction. The divine ash of a chaotic deity was simply too nourishing. Just right, in less than 100 years, Wan Qing would also be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Chapter 757. Yu Chan becomes a disciple, ancestral, which awakens hearing the exception of marriage. Yu Chan's excitement immediately diminished by half. However, thinking of what the Dean of Taxing had said earlier, that becoming a direct disciple would allow her to stay by his side every day. Is there still no chance to take action by then? First, stay by their side to cultivate feelings. Those who plan great things do not care about trivialities. Then I want apprenticeship. Is that okay? After Yu Chan finished speaking, she looked up and blinked. Sure. Master Chen smiled lightly and nodded at the white-haired little lowly in front of him. Just as Yu Chan was about to bow in respect, she was suddenly stopped by Lung Yinran, who said, "Wait a moment." She then turned to her master and said, "Master, although you don't care about these customs, you are now the true master of this vast void, and taking in disciples is a significant matter. It should be handled with a bit more formality. Otherwise, it might seem unworthy of your status." Hearing this, Master Chen nodded slightly. "Then let us do it, as Yanran says. You all can handle this matter. If there is anything needed, you can communicate with Tai Ching. I will return to the fallen immortal realm first to deal with some matters." Master Chen was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt something. Chapter 758. The title of the Witch Clan Emperor is complete. Reincarnation will be established after exchanging a set of clothes for Ho-Tu as well. Master Chen casually infused the Tao rhythm into the blood pool above each ancestor witch's origin. After thinking for a moment, he didn't plan to observe the bodies of these ancestor witches and simply walked directly towards the cave entrance. Xianming and Ho-Tu hurriedly followed behind the emperor on both sides. When they reached the cave entrance, Xing Tian and Yi had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the emperor's figure, they quickly knelt on one knee to pay their respects. "Salute to the emperor, Ancestor Wu." But as the words fell, they suddenly felt a familiar aura. Shocked, they looked up and saw that the two people following the emperor were none other than Ancestor Xianming and Ancestor Ho-Tu. Xianming's expression was calm, proudly tilting her head. Ho-Tu wore a friendly smile and slightly nodded at the two. However, with the emperor present, they did not speak, only waiting quietly. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and prepare a fruit platter for the emperor." He directly hammered a nearby rock, breaking off a piece, and brought it to the emperor as a seat. At the same time, he instructed the surrounding witch clan to prepare food and drinks. Chapter 759. The Witch Clan Reunites. Returning to Buzhou Mountain. After Master Chen left, the entire witch clan began to bustle with activity. The 12 ancestor witches reappearing in the world was undoubtedly great news for the witch clan. In less than a moment, a feast was set up in front of the shrine. The 12 ancestor witches each took their places. "What do you think of our emperor?" Zhu Jiu-yin asked with interest while holding a wine cup, turning to the other ancestor witches nearby. Previously, only a trace of origin remained. It was hard to see clearly. Now seeing him again is even more heart-stirring. Xianming had already had a few cups of fine wine, her pretty face slightly flushed. "Looking quite lovely. Our emperor seems quite good, just a bit thin. We need to prepare more food to nourish the emperor," Zhu Rong said, eating and drinking heartily, reminiscing about the emperor's figure. "Enough. Do not speak recklessly about the emperor behind his back." Di Jiang, the head of the 12 ancestor witches, knocked on the table and scanned everyone with a warning look. Everyone chuckled and did not take it too seriously. Since they had already acknowledged the emperor, they naturally wouldn't have any second thoughts. Chapter 760. Rebuilding the Six Paths. Master of Reincarnation. Upon hearing that the emperor was going to rebuild the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 12 ancestor witches suddenly stiffened. They all turned to the youngest ancestor witch. "Sister Ho-Tuesday, we shall abide by the emperor's command." However, Ho-Tu appeared relaxed, greeting the emperor and asking when to start. "You need not worry. Since I saved you, I do not intend to have you sacrifice your lives. This time, the rebuilding of the 6 paths of reincarnation does not require Ancestor Ho-Tu to embody reincarnation as in ancient times. It only requires the witch clan and Dao Frenjin Yuan to jointly manage it." Master Chen saw through the thoughts of those ancestor witches and waved his hand to comfort them. At the Tiandao Academy, he had learned from Dao Frenjin Yuan about the circumstances under which the 6 paths of reincarnation were established in ancient times. Back then, it was one of the 12 ancestor witches, Ho-Tu, who embodied reincarnation, losing her freedom to complete it. But this time, it was unnecessary. As soon as he finished speaking, he silently thought. Tongzi exchanged for a 6 paths reincarnation disc. Ding, 6 paths reincarnation disc, value, 10,000 Hongmeng points. "Do you want to exchange?" "Exchange." Ding, Consumed 10,000 Hongmeng points, successfully exchanged for 6 paths reincarnation disc, has been issued to the backpack. Chapter 761. Bestowing fruit positions, announcing the acceptance of disciples, and teaching in the excited and expectant gaze of the 12 ancestor witches. Master Chen smiled gently and slowly spoke. I, the Master of Reincarnation, hereby bestow upon you the positions in the underworld. Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Shibai Shi, Chong Liang, Ru Shou, Tian Wu, Shizi. Once Master Chen finished speaking, the 10 ancestor witches whose names were called hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Dijiang obeys. Subordinate Zhu Jiuyin obeys. Subordinate Zhu Rong. The voices of 10 people rang out. But only Ho Tu and Xianming were not named, yet they were not anxious. From now on, I bestow upon you the positions of the underworld Yama, governing the yin and yang, each in charge of the 18 layers of hell, maintaining the rules of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Is there any problem? Master Chen looked down at the 10 ancestor witches with sincere faces and said calmly, no objections to the Emperor's command. The voices of the 10 rose in unison, and they soon felt their bodies enveloped in golden merit and fortune, the underworld fruit positions bestowed upon them. For a moment, they felt their realms seemed to elevate by half a step. Now that they had the underworld fruit positions in the future, they could enhance their physical bodies using the power of the underworld. And one day, achieving sanctification of the body would no longer be a fantasy. Chapter 762. Are you also tempted by the little seafood? Tiandao Academy, Void Headquarters. Is this the power of the 5 directions, Ghost Emperor? It feels like I can summon a powerful force at any time. I can also freely open the gates of the underworld. Lung Yanran was pondering as she felt the authority of the 5 directions Ghost Emperor above her spiritual platform. On the other side, Dongfang Han was constantly waving her hand to open a gate to the underworld and diving in. She quickly opened another gate nearby and came out, having a great time. She didn't know what extent this summoned power could reach. You're curious too? Lung Yanran glanced at her junior sister, but did not pay much attention. Instead, looking at her second junior sister with a kind smile and softly called, Ahem, senior sister. Yurong felt a bit unwell today and decided to go back and rest for a while. Li Yurong noticed the unusual gaze of her senior sister and immediately shivered. Turn and make a run for it. But when her senior sister's hand landed on her shoulder, she knew it was too late to escape. Lung Yanran cautiously began testing the power, starting from 1 in 100,000, and ultimately concluded that if they mobilized the power of the earth to strike, they could kill any expert below the Saint Realm within the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 763. Just want to hammer the Witch Clan to death in the blink of an eye. 2.5 years had passed. During this time, the great expanse of the universe was quite stable. Every force was preparing to witness the ceremony for Chen Daoxuan's discipleship before the 3-year period arrived. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures had already been sent to the Heavenly Dao Academy. For this, Ta Ching even specially built a grand hall, inside which various small paradises were opened up using spatial magic to classify and store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The underworld had also basically gotten back on track during this time. Over the years, Zhen Yuanzi had selected suitable candidates for the judges of the underworld, easing his own burden so he could take care of both the academy and the underworld. However, Ho Tu, who was responsible for the cycle of reincarnation, had yet to find a suitable candidate and had to take on the role of Meng for herself for now. As for the other ancestral witches, they had all adapted to their respective roles, managing the witch clan and ensuring that the underworld would not encounter any problems. Ever since the last time the benefactor used the Earth Book, this treasure seemed to have subtly increased. Staying in the underworld, the Earth Book could be nurtured by the power of the earth. Sigh, why does this gratitude seem to keep increasing? It feels endless, truly endless. Chapter 764. Guests from the Moon Clan after leaving the underworld. Master Chen appeared directly in the Heavenly Dao Academy within the great expanse of the universe. However, he did not go to Yu Chan's courtyard immediately. Instead, he went straight to the largest loft. Originally, sitting in meditation on a mat, Ta Ching sensed the Master's presence and opened his eyes, standing up to greet him. Master. Next to him, Xian Du, who had his eyes open but looked lifeless, suddenly came back to life upon hearing the Master's name, standing up in a daze. Greetings, Chen Daoxuan. Dao friend Ta Ching. How is the site selection for the academy? After giving a slight nod to the two, Master Chen sat down heavily in the armchair, leaning back as he casually asked. I have confirmed 10 suitable locations. Additionally, there are 10 backup locations. If you find any of the primary ones unsuitable, we can replace them with the backups. If there are no issues, the backups can be kept for next time. Ta Ching spoke slowly and steadily, waving his hand slightly as a detailed map of the great expanse of the universe materialized in the air. On the map, 10 locations were marked, and 10 backup locations were marked in a slightly lighter color. Upon closer inspection, Master Chen discovered that not only these 20 spots, but the entire great expanse of the universe had at least 100 marked spots. Though those positions could wait, they weren't urgent compared to these higher priority ones. Chapter 765. The Master unaware in person in less than a moment. The two ancient chaotic deities could vaguely see the shadow of the heavenly Tao Academy. This academy indeed looked extraordinary. It was worthy of being established by that existence. From such a distance, they could already feel the abundant Tao rhythm and laws within. It would be hard to find a better cultivation sanctuary in the entire chaotic sea. Looking at the academy, the two ancient deities couldn't help but sigh. However, given the personality of the goddess, it was unlikely that she would engage in flattery. At that time, they should send the goddess back to the chaotic sea to avoid missing the opportunity that would arise in 100 years. That existence would establish an academy in the chaotic sea 100 years from now, and then our chaotic sea could also benefit. With the goddess's qualifications, entering the heavenly Tao Academy in the chaotic sea should not be a problem. Speaking of which, the goddess's position is right within this academy. She hasn't already entered the heavenly Tao Academy ahead of time, has she? If so, that would indeed be good news. The two ancient deities from the Moon Clan cautiously approached the academy while communicating with each other through sound transmission. Both were women, and their appearances and figures were almost flawless. Chapter 766. Causes and Consequences. Listening to the other party's words, Lung Yanran covered her forehead in helplessness. Li Yurong blinked her innocent big eyes, wondering if all the members of the Moon Clan were adorably foolish. Even Zhu Wanqing couldn't help but hide behind her senior sister, covering her mouth and try not to laugh out loud. Ha ha, yes, that's right. When we meet, this sword fairy must be sure to please them well. Master, you agree, right? Dongfang Han laughed unabashedly, holding her stomach as if she had heard the greatest joke. She didn't forget to chime in with her master. Since there's nothing going on, you all catch up and have fun. I have something I need to attend to. Since you two are relatives of Yuchan, stay in this academy and join her discipleship ceremony in half a year. I have matters to attend to, so I want to keep you. Seeing that there were no troublesome matters, Master Chen simply nodded to the two before disappearing from the spot. Until he left, all 5 of them, including Yuchan, clasped their hands. We send off our master. Huh, goddess, how can you join a discipleship ceremony in the great expanse of the universe? This won't do. Absolutely not. Chapter 767. News returned to the Moon Clan Divine Domain. Chaotic Sea. Moon Clan Divine Domain. Compared to the Sun Clan Divine Domain, this place appeared extremely cold, with everything covered in a layer of frost. Even the palaces within the Divine Domain were carved directly from ice. The appearance of the Moon Clan members was also generally much more attractive, with fair and smooth skin, resembling a group of elves. However, the Moon Clan usually had little contact with other divine domains in the Chaotic Sea and had a relatively aloof personality. There is news about the goddess. In the Moon Clan temple, unlike the Sun Clan, a bright moon hung high, shimmering with a silver cold light. The current clan leader, Yu Xian, sensed fluctuations from the communication talisman and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, as he began to check the content of the communication talisman, he found himself gaping, frozen in place as if turned to stone. He read it over and over again, repeatedly confirming whether he was misreading it. The Moon Clan deities in the temple noticed the clan leader's reaction and became curious. Clan leader, what is the situation? Did something unexpected happen? Hiss. Could it be that those two have offended that existence? This shouldn't be the case. They were repeatedly warned to be extremely cautious in the great expanse of the universe. Chapter 768. The Cause and Effect Between the Moon and Sun Clans. On the day of the ceremony, Yu Xian respectfully reported the news returned from the great expanse of the universe to the Moon Goddess. For a moment, the time space fell into a brief silence. After a long time, the Moon God let out a sigh. Why is the Moon God sighing? Surely it can't be because of the sun god's death. Upon hearing her sigh, Yu Xin felt a sudden tightening in his heart. The Sun Clan and the Moon Clan have been on good terms since ancient times, and he naturally assumed that the ancestor had a deep relationship with the sun god. However, if the moon god wanted to take revenge for the sun god, as the current leader of the Moon Clan, he would have to fight to say a few words. At the very least, he had to ensure that the Moon Clan was cleared of any connection to the ancestor and not let the moon god implicate the entire Moon Clan. That was his responsibility as the clan leader. His thoughts seemed to be fully visible to the moon god, whose cold eyes seemed to see through all of his thoughts. The sun god deserves to die. What should be at my hands? The relationship between the Sun Clan and the Moon Clan is not as you imagine. The moon god's eyes flashed with a hint of memory, as if it had been too long since she had spoken to anyone, and she opened up to Yu Xin, telling him about the ancient times of the Moon Clan and the Sun Clan. Chapter 769. The Moon Clan arrives. The Pavilion Master appears. Hurry up, move quickly. The wine is running low, and the spiritual fruits are also falling behind. Don't just stand there, go prepare things, or you will embarrass the Emperor. The figures of the Witch Clan moved swiftly within the Heavenly Tao Academy, constantly distributing fine wine and spiritual fruits to every table. After all, so many great clans from the Void had come. Even with thousands of witches in action, they were a bit overwhelmed. Just setting up the venue involved more than 10 saints and the 3 Tao lords from the Academy. It could be said to be the most magnificent venue in the history of the vast Void. This was also the first time all the Void clans had seen such a scene. Auspicious beasts transformed from auspicious clouds frolicked around the Heavenly Tao Academy, and golden lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura of good fortune. Even the provided spiritual wine and fruits were of the innate middle-grade spiritual roots. Innate middle-grade spiritual roots were considered treasures even by these great Void clans, usually kept for breakthroughs. But today, every table was provided with unlimited spiritual fruits and wine. However, the great clans of the Void were very sensible and did not ravenously consume the spiritual fruits like starving ghosts. Instead, they hadn't touched anything on the table so far. Chapter 770. The Fifth Direct Disciple. Yuchan, even the gods of the Moon Clan dared not sit, rising one after another to pay their respects. As the leader of the Moon Clan, Yu Xion's seat was arranged right next to the Pavilion Master. Seeing this Chun Pavilion Master up close, Yu Xion's face was twitching uncontrollably. This was the being who had casually crushed the Sun God in the Chaos Sea a few years ago. At that time, he could only dare to take a distant glance, not even daring to extend his divine sense for fear of provoking his displeasure. Master, Lung Yanran and the others stood up to pay their respects. The Chun Pavilion Master slightly nodded and casually took a seat. Only then did everyone dare to sit down again, and the entire venue fell silent, waiting for the Chun Pavilion Master to speak. However, the Chun Pavilion Master merely glanced slightly toward the Academy's entrance. At that moment, a figure of a white-haired little lowly appeared outside the Academy. Standing tall and walking step by step into the courtyard, crossing threshold after threshold. The experts from the vast Void seated on both sides bowed their hands in greeting as the girl passed by. Although her current realm was only that of a celestial monarch, from today onward, she would be one of the highest-ranking individuals in this vast Void. The fifth direct disciple of the Chun Pavilion Master. As Yuchan walked through the outer courtyard, into the inner courtyard, and finally stopped in front of the courtyard where the Chun Pavilion Master was, she looked towards her master. Chapter 771. Qiyun. Love will disappear. The hidden, yet manifest 3,000 great Tao instantly appeared before everyone's eyes with a snap of the Chun Pavilion Master's fingers. Sometimes it transformed into 3,000 chains of laws, sometimes condensing into great magical deities, or reverting to the primal state of the great Tao. Under the reflection of the 3,000 great Tao, the entire vast Void radiated with colorful light. All the mighty beings present felt as though they were immersed in an ocean of Tao laws, unable to extricate themselves. Just seeing it for the first time, they fell into a state of enlightenment, and with the accompanying Tao comprehension tea, it was enough to deepen their understanding. They didn't even have time to be shocked by the means of the Tao ancestor Chun, and one by one began to cultivate frantically. Even the gods of the Moon Clan were no exception. In the presence of the 3,000 great Tao, this was an unparalleled opportunity for all cultivators. What the Chun Pavilion Master revealed was all the great Tao in the world, regardless of which path they themselves were cultivating and pursuing. They could find it before their eyes. It was as if it was originally an exam paper that required their own research, but now, the Chen Pavilion Master had directly provided each person with the reference answers. In this way, they could deduce their desired results from the correct answers, and how much they could comprehend depended entirely on their own enlightenment. Chapter 772. Ha 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 Soon, under the lead of Yang Chung and the gods of the Sun Clan. A grand procession set off towards the Moon Clan's divine domain. Since the Sun God Esfall, Qi Yun had undoubtedly become the backbone of the Sun Clan. The Sun Clan was well aware that if they couldn't cling tightly to this powerful ally, their fate would likely be very tragic. After all, the Sun Clan had been quite dominant in the Chaos Sea for so many years. But their dominance had relied on the backing of the Sun God Ancestor. And now that there was no longer any support, they could only rely on this steward of the Heavenly Tao Palace to maintain their status. Fortunately, in the Chaos Sea, most divine domains did not have much emotional attachment to the Ancestor, primarily out of fear. Many divine domains even had clan members who hadn't seen their own Chaos Divine Ancestor for hundreds of thousands of years. Several generations would not see the Ancestor, and the Chaos Divine Ancestor would only intervene when a clan faced extinction. After all, most Chaos Divine Ancestors cultivated in a similar manner to the Sun God, relying on the fortune of their divine domain for cultivation. Qi Yun's sudden actions made many divine domains in the Chaos Sea perk up with great interest. This steward seems to be heading to the Moon Clan's divine domain. Chapter 773. Top-level tug-of-war. As the two mutually insisted, neither dared to accept the other's offering. They feared that accepting a gift would make the other feel disrespected, so they could only laugh and gesture to proceed to the temple. Yu Ming and the gods of the Moon Clan respectfully made way, standing on either side. "Steward, please." Yu Ming sincerely gestured for them to proceed. No, you go first." Qi Yun repeatedly waved his hands in fright and quickly stepped aside, also gesturing for them to go ahead. Although he was strong, he knew when to be assertive. After all, this was the divine domain of the family of the fifth direct disciple, and being assertive here would only invite trouble. After a round of mutual pulling, Yu Ming simply walked alongside Qi Yun, both escorted by the gods of the Moon and Sun clans into the temple. In their hearts, each one was more cautious than the last, and each one was more afraid. The Moon Clan was worried that if this esteemed master had any dissatisfaction with their big supporter, it would affect the Moon Clan's future impression in that existence's mind. Qi Yun was even more afraid that if he did something wrong, he would be caught by that yet-to-be-met ant in the future. Originally, his realm was not high. Being appreciated by the big lord relied entirely on his interpersonal skills. Chapter 774. What does it feel like? In the vast void, the Heavenly Tao Academy. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye during cultivation. After a brief meditation, he indeed felt refreshed. Master Chen stretched lazily, yawned, and sat up straight. Seeing that others were still immersed in comprehending the 3,000 great paths, he snapped his fingers again. Snap! With a crisp sound, the 3,000 great paths transformed into countless stars and disappeared into the world, a small part of which was directly absorbed by the powerful beings who were comprehending them, leading to rapid growth in their realms. Everyone felt the great paths once again hidden and began to greedily absorb that sparkling light. These 7 years had provided them with improvements equivalent to hundreds or thousands of years of hard work, and for those with good comprehension, it could equate to 10,000 years of arduous training. Although not everyone broke through their realms during these 7 years, their understanding had progressed significantly, making future breakthroughs much easier, and everything would come naturally in the future. As for why Master Chen only allowed them to comprehend for 7 years, it was mainly because if they continued indefinitely, how could the vast void operate? Soon, powerful beings from the void began to awaken from their meditation. Chapter 775. The Fifth Sacred Beast, Qilin. Upon seeing his junior sister's actions, Dongfang Han's eyes lit up. It seemed that Xiao Yuechan was progressing very quickly. Finally, there was one less thing for him to worry about. Unlike Xiao Haixian, who only had the heart of a thief, but not the courage. Hiss! Zhu Wanqing gasped slightly. Realizing that such methods existed, learn it. Be serious. Feel the operation of your master's spiritual power. Master Chen could only helplessly maintain a stern face and tapped Yuechan's head. Eliciting a cry of pain, he gently placed his hand on her chi si, slowly guiding her internal spiritual energy to circulate with a weak spiritual power. As Yuechan obtained the Moonlight Mysterious Heaven record, he had already reached the perfect realm of the Moonlight Mysterious Heaven record himself. What a wonderful feeling. This time, Yuechan did not act mischievously. She closed her eyes and focused on feeling. The spiritual energy circulating in her body was not the Moon Clan's Tao-level cultivation method that she had practiced, but a new approach. While guiding her to circulate the spiritual energy, the master was also removing the traces left by the previous Moon Clan methods. After being guided 3 or 4 times, Yuechan began to slowly operate the new method on her own. Buzz. When she first completely operated the Moonlight Mysterious Heaven record, her entire aura changed. Chapter 776. Sister, let me expand your horizons. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. During this time, Long Yinran and the others had all made progress in their realms. Master Chen also took advantage of these 50 years to maintain good relations with the elders and deacons of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. As a result, Aolan and Bai Linger also saw significant improvements in their realms. Checking the panel, Master Chen lay leisurely on the Tao Comprehension Lounge chair, silently reciting in his heart. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, Primordial Half-Saint Second Heaven. Cultivation Method, Chaos Heavenly Demon Art Chaos. Physique, Innate Primordial Tao Body. Genius, Primordial. Primordial Points, 9.05666 billion. Disciples, Lung Yinran, First Heaven of the Venerable Realm. Li Yurong, 8th Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Donfang Han, 6th Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Zhu Wanqing, 3rd Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Yuechan, 1st Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. In just 50 years, the eldest disciple Lung Yinran's realm had crossed into the Immortal Emperor Realm and reached the Venerable Realm, beginning to edge towards the Divine Realm. As for the other 4, they had all broken through to the Immortal Emperor Realm. Even the latest to enter, Yuechan, now had the realm of the 1st Heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm. However, if calculated by strength, Yuechan, who had now cultivated the primordial method, was much stronger than before. Chapter 777. Sister can't deceive you, can she? Soon, 3 sneaky figures entered the Immortal Palace. Donfang Han was leading the way, especially when passing by Aunt Lan and Sister Linger's rooms. She made a quiet gesture to signal silence, suppressing her aura to the maximum and tiptoeing with her 2 junior sisters towards the spirit pool hall. Zhu Wanqing closely followed behind the 3rd sister, biting her lip, her eyes flickering nervously, her small hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her dress, afraid of being discovered, feeling like a thief. As for the junior sister Yuechan, she was all excited, following closely behind the 4th sister, occasionally looking back to ensure no one had noticed. Finally, the 3 carefully arrived at the entrance of the spirit pool hall. Sister, there's a barrier formation here. We should go back, Zhu Wanqing said quietly, seeing that the spirit pool hall had a barrier formation, making it impossible to probe inside. Ah, did we come for nothing? Yuechan pouted slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Hee, what kind of talk is that? Do you think I've been eavesdropping all these years for nothing? Without some skills? How could I bring you to see the grand show? Chapter 778. Sisters tricking each other. Hearing Xiao Haixian bite the bait, the 2 nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, watching will only benefit your cultivation, not harm it. Sister can't deceive you, can she? Seeing Xiao Haixian still hesitating, Donfang Han urged again. 4th sister, you know me. Even if the 3rd sister lies, as the junior sister, I can't harm you. It really is only beneficial for cultivation, so don't worry. Yuechan also chimed in, eager to help, thinking she couldn't let the 4th sister escape unscathed while she, who had barged in halfway, fell into the pit. If we have to be confined for cultivation, let us all do it together. Seeing the 2 so determined, especially since even the junior sister said so, Zhu Wanqing cautiously moved closer, squinting one eye to focus on the small hole, with her spiritual power attached to her gaze. The hall door slowly became transparent. What appeared before her was not the scene she had imagined, but rather a line of words. Ha ha ha, now this feels good. Ah, what a pity that I couldn't see what I wanted to see. But the 3 of us sisters went through it together, which is still acceptable. Seeing this, Donfang Han immediately grinned. Chapter 779. The most powerful divine domain in the Chaos Sea. In the Chaos Sea, the Yang clan's divine domain. After returning from the Moon Clan, Qi Yun was in a good mood. At least this time, he didn't fall behind in the tug-of-war and wouldn't be caught off guard in the future. From now on, the Moon Clan would undoubtedly become the largest clan in the Chaos Sea. Qi Yun couldn't help but feel emotional. In the path of cultivation, effort can't compare to having a good daughter. Once she catches the eye of a great lord, it's a rise to prominence. By the way, which are the top 3 clans in the Chaos Sea? Suddenly thinking of something, Qi Yun turned to Yang Cheng, who had been waiting nearby, and asked. Yang Cheng quickly responded. The first is the Chaos Clan. The second is the Spirit Clan. As for the third, there's been constant debate. As any other divine realm without the 9-wheel chaos deity can compete for the third position. No one is willing to back down. After speaking, Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel emotional, saying that if the ancestor of the Sun Clan hadn't been killed, they would now be in the third position. As for the Moon Clan's moon deity, it had long since surpassed the 9-wheel chaos deity, a fact unknown to the entire Chaos Sea. Chapter 780, Ling Xiao. Has the Chaos Clan gone mad? Chaos Sea, Spirit Clan Divine Realm. The Spirit Clan Divine Realm is located on the edge of the Chaos Sea, and the entire Divine Realm emits a special starlight. The appearance of the Spirit Clan is also unique in the Chaos Sea. Regardless of gender, they're all beautiful, tall, and fair-skinned. However, the Spirit Clan is also very proud. In the entire Chaos Sea, they only acknowledge the Chaos Clan, stemming from an ancient conflict where the Chaos Clan crushed the Spirit Clan, leading to their submission. Clan leader, are we really not going to show some acknowledgement? What if that existence takes out their anger on our Spirit Clan? It could lead to a great disaster for us. Should we not try to make peace first? In the Spirit Clan temple, several beautiful spirit deities radiated a unique divine aura and divine wheel. They were uncertain about the current situation in the Chaos Sea. Let's wait and see. Inform that Sun Clan fellow that our Spirit Clan has encountered some internal issues and cannot spare the time to visit the Sun Clan Divine Realm for now. Ask that esteemed attendant to be patient. Chapter 781. Qi Yun personally heads to the Chaos Divine Realm. Not only was the envoy from the Spirit Clan killed, but before the leader of the Chaos Clan arrived at the Spirit Clan Divine Realm, the first envoy sent to the Chaos Divine Realm had already perished. Sun Clan Divine Realm. What? Both soul tokens shattered. Hurry and report to the clan leader and the esteemed attendant. The elder responsible for monitoring the soul tokens jumped up as the 2 shattering sounds echoed. Without any delay, he transformed into a beam of light and rushed outside the temple. What a mess. In the future, conduct yourself more carefully and don't let the esteemed attendant think our Sun Clan is beyond redemption. Yang Cheng frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer and reprimanded. What happened? The person calmed down a bit before explaining the shattered soul tokens of the 2 dispatched clan members. What? Both soul tokens shattered. Step aside. I need to report to the esteemed attendant quickly. The previously composed Yang Cheng reacted the same way upon hearing this, exclaiming and transforming into a beam of light to the front of the hall. Yang Cheng seeks an audience with the esteemed attendant. Chapter 782. The Truth of the Chaos Sea, the Scheme to Eliminate Master Chen. After listening to Yang Cheng's explanation, Qi Yun gained a general understanding of the Chaos Clan. However, other divine realms actually did not know the full details about the Chaos Clan. They only knew that the Chaos body was exceptionally strong. Its physical body alone was unmatched by other divine realms, and at the same level, the Chaos body could be deemed invincible. It was even common for them to battle across great realms. No wonder the entire Chaos Clan consists of prodigies. Their arrogance is merely because they have yet to witness the power of my heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yun decided to close his eyes and wait. The Chaos Clan's position lies deep within the Chaos Sea, and with the speed of the Sun Clan deity traveling with their palace, it would take at least several days to reach there. Chaos Sea, Chaos Clan Divine Realm. Unlike other divine realms, here stood magnificent temples, each serving as the residence of a pure-blooded Chaos Body Clan member. Each of them had their own power, all strong individuals who had returned from training in other great worlds. Chapter 783. Public execution of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace's attendant Qi Yun. When Yi Tian walked out of the temple, he saw that the Sun Clan deity had already brought a mere ant at the immortal monarch level, strutting arrogantly in front of the temple. Upon seeing Yi Tian, Yang Cheng transmitted a message. Esteemed attendant, this is the current clan leader of the Chaos Clan, whose realm has reached the nine-wheel true self-deity, just one step away from breaking through to the Chaos deity. Upon hearing this, Qian looked at the young man before him, curling his lips. Your Chaos Clan is quite arrogant. A mere nine-wheel true self-deity. Why aren't you kneeling before this attendant? He had no intention of being polite, since they dared to kill the envoy sent by the Sun Clan. They had already offended the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. As he spoke, Qian puffed out his chest and raised his head, attempting to look down at the other party, only to find that this guy seemed to be taller than him. Hearing Qian's words, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. He was arrogant? He had indeed heard many people say that. Moreover, who in the Chaos Clan wasn't a prodigy, who wasn't pushing their way through the world, standing above millions of living beings? What was wrong with being a bit arrogant? If we're talking about arrogance, this mere immortal monarch, who hasn't even reached the divine realm, was questioning him, a true self-deity, with such high-handedness. Chapter 784. News returns to the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Under the Wudao tea tree, several figures were diligently cultivating, especially Dongfang Han and Yu Chan, who had been punished by their master and forbidden from leaving the 3-foot radius around the Wudao tea tree, were focusing on their cultivation. Buzz. The Moon Clan divine symbol at Yu Chan's waist emitted a wave of Dao rhythm. Why is the Moon Clan suddenly contacting me? Yu Chan slowly finished her cultivation, puzzled as she picked up the divine symbol at her waist to check its contents. What? Senior sister. Something big has happened. Hurry and find the master. After reading the message within the divine symbol, Yu Chan jumped up in shock. The Chaos Clan actually intended to take action against the attendant of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace and execute him publicly. This was no small matter. However, recalling that her master had forbidden her from leaving, she quickly woke her 4th senior sister, Zhu Wanqing, hoping she would relay the message. After all, no matter how strong the Chaos Clan is, can they be stronger than the master? When a master goes to the Chaos Sea to solve the problem, if I go against the punishment, I might even extend the time, which is not worth it. It's not a small matter, but it's not too big either. It just requires the master to make a personal trip. Are they going to harm this senior sister again? Chapter 785. Master Chen descends to the Chaos Sea as the prompt sounded. Only a Dao seal was left in the small pavilion, and Master Chen had already vanished. The descent of the main body has been activated, consuming 10 Hongmeng points per minute. If the host's main body falls, it will automatically return to the location of the Dao seal. As the 2 prompts sounded, the scene before Master Chen slowly became blurred. Chaos Sea. Yang Clan Divine Domain. At this moment, the Yang Clan Divine Domain had completely lost its former appearance. All beings in the Yang Clan Divine Domain had faces like ashes. The Chaos Clan had enveloped the entire Divine Domain with a grand formation, leaving no one to escape. An altar had been built in the Yang Clan Divine Domain, and at this moment, a figure was hanging on the altar, which was Qian. Yang Cheng looked at the figure on the altar, only hoping that existence would soon arrive at the Chaos Sea. Otherwise, the Yang Clan Divine Domain would turn to dust along with this steward. The altar emitted a special power, and with Yang Cheng's transcendent divine power, he could not get close at all. He could only watch that steward hanging there. He was even sealed off from the 5 senses, unable to perceive anything, waiting for death. Chapter 786. The Chaos Clan's confidence. Killing Master Chen. The entire Chaos Sea could only be perceived by those 10 figures regarding Master Chen's divine sense probe. Moreover, their auras were clearly different from the Yang gods they had previously killed. They had already surpassed the 9 rounds Chaos Realm divine beings. However, looking at their situation, it seems somewhat special. You should go back to the falling immortal realm first. Master Chen thought for a moment, and before knowing all of the opponent's trump cards and not having a 100% chance of suppression, he decided to send Qi Yun away first. Otherwise, he might end up capsizing in his own ditch and lose Qi Yun, this steward, in the Chaos Sea. While speaking, he waved his hand to open a spatial bridge. My lord, Qi Yun is not afraid of death. This life was given by you. Qi Yun immediately knelt down, wanting to refuse. If you stay in the Chaos Sea, it will affect my performance. Master Chen shook his head and said bluntly, Qi Yun's realm could no longer be described as dragging him down. If a fight broke out, even a slight ripple would turn him to ashes. He couldn't keep reviving Qi Yun while fighting. Understood. Hearing his lord say this, Qi Yun immediately stopped hesitating, bowed to his lord, and then directly left the Chaos Sea through the spatial bridge. He had 100% trust in his lord's strength. Chapter 787. The assurance Master Chen seeks. As the system prompt sounded, Master Chen's figure was already enveloped by hundreds of rays of chaotic light. The members of the Chaos Clan present couldn't help but smirk. No matter how Supreme One is, when they arrive in this Chaos Sea, they will still be easily controlled by them. Under the cover of these hundreds of chaotic lights, even a Supreme Being would inevitably turn to dust, returning to the source of heaven and earth, merging into the Chaos Sea. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many divine beings from other divine domains in the Chaos Sea. How is this possible? How could the Chaos Clan have so many chaotic divine beings? Over 100. Such terrifying strength is enough to suppress all divine domains in the Chaos Sea. No, not only that, but among them, 10 have already surpassed chaotic divine beings. This is simply impossible. The Chaos Clan has not produced so many chaotic divine beings since the beginning of heaven and earth. The strength displayed by the Chaos Clan shocked all divine domains, including those ancestral chaotic beings from the divine domains who had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. Although since ancient times, the Chaos Clan had always maintained the strongest position among all divine domains. Chapter 788. Ancient Boundary Hongmeng Divine Beings, especially the young man at the forefront of the Chaos Clan, who remained expressionless, suddenly changed his expression upon sensing that Master Chen's aura was rapidly rising, together with the other 9 Chaos Clan Supremes. They jointly mobilized the power of the rules of the Chaos Sea. In an instant, the power of the rules transformed into 10 ferocious beasts comparable in size to divine domains, covered in rule inscriptions. Roar! Looking at the young man before them, who seemed as small as an ant in comparison, the 10 ferocious beasts simultaneously opened their mouths, letting out a roar before lunging toward him. As long as they could swallow him, they could use the power of the rules of the Chaos Sea to continuously weaken and refine him, making him unable to escape. At this moment, both the terrifying strength displayed by Master Chen and the dreadful foundation showcased by the Chaos Clan had already exceeded the expectations of all divine domains in the Chaos Sea. As a result, many divine domains in the Chaos Sea no longer dare to speculate on the outcome of this battle. The prompts in Master Chen's ears continue to ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second heaven of Hongmeng Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the third heaven of Hongmeng Saint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Chapter 789, Annihilation. 90 billion Hongmeng points in just a moment. Lin contemplated countless possibilities. He performed over 10,000 simulations in his mind. But no matter what, the result was always defeat. Based on the current situation, even the heaven and earth furnace couldn't do anything to the opponent, and his strength was still continuously rising. This time, he really messed up, but now was not the time for him to regret. Nor was there time for regret. Lin immediately made a decision. All clan members below the Supreme Realm should immediately leave the Chaos Sea and head to the Great World where he had previously trained. From now on, do not expose your Chaos body. Do not return to the Chaos Sea until you break through to the Supreme Realm. Lin N's voice fell into the ears of every Chaos body clan member. They were all momentarily stunned and couldn't react. But Ancestor, didn't we have the foundation in the Chaos Sea for countless years? Yi Tianxin felt reluctant and wanted to say something. However, he was directly interrupted. If you remain below the Supreme Realm, you will die if you stay. The Chaos Sea is what we transform from our Dao bodies. We cannot die or be destroyed in the Chaos Sea. Even if we cannot annihilate the opponent, at least we can buy you some time to escape. As for us, at worst, we will just fall into slumber, returning to the source of heaven and earth, waiting for the right moment for our Chaos Clan in the future. Chapter 790. Divine Domains Submit. Kneel down until this moment. All divine domains in the entire Chaos Sea finally confirmed one thing. The Chaos Clan never intended to leave them a way out. Their purpose was to grow and eventually transform into the original source, to be absorbed by the Chaos body and refined again by the Chaos Sea. Despicable. The Chaotic Sea has been restricted, and we can't even escape. It's all over now. Whether that Lord Chen can withstand the collapse of the Chaotic Sea or not, our divine domain will surely be annihilated. The chaotic race is simply insane. They actually want to refine the essence of billions of sentient beings to enhance themselves. This is the path of evil. Just when all the beings in the chaotic sea were filled with despair, Lord Chen's calm voice echoed throughout the entire chaotic sea. Those who submit to my heavenly Tao Immortal Palace shall receive the protection of the Immortal Palace. The overall strength of this chaotic sea is far stronger than the vast void. If I can subdue the entire chaotic sea, the endless primordial points will ensure I no longer have to worry about the requirements for breakthroughs. After all, the benefits from the breakthroughs of my subordinates are 10 times that of killing. Moreover, I initially came to this chaotic sea to establish the Heavenly Tao Academy and expand its influence. Chapter 791. Rebuilding the Three Paths of Heaven, Earth. And man, I admit your methods are extraordinary, but so what? We are already immortal and indestructible. If you think this can humiliate us, haha, then you are too naive. The 10 supreme beings, transformed by the 10 rules, were prostrate at Lord Chen's feet, yet they still held their ground. You misunderstood. I have no intention of humiliating you. I simply am not accustomed to talking equally with enemies. I feel more comfortable when you are kneeling, Lord Chen said, lightly shaking his head. After speaking, he casually raised a finger and pointed towards one of the Supremes. In an instant, that being exploded, turning into a sky full of rule essence, only to quickly recondense again. Indeed, what they said was not wrong. Immortal and indestructible? Unless you plan to just waste time here with us 10. Otherwise, it is meaningless. The recently reborn Supreme boasted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lord Chen pointed again. Boom! That Supreme hadn't reacted before exploding again. And when he reformed, his voice was somewhat dissatisfied. My lord, before he could finish, Lord Chen casually pointed again, and he exploded once more. Chapter 792. Killing the Supreme. The concerns of the spirit race. When Lord Chen activated the refined power to its peak, the 10 Supremes lost their chance to speak. Their bodies directly disintegrating into countless rule essences, which were used to nurture the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man from the 6 realms of reincarnation. The strength they gained from refining the beings of the chaotic sea ultimately returned to this realm. Beep. Host has killed a supreme realm enemy. Reward 100 billion primordial points. Beep. Host has killed a supreme realm enemy. Reward 100 billion primordial points. Beep. Host has killed a supreme realm enemy. Reward. Beep. Host. The sound of notifications rang out 10 times, and Lord Chen was slightly taken aback. In the supreme realm, there were no longer any small realm divisions. However, he could feel that the gap in strength among these 10 Supremes was still considerable. Among them, one named Lin and was alone strong enough to surpass the combined strength of the other 9, seemingly due to mastering more rule power. Beep. This time a total of 100 billion primordial points were earned. When the last notification rang out, this powerful chaotic race completely vanished from the chaotic sea. Chapter 793. The gains of this battle, Great Thousand Divine Domain, Falling Immortal Realm. At this moment, the most excited beings were from the falling immortal realm and the Great Thousand Void, now referred to as the Great Thousand Divine Domain. Ancestor Chen has given us a tremendous opportunity. The current cultivation environment has improved dozens of times compared to before. Surely, among our future generations, true deities will emerge. It is inevitable. With the Heavenly Tao Academy nurturing the younger generation, resources are abundant, and with the improvement of the cultivation environment, true deities will appear among our void clans in the future. Ancestor Chen truly has boundless grace. All beings in the Great Thousand Void should remember Ancestor Chen's kindness. Blessing all beings, he is a true saint. All the void clans in the Great Thousand Divine Domain couldn't help but express their feelings. And even where the statue of Ancestor Chen could be seen, countless people had gathered to begin worshipping Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. Regarding these matters, Lord Chen did not take them to heart. Now that the crisis of the chaotic sea has been resolved, he only needs to quietly develop the academy and no longer worry about the source of primordial points. Chapter 794. Linger and A.O. Lon entering the spirit pool hall. Why use my own brain when I can use someone else's? I'm leaving. Dongfang Han, too lazy to argue with the second senior sister, pouted and directly used her sword to transform into a beam of light and left the Immortal Palace. At least wait until we find out which academy it is before leaving. Li Yurong helplessly slapped her forehead. Indeed, she shouldn't have exposed too soon. Continuing to play dumb would have been much easier. Nowadays, every time she was with the third senior sister, she could only rely on her own brain. However, the others also transformed into beams of light and left the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, and threw their tokens. They contacted Qi Yun, learning that he was staying in the first Academy of the Void, and then they all headed toward that academy. After Lung Yanran and the five left, the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace was unusually quiet. The ginseng fruit tree and the comprehension tea tree were still in the process of advancing, leaving only Yu Yue boredly wagging her tail. Lying on the comprehension wrought tan chair in the usual spot where her master would sleep, dozing off. Inside the Immortal Palace, Lord Chun made his way to the spirit pool hall. He casually removed his long robe, underneath which was a set of clothes that had been half torn. Chapter 795. The Lord hasn't forgotten me. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, Lung Yanran and the five headed straight to the heavenly Tao Academy. With their current realm, crossing the void was no problem at all, and they did so at high speed. Along the way, they encountered many experts from the Void clans. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from the five, which was from the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, no matter what realm the clan-as powerful beings were in, they immediately stopped everything they were doing. They respectfully bowed to the five beams of light. Some of the powerful beings from the clans who were fighting over treasures even stopped their conflict upon sensing the aura of the direct disciples of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. They bowed to those figures, and if the five were interested, they could directly take the treasures away, and they would feel immensely honored to let them do so. But unfortunately, from start to finish, their goal was to head to the heavenly Tao Academy. They were not interested in any treasures at all. Only when their beams of light had disappeared far away did those powerful beings exchange glances and continue their battles. Chapter 796. Qi Yun. Not familiar, really not familiar. At this moment, Qi Yun was kneeling on the ground, feeling incredibly fulfilled and stable inside. As long as the master hasn't forgotten himself, it doesn't matter whether it's punishment or anything else. What he fears the most is that if he fails this task, the master will no longer entrust him with important responsibilities in the future. Get up. The master said that this matter was a long-planned scheme of the Chaos Clan, and you're not at fault. We came to find you mainly to understand the attitude of various divine realms in the Chaos Sea towards our heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, as well as whether there are any divine realms connected to the Chaos Clan that need to be eliminated. It was clear that Lung Yanran and her companions had long been accustomed to Qi Yun's behavior. However, Yu Chan, who met this steward for the first time, was stunned by his kneeling and sliding. Is he this professional? No wonder several senior sisters said that although this steward Qi Yun is not very powerful, he is highly valued by the master. With his set of smooth kneeling and sliding moves, who wouldn't be confused? Qi Yun, thank you, master. Upon hearing that the master did not hold him accountable, Qi Yun bowed deeply and seriously, prostrating himself on the ground. Chapter 797. Yanran. The senior sister has experience in this area. The current head of the Yang clan, Yang Cheng, greets several young masters. As soon as Yang Cheng realized, he immediately gave a signal to the other deities of the Yang clan and bowed deeply to Lung Yanran and the others. No need for formalities. Lung Yanran said casually, "Dear aunt, the divine realm of the spirit clan is quite far. If they could help us travel, it would be much more convenient." Qi Yun said with a flattering smile, reminding softly, "Is that so? Do you all agree?" Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran looked at the deities of the Yang clan and Moon clan in front of her and casually asked, "It is our honor to serve the young masters. We are definitely willing." Both the Yang clan and Moon clan deities immediately clasped their hands and bowed deeply upon hearing this, responding hurriedly. They lowered their postures significantly. After all, she is the direct disciple of that existence, the chief disciple of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. Her words are enough to determine the life and death of a divine realm in this Chaos Sea, as long as she displeases these young ladies. Countless divine realms in the Chaos Sea will surely take action to eliminate those who offend them in order to please them. Chapter 798. The decision of the Chaos Ancestor of the Spirit Clan Divine Realm. At this moment, in the conference hall, all the deities looked serious, their expressions somewhat complicated. The current head of the Spirit Clan, Ling Xiao, did not sit in the main seat, but stood aside. Sitting in the main seat was the Chaos Realm Ancestor of the Spirit Clan. Ancestor, There may still be a possibility for a turnaround in this matter. Please think carefully. Ancestor. Below the stage, the deities of the spirit clan couldn't help but persuade again. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Ancestor. The heavenly Tao Immortal Palace is not unreasonable. As long as our spirit clan clarifies the situation at that time and offers enough sincerity for compensation, it should be fine. However, no matter how everyone spoke, the Chaos Realm ancestor of the spirit clan in the main seat always looked melancholic. I have lived too long. This time, I will help the spirit clan one last time. How ridiculous that I have always been a joke. A frog at the bottom of the well manipulated by the Chaos clan. The Chaos ancestor of the spirit clan had a vacant expression. He didn't even listen to the words of the younger generations of the spirit clan. At this moment, he was still immersed in the shock brought by the battle with the Chaos clan. Chapter 799. Killing the Chaos Realm Deity. The Master is stunned. After listening to Ling Zhao's words, Lung Yanran said calmly, "If so, I can exempt your spirit clan from the crime of attempting to resist the Immortal Palace. But if the spirit clan does not provide a suitable outcome, it will still be unacceptable." At this moment, the actions of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace were being closely watched by all the divine realms in the Chaos Sea, especially regarding the spirit clan's matter. As many divine realms wanted to see the attitude of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace and how they handled things. If they directly let the spirit clan off the hook, it would inevitably lead many divine realms to feel that although the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace is powerful, it is very easy to deceive, which could lead to troublesome situations in the future. Our spirit clan can offer. Ling Xiao sighed in relief upon hearing this and immediately wanted to show great sincerity. However, he was directly interrupted by the ancestor raising his hand. The spirit clan is willing to offer me this Chaos Realm deity. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was left speechless and silently retreated, no longer interrupting. Since the ancestor had already made a decision, she could not change it. However, without the Chaos Realm ancestor, the spirit clan situation would probably not improve much. To become a servant of my Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace? This is not punishment, but a plea for reward. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran frowned slightly and directly raised her hand to refuse. Chapter 800. The Spirit Clan Matter Settled. All entering the Divine Realm. With Master Chen slightly releasing his divine sense and sensing the situation, he understood the entire sequence of events. So that's how it is. Since there is nothing wrong, let the music play on. After understanding the situation, Master Chen no longer paid attention to the Spirit Clan Divine Realm and continued to be busy, determined to help the elders and stewards of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace to increase their strength and advance further. Spirit Clan Divine Realm. As the nine-wheel chaos deity Ling Dong transformed into source energy, a significant portion of the source inevitably dissipated into the heavens and the earth. However, the remaining portion of source energy should not be underestimated. Lung Yanran and her companions sat cross-legged and began to operate their techniques, quickly refining the source energy of this Chaos Realm powerhouse. Because the techniques were of the Hongmeng level, although their realms were not high, their refining speed was extremely fast. Seeing that the young ladies had entered a state of cultivation, Qi Yun exchanged glances with the deities of the Yang clan and Moon clan beside him, and they immediately dispersed in perfect harmony to protect Lung Yanran and the others. Although the Spirit Clan had paid the price of a nine-wheel chaos deity, Qi Yun could not let his guard down against whether the other party was using a desperate ploy. Chapter 801. The Senior Sister's Strategy for Mastery. On the way back, everyone in the palace was very satisfied. Although they knew there would be no accidents on this trip, this unexpected gain was something they hadn't anticipated. A full 2 major realm breakthroughs. They would definitely receive praise from the master upon returning. Thinking of this, everyone was in high spirits. Senior Sister, Yuchan struggled for a long time in her heart, but ultimately couldn't resist and approached the Senior Sister, softly calling out. When the Senior Sister awakened from her cultivation and looked over with a questioning gaze, she turned her eyes away, her face slightly flushed. But she gritted her teeth and asked the Senior Sister, "Can you teach me some experience?" Yuchan also thought, Senior Sister, you understand, right? Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran immediately perked up, as if she had received some praise and recognition. Understand? No one understands better than the Senior Sister. As long as you follow what Senior Sister taught you, you will definitely succeed. Lung Yinjin said very seriously, a confident light flashing in her eyes. Hearing this, Dongfang Han slapped her forehead and thought, "Oh no, we can't let senior sister teach. If we really listen to senior sister, who knows how many thousands or even tens of thousands of years it will take to succeed." Chapter 802. Play enough, go home. Lung Yinjin and the others did not return directly to the falling immortal realm. Instead, based on Dongfang Han's suggestion, they decided to wander around the Chaos Sea for a few years. For this decision, Zhu Wanqing and Yu Chan agreed, as they needed to plan properly for their return to the Immortal Palace. As for Li Yurong, she originally planned to stay in the Chaos Sea for a few years to taste the flavor of the fierce beast there. Since the other junior sisters had decided this, Lung Yinjin naturally had no objections and chose to accompany them in their travels through the Chaos Sea. However, she was still a bit worried about whether Master would feel bored staying alone in the Immortal Palace. In the presence of the sun and moon deities, the palace passed through one divine realm after another, stopping whenever there was a place of interest to them. Each divine realm was naturally careful and respectful in serving these young ladies. Whatever requests they made were promptly fulfilled. The actions of the few in the Spirit Clan's divine realm had already caught the attention of many divine realms. The direct disciples of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace acted decisively. Although their methods appeared somewhat immature, they were still rewarded and punished appropriately. Chapter 803. Candidate for the Dean of the Chaos Sea Academy. Upon their return to the falling immortal realm, the mists of the spirit realm naturally parted to make way. When they landed on the island, they found that Master was awake, sitting in a small pavilion enjoying tea. It seemed that he had already known they were coming back. However, this was not a difficult task for Master. The few of them approached the pavilion and first bowed to greet him. Zhu Wanqing obediently came behind Master to massage his shoulders. Lung Yinjin then personally poured another cup of enlightenment tea for Master. Not bad. This trip actually allowed you all to break through two major realms. It seems that if you have the opportunity in the future, you should go out and explore more. You might encounter some fortuitous opportunities, which is better than burying yourselves in hard training. Master Chen looked at the realms of his disciples with satisfaction. But if this was heard by the deities of the Chaos Sea, they would probably directly ask him not to say such things. After all, the great opportunities he mentioned could cost the life of a deity in the 9 rounds Chaos realm. Now, within the entire Chaos Sea, the Chaos Clan was gone, and the elder of the Spirit Clan had also transformed into Tao. The remaining deities in the 9 rounds Chaos realm were estimated to be fewer than 5, including the Moon Goddess, who had hidden her strength after breaking through to the 9 rounds Chaos realm and had not shown herself since. Chapter 804. The Moon Goddess emerges after a moment. Moonlight descended, pulling the figure kneeling before the bright moon directly into the Taiyin secret realm. When Yuxin regained her senses, the scene before her had completely changed. A bright moon hung high, and the Moon Goddess sat in front of it in a white robe, exuding an icy aura that made one dare not offend her. "What is it?" The Moon Goddess's voice carried no trace of emotional fluctuation. Since the true nature of the Chaos Clan had been revealed to all deities, including the Moon Goddess, many ancient ancestors in the Chaos realm were feeling quite complex. They had thought they were the top power in the Chaos Sea, but it turned out they were merely fodder raised by the Chaos Clan. If it weren't for the appearance of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, the entire Chaos Sea, regardless of realm, would have been devoured by the Chaos Clan. However, compared to the Spirit Clan, most other deities had not yet reached the point of having their Tao heart collapse and seeking death. I report to the Moon Goddess. Yuxin first respectfully knelt and bowed to the cold figure before continuing. The goddess just sent a divine symbol, expressing her intention for the Moon Goddess to take up the position of Dean of the Chaos Sea Academy. In this way, our Moon Clan's relationship with the Immortal Palace could be further strengthened. Chapter 805. Drinking wine. The Moon Goddess arrives, falling immortal realm, Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace. At this time, everyone was gathered around a table not far in front of the small pavilion. Li Yurong was leisurely preparing a variety of delicious dishes, which were brought to the table by the maidservants such as Xiang. Wow, I didn't expect second senior sister to know so many dishes. Yuchan was a bit surprised, thinking that second senior sister was just a foodie, but she didn't expect her to be able to cook so many dishes. If you eat enough, you naturally will learn. Li Yurong squinted and smiled. Her culinary skills in the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace were second only to Aunt Lan. The main reason was that she was lazy. However, this time she couldn't resist the pleas of her 2 junior sisters. After returning to the Immortal Palace, Zhu Wanqing and Yu Chan sought her out because Aunt Lan was in seclusion and wanted second senior sister to cook some meals. They planned to take advantage of the time before the academy opened to express their feelings to Master in accordance with senior sister's method. For the happiness of her two junior sisters and for Master, Li Yurong naturally took the initiative to prepare this large table of food. With the food ready, how can we not have fine wine? I'll go fetch some good wine. Dongfang Han naturally knew the plans of the two junior sisters. And when the dishes were all served, she stood up and spoke. Chapter 806. Yu Chan's identity when Master Chen descended into the Chaos Sea. Although all the deities were paying attention to him, the feeling was completely different from now when seen up close at the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. During his short stay with the Sun Clan, the feeling was not clear. But when he was with the Chaos Clan, the pressure he exhibited made all the deities in the entire Chaos Sea feel a sense of fear. That was a terrifying existence capable of deciding the life and death of the entire Chaos Sea with a single word. Even a hidden Chaos Clan, who had concealed themselves for countless years, were easily crushed by him. Yet now, the Moon Goddess looked at the young man sitting at the table, who was smiling lightly and eating and drinking with a few disciples like an ordinary mortal. His aura was completely restrained, not giving off the slightest hint of pressure. You're just in time. Take a seat first. Other matters can wait until after the meal. Master Chen nodded slightly to the Moon Goddess, smiling and gesturing. Thank you. The Moon Goddess was not polite, giving another respectful gesture before seeing Yu Chan waving to her, and she directly came to sit beside Yu Chan. At the dining table, Yu Chan, being the youngest disciple, naturally sat at the back. The Moon Goddess took a seat next to her, even lower than the direct disciples. Chapter 807. Discussing serious matters in the room, although the matter the Moon Goddess brought up surprised everyone, it did not last long. Yu Chan quickly threw the issue aside and continued to clink cups with Master. Anyway, since she has already lived to this age, her identity and such no longer matter. She only needs to know that she is now the fifth direct disciple of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, a closed-door disciple, and also the goddess of the Moon Clan. That is enough for her. As for everything else, does it make any difference to her? Moreover, the Moon Goddess seems to have no interest in matters of love. Naturally, the two would not bring it up again, only having been informed of the truth. Additionally, the situation of the Yang clan is basically under the control of the Yang god alone. By now, the Yang clan has long been disconnected from the beings of the ancient times. Therefore, the Moon Goddess had no intention of seeking trouble with the current Yang clan. With the Yang god having fallen, the events of ancient times can naturally be disregarded. Senior, why aren't you eating or drinking? Come on, come on. Seeing that the Moon Goddess kept her chopsticks still and didn't drink, Dongfang Han immediately signaled to the palace maid. The Moon Goddess initially wanted to refuse, but Xiang had already handed her a cup of wine, so she took it. Chapter 808. The Moon Goddess reflects and changes her clothes after the senior sister used her magic to dissipate 3 parts of the wine's effect. Yu Chan and Zhu Wanqing were hazy-eyed, still a bit confused. Huh? Where's the master? Yu Chan tilted her head, looking at the master's seat, which was already empty. Not to mention the master, even your mother is gone. Li Yurong couldn't help but interject. Hearing this, Lung Yinran's mouth twitched slightly. The second junior sister's words had become increasingly sharp. Usually, the only time she could be silenced was when food was involved. Otherwise, as soon as she opened her mouth, it was almost always a fatal blow. Damn it, your mother is gone too. Huh? Yu Chan was taken aback, only then realizing that not only had the master disappeared, but even the Moon Goddess beside her was nowhere to be found. She had been too focused on drinking to muster her courage, thinking that if she spoke too much after drinking, at least if the master blamed her, she could make an excuse that it was a drunken slip of the tongue. But unexpectedly, as she drank, she directly blacked out. The master and the Moon Goddess are discussing serious matters in the Immortal Palace. It seems you both missed this opportunity, Lung Yinran said helplessly, shrugging her shoulders. Originally, it was a good opportunity, but the two had drunk too much themselves. Chapter 809. All right, the Moon Goddess looked at the slightly revealing clothes on the bed, lost in thought. Indeed, are all men in the world the same? No matter what realm they reach or how powerful they become, their thoughts are merely about that. The Moon Goddess lightly bit her lip, a sense of humiliation rising in her heart, and her mind once again recalled Yu Xian's words. If this path of the great Tao requires you to use your body as a trade, would you be willing? At that time, She hadn't answered Yuexine, but now she had to choose an answer. Would she choose the great Tao she pursued, or give it up, even though she was already a nine-wheeled chaos realm deity? Today, in front of Master Chen, she still had to face such an embarrassing situation. What are you dawdling for? Change your clothes, Master Chen directly urged. Hearing this, the moon goddess looked at the young man in front of her, who still wore a calm and kind smile. But now, as the moon goddess felt again, she realized this was not friendliness. It was because he had long been completely invincible in the world, naturally needing to be angry about nothing, and could easily face and respond to anyone and anything. Chapter 8:10. Opening up, the moon goddess listened to the footsteps getting closer, each step seeming to tread on her heart. Nervous and a bit shy, she dare not look at him and could only turn her face away, using a pillow to block her view. Regarding the young man by the bedside, the moon goddess had a good impression. She had originally thought he was a lofty being, but after interacting, he was very approachable. He treated others kindly and looked handsome. From any perspective, she had nothing to lose. As for the fact that there were quite a few women around Master Chen, the moon goddess found it completely normal. Even in the early days of the Chaos Sea, powerful beings had many partners. By now, it had already become a normal phenomenon. Even the current leader of the Moon Clan, Yuexine, had 4 or 5 wives serving him. With Master Chen's strength, even if he summoned all the women who caught his eye from the entire Chaos Sea to serve in the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, no one could say anything. This was enough to prove that he was not a fickle person. Just as the moon goddess was thinking, a pair of warm, strong hands had already rested on her delicate shoulders. Feeling the smooth skin, Master Chen asked, "No regrets?" The moon goddess softly replied. Chapter 8:11. Naming is my specialty. On the bed, the moon goddess, who had been silently observing him, noticed that he had lost interest and was now seriously discussing the matters of the Chaos Sea's heavenly Tao Academy. She immediately adjusted her mood. Feeling somewhat inappropriate to discuss matters while on the bed, she began to put on the new clothes that were on the bed, compared to her original dress. This outfit was noticeably cooler. However, she didn't mind, as she had intentionally not set up a barrier, even while changing clothes this time. Directly under Master Chen's appreciative gaze, she put on the outfit and tidied up the bed before sitting back down at the small round table, behaving like a well-behaved student. Legs together, hands folded on her thighs. She would follow the palace master's arrangements without any other demands. Her only wish was to attain the status of a supreme being. As long as she could become the head of the academy, that would be enough for her, so she began to listen to Master Chen's thoughts. Master Chen looked at the moon goddess, who wore white lace stockings, and found her quite charming. He simply began to share his plans for the upcoming academy in the Chaos Sea. Chapter 8:12. Heading to the Chaos Sea, looking at the moon goddess's expectant gaze, Master Chen took several deep breaths, his face serious as he started to ponder. Previously, he had always been criticized by his disciples whenever he named things. This time, he would cleanse his shortcomings. From now on, naming would no longer be his only flaw. The formation of an all-rounder would begin today. Little you, little by. Names like these definitely won't do, Master Chen muttered to himself, recalling his usual naming style. Hearing this, the moon goddess couldn't help but stiffen for a moment. But fortunately, he added something that made her relax a lot. However, she still felt a bit unconfident about him. I see that your personality is a bit cold. Like the fairy of the 9 heavens, Yao Pool. How about we call you? Master Chen looked at the moon goddess in front of him, pondering according to her temperament. Yao. Thank you, Master, for the name. The name Yao is very pleasant to hear. When the moon god heard someone say that she resembled a fairy from the 9 heavens and the Yao Pool, she felt an inexplicable joy. As for names, she had no particular need for one. After all, at her level, there was no longer any opportunity to be called by her name. Chapter 8:13. Wanting this attendant to make mistakes, Qi-Yun was very pleased at this moment. No matter where he went, high-ranking deities and ancestors would rise to greet him with smiles. Esteemed attendant, I am the current clan leader of the Witch Refining Divine Domain. Here are the rare treasures my clan is providing to support the academy. And this is prepared for you, esteemed attendant. Please accept it. And if there is an opportunity in the future, you are welcome to visit my clan's divine domain anytime. We will surely welcome you with open arms. Just as Qi-Yun was proudly inspecting for any overlooked matters, a transcendent deity approached him with a flattering smile, respectfully presenting a ring, and then quietly attempted to slip another into his hand. Qi-Yun's previously pleasant expression instantly collapsed. He waved his hand, and Yang Cheng came to his side. Throw all these people from the divine domain out. I have repeatedly emphasized, I will not accept any benefits. Everything is for the Immortal Palace, for the Academy. If you have the heart, then hand it over to the Academy as a gesture of support for its initial development. If anyone dares to present gifts to me again, it will not be as simple as just being thrown out. Chapter 814. Qi Yun's special skill when Sect Master Chen descended with his disciples through the spatial bridge above the venue, towering over all the deities. No one felt there was anything inappropriate about this action, nor was there any disrespect. After all, the strength exhibited by Sect Master Chen had overturned all the chaotic sea deities' perceptions. He was an existence they could only look up to and dare not disrespect. At that moment, all the deities stopped talking and turned to look at the figure on the spatial bridge. Dressed in a simple, plain robe, with one hand behind his back and a gentle smile, he exuded a scholarly aura, contrasting sharply with the domineering demeanor he had shown during his previous descents into the chaotic sea. This made the originally tense chaotic sea deities inexplicably breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much less pressure. As the spatial bridge was about to dissipate, many deities finally reacted, bowing in unison. We respectfully welcome Sect Master Chen. We respectfully welcome Sect Master Chen. We respectfully welcome Sect Master Chen. For a moment, all the deities simultaneously bowed, their voices echoing in the chaotic divine domain. Whether they were the lowest level ancient deities or the 4 top-tier deities who had reached the 9 will chaotic realm. Chapter 815. Establishing the Academy who agrees and who opposes. When Sect Master Chen's voice rang out, there was naturally no one among the deities present who opposed. Not to mention that the establishment of this academy was a matter that benefited all beings, requiring no return, and even joining the academy did not require any fees. Even if Sect Master Chen directly stated that all divine domains in the chaotic sea would need to hand over 50% of their total gains to the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace in the future, no one would dare to stand up against it. After all, compared to the chaotic clan's original plan to refine the entire chaotic sea, taking only 50% of the gains at least wouldn't affect their survival. Sect Master Chen's blessings to all beings are immeasurable. We thank you. In that moment, all the chaotic sea deities completely bowed in submission. They believed that if they had the strength of Sect Master Chen, they would definitely dominate the chaotic sea, becoming a hegemonic presence. They certainly couldn't make such a decision to contribute their resources for the benefit of all beings. However, the Heavenly Tao Academy, although it seemed so, actually consumed no resources at all. Each time the Academy opened, countless forces voluntarily sent rare treasures to congratulate, which was sufficient for the Academy's initial operation. Chapter 816. Bestowing the Moon God. Breaking through to the Supreme Realm with the gathering of the 3,000 great roads and the powers of the rules of heaven, earth, and humanity. The first Heavenly Tao Academy in the chaotic sea was presented before everyone. At the same time, countless threads of causality and fortune converged towards this academy, sharing fortune and merit with other Heavenly Tao Academies. All Heavenly Tao Academies could mutually enhance their fortunes, distributing sufficient fortunes based on each academy situation. Every new academy established could allow the existing academies to gain an additional share of fortune. Even the 2 heads, Taiching and Xinyuanzi, benefited greatly. Is this the Heavenly Tao Academy? I feel like the congratulatory gift this time was a bit lacking. I must send another one after returning. Sect Master Chen's methods were indeed beyond human capability. Such a sacred place for cultivation would surely allow the younger generations of the chaotic sea to reach higher realms in their cultivation journey. Blessings to all beings, undoubtedly. Looking at the academy that had already taken shape, all the deities couldn't help but gasp in awe. There was no other place like this sacred land for cultivation in the entire chaotic sea. At this moment, many chaotic realm deities were already contemplating how they could join the academy and serve there. Chapter 817. Chun Xian breaks through to the chaotic realm, hearing the system's prompt. Sect Master Chun was quite satisfied. Instantly, another trillions of primordial points were credited. Host remaining primordial points, 13,581, 6 million. Meanwhile, many deities present were still in shock over the moon god breaking through to the supreme realm. The terrifying aura she emanated filled them with fear and envy. reminiscent of the 10 supreme realm ancestors of the chaotic clan. The moon god was the first supreme being born in the chaotic sea, aside from the chaotic clan. However, the supreme realm, in Sect Master Chen's words, seemed rather mediocre, not bad. They only knew that the gap between themselves and Sect Master Chen was unimaginably vast. Yet, they did not expect that the gap was so absurd that even the supreme realm seemed, in his eyes, like a mere novice in cultivation. No one doubted Sect Master Chen's words. After all, at his level, there was no need to lie to prove his strength. Just as all the deities present were reflecting, they suddenly changed their expressions in unison. They looked at Sect Master Chen, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Sect Master Chen's aura began to change. Chapter 818. Further investigation. Star Map feeling the terrifying shadow that could grasp the entire chaotic sea with just a hand. All the deities trembled at that moment. It turned out that their previous guesses about Sect Master Chen's strength were so laughable. The limits of strength they could imagine could not even reach 1/10,000th of what Sect Master Chen had displayed. His power had surpassed all deities' comprehension. At this moment, all beings worship, regardless of the realm of the deities. Their hearts are filled with utmost sincerity. If there is a true God in the world, then Master Chen is that we eat a Jun's son, and they are merely the followers crawling at the feet of the true God. Not only the Chaos Sea, but even many great worlds beyond the Chaos Sea, at this moment, felt that terrifying phantom. Yet no one dared to probe with their divine sense to take a look, fearing to attract the attention and displeasure of that phantom, as a slight misstep could bring disaster to the entire great world. At this moment, Master Chen could finally feel the change in his strength and detail. Besides the overall strength increasing by billions of times, the biggest change was in his Qi Sea. At the moment of his breakthrough, his Qi Sea began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Chapter 819. Initially thought the Master was in the Annihilation realm. Master Chen's constant plan was to be a comfortable hands-off manager. He had no time to worry about the affairs of the Academy every day. Although the few individuals he mentioned had significant differences in realm, within the system of his Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, strength was secondary and status was primary. After the three deans made decisions regarding their positions, they would be submitted to the two stewards of the Immortal Palace, Qi Yun and Li Shenruo, for approval. This way, he would need to worry anymore. Currently, Li Shenruo had been diligently cultivating in the Academy of the Falling Immortal Realm and had already reached the realm of Immortal Emperor. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and even many deities in the Chaos Sea, including the Moon Goddess, had never seen Li Shenruo and were hearing her name for the first time. But merely holding the title of steward of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace was enough to earn the respect of all deities. That was an existence on par with Steward Qi Yun, the steward of the Immortal Palace with the authority to approve positions in the Academy. We await your command. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao, Tai Qing, and Zheng Yuanzi, the three deans of the Academy, naturally had no objections and bowed to Master Chen to accept the order. Thank you, Master. Qi Yun bowed gratefully to the Master. Chapter 820. Golden Bell testing. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. The outstanding talents in the secret realm were gradually eliminated. Some were happy and some were worried. However, except for a few who were truly too poor and did not meet the minimum assessment standards, the pass rate for the talents participating this time exceeded 95. The first batch of students from the Heavenly Tao Academy in the Chaos Sea was soon finalized. With this batch of seeds, the Heavenly Tao Academy would take root and sprout in the Chaos Sea, and it wouldn't be long before it could stand like the great void of the past, with branches of sub-academies and talents from all races paying homage. Burp. I'm full. Li Yurong let out a satisfied burp, leaning back and rubbing her belly. There was no greater happiness in the world than this. Eating and drinking enough was sufficient. Was that the reason? Dongfang Han glanced at her second senior sister, only to find that her belly showed no signs of swelling. Was the nutrition perhaps going to other places? Was it because the second senior sister was so well fed? It seemed she had to eat more in the future. Apart from the second senior sister constantly eating, they had all been watching the selection of talents in the secret realm. There were plenty of impressive performances that made them reflect. Chapter 821. Senior sister Lung Yanran's values blood Bodhi was slightly stunned for a moment, then awkwardly and shamefully bowed deeply in the direction of Master Chen. I have embarrassed myself. Master Chen casually nodded. You may go. Yes. Blood Bodhi bowed to the Master again, then stepped back a bit and transformed into a streak of light, returning to his seat in the Blood River divine domain. "Good child, come here. Sit by the ancestor." Upon seeing him return, the Blood River ancestor smiled kindly and beckoned him over. The value he produced was not important. What mattered was that he was the first to appear this time, which was already a point of pride for the Blood River divine domain. Because of Blood Bodhi, many outstanding talents understood that the threshold for this test was extremely high. It was feared that one must at least have the strength of a venerable being to score even a single point. Thus, over 90 of the talents directly gave up this opportunity to stand out. They were not qualified. However, the top 10 each rose in turn, respectfully bowing to the master before conducting their tests. And as expected, apart from the top 3 at the True God Realm, no one reached a value of 10. The highest score was merely 7. Chapter 822, 20 Values. Does the master need a test? Looking at the terrifying value, close to 100,000, all the outstanding talents felt numb. According to the previous testing conditions, a value of 100,000 should at least require the strength of a divine lord to achieve. But seeing the relaxed and casual demeanor of the chief disciple of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, it was estimated that he hadn't even used his full strength. Clearly, he had just reached the divine king realm, yet he could easily obliterate across a major realm. If he were to use some trump cards, crossing 2 realms to crush the divine lord realm would likely not be a problem. One must know that the later stages of realms make crossing much more difficult. The gap between each small realm is enormous, let alone a major realm. The direct disciples of the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace were indeed extraordinary. To everyone's shock, Lung Yinran frowned slightly. Not even 100,000? Forget it. She had no intention of trying again. She simply transformed into a shadow and returned to her master's side. Still the senior sister. Dongfang Han's eyelid twitched. The casual strike from his senior sister was over 100 times stronger than their few combined efforts. However, the main reason was still the gap in realms. They were all cultivating the primordial techniques given by their master. Chapter 823. The Sky Full of 999. Until everything was ready and no omissions were left. In the eyes of all the outstanding talents, as well as all the deities of the Chaos Sea, and even the Moon Goddess, who had already reached the Supreme Realm, Master Chen slowly raised a finger. Creak, creak. Before Master Chen made his move, a strange sound rang out. The gazes of many deities all focused on Master Chen, and hearing this strange sound made them marvel. The master hadn't even made a move, yet the sound of the golden bell nearly breaking was heard. "What are you doing?" But Master Chen's face darkened slightly as he turned his head to look at Qi Yun. This guy had entered a shaking mode as soon as he raised his finger, and the creaking sound was coming from his teeth clashing and bones creaking. "I'm sorry, Master. Every time you make a move, I just can't help but get excited." Qi Yun suppressed his inner excitement, looking at Master Chen with fervent admiration. Although he managed to refrain from making the creaking sound, his speech still trembled uncontrollably. "Control yourself, what a disgrace." Chapter 824. Little Cha-Cha awakens regarding the shattered golden bell and the countless numerical results. Master Chen was naturally not surprised. He also did not care about the shock of the others. He stood up and reminded everyone about the matters of the academy. He thought that the golden bell would be convenient for testing the strength of future students in the academy. So he condensed another golden bell to be placed within the academy. After doing all this, he casually waved his hand, and a spatial bridge composed of 3,000 great paths appeared directly above everyone's heads. "Let's go." Master Chen casually glanced at the many deities present, lightly spoke, and then stepped onto the bridge. Lung Yinran and the others quickly followed, disappearing together with their master at the end of the bridge. "Sending off Lord Chen. Sending off Master." In an instant, regardless of the identities of the deities present, whether they were like Qi Yun or Xinyuan Zizi from the heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, they all stood up to salute the departing figure. After they paid their respects and stood up, the spatial bridge had already dissipated into countless stars before their eyes. Taiqing and Xinyuan Zizi temporarily remained in the academy in the chaotic sea, assisting Yue Yao in getting the academy operational. Chapter 825. Temporary calm after several disciples entered a state of cultivation. Master Chen sat in a small pavilion, savoring the enlightenment tea. He glanced at the situation of the ginseng fruit tree and estimated that Xiamuxi would wake up soon. After drinking several cups of enlightenment tea, Master Chen casually took out the star map. Daring to spy on this master, it's unknown what their true strength is. Although there seems to be no malice at present, one must be cautious. Forget it. I will just stay in the fallen immortal realm. If they really want to make contact, let them come to find me to avoid being schemed against again. Looking at the flickering locations on the star map, Master Chen pondered for a moment, deciding to set this matter aside for now. The Chaos Clan was a case in point. Who knows whether the one who sent the star map has the same intentions as the Chaos Clan, setting a trap, waiting for me to go. There's no need to take such risks. If the other party truly has the intention to befriend me, they will naturally come to the fallen immortal realm. After all, they have spied on me more than once, so they must have a simple understanding of me already. Master Chen could sense that there was something unusual about this matter. The waters within were quite deep. At least I can finally take a break now. Chapter 826. The White Jade Capital of the Primordial Dao Domain, Senior Qian. Is there anything that Shenruo needs help with? Under the warm welcome of numerous deities, Li Shenruo clasped her hands in greeting to Qian. Compared to Qian, who had already adapted to this situation, she still felt a bit nervous. Even now, it was her first time seeing so many deities. These were not the god-level powerhouses from the vast void, but true deities. Shenruo, don't say such things. We can't let you work. The reason we invited you to this Chaos Divine Domain is mainly because of personnel appointments in the Academy. You also know that the Master has decreed that in the future, personnel appointments do not need to be reviewed by the Master and can be directly confirmed by us two stewards. Now that the Academy is newly opened, it is the time to select personnel. You can rest well in this Chaos Divine Domain and then review the personnel appointment list. If you find any appointments inappropriate, you can directly dismiss them. You must take care of the Master's affairs and ensure everything is in order. Qian briefly introduced the situation of the Chaos Divine Domain to her, and under the welcome of the deities, led Li Shenruo into the Academy. Chapter 827. The Mountain Master goes to the fallen immortal realm. Hearing the words of the frail young man, the others fell silent. What he said was indeed not impossible. The last primordial Dao body was the master of Tian Kuai Mountain, the true master of the White Jade Capital. The 35 mountain masters here were merely appointed by that one. Each of them was an existence that had attained the Dao of the primordial. They all represented a kind of supreme, invincible physique in the world. But in front of the primordial Dao body, they were nothing. The gap was as huge as that between them and ordinary cultivators. In my view, while he hasn't broken through to the primordial realm yet, let us strip him of that primordial Dao body, using secret methods to transfer it to our Mountain Master's body. My chaos body can accommodate all physiques. The primordial Dao body should be no exception. While the mountain masters were silent, the master of Tiansun Mountain revealed his face, expressionless, and said, I know you are unhappy that your chaos body has been severed from its inheritance in the world, but your chaos clan has also become a support for this world. That is just how causality works. Stripping the primordial Dao body, do you really have that capability now? Li Mountain Master, do you think your chaos body in the primordial realm can compete with the primordial Dao body in the chaos realm? Chapter 828. Convergence on the edge of the Chaos Sea. Master Chen stood with his hands behind his back, dressed in a dark robe, under the illumination of the stars. He wore a light smile, and even the winds from outside could only slightly sway his robes. Occasionally, meteor fragments would pass by, but none could touch him in the slightest. Clearly just standing there, he seemed to transcend the entire rules of the Chaos Sea world. Master Chen did not wait long when a frail young man's figure appeared not far in front of him, stopping in his tracks. The two were sizing each other up. Master Chen sensed the other party's strength and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Such a powerful being still exists in this world, although they hadn't exchanged blows yet. Master Chen could feel that the frail young man before him was at least a terrifying existence that could not be killed by ordinary attacks. As for whether he could be killed under full strength, that was uncertain. There was probably only a 95% chance of being able to kill him. It was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. While he was calculating the other party's strength, the other party was not idle either, despite Master Chen's aura being restrained. To the frail young man, it appeared quite differently. He looked towards Master Chen's Qi and could already see the extent of his primordial Dao body. Chapter 829. Conversation. Hearing the other party's words, Master Chen almost laughed in anger. A position that 35 primordial realm powers would not dare to touch. How could it be a good seat? Would it really come to an outsider like himself? Who knows what those mountain masters are plotting? Would they set him up as a puppet in a power struggle? At this point, Master Chen had lost interest. Farewell, friend. I have no interest in the primordial Dao domain or the White Jade capital. As for the position of the Tian Kuai Mountain Master, let us choose someone else. After saying this, Master Chen prepared to stand up and leave, returning to his heavenly Dao Immortal Palace to continue sleeping. The White Jade capital has 35 mountain masters, whose strength is indeed terrifying. However, as long as he does not actively go to the White Jade capital and stays within the Chaos Sea, he has no fear of them. Even if all 35 mountain masters were to descend together, he has a way to suppress them all. At worst, he won't leave the Immortal Palace, continuously spending chaos points to descend. Even if he falls, he can instantly be reborn in the Immortal Palace. If he descends a few more times, won't he be able to wear down these mountain masters of the Chaos Realm? Naturally, we also hope to choose someone else. However, the master of Tian Kuei Mountain can only be the Chaos Dao body. Si Liang, seeing the other party rise, helplessly spoke. Chapter 830. Speculation at this point. Master Chen simply stood up and offered a salute. One last question. Based on your understanding of the Chaos Dao body, does this master have any connection to the previous master of Tian Kuei Mountain? Master Chen knew that even if he wanted to ask about the White Jade capital now, the other party wouldn't say much. But this question he was concerned about would not involve the White Jade capital. Si Liang smiled and shook his head, saying, if it weren't for the previous master of Tian Kuei Mountain, the world would not have been able to produce a second Chaos Dao body. With that said, he felt that too much had already been said today. As for your wish to learn more, please come to the White Jade capital. Although there are a few people there who may not have good intentions towards you, most mountain masters still support you. We can't wait too long. The time left for us is not much. After saying this, Si Liang took a deep look at the young man in front of him, and his figure slowly disappeared in the small pavilion. After he left, Master Chen sat down again, remaining silent for a long time. The Chaos Dao domain, White Jade capital, 36 divine mountains, 35 Chaos realm. Chapter 831. Finalization. After receiving the list, Li Shenru carefully read through it. Each appointed individual had a detailed introduction based on investigations. She didn't see any problems, but as it was her first time truly handling the affairs of the academy, she felt a bit timid. She couldn't help but look at the Qi Yun steward to finalize it. 3 seniors. This matter requires the steward to personally confirm and investigate again. If there are no issues with these people, we will finalize it according to this list. After all, we are serving the master, and I don't feel at ease just judging from a list. Qi Yun squinted slightly, smiling, and humbly clasped his hands. Serving in the academy is a big deal, so it can't be taken lightly. Today, he would have Yang Cheng notify all the deities on this list to meet and see how it goes. Furthermore, he would send someone to probe how these people are viewed in the various divine domains within the Chaos Sea to ensure consistent evaluations. That is how it should be. The moon goddess nodded, as she had learned quite a bit about the competent Qi Yun steward. No wonder he had become a favored person beside the master, being the only male steward within the Immortal Palace of the Dao. Chapter 832. Caution. Immortal Palace of the Dao. After Master Chen left the academy, he directly returned to the Immortal Palace. He had thought that if he didn't actively go, the other party might come looking for him. At least this way, it was safer. However, he didn't expect them to be in such a hurry. How long has it been since they couldn't hold back and came looking for him in the Chaos Sea? It seems that when they said time is running out, it wasn't an empty phrase. He felt there was a trap in this, just waiting for this master to jump into it. He wondered what the previous Chaos Dao body was like. According to the words of the Tian Su Mountain Master, he was the exact opposite of this master. Who knows if there would be a chance to meet him? Forget it. No need to think so much. A bath to relax the mind first. After returning to the Immortal Palace, seeing that his disciples were all cultivating, he decided not to disturb them and went directly into the Immortal Palace. Regarding the Chaos Dao domain and the White Jade capital, he always felt there was something fishy. Although the Tian Su Mountain Master hinted that the White Jade capital did not harbor ill will towards him and that most people actually had a friendly attitude, it clearly wasn't that simple. Chapter 833. Unified opinion. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, the Tian Su Mountain Master couldn't help but smile bitterly. But the fact is, it is as such. So, don't think about how to deal with this Chaos Dao body. He has the capital to be arrogant and a character that is extremely stable. He even gives a stronger sense of oppression to the Mountain Master than the previous Chaos Dao body. Originally, I held a neutral attitude, but now that I have met him, I feel that it is more appropriate to sacrifice 10 people to have him settle in the White Jade capital. Si Liang shook his head and smiled bitterly, and after saying that, he no longer spoke, indicating his stance. After a moment of silence in the hall, the old man finally said, "Since that is the case, who supports the Mountain Master's idea of sacrificing 10 Mountain Masters? If there are 10 people, it can be approved. The idea is proposed by me, so naturally, I am willing to be the first to sacrifice." After the old man spoke, Si Liang finally expressed his agreement to the sacrifice. The reason most people maintained a neutral stance on the old man's proposal was that once agreed, the sacrificing individuals would be themselves. It's unrealistic to let those neutral people sacrifice themselves. Forget it. I, the Tian Ing Mountain Master, agree to the sacrifice plan. Chapter 834. Small thoughts. Time flows without notice, and 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, the White Jade capital of the Chaos Dao domain did not seek out Master Chen again. Everything in the Chaos Sea continued to develop as usual. Branch academies were opened one after another. Currently, the Dao Academy has a total of 49 branches. Countless students encompass all forces, even in the Great Thousand Divine Domains. The original 2 academies have gradually seen students begin to grow and have been assigned to serve in other academies. Just as Master Chen had thought, everything was developing in a positive cycle. Immortal Palace of the Dao. Master Chen turned over in the comprehension chair and opened his eyes. Did the White Jade capital give up? However, it's best if it's more stable. Once this master breaks through to the Chaos Sovereign Realm, it wouldn't hurt to visit the White Jade capital in person. Master Chen rubbed his eyes and murmured to himself. After the last meeting with Si Liang, from the other party's words, he should be quite anxious. He thought they would meet again soon, but unexpectedly, 100 years passed without a trace of movement from the White Jade capital. However, this was not a bad thing for Master Chen. Rather, he was pleased with the peace and quiet. Chapter 835. Going to the underworld. Although there were some small thoughts stirring, one must listen to the words of the master. Zhu Wanjing and Yu Chan could only watch as their master entered the immortal hall, sighing. Yu Tu Sai, still too timid. Dongfang Han stamped his foot in frustration. The master says to go cultivate, and you just give up? But we can't ignore the master's words, Zhu Wanjing said weakly. There is no need to listen so obediently. Why not learn from this sword immortal? If soft tactics don't work, then use hard ones. If hard ones don't work, then use poison. At that time, this sword immortal, cough, senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? I was just giving an example. Don't take it seriously. Dongfang Han suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly backtracked. Of course, it wouldn't be serious. Using poison wouldn't work on the master either. Lung Yanran said nonchalantly, "All right, let's divide the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It's time to cultivate. Only by achieving results in cultivation can we stay by the master's side for a long time. The distance between us and the master is still too far." Ignoring Dongfang Han's words, Lung Yanran directly divided the heavenly materials and earthly treasures given by the master according to what was suitable for each person. Chapter 836. The situation in the underworld. When Master Chen passed through the gate of the underworld, the yin and yang reversed, placing him in the 6 paths. In an instant, the Wu clan, who had the power and authority in the underworld, as well as the Emperor of Humans, Wu Shou, felt his arrival. Inside the Yinluo Hall, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, who were discussing important matters, exchanged glances and rushed out of the Yinluo Hall toward the location where the underworld gate appeared. Other ancestral witches immediately put aside their tasks, hurried to pay their respects to the Emperor, especially the 2 ancestral witches, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. They've been fighting fiercely with water and fire raging, and to avoid affecting others in the underworld, they had even specifically hidden in the hell they governed to fight. Wait, Zhu Rong suddenly paused and quickly stopped. However, he was caught off guard and was punched in the face by Gong Gong, nearly disfiguring his entire face. Fortunately, the Wu clan's physical bodies were sturdy. After being sent flying and crashing against the rocks, Zhu Rong simply raised his hand to adjust his jaw, and with a crack, he reattached the dislocated jaw. Are you doing this on purpose? Forget it. I don't have time to argue with you. Quickly go pay respects to the Emperor. Chapter 837. The awakening of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Master Chen then briefly asked Di Jiang about the current situation in the underworld and if the Wu clan needed any assistance. Di Jiang and the other Wu clan members expressed that everything was fine, now that the Wu clan could govern the underworld. It was something they had never dared to imagine before. Even the deities from the Chaos Sea, when a clan member perished and personally sent them for reincarnation, had to respectfully face these Wu clan members of the underworld. Di Jiang also mentioned an interesting phenomenon. Many divine realms from the Chaos Sea would send several deities to befriend the underworld, not for any other reason, but so that when their descendants encountered accidents, they could use a special path for reincarnation in the underworld. They were more than willing to help with this little task. It was just to expedite the reincarnation process. After all, the Mengpa soup was a big deal for those deities. Once their descendants were reincarnated, they could also find their reincarnated kin and return the memories they had extracted before. Thus, later on, Di Jiang simply decided to send those reincarnated through the special path to their own divine realms. While everyone was talking, Hutu and Tai Ching, who had gone to the six paths, had already returned. Your Majesty, here are the consciousnesses of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Chapter 838. The giant and the dust master Chen rested his left elbow on the armrest of the throne, supporting his chin, and looked at the Emperor of Humans with great interest. Oh, is that so? Last time, I remember it was the Emperor of Humans who was unable to do so first. To be honest, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Mainly, I want to see if you can withstand it. As he spoke, Master Chen casually raised his right hand, making a gesture as if to grasp. The Emperor of Humans couldn't help but blush at this sight. Habitually, he wanted to offer his smooth, white neck for the grasp, but halfway through the motion, he suddenly paused. No, this time I want to be on top. As the Emperor of Humans, I have never said the word no. Wu Shou raised his hand, intending to grip Master Chen's neck in return. However, his hand was directly caught by the master, who pulled him into his embrace. Without even going to the palace, they were right there on the Emperor's throne. After the 12 ancestral witches left the Emperor's hall, Zhu Rong suddenly scratched his head in confusion, stopped in his tracks, and turned to look at the Emperor's hall. Chapter 839. Xiliang sees through more than a decade later. Hongmeng Dao Domain, Baiyu capital. After that discussion and having a concrete plan, the 35 mountain masters left Tian Kuai Mountain, each residing in one of their 36 mountains. On this day, the Tian Sun Mountain Master, who had proposed to seize the Hongmeng Dao body, came to Tian Su Mountain. Masterly, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Xiliang, sitting cross-legged on the mat, smiled and asked the arriving Tian Sun Mountain Master. There's something. The Tian Sun Mountain Master didn't beat around the bush and nodded directly. You want to inquire about Master Chen's situation? Actually, after the last meeting, I couldn't see much of his strength. You know the uniqueness of the Hongmeng Dao body. Xiliang shrugged his shoulders, saying helplessly at that time, let alone investigating Master Chen's strength. I even felt that if he were to act unpredictably, it might pose a problem for me to return to Baiyu capital. It was only because he showed goodwill that no accidents occurred. How could I dare to actively investigate his strength? No, I came today not to inquire about this, but to ask you to make another trip. Chapter 840. Meeting Xiliang again just after leaving the underworld and returning to the Great Thousand Divine Realm. Master Chen hadn't even had time to set off back to the mountain when a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Care chat? I thought you all had forgotten about me. Then let us chat. Master Chen shrugged. After more than 100 years, Baiyu capital had been quiet. And now they unexpectedly sought him out again. It was still the Tian Su Mountain Master, Xiliang, whom he had met last time. It seemed that the other party had been waiting for him for some time, even though he was in the underworld, separated from the Great Thousand Divine Realm by yin and yang. With the other party's strength in the Hongmeng realm, finding his location was not difficult. Xiliang smiled at him and followed behind him, and the two casually looked for a star in the Great Thousand Divine Realm where no beings had been born. As before, the two sat opposite each other in the small pavilion. Master Chen politely brewed a pot of enlightenment tea for the other party. Speak up. What brings you to see me this time? If it's to ask me to go to the Baiyu capital of the Hongmeng Dao domain you mentioned, then forget it. Let us just drink tea and chat, and you can go back. I currently have no plans to leave the Chaos Sea. Master Chen gently blew on the freshly brewed tea, took a sip, and casually said. Chapter 841. Reminder upon hearing this. Master Chen couldn't help but recall a special aspect of the Hongmeng Dao body. It is untouched by karmic obstacles. Nothing in the world can affect him. You're willing to sacrifice 10 Hongmeng realm beings, huh? Among them, there should be one Dao friend, right? Master Chen looked at Si Liang with a somewhat complex gaze. There's one, but the situation might be a bit different now. 1,000 years, or rather about 900 years left. The Hongmeng Dao domain will have 10 Hongmeng realm beings coming after you, including me, Si Liang casually replied as he sat back down. Aren't you afraid that I might take action now and keep you here? Master Chen pulled at the corner of his mouth. The news that 10 Hongmeng realm beings would come after him was indeed a headache. I've already said, I'm one of the 10 who voluntarily sacrifices for you. If you truly want to take on the troubles of Baiyu capital, you don't need to lift a finger. I will let you handle it as you wish. I came today just to inform you of this. Si Liang shrugged indifferently, calmly took a sip of tea, leaned back comfortably, and showed no signs of panic. Chapter 842. Eye-catching package. After Si Liang left, Master Chen spent several more days in the small pavilion on the uninhabited star. Besides pondering how to deal with the situation, he meticulously recalled his experiences along the way. Did the previous Hongmeng Dao body really have nothing to do with him? In fact, over the past few days, he had sent dozens of inquiries to the system, hoping to find some clues from its responses, but naturally, he gained nothing. It seemed he still needed to send Qi Yun on a trip. In the end, Master Chen sighed heavily. He must make a trip to Baiyu capital in advance. The other party was quite candid, stating they would come after him in 1,000 years. However, from what he gathered, it seemed that Si Liang implied that this battle was for their 10 to sacrifice themselves. Whether this was true or not could only be confirmed by visiting Baiyu capital. Just relying on Si Liang's word was not enough for Master Chen to believe. He would personally venture into Baiyu capital and risk danger. He only needed to send Qi Yun, and he would descend with the system, regardless of whether the other party had schemes or if Si Liang spoke the truth. At least there wouldn't be any danger. Well, first, let us visit the academy. Chapter 843. Alone, Master Chen first listened to the Moon Goddess's report on the current situation of the academy. He didn't rush to suggest sending Qi Yun to Baiyu capital. Good. Since the main academy has gotten on track, let us select a few locations to establish branch institutes. If there is anything needed, you can contact me anytime through the DNS token. After hearing about the Academy's situation, Master Chen nodded slightly in satisfaction. He also provided suggestions for the Academy's future development. Given the urgency of time, he could only expedite the establishment of the Academy, hoping to accumulate enough points to break through to the Supreme Realm within 1,000 years. After all, a battle against 10 Hongmeng realm experts was likely to happen 1,000 years later. Even if he couldn't break through to the Supreme Realm, it would be good to at least advance a few small realms. Every bit of improvement counts. Elevation and strength can never go wrong. The 5 locations have already been selected, and the branch institutes can be established soon. The Moon Goddess sensed that the Master seemed a bit anxious. Just follow your own thinking. There is no need to rush. At least make sure everything is in order. The Academy will influence the future cultivation paths of countless beings. So we mustn't let our guard down. Chapter 844. The Moon Goddesses move in the loft where only the 2 remained. The atmosphere quieted for a moment. The Moon Goddess looked out the window and said, "It's getting a bit late. Why don't you stay in the Academy tonight, Master? It's not that late yet." The moon hasn't even come out. Master Chen twitched his mouth. Why is it that wherever he goes, someone is always eyeing him? It's just a mountain next time. He was tempted by the Emperor of Hell in the underworld, and now the Moon Goddess is tempting him again in the Academy. Even the strongest bull can't handle so much plowing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Moon Goddess had a thought, and instantly a bright moon hung high, illuminating the sky of the chaotic divine domain with a bright moon. Her pretty face blushing, she continued speaking to the Master. Now the moon is out. Seeing this, Master Chen opened his mouth, speechless. All right, you want to play like this, huh? Fine. Since it's so late, I'll stay here in the Academy for now. But Moon Yao, as the Dean now, you must be busy with affairs. There is no need to prepare anything for me. Master Chen looked helplessly at the bright moon and, after a moment of silence, said, I'm not busy. As I mentioned earlier, once the Academy is settled. Chapter 845. Master-provoked romantic debts? 100 years later, Master Chen had returned to the celestial Dao Immortal Palace. As tranquil as usual, he watched his disciples cultivate under the Enlightenment Tea tree, while savoring the freshly brewed Enlightenment Tea. Xiao Cha-Cha and Xiao Mushi lay, as usual, on either side of their master. Ao Lan was gently massaging the Master's shoulders. Checking the personal panel. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, Chaos Realm, Hongmeng Deity, 1 cycle. Cultivation method, Chaos Heavenly Demon Technique, Chaos. Physique, innate Hongmeng Dao Body. Talent, Hongmeng. Hongmeng points, 178. 627 billion. Disciples, Lung Yanran, 6th layer of Divine Sovereign Realm. Li Yurong, 3rd layer of Divine Sovereign Realm. Donfang Han, 1st layer of Divine Sovereign Realm. Zhu Wanqing, 8th layer of Divine King Realm. Yu Chan, 6th layer of Divine King Realm. Now, his Hongmeng points had accumulated to a staggering 170 trillion. Enough to break through to a small realm, but he still needed quite a bit to break through to the Supreme Realm. However, his disciples had all seen significant improvements in their realms. Besides his first disciple Lung Yanran, who had broken through to the Divine Sovereign Realm 100 years ago. The second disciple Li Yurong and the third disciple Donfang Han had also successfully broken through to the Divine Sovereign Realm. Chapter 846. The Master takes action a few days later at the borders of many great worlds. Qi Yun looked at the teleportation passage in front of him. The aura it emitted made him dare not approach. Not only him, even the deities of the Yang clan, feeling the terrifying aura from the teleportation passage, were filled with fear. Just the faint aura emanating from the passage was enough to make these deities feel intimidated. Where exactly does this teleportation passage lead? It should be here. Qi Yun took out the star map and compared it for a moment. After confirming it was correct, he sent a message to the sect master through his servant token. On the other side, sect master Chen, being meticulously taken care of by his disciples, slightly raised his hand. All right, it's time for me to take a trip. You all should focus on your cultivation in this immortal palace during this time. If all goes well, I might be back within 100 years. If not, it's hard to say. If cultivation resources are insufficient, you can borrow some from the academy first. Never mind, I will leave you with some more cultivation resources. Chapter 847. Bai Yu Jing, when Sect Master Chen was about to take Qi Yun into the teleportation passage, a middle-aged man with his shirt off emerged from within. He crossed his arms over his chest and expressionlessly looked up and down at Sect Master Chen. You can go in. He cannot. He then pointed at Qi Yun behind Sect Master Chen. In such a place as Bai Yu Jing, there has never been a low-level cultivator like Qi Yun allowed in. Oh, why can't he? Who are you? As the other party examined Sect Master Chen, he was also scrutinizing the other man. He faintly felt a hint of disdain in the other's gaze. I am a master of Tian Sun Mountain. The rules of Bai Yu Jing are like this. Only you may enter. The middle-aged man said with half-closed eyelids. Rules? There is no such rule in my sect's regulations. Qi Yun, come with me into Bai Yu Jing. Sect Master Chen slightly curled his lips, showing no intention to waste words with the other, and directly instructed Qi Yun, walking towards the teleportation passage. Brushing past the Tian Sun Mountain Master. He had heard of this Tian Sun Mountain Master from Si Liang before. This guy proposed a plan to deal with him. But the information was also conveyed to him by this Tian Sun Mountain Master. Chapter 848. The previous Hongmeng Dao body, if I agree to accept the position of Mountain Master, how would I deal with the evil you speak of? Sect Master Chen leaned back in his seat, looking at the old man, and asked directly. The old man smiled and explained. The master of Tian Su Mountain should have told you about the existence of the evil, which is because of all living beings in the world. Your Hongmeng Dao body is the most special existence in the world. No matter how your realm improves, it will not make the evil stronger, nor can the evil absorb any power from the Hongmeng Dao body. Furthermore, the Hongmeng Dao body has a special aspect, the vast world within. You need to absorb the evil into your inner world and carry its existence. However, with your current strength, you are not capable yet. Hearing the old man's explanation, Sect Master Chen slightly furrowed his brows. His Qi Si was indeed different, now resembling an endless vast world, even larger than the Chaos Sea. However, there have been no signs of any beings being born until now. So the Qi Si of the Hongmeng Dao body exists for this purpose? If I absorb the evil into my body, what impact would it have on me? Sect Master Chen continued to question. Chapter 849. Guessing the truth upon learning that the previous Hongmeng Dao body might not have fallen, Sect Master Chen felt no joy at all. Instead, he felt quite threatened. If the system was a means left by the previous Hongmeng Dao body, that would be fine. After a moment of silence, Sect Master Chen simply asked, is there a possibility that I am the reincarnation of the previous Hongmeng Dao body? Before he could finish, the amiable old man decisively shook his head. Impossible. Even Si Liang, hearing this, couldn't he help but laugh. That is absolutely impossible. the Tian Sun Mountain Master, who had always been ambiguous in his stance, couldn't he help but sneer. Don't flatter yourself. Before Sect Master Chen could ask, the old man directly explained. Before we met you, we did consider this possibility. But after meeting you, it became impossible. Not to mention you have no trace of his aura. The previous Hongmeng Dao body was different. There was no distinction between male and female. Sometimes he was in a male form, sometimes in a female form, completely changing according to his own state of mind. Moreover, although you have not yet reached the Hongmeng realm. Chapter 850. The Academy spreads across the great world. Time passed swiftly over 100 years, as if in the blink of an eye. During this century, Sect Master Chen did not return to the Chaos Sea. Instead, in the 71 great worlds outside the Chaos Sea, the same opportunity arose, a tremendous opportunity. Academies appeared in every great world. Each academy was managed by a Supreme Realm Master, or in worlds without Supreme Realm beings, by the strongest Chaos deities. However, the personnel appointments were much more relaxed, and Sect Master Chen did not have the energy and time to impose strict regulations at this moment. In the Void Spirit Realm, the Sect Master personally oversaw the establishment of the last academy in this great world. The Supreme Realm being chosen, after being worshipped by the masses, came to the loft and respectfully performed a bowing ceremony towards the Sect Master. In the loft, the Sect Master sat quietly in a Grandmaster chair, while Qi Yin stood beside him. Master, the academy has been established according to your instructions. Is there anything else you need me to do? The Supreme Realm being looked at the young man, sitting in the Grandmaster chair with fear in his eyes. As a Supreme Realm being, he initially thought he had reached the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 851. Time is of the essence. During the time he was busy establishing the academies, the disciples did not disappoint him either. Their realms had significantly improved, with everyone reaching the Divine Lord realm, especially the senior sister, Lung Yanran, who had already broken through to the Divine Monarch realm. With their true battle power, they could be considered top-tier experts in the vast Divine realm. However, the troubles he faced now were still too insignificant to have any real impact. If it were just facing the evil spoken of in Baiyu Jing, Sect Master Chen's plan should have an 85% chance of success. But with the addition of the mysterious previous Hongmeng Dao body, the odds dropped by another 25%. A 60% chance? What is the difference between that and seeking death? Sect Master Chen leaned against the edge of the spirit pool, frowning as he contemplated the current situation. At the very least, he needed to resolve the uncertain factor of the previous Hongmeng Dao body before facing the evil. Find a definitive answer. The best outcome is that the Hongmeng Dao body has completely fallen. There's an 85% chance of success, which, despite the risks being somewhat high, is still worth trying for him, if it really doesn't work out. Chapter 852. Nearly 10,000 academies bathed together. Days passed by. In 500 years, nothing unexpected happened. During this time, Master Chen took his disciples out of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace for a trip to various worlds, also inspecting the progress of the academies in these worlds. The development speed of the academies has been incredibly rapid. As more and more academies opened, the speed of establishing branch schools grew exponentially. In just 500 years, the original 200 academies have expanded to nearly 10,000. They not only cover the 72 great worlds, but can almost reach every divine realm in any great world. Anyone with cultivation talent now has over an 80% chance of joining an academy, enjoying the academy's fortune enhancement and supply of cultivation resources. The academy has become a sacred place for cultivation in all great worlds and divine realms. However, most academies only know that the owner of the academy is not the dean, but they have never seen the true person behind it, nor do they even know the name. This monumental achievement has been accomplished very discreetly. All they know is that he has many honorary titles, and in each great world and divine realm, the titles are even somewhat different. Chapter 853. Preparation. After returning to the Immortal Palace, it took less than 10 years. Lung Yaren broke through that bottleneck and reached the first level of the Saint Realm, floating in the air above the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. One leg crossed over and the other casually hanging down. Behind her, a Saint's Fashang appeared, which was a peculiar façon that was half demon and half saint. Master Chen looked at the Fashang triggered by his eldest disciple's breakthrough to the Saint Realm and was quite satisfied. It seems that the Hongmeng Gongfa has not completely followed the original in Yaren's case. The Tianmaju was supposed to manifest a heavenly demon, but due to her different experiences, Lung Yaren's Tianmaju has developed her own characteristics. The aura emitted by the senior sister is very strong. It feels like she can already suppress the Dao Master Realm across great boundaries, at least being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient realm deities. Feeling the aura and might radiating from senior sister after a breakthrough, Dongfang Han couldn't help but open his mouth, full of envy. After a moment, Lung Yaren slowly retracted her aura and opened her eyes. As she descended and noticed her master paying attention to her, she stepped forward to salute. Master. Not bad. Breaking through to the Saint Realm in such a short time, Master Chen said with a light smile, slightly nodding, having seen his disciples' efforts. Chapter 854. Farewell. Hearing Master Chen's words, everyone present, whether it was Lung Yaren and her few direct disciples or Ao Lan and Bai Linga, all opened their mouths wide. This is not just 10 jade talismans. This is clearly holding the lives of beings in the world. It was only then that Lung Yaren understood why her master had specifically reminded her that if she left the Immortal Palace, she could only take one at most. If something goes wrong, it wouldn't be a small matter. Don't worry. This is just a precaution, Master Chen said, seeing their astonished expressions, his tones softening to comfort them. Leaving these 10 jade talismans is only because I worry that I won't be able to free my hands to complete it when the time comes. And the situation might not reach the extent where such measures are needed. At least before this final insurance, there is still a relatively gentle way to sever the path of cultivation in the world. He left a total of 8 insurance measures for his trip. The first 5 were for himself, while the last 3 were for the beings in the world. After I leave, the academy will be jointly managed by you few direct disciples. If there are any issues within the academy, you can issue orders under my identity, and other academies will join forces to subdue it. Additionally, I have left you with countless divine powers, enough to resolve any crisis. Chapter 855. Borrowing life from the white jade, capital Qi, Yin looked at the space ring handed to him by the master, containing 2 ancient realm deity corpses. If this were in the past, he would have been so excited that he would have detonated them on the spot. But this time, he hesitated to take them. If possible, he still wanted to stay by the master's side. Master, please allow me to. Before Qi Yin could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by the master. Enough, no need to say more. You shall stay. You still have a role to play. This made Qi Yun immediately serious. Kneeling on the ground to listen attentively, Yaren and the others are still a bit inexperienced. You stay to oversee the academy. If any academy has unusual thoughts or goes down the evil path, you could decide how to deal with it. Master Chen looked down at Qi Yun, softly instructing. Among his 5 disciples, although the eldest disciple, Lung Yaren, could also be considered decisive. She had been cultivating by his side for all these years and had not dealt with too many matters. Moreover, besides Yaren, there were also Zhu Wanqing and others, who might interfere with senior sister Lung Yaren's choices. But Qian would not. I will faithfully obey the master's orders. Qian said no more and directly bowed in response. Chapter 856. Chun Xian Breakthrough to the Hongmeng Realm, Enlightenment. The Hongmeng points accumulated from the establishment of academies over these hundreds of years began to be consumed wildly. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Chaos Realm Hongmeng Deity, 2nd round. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Chaos Realm Hongmeng Deity, 3rd round. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to... Beep. The continuous notification sounds rang wildly in his ears, and Master Chen's aura surged even more wildly with the breakthrough in his realm. The Mountain Lords, watching the scene, fell silent. Tian Sun Mountain Lord shook his head. Your strength is indeed enough to contend with the White Jade Capital undefeated, but you cannot win. The previous Tian Kuei Mountain Lord was far stronger than what you have shown. Even he could not resolve the existence of evil. With what you have displayed, it is still not enough to borrow life from us. Just as Tian Sun Mountain Lord's words fell, he suddenly widened his eyes. He originally thought this guy would stop at the 9 rounds of Chaos Realm Deity. But he guessed wrong. Master Chen's aura directly broke through to the Supreme Realm without any pause. Beep. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Hongmeng Supreme Realm. And the aura he emitted was more than 1,000,000 times stronger than when he was originally at the 1st round of the Chaos Realm. Chapter 857. The only shortcoming of the Hongmeng Dao body until Master Chen's voice rang out. The 35 Hongmeng Realm Mountain Lords finally stood up. At this moment, looking at the young man above the Tian Kuei Mountain Lord's seat, they no longer needed to say anything more. He is the new Tian Kuei Mountain Lord, requiring no one to acknowledge or go through any formalities. The Tian Kuei Mountain Lord has returned. The 35 mountains will listen to commands. The 35 Hongmeng Realm Mountain Lords simultaneously looked serious and called out loudly to Master Chen at the main seat. The Master has spoken. Today, I have come to Baiyu capital to borrow lives from all of you. Once the trouble is resolved, I will return them to you without delay. If any of you have questions or anything to say, please feel free to speak up. Master Chen leaned on the throne, looking down at the 35 strongest individuals in the world. In Master Chen's view, these 35 mountain masters were all worthy of respect. After all, they had contributed so much to this world. Despite having the strongest realm and power in the world, they had never stepped out of Baiyu capital, maintaining the stable operation of the 72 great worlds. You can take as you wish. The master of Tiangang Mountain was a kind old man, with drooping eyelids, smiling gently as he cupped his hands in a bow. The master of Tiansu Mountain had a request and hoped the master would agree. Chapter 858, Evil Master Chen, adhering to the principle that one must not neglect their skills, recited a sutra for transmutation. When he reappeared, he was already outside the temple. At this moment, Baiyu capital had no one else but him. The 35 mountain masters of the Hongmeng realm, the strongest in the world, had vanished, or rather, only a wisp of their souls remained, collected by Master Chen. However, standing outside the temple, Master Chen paused for a moment. He felt that something was missing. Without the system's prompt, it felt quite uncomfortable. After a moment, he chuckled softly and muttered to himself. If the kill notifications for these 35 Hongmeng realm beings were still around, how melodious and pleasant they would be. But it didn't matter now. Whatever the system could do, he could accomplish with a thought. Without the system, he still felt a bit uneasy. After pondering for a bit, Master Chen focused his thoughts, allowing the system to manifest again, and glanced at the panel that appeared before him. Host, Chen Daoxuan. Realm, Hongmeng Realm. Cultivation method, Chaos, Heavenly Demon Art. Chaos, Physique, Innate Hongmeng Dao Body. Talent, Hongmeng. Hongmeng Points. Disciples, Lung Yanran, 5th layer of Saint Realm. Li Yurong, 2nd layer of Saint Realm. Dongfang Han, 1st layer of Saint Realm. Zhu Wanqing, 7th layer of Half Saint Realm. Yu Chan, 6th layer of Half Saint Realm. Chapter 859. The truth under the suppression of countless rules, the dark aura began to shrink rapidly. It seemed that the being still had some consciousness, actually using the power of the rules from Master Chen's actions to suppress itself. Seal. Master Chen's eyes lit up at this sight, and he increased the intensity of the rule power suppression. Behind him, the divine beings manifested, roaring as they transformed into 3,000 rules that surrounded the shrinking dark aura. The void began to collapse inch by inch, but then reformed in an instant. Seeing that it was still insufficient, Master Chen formed a sword finger with his hands and pointed at the being. In an instant, a river of sword energy emerged behind Master Chen, crazily shooting towards the dark aura. No, it was not sword energy, but rather a series of rules. Time rules, space rules. Countless rules took the shape of flying swords, piercing through the dark aura and directly through the figure hidden within. Despite enduring the pain of countless arrows piercing through, the figure did not resist but instead opened its arms, allowing the flying swords made of rules to pierce through its body. Under the influence of the rules and pain, its consciousness gradually regained some clarity. Chapter 860. Chaos. The blood figure heard Master Chen expose its thoughts. However, it showed no signs of excitement. Since it had spoken, it naturally had complete confidence. Your potential and growth space are indeed sufficient to threaten me. But that is not the case now. The reason you can cultivate to the Hongmeng realm is merely because I need to wait for you to reach the Hongmeng realm before I can fuse with you. So now become my new body, my child. The blood figure shook its head slightly, then reached out its arm towards Master Chen. I am your father. Master Chen raised an eyebrow. Even if he was the first Hongmeng Dao body, did he want to take advantage of his seniority? As he spoke, countless rules of power surged towards the opponent. However, this terrifying rule power, capable of destroying the 72 great worlds, was at best evenly matched in front of the opponent. In fact, it was slightly inferior. The opponent had spent countless years refining the second Hongmeng Dao body into itself. In this world, two forces of rule power collided violently. Simultaneously, countless figures appeared. Although there were only the two of them, they left behind countless afterimages. In every moment, the two were attacking each other. Every move infused with endless rule power, shattering the space. Yet even the shattered space could not affect the formidable Hongmeng Dao body. Chapter 861. The Academy breached with the passing of 30% of living beings. Master Chen's aura had subtly surpassed that of the opponent within the Hongmeng space. Prepared? The first Hongmeng Dao body was somewhat surprised. Both he and the second Hongmeng Dao body shared a clear characteristic: extreme pride and boundless confidence. Since they embarked on the path of cultivation, they had pushed through without any setbacks. He had not expected that Chen Daoxuan would leave a backup plan before coming here. Master Chen did not care about this surprise. Instead, he directly took action again, unleashing endless rule power towards it. Time flowed. This time, the two of them exchanged blows for a full 1,000 years. During this time, both Master Chen and the first Hongmeng Dao body had sustained injuries. A slight misstep could result in being harmed by the other's attacks, but even if their limbs were shattered by the rule power, they would instantly reconstitute and be reborn through the rule power. As time passed, Master Chen had subtly gained the upper hand. He still had 60% of his remaining spiritual energy, while the opponent was down to less than 50%. If this continued, the outcome of the battle was already determined. Chapter 862. Annihilation. Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. Everyone was staring at the senior sister. Dongfang Han could not help but ask, "How is it? Did the master say anything? Do we need this sword immortal to descend the mountain and save the world?" After a moment, Lung Yinran slowly opened her eyes. The master said to stay in the Immortal Palace and not leave a step. It seems this trouble is a bit big. Li Yurong was taken aback upon hearing this. Even the master was struggling this much, even instructing them not to leave the range of the Immortal Palace. Will the master be all right? Zhu Wanqing looked at the senior sister with some concern. Lung Yinran shook her head slightly. If the master were to have any issues, this world would probably have already ended. Looking at the 10 shattered jade talismans, Lung Yinran couldn't help but sigh. The situation was certainly more serious than they had imagined. Even a master activated all the jade talismans, but apart from the first 3, the rest had already become ineffective. "Don't worry, with your abilities, there will definitely be no problem," Bai Linger comforted as she stood next to Aolan. "What is it?" Yu Chan, who had been silent, looked up in a daze towards the direction of the Chaos Sea. With their current realm and strength, they could still look towards the Chaos Sea. Chapter 863. Everything is just a game, seeing that the Blood Sea had directly given up on itself and shifted its target to the Chaos Sea. Sect Master Chen let out a breath, his expression somewhat strange. He flashed and appeared in front of the Blood Sea, blocking the way to the Chaos Sea. "Ridiculous. You lost. Emotions are your weakness." A rumbling sound came from within the Blood Sea, echoing through the Chaos Sea. The figure of Sect Master Chen was also seen by all the powerful beings in the Chaos Sea. In the Chaos Divine Realm, the Moon Goddess gazed at that seemingly small figure, which nonetheless blocked the boundless Blood Sea, her lips pressed together in a complex expression, her gaze filled with worry. In the Great Thousand Divine Realm, the people in the Academy's loft also immediately stood up. Elder Qi Yun, Tai Qing suddenly saw a streak of light leaving and gasped, intending to stop it. But beside him, Zhen Yuanzi held down his arm and shook his head slightly. In the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, the women also quickly recognized that familiar figure. "My lord, master." Lung Yinran instinctively wanted to transform into a fleeing light, and her several junior sisters were no different. But as they approached the obscuring spiritual mist, Lung Yinran suddenly stopped and raised her hand to set up a barrier, trapping all her junior sisters inside. Chapter 864. Primordial World. The reason the first-generation Primordial Dao body could contend with him was that it had devoured the second Primordial Dao body. If it could be separated, its strength would at least be nearly halved. Your spiritual platform. The blood-colored figure looked at the spiritual platform where Sect Master Chen sat, his voice trembling slightly. "The Primordial Dao Foundation. Unfortunately, you do not have it." Sect Master Chen retracted his smile and continued with a hint of fear. "The Primordial Dao body continues to grow stronger and more complete. This also led to the fact that while I know all your trump cards, it is very difficult for you to grasp everything about me. You did not lose unjustly. You did not lose to me, but to the Primordial Dao body itself. In the thousands of years of battle, he was also assessing the opponent's situation, trying to determine the gaps between them. Is that so?" The blood-colored figure surprisingly calmed down. He looked up at Sect Master Chen, and, after a moment of silence, he grinned and asked, "What is the difference between me becoming you? You will do the same as I did next. You will refine and absorb me, enhancing your own primordial Tao body's essence." Chapter 865. The end. After the disaster of annihilation fell, the world returned to its previous operation. With the Academy's maintenance, order was quickly restored. However, the effects of the annihilation disaster lasted for hundreds of years before being completely eliminated. As for the master behind the Academy, who is now the creator of this primordial world, the reasons for their actions at that time are not known in detail by all beings. But it's not hard to guess that it was likely unavoidable. Now that everyone has come back to life, no one cares about this issue anymore. The Academy has also resumed normal operations. In addition to the Academy, a new existence has emerged, instilling awe in many powerful beings, the 36 Mountains of Baiyujing. The Academy and Baiyujing operate independently and supervise each other. If one side has a problem, the other has the right to suppress it. And the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace will make the final judgment. There are no longer any dominant forces in the world, with the exception of the Heavenly Tao Immortal Palace, which does not participate in worldly matters. The Moon Goddess, belonging to the Academy, the Emperor of the Underworld, and the two stewards of the Immortal Palace, Li Shenruo and Qi Yun, were respectively conferred by a Sect Master Chen as one of the masters of the 36 Mountains.